Chapter 389 Wolf Look. Rogier now commands over 1,000 warriors and is sailing on the Fenris Wolf strike cruiser, so there shouldn't be any problem. After he left, he immediately ordered all Wolf brothers to don their adamantium armor in full gear. He then commanded all auxiliary troops to prepare their old armor, and had all power armor and weapons left by the Wild Wolves transported to the Fenris Wolf, which was currently undergoing repairs. Finally, he ensured the Wolf Guard were settled. Rogier has been missing for so long, he must have rebuilt that grand company. The remaining Wild Wolves are mostly warriors who handled the final cleanup of minor battles, and the vast majority are recruits. No matter who becomes the Wolf Lord, they would have to call Rogier Big Brother upon seeing him. As Rogier thought this, his hands didn't stop moving. All the Wolf brothers were shouting and running around in the light of the people. Everyone was bringing out their hidden Kulin wine. Yifeng's veins throbbed as he watched the Wolf brothers retrieve bottles of wine from all sorts of strange places. Kurosel took one last look at the Angels of Dawn, deliberated for a moment, then gave them a hug before boarding the strike cruiser. Angels, you must guard the home well. The bottle of wine hidden behind the false Great Angel's stasis field must not be touched. Yifeng glanced at a certain custodian. You're really not going? After Victor left to deal with the First Legion, another custodian also packed up but had no intention of traveling with Rogier. The presence of other warriors during the Wild Wolves rendezvous would make the Wolf Guard wary. He would arrive at the Space Wolves Expeditionary Force later as a lone Imperial emissary. The tech priest looked at Yifeng with a disgusted expression. He was the only custodian left here and completely unwilling to look after this fellow, as it would waste his time. So, he went to find Enk. Make the silver throne according to the standards of a cage. The custodian personally installed some equipment, making the silver throne even more robust. As for Yifeng, he awakened Anthony. Anthony the Dreadnought had been asleep for a long time, but upon waking this time and seeing Yifeng, he instantly recoiled. Yifeng! Where are the enemies? Let me go. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Anthony brandished his weapon, as if he would open fire immediately if Yifeng didn't agree. Counting the inhuman things Yifeng had done, letting a Dreadnought take over combat command while he ran off to fight was definitely one of them, and he only ever targeted Anthony, one specific Dreadnought. Relax, there's no battle. I woke you for something important. No battle? Another Mother Star ceremony? Have we changed Mother Stars? No, no, no. I need you to go on a diplomatic mission to the Expeditionary Force led by the Salamanders chapter. I hope you can persuade them to ensure every Salamanders veteran has a piece of adamantium armor. The conditions can be even more lenient. The Salamanders' talent is being large and strong, able to skillfully use it with little training. I understand, Yifeng. Don't worry, I'll host a grand arms sales convention for them. Tell me, how many master-crafted power swords should we exchange for one suit of adamantium armor? So I have a number in mind. Anthony appeared eager. Yifeng began to get a headache. He seemed to understand how much pain the Adeptus Mechanicus priests must have felt dealing with his century-old self. It's not a trade, Anthony, although we do need their master-crafted power swords, but the main mission is to get them all to wear adamantium armor. They don't even need to pay. Use all your connections, just make sure they all accept them. This is an even higher level trade. Yifeng, are we about to do something big? You're giving them so much adamantium armor in exchange for connections and favors. Are we going to fight a big war and you're preparing for their support? One of the frequently used methods, it looks like I'm giving you supplies, but in reality, you're fighting for me. The Angels of Dawn felt the same way. Yes, and not entirely. Yifeng looked at Anthony with a complex expression, then explained the current galactic situation to him. Wars were raging everywhere. The Salamanders were facing dozens of star systems corrupted by Nurgle. Because of their remote location, those daemon worlds had not initially faced the full force of the Imperium's attack. Actually, the Ministry of Internal Affairs couldn't collect taxes there and didn't care much. The Departamento Munitorum began to suppress the news, blockading the sector, attempting to deal with these messes before alarming the regent. The Salamanders were currently facing local armies turned into Nurgle Poxwalkers, as well as the Death Guard's Third Company, Mortarian's Anvil. The Flesh Tyros and Silver Skulls chapters were fighting together, and the battle there was fierce. The reason Yifeng discussed this with Anthony after Rogier left was because of the extremely poor relationship between the Flesh Tyros and the Space Wolves. The Flesh Tyros had cut down many Wolf brothers during their Bloodthirst and Black Rage episodes in the past, and the two chapters held deep grudges. Anthony, hearing about fighting Nurgle, got excited. Didn't that mean he could just burn and shoot freely? Don't worry, Yifeng. Give me some troops, and I will show the Salamanders in real combat what adamantium armor is, and what a destruction machine is. I know the rules, it won't be more than 1,000 men. No, 500 will be enough. I can't wait. We are still far from them. Anthony? Then why did you wake me up so early? Yifeng, go tell stories to the recruits. Anthony, I % number at, asterisk and. The only current large-scale fake war zone was where the Red Tide and the Imperial Fists were jointly dealing with the Maelstrom sector. After Huron was defeated and most of his warships captured, the entire sector entered an uncomfortable state of peace. That is, the planets were at peace, but the planetary governors were suffering. How do you think those pirates came about? They were kept by the planetary governors for embezzlement. Our tithes were stolen by pirates, how reasonable is that? Otherwise, why was Huron called the Tyrant of Badab? Wasn't it because he saw through the faces of these governors and directly started killing? But after his rebellion, the planetary governors made a comeback, and some even long-term funded Huron. Simply put, if the tithes were really stolen by you, you'd get an 80-20 split. Could it be stable? So the fighting turned into the Inquisition investigating their corruption, and the main force of the Imperial Fists began to return to Terra, leaving some chapters to continue the advance. The Imperium's so-called appropriate military strength was simply not enough. If it weren't for the Red Tide running around, who knows what chaos would have done. Those few sleeping Necron dynasties would probably have been awakened by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Now, Belisarius Call's Blackstone experimental field has achieved great success, and he is clamoring for the Red Tide's tech priest to come out for observation, mutual learning, and mutual promotion, which is actually just wanting to see the true face of the adamantium armor's creator. Truly, they never learn. Do you think with Huron gone, the Red Corsairs are gone? Well, my Red River is about convincing people with virtue. The Red Tide's forces in the Maelstrom are suppressing rebellious planets one by one, with little interest in the Upper Hive's messes. The Space Marines are doing what they should, but under the guise of conscription and auxiliary troop selection, they have begun extensive activities in the Lower Hive. We have used this to transport many Lower Hive inhabitants, but it has little impact on the planet's output. The number of people in the Lower Hive who look like normal humans is truly small, those who work are mostly abhuman or mutant slaves. There are also many uncorrupted children. We will keep our promise, providing them with good education, sufficient food, and jobs within warships after graduation, which is far better than life in the Lower Hive. Young people in the Dichian world have more opportunities to stay on their home planets, promoting population growth and planetary development. Yi Feng tacitly approved of the practice of taking people from newly recovered worlds. From the information received, everything was developing in a good direction. Oh, the Salamanders, Wolf Guard, and Imperial Fists have agreed. Guilliman will talk to the Ultramarines, Blood Angels, and Raven Guard. Victor will handle the Dark Angels. That leaves the White Scars and Iron Hands. Where to go? Of course, to the Iron Hands first. The White Scars are my parent chapter, what's the rush? What we urgently need now is to repair 2 Gloriana-class battleships. The current situation is that we have done our utmost, we don't have the complete maintenance technology for Gloriana-class battleships. We need the Iron Hands' help. The Iron Hands chapter ostensibly doesn't have a Gloriana-class battleship, but this is false, their flagship is hidden. During the Great Heresy, Fulgrim and Ferris fought fiercely, and the 10th Legion's flagship, the Fist of Iron Gloriana battleship, was also heavily damaged. This meant that during the Istvan massacre, this colossal warship had not been fully repaired. At that time, the Iron Hands flagship was represented by the Iron, so it was spared. After so many years, those fanatical fellows have either repaired this colossal warship to its original state, or modified it beyond recognition, perhaps even turning it into a Mechanicus Ark. Neither would be surprising. If it's the former, then they have the technology to repair such colossal warships. If it's the latter, at least their acceptance of us will be a bit higher. Yi Feng looked at himself, the floor, the Grand Librarian, the battleship, every single one of them was a heretic that could be chased to the ends of the galaxy by the Orthodox Adeptus Mechanicus. Yi Feng, this is the latest news. Ina hung up a speaker irritably. Ina gracefully walked into the command center, with Anthony's boisterous shouts coming from outside. The Astropath had a tumultuous journey through the warp and was received by the flagship's Astropath. Guilliman's army had already rendezvoused with Magan Khan, and the battle was currently fierce. Yi Feng immediately wanted to order a course towards the Iron Hands expedition, but then he reconsidered. Guilliman? 2 expeditionary forces? Fierce battle? What are you kidding? With that kind of setup, how could the battle be fierce? Are you fighting the Rangdan Empire? The light of the people sped up, heading towards the storm sector. Parent chapter. You can't be annihilated. My backing can't suddenly disappear. After putting down the document, Ina rushed out again and jumped onto Anthony's heavy dreadnought head. It has been confirmed by the recruits through blood and tears that Ina has a calming effect on Anthony the dreadnought. It is recommended to include this in the manual, and next time he is awakened, the Tech Marine should hang Ina as a mascot to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Thank you, brother. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come. Kazanov said to Nian Jin while wiping Summoning Tiger. What are you talking about? Unity is not an empty boast. The Red Wolf spreads throughout the galaxy. Any distress call in any part of the galaxy can be answered by nearby forces. This is not empty talk. Nian Jin said, spreading out the detailed accounts. On them was a map of the galaxy, densely dotted with red specks. The main force had been fighting for so many years, developing rapidly, and Nian Jin, leading the first trade fleet, was not slacking off either. Brother Nian Jin, where did you get this technology to disable the singularity generator? Ha, Kazanov, the Adeptus Mechanicus hides more than you can imagine. Some things are buried so deep that they themselves have forgotten. Although Nian Jin was a priest, political commissar, Kazanov seemed to glimpse Eng's shadow for a moment. Let's not talk about that for now. You've captured prisoners this time? That's quite rare. Yes, if they weren't traitors from the 16th Legion 10,000 years ago, there's no way they'd still be alive now. Kazanov forcefully swung the now clean Summoning Tiger. What disgusting bloodstains. I have a few small things that might be able to help you. Nian Jin said with a smile. His subordinates were the core technical force of the chapter under Enk. The Luna Wolves apothecary was imprisoned deep within the strike cruiser, along with the veteran Gast Erlin. Originally, their resistance was fierce. With years of combat experience, these ancient veterans fought back and forth with the Terminator's recruits for a time. Then, until the veteran Gastelum led the charge. Wearing ancient iron-clad Terminator armor, he successfully killed one of our warriors, then took a bite, wanting to know exactly what kind of force we were. Let me see which servant of the false emperor's slave this is. Holy cow! My dad! The veteran Gastelum even took another bite to confirm, almost digging out the Luna Wolf's gene seed. These warriors, who failed Primaris enhancement, had not had their gene seed removed. This news, by accident, weakened the combat will of the Sons of Horus Warband. As they repeatedly recalled the wizard's prophecy, they gradually fell into a disadvantage, eventually reaching a desperate situation. Although Mad Wolf was trapped at the time, Patton remained on the ship. As one of the few anti-psyker warriors who stayed behind, Patton was already seething with anger. Seeing the enemy attack, he swung his maul and smashed it down. He charged at the forefront. Adamantium armor combined with a combat shield meant he almost slapped the shield onto the opponent's face. Patton roared as he charged, knocking aside veterans one by one. A single blow from his maul could shatter an enemy's power armor. The veteran Gastelum threw the Terminator's corpse at Patton. What immense strength it was to be able to hurl a Terminator's corpse. Patton hid the maul behind him. As the Terminators made contact with his combat shield, he used the impact as a lever, and with the added reactive force, he swung the maul out fiercely. His opponent had to use both hands to grip his replica World Breaker Warhammer with all his might to block this terrifying blow. A sonic shockwave swept across the battlefield. Both sides felt their arms numb and their webbings torn. Immersed in long-term warp travel, the opponent actually fought on par with the adamantium armor. Patton was furious. He tilted his shield slightly, allowing the corpse to slide off, then slammed the front edge of the shield into the enemy. The veteran Gastelum was no pushover either. His movements were faster. Relying on the heavy defense of his iron-clad Terminator armor, he turned and used his back to absorb the impact of the combat shield. He pivoted around the shield, fiercely thrusting the cloud-patterned ball at the end of his hammer handle into Patton's chest. A crisp clang rang out. The massive giant before him did not retreat as he expected. Instead of retreating, he advanced, pushing back with his hard chest plate. He parried the veteran's weapon with one hand, using brute force to pin him against the wall behind. After a violent impact, the warband leader saw a golden blur fill his entire vision. The next moment, he completely fainted. Dim, cold, and extremely dry, the apothecary was hanging upside down in the cell. The veteran Gastelum was stripped naked. After so many years, his armor had already become one with him. After being forcibly removed, he was now a bloody mess. Kazanov and Nian Siijin entered the cell shoulder to shoulder. The moment the apothecary saw Kazanov without his helmet, he realized this was the leader of the entire Luna Wolves force. His voice was hoarse, lifeless like his heart. So you surrendered? Decided to continue serving the false emperor, serving, it's been 11 millennia now, hasn't it? Ha 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 ha. His laughter was grotesque. The flesh and skin of his entire face seemed to be two separate parts, each making its own expression. His loose skin was still grinning, but his words came again. Have you forgotten who your gene father is? Have you forgotten whose blood flows in your veins? My father. Father wanted to create a world where we would always exist, but your false emperor is just a scoundrel who uses us up and discards us. As the apothecary spoke, he started laughing again. I'm sorry, you little brat deceived by the false emperor. You are too young. You haven't seen that magnificent war of yesteryear. You haven't seen the Gene Father's majestic stature. You haven't seen him command 100 responses, rule the galaxy, unrivaled under heaven. The two Primaris warriors simply watched, watching the traitor hanging upside down, babbling like a madman. Kazanov finally spoke, I am the Lord of the Luna Wolves, the leader of the brand new 16th Legion. The veteran Gastelum beside him also burst into laughter, you? A callow youth? When I shot a bolter at Sanguinius, you hadn't even been born. Oh, by the way, do you know who Sanguinius is? Ha 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 ha. Simple provocation could not enrage Kazanov. He just felt that this guy was bragging. He hadn't fought the real Sanguinius, but he had fought a fake one, and he only survived because of luck. This guy faced a real archangel? One sword strike would cleave you into 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces. You sold your souls, handed them over to your enemies. Humph, the warp, they aren't even things. Nian Siijin finally couldn't hold back. And how are you any better? Selling your soul to the false emperor, all you get is war, endless war, then you pick a place to die, as if you never existed. Selling your soul and dignity is not shameful, what's shameful is not selling it for a good price. At this moment, the two leaders of the Red Tide looked at him in confusion. You, a renegade Astartes, can say such things? You didn't just not sell it for a good price, you sold yourself and then counted the money for them. The veteran Gastelum, a bloody mess, twisted and writhed continuously in the cage. The apothecary calmed down, staring directly at Kazanov, like a slab of beef hung in a slaughterhouse. So what's next? Facing the traitor's questioning, Kazanov, as they had discussed earlier, said through gritted teeth, of course, we're fighting back. The Sons of Horus have been driven to the edge of the galaxy, and I still remember the origin of the Luna Wolves' name. We will fight our way from this very edge of the galaxy all the way to Luna, back to the depths of the Imperial Palace on Terra. From whence we came, there we shall return. Lies are crude deception, half-truths are Kairos' seduction, but jumbled truths are heart-shattering blades. Every word Kazanov spoke was true, but when jumbled and reassembled, it had a special charm. Upon hearing this, the apothecary seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. If you could do that, wouldn't all 9 traitor legions become a joke? What do you want? I didn't hear clearly, say it again. Kill Abaddon, annihilate the Black Legion. The Luna Wolves swear to kill the sons of Horus. The apothecary, for once, did not refute Mad Wolf's words. Indeed, Abaddon is not fit to be our leader. What the sons of Horus Warband hated most was that Abaddon killed Horus's clone. In any case, this was a form of patricide. Although Horus's body and soul had been annihilated, the consciousness of that clone was merely a vague projection composed of the impressions of Horus from many space marines, powerful psychic beings, too weak to even form a warp entity. Nian Sijin placed a hand on Kazanov's shoulder, adopting his usual posture when negotiating with the Adeptus Mechanicus. I'm glad we found common ground. Abaddon is a complete scumbag, and we want to kill him. So, we need an investment. Investment? Heh, you can't kill him. You are not the true Luna Wolves. You are not worthy. So, we are talking to you. What will a true Luna Wolves warrior experience? Everything you can imagine. The apothecary had just spoken these words when Nian Sijin, quick as a flash, shoved a small green sphere into his mouth, then slapped him hard. The small ball was swallowed. Brother Kazanov, I suggest you step out first, learn from Yifeng's spirit of eating, and come back in a while. Nian Sijin silently thought to himself, I hope your stomach is as good as Yifeng's, the following scene is likely to cause nausea. Nian Sijin was indeed a priest, but it seemed he had gone astray in the direction of an interrogator chaplain. Both men left, and the apothecary also left, the mortal world. The veteran Gasterlin seemed to have been forgotten, casually tossed into a cage. A prison for unimportant captives, discarded while organizing the flagship's interior space. Beside him were several chaos traders, including a limbless Night Lord. Chapter 390 Red flowers bloom among the stars. After Yifeng rendezvoused with a fuming Kazanov, they sped towards the storm sector. Mad Wolf rushed as fast as he could, but still missed the first battle. Yifeng responded to the distress signal from the Imperial trading fleet along the way and eventually confirmed it was a trap, with humans infested by alien brainworms throughout the 3 ships. For Yifeng, that wasn't important. Are there ships? Yes, that's all that matters. If you had ambushed with another 80 to 100 warships around, that would have been even better. Kazanov met with us here, and Nian Sijin talked with his apothecary and situator for a while, confirming the complete modification process for the Luna Wolves. Nian Sijin shoved a pile of miscellaneous items into the People's Light's cargo hold. They were not merely an escort fleet for trade ships, but also occasionally enforcers of justice, striking down alien pirates, especially the Drukari/Dark Yildari. Nian Sijin reported an encounter with Chaos Eldar. These darlings of Slaanesh, usually found only deep within the Eye of Terror, were rampaging outside the galaxy, likely Drukari/Dark Yildari who had not returned to the webway for a long time. After reporting his work to Yifeng, our political commissar, who is rarely seen, hurried off again. The great cause allowed him no slack. Subsequently, the first trade fleet set sail, the 2 fleets parting ways, with the People's Light heading first to a small outpost in the storm sector. It was a pirate stronghold, established by William when he was a pirate king, and it didn't have many troops. The People's Light emerged from a warp rift, and the entire star system was lifeless. William personally opened the underground stronghold's gate, but it was already deserted. Xiao Lan led the recruits into the base and couldn't help but sigh that this was truly Red River's style. Only the load-bearing walls of the entire base remained. Do you know where they would have moved to? It doesn't matter, we're not here for that. William pouted. Where to? The vast world is theirs to explore. Dandelion seeds drift with the wind, and when the gale sweeps across the land once more, the entire galaxy will raise its arms in triumph. William had great confidence in his mortal students. How about I lead a team to spread out? We don't have enough shadow drone fighters, so I might not get the information I want. Yifeng was shifting his mindset. Sometimes he really wanted to call up the Grand Librarian and ask him what he would do next if he were the most Waa'ik orc. Go wherever there are signals of war. After formulating a basic strategy, the flagship launched 30 Overlord-class battleships, racing in different directions, and several strike cruisers set sail, heading to nearby Deathwatch fortresses to see if there were any allies. The Deathwatch and Grey Knights had not provided large-scale support to the Imperial Expeditionary Force. With troop density halved, the Imperial Safe Rear often saw alien pirates and chaos incursions, keeping them incredibly busy. For example, the Grey Knights only had a quarter of their forces distributed among 9 expeditionary forces, the rest of their strength was busy pacifying chaos demons in peaceful areas. The flagship went into hiding and could not show itself casually from now on. Reconnaissance units gradually explored the edges of the battlefield, occasionally encountering fleeing orcs who emergency jumped out of the warp. The Imperial rear was not as stable as local officials reported. Many processing worlds, forge worlds, and even agricultural worlds had been struck by enemies, and many agricultural worlds simply hadn't been contacted for years, so officials were unaware. Imperial defenses were not entirely useless. Major General Barav was leading a massive fleet composed of cargo barges, transports, small frigates, and a lunar-class cruiser, fighting across the north and south. His unique tactics had allowed him to successfully hunt down battleship-sized giant orc warship many times, repelling orc attacks repeatedly, annihilating them completely before they could land on the ground. As for why he was only a major general, the planetary governor had said that no battles had occurred here, it was very peaceful, and the Imperial army was invincible. No battles naturally meant no military achievements. Major General Barav's efforts would not be recorded, and he had to fight to the end. Because he was already the highest-ranking military officer in the surrounding star systems, a general over 380 years old was killed in a surprise orc attack, and his superiors publicly announced that he had died of old age. The lieutenant general fought to the death, the bridge of his entire warship was pierced by a meteorite, and half of the command island was destroyed. Imperial officials explained this as an unforeseen natural hazard, accidental damage to the warship, which was currently under repair. All officials in the entire subsector tacitly blocked all news. General Barav wiped the blood from his head. A huge impact tremor just happened to send his face into the corner of the holographic table, leaving half his face covered in flowing blood. This is really bad. Engaging in boarding actions with these damned savage orcs is truly a foolish idea. The Major General complained to the female secretary beside him, but then shoved her forcefully, pushing her to the ground. Hold the bridge, that's an order. When the secretary stood up, Major General Barav had already walked out the door and used his captain's authority to lock it. The secretary calmly began repeating supply requests on the comms channel once again. Ammunition had run out, but from the planet, their answer was always currently being arranged, on the way. No war meant no ammunition consumption, and no consumption meant no ability to apply for supplies. The political commissar strode quickly outside, cursing under his breath, damned politics, damned Terran nobles, damned gilded young masters, not you, Herrick. The attendant beside him handed him a master-crafted chainsword and a las pistol, then himself gripped a two-handed bolter pistol. Sir, if I may be so bold, your aforementioned words could already be handed over to the Inquisition. The attendant said, but it seemed to be a joke. He was also a Terra, a very distantly related noble. By rights, he could take over command of the entire fleet, but no one was a fool. In such a battle where the weak attacked the strong, no one could guarantee victory. Once defeated, taking the blame would not be easy for a noble, so he simply acted as a hidden second in command. Herrick, use your connections. Is that damned Terra noble title so useless? At least get some supplies, even 10 macro cannon rounds would do. Sir, I've done my best. If nothing unexpected happens, the noble's emergency evacuation fleet will arrive in 3 days. Perhaps there's a glimmer of hope. No matter how distant his lineage, Herrick was a Terra noble. His authority was beyond what a minor noble from this remote sector could compare to. I'll bet you, kid, they'll turn tail and run when they see the battle here. The captain of the rescue ship was probably also a noble, and most of the nobles on his ship were likely cowards. As long as one major noble supported the evacuation, they would turn and flee. But I won't, sir. Major General Barav looked at Herrick's bright eyes. The hope of the people always erupted from such eyes. The general's arrival on the battlefield was a huge boost to the morale of the anti-boarding troops. Orc boys wielding axes and Gretchen had already pushed into the ship's compartments, and the mortal crew hid behind cover, their las guns concentrated beams killing orcs in swathes. General, it's dangerous here. Everyone, fix bayonets, bring all firepower, prepare for a countercharge. The general's words stunned the frontline commander. General, where should we advance to? To the ship's breach. Advance where? Advance into the orcs' lair, kill all the orcs. Barav stared intently at the captain, making him feel uneasy. General, if I may be so bold, the frontline commander swallowed, but then bravely continued, our soldiers have ample ammunition, and engaging in melee combat with the enemy is not the best option. Listen to me, I am only responsible for victory, and I will stand at the very front. The general pressed his las pistol to the other's forehead. Are you defying my orders? Order received, estimated 5 minutes for preparation. The frontline commander quickly began relaying orders, and even the transport soldiers carrying bombs in the rear were pulled to the front lines. In war, everyone wants to hide behind cover and shoot, but we have no supplies. Multiple engagements had taught Major General Barav that orc morale would not easily break. He had to decapitate the big bosses hiding in the back. Since there were no big bosses among the first wave of enemies, he could only charge in and find them himself. He couldn't expect his own troops' morale to drop slower than the orcs, or to have more ammunition than the orcs. Bring everyone who can move. This is a mass charge. Pile all firepower to the very front. Listen to me, if the people in front die, the people behind will pick up their guns and keep charging. Even the mess hall staff, bring your cleavers and come. Barav demanded a single, full-scale assault, to strike directly at the enemy's lair in one fell swoop. Herrick looked worriedly at the frenzied Major General. Our morale will collapse very quickly. When the warriors in front fall, amidst the hail of bullets, the people behind will hesitate whether to step forward and pick up weapons, especially those alien teeth. Barav took off his exquisite captain's uniform and draped it over Herrick, placing his hands on his shoulders, as if entrusting everything to him, or perhaps fearing he would flee. Listen, Herrick, I will charge at the very front. This uniform is morale, and it must never fall. A crisp shout, out of place amidst the raging battle in the ship's compartment, rang out. Brother, your uniform. A group of people appeared behind Barav. Herrick recognized them, they were the captain's family. Due to the long travel times of Imperial warships, senior officers' families were almost always brought aboard. The one holding a crude shield was the director of the engine room in the back, Barav's younger brother. The girl next to him holding the uniform was his younger sister. That uniform was a captain's uniform from 10 years ago. After it was damaged, a new one was requested, but the old uniform had been mended and stored in the wardrobe. The little boy, the captain's nephew, had just turned 16 and was holding a laser pistol, looking around warily. An old man, young children, hereditary servants, the captain's guard, such a haphazardly assembled force, yet each was someone regular crew members usually saluted upon seeing. Captain Herrick, when we charge, stay a bit further back, and try to keep close to the anti-boarding unit. The Major General donned his old captain's uniform with a dashing flourish, as spirited as he had been decades ago. He brought the comms unit to his mouth one last time. Attention all crew, this is Overall Commander Barav. All small ships maintain lance and laser cannon fire. Do not cease fire until the battle ends. Brave warriors of the People's Light, it's time to shine the Emperor's light upon these damned Xenos. Follow my lead, for the Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, the communicator was tossed to Herrick, his attendant. Several grenades were thrown, and a volley of plasma gunfire was Barav's final support. The Major General roared as he charged out of cover. Seeing his figure, all the warriors charged out without hesitation. Herrick couldn't understand this suicidal charge. He knew the enemy was numerous, reproduced quickly, and even manufactured ammunition faster than they could. The only winning strategy now seemed to be to expend all ammunition in the armory in one go, at the cost of human lives. Heavy firepower on the front lines fired incessantly, casualties on the front lines continuously increased, and those behind constantly replenished the ranks. He just didn't understand why the captain had to personally lead. He could understand if he himself led the charge. Barav's path of charge was long, filled with orc corpses and debris from slum-like ship compartments. The lively young girl was the first to fall. A stray bullet pierced her calf, and then a collapse caused by an explosion buried her. The old man fired precise single shots from the rear, but a motorcycle spewing black smoke suddenly burst from the side, slicing him in half with a single strike. Herrick didn't understand why his own kin had to die first. In the heat of battle, several uncles and elder uncles shed their scorched clothes, their bodies covered in terrifying old scars. They roared and charged, old but strong, hacking down several orc boys with their blades. Barav died, killed by a strange explosion. 3-meter-long steel needles pierced his body, one impaling his heart. Just as Herrick was about to speak, he saw the engine room director cover the captain's body with his own. His dark robe, combined with his stout build, blocked most of the view. A young man deftly stripped Barav's clothes and put them on, then turned and continued to charge forward. Herrick wanted to go up and see what fate ultimately befell the valiant captain. Drip drop. Blood dripped down. The engine room director, the captain's brother, wielding Barav's former chainsword, severed the body's head. After several heavy slashes, he threw it into the flames. The familiar flesh of the face turned charred black, the bonfire crackled, and the features gradually became unrecognizable. The guard detail tightly surrounded the area. The captain would not die, that tattered robe was still charging, he would never die. Herrick was the last piece of the puzzle at the tail of the charging squad, his captain's uniform blocking the view of the warriors behind him. The bloodline of ancient families on Terra trembled at this moment. Inspiring words were speeches they had known since childhood, but cruel death would spare no one. The flames burned. The charge continued. They blew down a wall, and Gretchen emerging from the pipes tore at the little boy's handsome face. Various strange machines rumbled. Meat boys drove dreadnoughts and kilogons forward, their spinning sharp blades cutting open many chests. The assault team had the best equipment. A formidable older sister blasted open a passage with a meltagun, her arms fractured by the powerful recoil, then tossed the large gun to a warrior beside her. That warrior was hit by an orc's bolter before he could catch the gun, his skull exploding. The meltagun crashed onto his headless corpse, lying on the ground. A suffocating feeling was in his chest. He quickly moved forward to pick up the meltagun. Suddenly, several Gretchen leaped out from the side, grabbing the meltagun's scorching barrel. Even the strong orc's palms were smoking at this point. Herrick scored 3 headshots on the Gretchen with consecutive single shots. Laser gun support from behind grazed his scalp. Herrick tossed his bolter pistol backward, intending to pick up the meltagun, but the next moment, an old, burly body suddenly appeared behind him. Holding the bolter pistol he had thrown with one hand and pressing down on the meltagun with the other, the old man met Herrick's gaze and let out a disdainful humph. Herrick knew him. He was an old man who had transferred to the mess hall due to his advanced age, and an old friend of Barav's. Although his cooking was notoriously bad, Herrick always got a full lunch when he served with Barav. "Leave it to me, kid." Barav pulled another trick. He pulled Herrick up. The captain's uniform had no reason to fall. One warrior after another perished around him. Herrick's clothes caught fire, and he only noticed it when an earth-shattering roar filled him with fear. The orc war boss's roar echoed through the massive compartment. The next moment, Herrick saw its massive body and heavy metal armor smash through the assault team warriors. The old captain's uniform flew high, then fell heavily to the ground. A strange anger erupted from the depths of Herrick's heart. The courage of ancient ancestors roared in his veins at this moment. The captain's uniform will not fall. I stand here. The captain's chainsword spun and landed at the war boss's feet. Herrick saw the old man, half paralyzed, leaning against a low wall, struggling to raise the meltagun with one hand. Several broad robes fell. Herrick suddenly realized the assault team was gone. So many people, nearly 100 influential figures from the ship, were gone. He held the bolter with both hands, firing continuously. He could hear the crunch of bones. Bolter rounds struck the orc war boss's face one after another, leaving craters on its metal helmet. The war boss's attention was drawn to Herrick. It turned its head, a bolter round exploding on its face. Protected by an invulnerable field, it only tore a bit of skin. This was an opportunity. Die. The old man pressed the Meltagun's trigger. The Meltagun's dense nuclear stream burned through half of the war boss's body. The old man's own half of his body was also torn apart by the Meltagun's terrifying recoil. Molten metal flowed into the fungus soup-like orc body. Herrick charged forward with all his might. The sacrifice of thousands was for this moment. The war boss roared. Having half its body burned away wouldn't kill it. A strong arm swung out, reaching for its weapon. The tattered captain's uniform flew up, half of it fluttering down in the air, covering the war boss's eyes. Wah-ay-ay-ay. The war boss blew a mighty breath, and the tough fabric was blown away. The moment it regained sight, it saw a rapidly spinning monomolecular blade. Herrick picked up the captain's chainsword and, with all his might, brought it down on the orc war boss's face. The orc war boss finally panicked at this moment. He saw a blood-stained face with bloodshot eyes. The orc's thick muscles were torn by the enraged machine spirit, and the massive Wah-aic psychic energy dissipated at this moment. The crew from the logistics, reactor, and administration departments, who had been trembling in the dilapidated compartments of the orc warship, suddenly found the orcs in front of them beginning to flee. They lost their will to fight, and their weapons scattered all over the ground as they ran. They, non-combat personnel, who didn't understand what was happening, plucked up their courage and raised unfamiliar firearms. A few shots, but not many hit the vital points of the orc boys. The mortals had just mustered their last bit of courage. The entire warship began to shake violently. The ship's going to blow up, run. Such rumors were everywhere on the comms channel, with few professional reports from soldiers. Everyone listen, I am the captain. Herrick paused for a moment. The enemy leader has been decapitated. We are victorious. Everyone evacuate the ship and let the lances destroy it. Lances do not consume ammunition. A single lance shot from a frigate unexpectedly caused immense damage. Large sections of orc armor were melted, and the breach extended deep into the warship. Herrick picked up the fallen captain's uniform and slowly draped it over himself. The chain sword in his hand unseasonably stopped spinning. A book he carried fell to the ground, its cover charred. Herrick could only vaguely make out the phrase. Liberation. He picked up the book, tucked it into his waist, and cut off the orc war boss's head. The massive mouth was still moving. He held the enemy's head high and retreated all the way back to the warship. Ahead is the rear world of the 46th supply line. We can start from there, gather information, or follow the Imperial supply line to reach the battlefield. Xiao Lan pointed at the map, speaking to William. Intelligence shows this was a major pirate hotspot decades ago, William. It wasn't you, was it? I recall there were a few centurions left behind. Trust me, the mortals I trained are definitely the best. William patted Xiao Lan's shoulder. The Astartes stifled their laughter. This was the Red Tide's chief instructor. Most Primaris warriors were his disciples or their descendants. Could they even compare? Could they not compare? Chapter 391, Red River. I have arrived at the battlefield. William, a small battle fleet has appeared on the flank. A Firestorm-class frigate from a Forge world in the Segmentum Obscurus, a Provoker-class light cruiser, a Tempest-class frigate. What was outrageous wasn't the size of his fleet, but that it comprised old and new warships from all sectors, ranging from 42K vessels to relic warships from the Great Crusade era. The warships weren't large, the biggest being a light cruiser, but the opulent decorations and an absurd number of noble family crests indicated that this was a noble fleet. Ignore them, maintain stealth, full speed ahead. The fleet quickly moved behind the flagship. Just as we were about to enter the warp, detectors showed energy signals of a fleet engagement ahead. Everyone immediately became alert. A battle barge was dispatched. This ship had a peculiar origin. It was originally a warship assigned to a new Primaris warrior chapter founded by Guillemon. It had joined us after being lost, but the previous owner of this warship had died inauspiciously. When this battle barge drifted out, Yi Feng actually breathed a sigh of relief. Do you think fighting fire with fire works? Matthew Rio, Lamenters, advance with me. Several warships encircled a mass of debris, firing until most of the ships needed to cool their lances before stopping. Herrick was now the nominal captain, but he made all plans for the next few days in one go, delegating specific tasks to the surviving department heads, then locked himself in his room. He didn't attend the celebration banquet, but he ordered the greatly relieved warriors to send their treasured fine wine into his room. After that, no one saw him for several days. Herrick looked through the small book the old captain had hidden close to his body. Many parts were blurred, but from the annotations on the side, he could guess a thing or two. On the fifth day, he confirmed two things. First, this was a condensed version of a book, and there was a thicker, more comprehensive one. Second, this was a war, a bloody ideological war. The target of the war was himself, and the prominent nobles behind him. He fearfully placed the small book in a very hidden spot, but he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. He wavered, and began to drink heavily. Half asleep, his thoughts drifted. Should he tell the Inquisition, or destroy it as if nothing had happened? Major General Barav's heroic deeds deserved the title of a hero. Captain, wake up. The secretary knocked hard on the door from outside. Herrick's head was muddled, the fine wine he had drunk now felt like an anvil pressing on his head. He staggered, tracing a graceful S-shape on the floor, and crashed heavily into the door, his arm exerting force as if to perform a suplex on both the door and himself. The door opened. The secretary saw the still drunk captain, pulled out an anti-hangover pill from his pocket, and, after much persuasion, forced it into Herrick's mouth. The Emperor's angels are here, acting Captain Herrick, sober up. Herrick was supported by the secretary as they walked out. The surrounding clamor gradually became dreamlike, and the scene before his eyes shifted between blurry halos and indistinct equipment frameworks, until a loud sentence completely sobered him up. We fight for all mankind. All souls wailing in war shall be redeemed. We will liberate every planet and eradicate all enemies of humanity. This sentence was exactly the same as in the small book. Whether it was the anti-hangover pill or his inner fear taking effect, Herrick's mind was incredibly clear at this moment. The Emperor's angels stood in neat formation, delivering a speech in the cathedral ahead. Almost all the crew members curiously watched the angels on the stage. Many had never seen an Astartes in their lives, while the very fortunate veterans were incredibly relaxed. It felt so safe to see them during peacetime. Then, the words of a few greenhorns completely broke the veterans. You weren't here when the war came. Several veterans really wanted to shoot that guy. It was his first time today learning of the existence of space marines. We will bring the Emperor's retribution to the enemy. Humanity's blood will not be shed in vain. We will retaliate with the most brutal methods. The surviving veterans were disheartened. Oh no, they're not going to launch a counterattack and conscript our fleet, are they? Damn it, it would be so much better to go back and rest. Why did they have to speak up? We just came off the crazy front lines, and they want to drag us back into war? Herrick's arrival was a shot in the arm. Most people hadn't seen the power of a space marine, but Herrick had fought alongside them, and he was at the very front. Esteemed Emperor's angels, this is our acting Captain Herrick, a noble of Terra. Even the announcer was very proud at this moment. This was a noble of Terra after all. The space marine's eyes were filled with indifference. Herrick mustered his courage and said to the great angel, everything is peaceful here. We have done our duty. The Astartes asked for some information regarding the surrounding war. Herrick knew more than Major General Barav. After all, he was just a major general, and Herrick was a noble. As he spoke, he pondered whether he should tell the angel everything, even though they might already know. He tried to elicit information, and the Astartes also spoke a few sentences similar to those in the small book. After much thought, Herrick decided to go all out. These were space marines. If they thought this way, then it was a matter of great importance. Esteemed Emperor's angel, may we speak privately? Some information cannot be of top secret clearance. Herrick mustered his courage, wanting to take out that small book. He wanted to know the truth. Where was the small book? Herrick had clearly hidden the small book before drinking, but now he couldn't remember where he had hidden it. The Astartes just watched him twist left, then right, his body unconsciously moving. Herrick tried his best to show aristocratic elegance, but he still looked very awkward. I understand. The orc infestation will not last much longer. While we are away, you must hold on. Victory will come soon. This statement from the Emperor's angel was almost equivalent to dismissing him. The conversation was over. Herrick was anxious. In his haste, he started reciting from the small book, from its very beginning. He recited very haltingly. The Primaris warrior scrutinized him, and in a flash of lightning, drew his combat knife and held it to Herrick's neck. I'll give you one chance. Tell me everything you know. Also, what you are looking for is in your shoe sole. 1 hour later, Herrick, invited to tour the Space Marines warship, stood before William. Are you saying that Barav and his so-called family all died in close quarters combat with orcs, because your ammunition supplies hadn't arrived for a month, even though a vital Imperial Forge world was right behind you? William's expression and actions showed no change, but a terrifying aura rose. In just a few seconds, Herrick's back was drenched in sweat, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Yes, I can stake my life on it. William slowly circled Herrick, observing this young man. So, why are you giving this to me? Are you betraying your class? Because Captain Barav entrusted it to me. He entrusted everyone on this ship to me, and I cannot disappoint him. William shook his head slightly, somewhat disappointed. I hope someone can overthrow the damned rule of those bureaucrats. Our blood should not be shed in vain to whitewash bureaucratic achievements. I fought alongside everyone on this ship. A slave on the lower deck took a bullet for me, though I don't know his name. A female clerk from the administrative department lost her arm in front of me, and I still feel guilty that I couldn't pull her away. Herrick said a lot, and yet seemed to say nothing. William waved his hand. I'll ask you one question, the current crew or your family, choose one. The crew. Even if it means facing each other with blades. As per the Emperor's will. The Emperor is silent. As my heart dictates. Now, you can call me comrade. William took Herrick away. They talked for quite some time, until the reconnaissance unit confirmed the exact location of the war, and the fleet prepared to set off again. William threw Herrick back onto the warship, asking one last question as he left. You are an intermediate generation. You haven't witnessed the collision and eruption of great ideas, nor will you see the bright illumination of the future. Are you still willing to move forward? William left without waiting for Herrick's answer. Herrick silently answered in his heart. Just like you. The main forces of the Red Tide began to converge on the final battlefield. Guilliman wielded the Emperor's sword and fought Magnus, and the entire hot spring bathhouse became dilapidated. The power of Qing had corrupted Guilliman's favorite hot spring. Waters filled with corrupting power surged forth, clashing violently with the flames of the Emperor's sword. Steam drifted in the deepest part of the space hulk. Several Qing demons rushed over to assist the Thousand Suns Primarch. They only dared to stand far away, casting some interfering sorcery. Magnus was well prepared. He carefully maintained the battlefield within the bathhouse, and not without reason. Guilliman was always the aggressor, while Magnus often used the spring water for defense. The Emperor's sword cleaved through layers of massive waves. Alfarius's consciousness dominated. The flames of the Emperor's sword were weakening, but the sorceress power contained within the spring water had not diminished. He decided it was best to retreat first. The Primarch suddenly turned and rushed outwards, appearing as if he was annoyed by the Qing demons constantly casting sorcery outside and wanted to deal with them first. The demons all used their dark arts, viscous sewage and strong gales simultaneously surged towards Guilliman, and powerful psychic pressure restricted the Primarch's movements. Guilliman, however, pulled back. Though moving backward, his speed did not diminish at all. He slammed into the wall sideways, and with a slash of the Emperor's sword, the floor below was burned with a large hole. He leaped down. Magnus was greatly startled. This fighting style was not his brother's usual conduct. The corrupted machine spirit of the Space Hulk frantically spun the innermost warship, altering the path of Guilliman's advance. This Space Hulk was different. Dozens of warships adrift in the warp had been fused together by corrupting power, forming a hollow sphere. The innermost warship was where the two Primarches currently were, countless iron chains as thick as bowls locking down this massive vessel. Flashing sorceress energy flowed from the chains into the giant ship. On the surface of the Space Hulk, human warships trapped by gravity devices and falling, along with orc asteroid pods, were everywhere. Life was brutally slaughtered on the warships, demons feasted, and the howling of souls made experienced Astartes believe it was the whispers from within the warp hulk. In reality, it was the flow of soul power. The souls of all creatures who died here were absorbed into the central giant ship. Magnus would use this to launch a grand sorcery. The matters of the warp were largely known to the Chaos Gods. Nurgle's garden being burnt by the Emperor was common knowledge among demons. Mortarion dragged the Emperor's living Saint Primarch into his garden and got a good beating, so, how about I send him into Slaanish's palace? Tsianch planned thus. A greater daemon, lurking in Slaanish's domain for many years, was already prepared. Throw Guilliman in, and the enraged Emperor, if not beating Slaanish senseless, would at least heavily hammer Fulgrim and kill a few more Slaanishi demons, right? When the Emperor's attention shifted to Slaanish, Tsianch's infiltration into various aspects of the Imperium could accelerate. Tsianch planned thus, who would be the living saint this time? Still that old woman Celestine? Or a brand new attendant? He focused his attention on the humans fighting on the surface of the Space Hulk. A Catachan strong woman hiding in the movable metal ruins? Oh, she was so at ease. A political commissar, this was a possible target. Haha, what's that? Isn't that an alpha who pledged allegiance to my great god of fate? Mixing in here? At this moment, Po Jia had emerged from the Gorgut ruins, boarding his giant ship. He was beating the Skull Boss while modifying his mech. In the short time the giant ship sailed towards the Space Hulk, Po Jia built a terrifying mech. His skin color became dark, looking like a primitive orc bitten by a snake, but bigger, stronger, and more cunning. The Ultramarines were in a panic. The Regent's figure could not be found anywhere in the Macraj's honor. The Wings of Despair were damaged, and a Primarch couldn't possibly have run out of the flagship. The searching Victrix Guard grew increasingly anxious, stories of loyal Primarches disappearing flashing through their minds. Dorn had disappeared just like that, without warning, completely vanishing on a chaotic battlefield, leaving only one hand behind. It's over, I lost the Primarch. At this moment, everyone's hope rested on the prophetic librarian. The battlefield was in chaos, the Imperium of Man was in disarray, and with a giant roar from the sky, the Red River Fleet made a dazzling entrance. Over 50 capital ships, with almost no frigate escort formations, suddenly warped into the battlefield. Mogin was gathering his remaining forces, regrouping to launch a decapitation strike against the orcs again. He looked up and immediately froze. The speed of the Overlord-class battleship exceeded any warship he remembered. Such a massive battleship brazenly charged into the orc fleet, elegantly firing a series of torpedoes, its bombardment cannons striking true with a single shot, then departed gracefully. He stared intently at the holographic battlefield image composed of multiple auger arrays. Behind each Overlord-class battleship followed a large number of orc missiles. A trail of black smoke was flung farther and farther away, eventually self-destructing and detonating because the orc missiles were too far from the Wadaic psychic field. Even those red-painted missiles couldn't catch up to the crimson warship with cloud patterns. It was simply the White Scar's dream ship. Mogin only confirmed one thing, whether they were on the Imperial side or not. He confirmed the authenticity of the Crimson Torrent chapter with the Storm Seer, and over a dozen chapters appeared following his leadership. The White Scars, fighting long-term outside, had little intelligence on the Imperium, but the Storm Seer quickly confirmed the information of these chapters. Except for those claiming to be Guilliman's hidden fleet, all matched up. In the comms channel, an extremely impatient custode's big face flashed by. The Overlord-class battleship stylishly pierced through the battlefield, completing its debut on the official Imperial stage. Some Imperial Navy stubbornly believed these were creations of the Dark Mechanicum and ordered their ship's main guns to turn, but a minute later, they found that the cannons turned slower than the ships flew. By the time they aimed, the Overlord-class battleship was already out of range. The Adamantium warriors didn't care about the doubts of those Imperial officials, they immediately set their sights on that Space Hulk. Indeed, Orc's vision is always surprisingly consistent. William was pushed aside by a massive cannon barrel. The Grand Librarian said with extreme certainty, "See those orc ships? Don't even think about it, the biggest orc Big Mech definitely wants to capture this space hulk. With that, the Grand Librarian took the lead, without any notification, directly warp jumped onto the space hulk. He was still cautious, not directly teleporting inside, but to a low altitude near the ship, using his anti-gravity flight device to approach the hulk's surface. Yaaiik. It spread out almost psychically. At this moment, the surrounding orcs looked around in confusion. Where are the sexy Gretchen that can pull out delicious mushrooms? The Grand Librarian's shout immediately made all present factions assume he was an orc mech. Although his appearance was peculiar, his combat power was not inferior in the slightest. The dark matter railgun spewed out pitch-black shells, and anything it touched was annihilated from existence. A large number of adamantium warriors then descended, transport ships raining down as if they were free. They were all stolen, so no heartache. Piles upon piles of adamantium warriors descended, led, of course, by the Lamenter's chapter, whose unparalleled combat prowess and unwavering loyalty would make the Emperor weep and the Sisters of Silence's hearts ache. Yi Feng had gathered the forces of 6 full chapters this time, with thousands of recruits on standby. Upon landing, the warship below immediately caved in. The dense appearance of anti-psychic armor severely weakened the psychic corruption at various connection points of the space hulk, and a massive collapse brought the Lamenters to the lower levels. Yi Feng ordered Kazanov to land between the Space Marines and the Grand Librarian, guarding the Grand Librarian, and deployed some Night Titans to conceal the Grand Librarian's figure. At the same time, he ordered Valis to lead a fierce assault. Demons must be fought, orcs must be fought. In short, just fight. The People's Light was floating invisibly in the distance. What are you afraid of? Yi Feng was now also uncertain whether the fierce battle was due to the daemon-infested space hulk or the massive orc offensive. Po Jia's heart was very firm. I'm going to take this warship, no one can stop me. Po Jia, driving his warship, was about to crash into the space hulk. At this moment, Guillemon was rushing through the ship's passages. The surrounding corridors were twisted into strange angles, making it difficult to discern his current location. The Primarch tried to use his footsteps to orient himself, constructing a 3D map in his mind, but it quickly turned into a tangled mess. The internal structure of the warship was constantly changing. Guillemon had been going in circles here. From time to time, demons would appear before him. They timidly unleashed a few sorceries and then immediately fled. The Emperor's sword was truly a weapon that could completely destroy them. The Primarch initially didn't give the minor demons a chance to escape, going up and utterly incinerating them with a single strike. Soon, Guillemon realized that the demon's appearance was merely to buy time. He no longer bothered with these demons but focused on finding a position for the assassination. Magnus had not left the hot spring. His single eye now appeared ethereal, and a giant psychic eye slowly condensed 3 inches above his head, looking around. A small part of Xianch's authority, the Primarch could now see what every Xianch daemon saw. However, you must be careful, minor demons might also deceive you, it's a tradition. Magnus saw an area on the space hulk where dense large warships appeared. The formation they created almost made it their home ground. Orbital bombardment, combined with mysterious warp ghosts, made it almost impossible to determine what kind of force it was. Had they dismembered thousands of Sisters of Silences and were each advancing with a bone on their heads? In Magnus' mind, an image of an Astartes appeared, holding a large, pale thigh in his left hand and a chain sword in his right, charging. Then it changed to an image of an orc Big Mech using a large bone as a weapon. The unknown always fascinates. Ha, my brother, have you returned? Alfarius responded to his former brother with a stab from the ceiling. The Emperor's sword tore open the spherical ceiling of the bath, and precious gems rained down. Guillemon, while bathing in the hot spring, had often gazed up at the sky, where countless gems formed the myriad stars. Now, the Emperor's flames burned on every gem, smashing into the spring water and evaporating all of it dry. Magnus' blade and the Emperor's sword clashed. It constantly shifted, its end turning into a long whip that struck Guillemon's back. Guillemon, using his superior strength, suppressed the Thousand Suns Primarch. The holy sword cut Magnus, and the wound healed very slowly. Now it was Magnus running and Guillemon chasing. What does it matter? On the surface of the space hulk, more and more humans died. Soul power was absorbed by the damp floor, dark walls, and mysterious pipes, continuously flowing into the central warship. The veil of reality was torn, and the entire warship was being dragged into Slaanish's domain. Chapter 392 Rescue Plan? Yaaiik and it's over. The space hulk was in a very strange state, on its shell outside, anti-psyker abilities, Yaaiik. Psychic energy, and the power of gods clashed, while inside, the massive ship, bound by chains, was slowly fading, gradually transforming into a warp connector, sailing towards Slaanish's domain. The Grand Librarian detected abnormal warp fluctuations inside. In front of a librarian skilled in warp teleportation, changes in warp fluctuations were not easily hidden. The Grand Librarian felt he could easily teleport into the space hulk, which was highly unusual. Without the aid of a teleport homer or teleporterium arrays, he felt he could easily perceive the internal structure of the warship. The mysterious treasures drifting in the warp lay exposed within a veil of green mist, beckoning him. Maroris instinctively sensed a trap. There was never a free lunch in the warp. Having spent a long time with Yi Feng, although he was disgusted by his body full of untouchable bones, he had to admit that where anti-psyker abilities were present, it was truly safe. Sometimes, the Grand Librarian wished he could lock Yi Feng in a missile and carry him on his back, then, when in doubt, launch Yi Feng like a hidden weapon. Everyone, listen to my command. Assault the interior of the space hulk. Immediately breach the core area. Grand Librarian, what about you? Terminators, go in and find a wide area, deploy teleport homers. I need 3 homers placed closely together before I can warp in. The interior of the Space Hulk was so cramped. What kind of Night Titan would participate in a boarding action on a warship? Imperial warships were puzzled to see Night Titans walking on the surface of the Space Hulk. Had one of our Night House transport ships crashed there? At this moment, the Black Consul's chapter made a daring attempt. Except for the Orc warship, most ships stayed far away from the Space Hulk, as its terrifying gravity devices would pull them down. However, a strike cruiser suddenly accelerated to maximum speed, charging towards the Space Hulk. It reached a very close distance. The elite Black Consul's assault squad even felt they didn't need boarding torpedoes, they could just use their jump packs to land. The warship schemed low, then pulled up with full power, pushing the performance of the entire ship to its limit. Weaker human crew members were pressed to the floor by the powerful centrifugal force. The warship carved a beautiful arc in near Space Hulk orbit. As it departed, the warriors below even had to shield their helmets to prevent the strike cruiser's ion exhaust from scorching their eyes. This special forces unit encompassed almost all classifications: infiltrators, suppressors, raiders. Nominally, their main mission was to gather any Imperial forces that had accidentally crashed onto the Space Hulk, explore the ship's interior, and disrupt the actions of orcs and demons, whatever they might be planning. In reality, when an Inquisitor who had crashed onto this warship sent out a distress signal, he provided clear intelligence on some enemies. Besides Qing demons, there were also a small number of Chaos traders, including word-bearers from a certain warband. The Black Consul's chapter would never forget that symbol. They were a rebuilt chapter, a chapter rebuilt by a small number of fringe individuals. The main force had bravely sacrificed themselves in a Hive City siege. Their opponents were a combined force of word-bearers and iron warriors. Every Black Consul's warrior swore to capture an enemy alive to find out exactly what had happened then. When the insignia of that warband reappeared inciting reports, they began their operation. Side quest, go and see what that vast expanse of golden stuff down there is. And so, the chapter champion, looking at his adamantium armor and the sea of adamantium warriors before him, fell into contemplation. Red Tide, I merely made a slight move, and already I am at the chapter's peak. The leading adamantium warriors wore ancient second-generation adamantium armor, with many more ugly third-generation adamantium warriors behind them. The Black Consuls were momentarily unable to determine whether those hideous things were Astartes or Adeptus Mechanicus Skitarii. However, he saw how terrifying the dense array of adamantium warriors was. The surging tide of orcs was crushed like weeds. The demons directly withdrew from this sector, and the passages below were filled with Gretchen charging from afar. They came from Po Zha's side. A Black Consul's captain, holding the sacred relic and untouchable shield approached. Although a communication system had been established, he still distrusted the terrifying sight before him. Compared to swathes of adamantium warriors, I'd rather believe I've been corrupted. Thinking this, the shield moved even closer to his head. Passing through the adamantium warrior's hail of gunfire, he was the first Astartes to rendezvous with the Red Tide. As he entered the formation, his eyes quickly scanned the terrifying war beasts on either side. Warriors several heads taller than him carried a large array of weapons. Bolter rounds accurately shot at the orc boys in the distance, even the battle-eager orcs were maneuvering. Supplies were continuously airdropped from behind. Several lunar-class warships, escorted by unseen heavy capital ships, completely obscured the sky above. This was an impregnable fortress. There were also some Night Titans in the core area, for unknown purposes. He walked into a huge pit. Behind a crude, creaking mechanical door, he saw William, without his helmet. The command post was chosen here seemingly just so he wouldn't have to wear a helmet. William's first thought was to say, "Since you're here, why bring gifts?" But out of respect for the Imperial Expeditionary Force, he held it back. Everything you see now was arranged by the Regent. Since he is missing, we are here to assist the Expeditionary Force as per the original plan. You can think of us as a special joint force, like the Death Watch. The Black Consuls were staunch supporters of the Codex Astartes, and this captain was no exception. A chapter alliance is a violation of the Codex. Then, the captain didn't know what to say. Anyone who saw the scene would be stunned for a moment. We need some support. Your chapter should have acquired this type of warship. You should know that the characteristic of this type of unit is slow movement, not suitable for searching for enemies or pursuing them. I hope your forces can provide us with enemy coordinates. It's fine, feel free to call on us, just use us as a Devastator Squad or Centurion Heavy Support Unit. The captain's mouth hung open, his mind blank. When he opened his mouth, he hadn't even thought about what to say. Does the Inquisition have a cooperation with you? No, of course it's with the Adeptus Custodes. Do you think the Inquisition could have such technology? The captain was still pondering how to confirm this was the Emperor's will when a light stomp caused the Space Hulk's hull below to suddenly collapse, and the entire command post dropped one level. Before everyone could regain their footing, they found a tidal wave of orc boys appearing from all around. Waik! Where are the Gretchen with delicious mushrooms? By the Emperor's grace. William donned his helmet with his left hand, and with his right arm, he grabbed the Black Consul's captain and threw him behind him. The adamantium armor's strength was so great that the captain almost fell. Having just steadied himself, the booming sounds of various guns around him were incessant. Heavy plasma guns fired, hellfire heavy bolters roared, mixed with mysterious melta gun rays. At this moment, the captain truly believed these were Adeptus Custodes units. Even in the Ultramarine's armory, there must be very few of these things left. He drew his combat blade, but didn't know where to strike. The enemy hadn't even gotten close. A dozen adamantium warriors surrounded the area tightly, their well-trained formation protecting the personnel inside absolutely. Only the big boom bullets ricocheting off the spherical armor bounced around him. Directly below him, the Grand Librarian's teleportation was complete. The 3 teleport homers brought him into an empty transport warship. This was not the designated location. The Terminators were not confident they could charge through the front. Inside the transport warship, 2 corrupted land raiders blocked the way, surrounded by renegade Astra Militarum tank units, turning the area into a fire trap. A fire trap? I am the firepower. While the Grand Librarian unleashed a furious barrage, he chanted a counterspell to weaken the psychic shield above. The dark matter railgun propelled destructive energy spheres at super high velocity, instantly creating large spherical craters ahead. The trader's land raiders' front armor didn't hold up for long, the reinforced ceramite quickly melted away. A fully intact Thousand Suns sorcerer and the Grand Librarian stared at each other, then a violent psychic collision erupted. Amidst a psychic mist, the Grand Librarian's bewildered words echoed, "There are still Thousand Suns traders with intact bodies." The enemy chivalrously disappeared, the psychic smoke screen his final cover for the surrounding forces. But where could these massive war machines run to? The Grand Librarian's majestic figure irresistibly kicked through the enemy's defenses. The head of the Space Manta didn't even activate, the large sphere simply slammed down, crushing a renegade Rhino transport. With the Grand Librarians covering fire, the Terminators, after suffering some casualties, occupied the transport warship. The passage opened, leading to the hull of a Pilgrim warship. The Space Hulk, composed of a jumbled mix of many warships, had an internal structure as chaotic as Tsianch's crystal labyrinth. Red River, I shall strike in the form of Kern. If there's a wall, blow it up. If the route is incomprehensible, hack through it. Can killing demons ever be wrong? Several Terminators were preparing to blow up the wall ahead when the Grand Librarian, with a paw, scared away the bomb-laying squad. Marorus's mech jumped up, striking a diving pose in mid-air. Arms raised forward, the entire mech spun half a turn in the air, plunging headfirst into the ground. Then, from the Grand Librarian's other arm, the ion dissolution stream from the Space Manta activated, directly burning a large hole in the floor. It's truly troublesome. It would be better to let the Space Manta devour this entire Space Hulk and sort it out later. The Grand Librarian pushed forward until the Manta's thrusters overheated, and a straight passage, maintained by psychic energy, appeared before everyone. If you look down from above, it appears winding and twisted a Tsianchian optical trick. In reality, it's a straight line. Several Terminators curiously poked their heads out. Several Tsianch demons curiously poked their heads out. 56 eyes met, and both sides felt a bit awkward. Our Terminators are all recruits, how could they go wrong following the old librarian on the battlefield? Just jump. The Terminator's squad also descended, chain swords falling from the sky, aimed at the demons' heads. Some smaller demons reacted too slowly and were crushed to death by the Terminators. The successive daemon banishments attracted the greater daemon of Tsianch's attention to a hammer, it was already at their doorstep. On the inner wall of the hollow shell, 2 large explosion openings appeared simultaneously. On either side of the gradually ethereal warship, one side held the Terminator's squad led by the Grand Librarian, and the other held Po Jia and his personal guard. The greater daemon of Tsianch saw this situation and decided that direct invisibility was the best option. Sure enough, both sides opened fire furiously upon meeting. However, a phased warship separated them. The Orc shells and the Grand Librarian's firepower all landed in Slaanish's domain. The Slaanish greater daemon, who had just climbed out of bed, was bewildered, as a statue had appeared in his home. He shouldn't have been curious, but Slaanish commanded him to check the situation. The weakening of the reality barrier was a common occurrence, wild psychers often entered here unconsciously, joining the paradise of pleasure, and small spaceships were frequently thrown here by warp storms. The greater daemon touched the slowly appearing statue, it was well made. Immersed in the warp for so long, the statue presented a bizarre beauty. It was just a bit hot to the touch. Hot as your romantic, flowery, egg hammer. This was a disintegration field, a power ram. The warship's bow gradually revealed itself, instantly collapsing the greater daemon's bedroom. Then the hull gradually materialized, crushing the bedroom, and a thick macro cannon misfired, blasting the bedroom to pieces. The greater daemon cried out, and Slaanishi demons leaped out from who knew what corner. A large amount of gold coins rained down, each with a small golden mouth, clattering onto the warship. Some parts of the warship had not yet materialized, and the gold coin demons fell directly inside the warship. Alfarius felt increasingly uncomfortable as he fought, the surrounding space was repelling him, and the Emperor's psychic power gradually weakened. He ran with all his might across the warship, searching for an area where the Emperor's sword still burned brightly. Damn it, I should learn from Fukin and install a teleportation device on my adamantium armor. He ran, surrounded by Magnus' laughter from all directions, as if there was no place for him. Brother, won't you come out and see? An old friend visits, and you don't show yourself. Have you been squeezed into snake jerky? The radiance of sorcery illuminated this warship. Humph, have you seen Chagatai, Magnus? Fulgrim, wielding 3 indescribable objects, attacked from afar. His pale skin, tinged with purple, appeared unusually seductive. The arrival of the 2 Primarchs made this part of the warp extremely unstable, with chaotic storms everywhere. Alfarius did not want to engage them in the enemy's domain. Amidst the high-pitched gasps and annoying whispers of the warp, he keenly caught other sounds. That was an explosion, a physical explosion, and it sounded so pleasant in his ears at that moment. The king of assassins' speed and stealth reached an unpredictable level. With a few flashes, he arrived at the battlefield where gunfire raged. He saw the familiar orc boss commanding the big mechs to open fire. He also saw a group of Terminators guarding a makeshift dreadnought, exchanging fire with the orcs. The Black Legion warriors found the large hole blasted by the Grand Librarian. Several members of the assault squad jumped down. The first one down was rather unlucky, being crushed by Po Jia's psychic attack before even landing. The Grand Librarian didn't expect that deflecting enemy attacks could accidentally injure allies. The second assault trooper activated his jump pack for a controlled descent and finally got a clear view of the battlefield. Holy cow! My father! Among the crowd, he instantly recognized the faint figure of a Primarch within the ethereal warship. Without a word, he activated his jump pack, preparing to crash headfirst into the warship's wall. The Guilliman's son's shout made the Grand Librarian realize what that blue mass in the warship's phantom was. Again, without notifying the warriors, he directly warped inside. Alfarius saw a Black Legion warrior warp in from outside and immediately became anxious. Isn't this just a trap for you all to jump into? Fulgrim in Slaanish's domain could kill any space marine he wished to kill, even Karn wouldn't stand a chance. The Black Legion warrior did not crash into the warship's wall as he expected, but passed through the armor's phantom, entering the warship's interior, into Slaanish's domain. At the same time, a psychic blast from Magnus followed. Guilliman decided to withstand this blast to save the life of his son. He raised the Emperor's sword high, calling out to his father in his heart. The greatest human, my father, the Emperor, please turn your gaze. Whoosh! Furious psychic energy flared, and the Grand Librarian's body appeared before the Primarch. The assault squad warrior crashed into the Grand Librarian's back. The foam dissipated, Magnus' blast instantly overloaded the Grand Librarian's void shield, and the heavy armor in front of him melted like butter. The Grand Librarian exerted all his strength to stop the blast. At this point, all his external armor had disappeared, and the original cast iron dreadnought was exposed within Slaanish's domain. Every machine spirit within him was in turmoil, they rebelled against the Grand Librarian's rule, and Slaanish's corruption descended instantly. Alfarius didn't know what this thing in front of him was, but he recognized the Red Tide's emblem. Get out, quickly, or it will be too late. It's already too late, my dear Guilliman, Fulgrim's voice came from ahead. Magnus had disappeared from here at some unknown point. The Grand Librarian's ears were also filled with Slaanish's corrupting whispers. Only the strongest Primaris warriors could withstand this corruption, otherwise, the Choral Pituitary would overload the Belisarius call before you fell, then kill you. Maroris forced himself to calm down, immersing most of his power into the machine spirit of the Voxcaster. A psychic roar echoed through half of Slaanish's domain, Kaldor Drago. William led his team into the battlefield, with the transport ship ahead. A squad of reserve Terminators appeared in front, immediately noticing William's arrival. The Adamantium warriors advanced with heavy steps, their formation exuding a terrifying oppressive force. The Terminators were engaging the demons outside. They moved skillfully, suppressing with bolter pistols in one hand, deftly dodging vital areas against incoming psychic bolts with a simple sidestep. Several demons, after growing in size, tried to rush the Terminators. The reserve squad coordinated tightly, severing the demons' large legs with a few slashes, causing them to topple, then cleanly killing them with a decisive blow. From a distance, the Adamantium warriors began providing fire support, a rain of bullets falling on the demons' heads, except for William's weapon. William fired a continuous burst from his bolter at a Terminators. A psychic barrier lit up, blocking the attack. The Thousand Suns sorcerer turned around, not understanding how he had been exposed. William expressed, "Our Terminators don't seem this fierce, do they? I might not even react in time to your moves." The Thousand Suns sorcerer was speechless. Your Terminators are recruits, he thought. The tricked Thousand Suns sorcerer activated the trap early. Several bombs exploded, and the ceiling overhead fell. Originally intended to crush a group of Adamantium warriors, its current position could only cause a slight delay, blocking the entrance. A large section of the ceiling fell. Someone was standing on it. No one knew why Kazanov was there, but he was there. As the ceiling fell, Kazanov's face was illuminated by a lightning-wreathed power claw. The howling gale couldn't keep up with his speed. The mad wolf struck like lightning, tearing apart his opponent's Terminators. The Thousand Suns sorcerer chanted a spell in terror, his entire body exploding with a bang. All that could be seen was a naked Astartes agilely sprinting across the battlefield. Several demons grew in size to cover him, shielding him behind them, then disappeared. What Thousand Suns sorcerer? Isn't this an alpha librarian who worships Psianch? Right, only an alpha could pull off something like this. The leader fled, and the remaining few were not so lucky. The mad wolf's attacks were swift and brutal. Zayahu savagely tore through reinforced ceramite, and Piao struck with blinding speed, slicing the enemy's head into 4 pieces. Kazanov's sudden appearance virtually wiped out the surrounding Terminators. Faced with a terrifying warrior whose chainsword couldn't cut him and who could kill you in half a second, even alpha veterans felt fear. The greater daemon of Psianch realized he could no longer hide. He had remained invisible during the battle between the orcs A and D. The orc knights. If he allowed these warriors to join the fray, the great god of fate's plan would be ruined. He heaved the floor, like an earth dragon turning over. The armor plates below rolled incessantly, like a metallic tidal wave. Kazanov almost thought the reinforcements from behind were Cancelo. The next moment, the greater daemon appeared, stepping on the metallic tidal wave. The last traitor Alpha was swept into the surge. Kazanov retreated rapidly, fragments crashing against his adamantium armor, and flying debris grazed his cheek, leaving several bloody marks on his bald head. The adamantium warriors' squad was not to be trifled with. The ground beneath their feet vibrated only slightly, as if they were shooting while standing on jelly, but this had no effect on the battle-hardened veterans. Anti-psyker bolter rounds shrieked at this moment. Taste the Lord of Humanities. Taste the Tio's resentment, you scoundrel. Chapter 393, Tsianch exits, Slaanesh ascends. Hey! I haven't come up yet. The greater daemon unleashed a vast expanse of psychic energy, intermingled with shrapnel condensed from the surroundings, forming layers upon layers of psychic shields. It looked like frozen tofu but was actually incredibly hard. The anti-psychic bolter rounds, upon touching the first few layers of psychic energy, triggered their splash fuses, and the spattering Tio brain fluid created a series of holes within this tofu layer. The psychic counterattack arrived instantly. The space around the greater daemon twisted, and the psychic energy it spewed formed a black vortex around it, from which a large number of Tsianch demons emerged. Accompanying the arrival of the daemon horde, a dazzling and deadly cluster of sorcery smashed towards them. The array of adamantium warriors effectively withstood the enemy's assault and launched a counterattack with various weapons. Behind them, a large group of Black Consul's Chapter Primaris warriors rushed over. The surrounding psychic interference was extremely severe, and the communication channels were heavily jammed. The captain relayed the information by running, pulling a group of Astartes who were ganging up on a word-bearers to this battlefield. Upon entering, he saw a giant daemon floating in the air, with a tree canopy on its head, but its lower body was indescribably spectral. The metal deck below had completely transformed into a vortex. He calmly moved behind an adamantium warrior, almost back-to-back with William, using the adamantium warrior's massive body to conceal his presence, clutching the pariah shield tightly in his hand. The other Primaris warriors were a step slower, who wouldn't be stunned by such a scene. Their multi-track thinking almost overloaded. They mimicked the captain, skillfully hiding behind the adamantium warriors. The whispers of the warp diminished. They used the golden centurions as cover, unleashing a bolter volley. The assault squad handed a jump pack to the captain, ready to charge into the sky under his lead at any moment. On the greater daemon's tree-canopied head, a fruit matured and fell, and the chaos daemon speech echoed across the battlefield. Past causes condense into fated outcomes, manifest destiny, boundless leaves, life and death as signs, cycles of obscurity. A large number of leaves also fell, circling the fruit. Each one was a manifestation of powerful sorcery. A spherical domain composed of 9 chaos powers unfolded, engulfing everything around it. Its range was enormous, even the adjacent compartments were affected. A squad of sisters above suffered a terrifying mutation, the lower-ranked sisters screamed in agony, transforming into an unknown warp substance. Only the sister superior, clutching her chastity pendant in one hand and wielding a chain sword in the other, mercilessly slew the traitors. In the adjacent compartment, an inquisitor howled, the sound emanating from his mouth completely unlike his own voice. His psychic energy was running wild, blue light flowing over his entire body as he tried to cover himself with powerful psychic suppression, but he was a step too late, his left calf had not yet been covered. Viscous liquid flowed from his tattered boot, his entire left leg transformed into a spotted tentacle, followed by his body. The psychic energy flickered weakly, it became an empty shell, and the mollusk oozed out through a small rupture, then it too vanished. The greater daemon's voice was at times deep, at times sharp, do not resist, that is your fated future, or perhaps past. You were always like this. Look directly at your destiny. The greater daemon wantonly toyed with souls, it could see twisted pasts, arduous futures, feeding on the changes of souls within this time frame, directly projecting souls into the distant future on the warp plane. And this was merely a small part of its sorcery. There were many, many more fruits on the tree canopy above its head. William was not greatly affected, but the temperature of his anti-psychic armor clearly increased, and the internal cooling system was running at full power. The adamantium phalanx advanced while firing. The meltaguns were very effective against the psychic frozen tofu, and they were close to breaking through the enemy's barrier. The swarm of lesser demons launched a pincer attack on the Astartes from above and below, but it achieved little effect. The curtain of fire was too dense, it was no longer a matter of aiming, but of sustained duration. The Black Legion seized the moment the psychic frozen tofu barrier disappeared, tapping William's adamantium armor just before it collapsed. The enemy's distance was just beyond the maximum range of a single jump pack burst. The veteran knew this, and he believed the enemy knew it too. So, a very unpleasant premonition came over him, and William felt his shoulder being heavily stomped on. The Black Legion captain performed a single jump onto William's shoulder, then a double jump into the air, only then activating his jump pack. The Belisarius call pattern flight module initiated overload mode, and the massive jet stream mixed with the missile's exhaust plume. The assault squad behind them followed suit, launching their attack after the captain. William felt a surge of indignation. He knew this was forced by circumstances, but he absolutely refused to accept it. It was a custodian who stepped on Yi Feng, who are you to step on me? A volley of missiles was launched, flying ahead of the assault squad to provide covering fire, their ion wake spraying the captain's face before speeding away. Several of the greater daemon of Tsianch's leaves fluttered, gradually dissolving in the air. The surrounding missiles also dissolved, turning into nothingness. A pariah shield alone couldn't kill it. No sooner said than done. Mad Wolf, who had been submerged by the metal wave brought by the greater daemon's entrance, suddenly burst out of the pile of fragments. The scars on his face had all healed, and he moved at lightning speed, his lightning power claws stirring up energy detonations in the air. That was the sound of the holy lightning field tearing through the corrupted psychic mist. Mad Wolf charged from below, his arms whirling to tear apart several imps, then easily leaped from outside the vortex directly to the greater daemon's body to launch an assault. He was a golden flash on the battlefield, leaving behind shattered sorceress remnants in his wake. His swift attack was instantaneous, landing on the greater daemon of Xian's lower body. This blow confirmed that the daemon was not playing any illusionary tricks. Then, his heavy strike plunged deep into the daemon's body, and the Emperor's might and Xian's sorcery erupted in a fierce confrontation. Above, the great tree lashed out a vine whip, striking heavily against the bodies of the other assault squad members. Several assault squad warriors fell from the sky, crashing into the daemon horde. A metal pillar shot out from the wall, striking directly at the captain, but the shield absorbed the evil psychic energy. Before the metal pillar could extend to a sufficient length, the Black Legion captain had already flown past it. The shield slammed into the greater daemon's branches. The captain wanted to leap on the branches, but as soon as his feet landed, the terrifying power of the chaos god on the greater daemon's body instantly corroded the sole of his power boot. The maglock device immediately malfunctioned, forcing the captain to smash his shield downwards with force. The branches trembled violently from the impact, and leaves fluttered down, then swept down from the air, heading straight for the gleaming bald head below. Kazanov roared, his twin claws striking out, instantly tearing the indescribably grotesque body in front of him to shreds. His power claws boiled, and the lightning from the power claws wove an energy net around him. Mad Wolf wielded his power claws so densely that no air could pass through, and the lightning field's power was astonishingly strong. The leaves releasing various sorceries were struck by lightning, turning charred and completely irreparable. Some lightning, after leaving the lightning power claws, still danced on different leaves, destroying the psychic carriers that had not yet released their sorcery. Above, the greater daemon's body was of unknown composition. Its tree canopy spun 360 degrees, and a thick branch struck the captain hard from behind, sending him flying. The Belisarius call pattern flight module had already activated in midair, but the captain's spine was completely shattered. He slid along the wall, unable to stop due to the corruption of his mag boot system, finally crashing into the corner, unable to stand. William didn't think he could have survived, that speed was almost comparable to a macro cannon shell. Mad Wolf, seeing his offensive from above restricted, plunged a claw into the tree trunk. The whispers of chaos grew louder, and the scene before his eyes became harmonious. The fate of the branches was sealed, the changes in the Space Hulk were commendable, he was not an ever-victorious general, failure could strike at any moment, and change alone could bring hope. Then, he would stand up like a man. The lightning power claws plunged deeper. William even felt Kazanov was somewhat dazzling at this moment. The performance of the lightning power claws was terrifyingly strong, the main trunk was charred by electricity, and lightning darted chaotically among the branches, leaves, and fruits. The fruits, spell preparations, were destroyed by the spreading lightning and flames before they could mature. Unripe fruits fell one by one, swirling and bobbing in the black vortex beneath the greater daemon's feet. The shattered lower body gradually submerged and absorbed the tree canopy. The vortex was shrinking, and the light of the warp was brightening. Kazanov, have you banished the daemon? Stay vigilant. Mad Wolf suddenly shouted. One fruit, after falling into the vortex, did not sink but bounced up, then rapidly sprouted and grew within the rotten old tree. In the blink of an eye, the greater daemon was reborn, and the sorceress light on its body grew even denser. The tree was not its true body was one unremarkable fruit hidden among 999 fruits. Great recluses hide in plain sight. The withered branches and leaves and the vortex below suddenly became forceful, tugging at Mad Wolf's body, and the adamantium armor even emitted cracking sounds. A worm that only knows how to use schemes. Thank you for the compliment, oh, worm. I haven't tried this yet. A brand new fruit fell, exploding in midair. Inside the peel was a freshly condensed worm. Kazanov felt the surrounding gravity become chaotic, several forces pulling at him, as if to tear him limb from limb. His promethium engine stopped working, and the machine spirit of his power claw roared once. In just a heartbeat, the surrounding gravity was reduced to a single force, pulling him to fall in William's direction. Roll. A volley of gunfire. Chop. Swords flashed, cutting down the demons that rushed forward for close combat during the firing interval. Roll. The other warriors continued to fire, William's arms spread wide. Chop. Kazanov collided with William's body, and the two golden suits of armor tumbled into the formation. The warriors behind quickly moved to the front to fill the gap. William almost spat out a mouthful of old blood but forced it back down. Mad Wolf was a little embarrassed, under the powerful psychic suppression, he couldn't control his body and practically flying kicked William over. Xian's sudden surge of power was not a preparation to contend with the Emperor through the greater daemon's body, but rather a signal of his retreat. Behind the sudden surge of revival and regeneration power of the unnamed tree-crowned greater daemon was a warp rift for teleportation. On this space hulk, Xian's demons began to disappear, replaced by Slaaneshi demons. They surged from the ship's center, the gate to Slaanesha's realm had opened. The bow and hull of the central warship were completely consumed by Slaanesha's corruption, with only a small area of the stern still putting up a desperate fight. Kaldor died. And then lived again. Warp demons continuously resurrected and died in their domains around him. The Grey Knight's Grand Master launched a psychic offensive with overflowing passion and absolute purity, completely unaware that he had died many times. A fallen Primarch, this was a worthy goal to fight for. The Grand Librarian admitted that at this moment, he didn't know what to do. Magnus' single psychic blast destroyed his Titan-grade void shield, burned through his adamantium-reinforced foredeck, and shattered his psychic defenses. Then the Thousand Suns Primarch fled, and Fulgrim came charging in. Fortunately, the Primarch of the Third Legion did not focus his attention on him. A group of Slaaneshi demons rapidly advanced towards this area. The Grand Librarian wanted to retreat, but within Slaanesha's realm, there were no reliable psychic references, and the light of the teleportation beacon was completely obscured. Both of his large legs and various devices began to fail. The Grand Librarian's command to initiate the self-destruct sequence couldn't even be transmitted internally. Fortunately, three things remained relatively sturdy: his Castellan Dreadnought, a TO railgun, and a space manta head. Even the auxiliary energy core lost control, leaving him with no power to drive the manta. The Grand Librarian used the TO's energy-saving railgun to destroy his uncontrolled limbs, then psychically self-destructed the railgun, which had lost its dark matter shell supply. Only a Castellan Dreadnought remained, and for a moment, he was still a bit unaccustomed. Oh, my 7-meter-long legs. They were real. The Grand Librarian's two short legs pedaled furiously. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen elevator shoes? I just wear 7-meter-high boots. If I take off my shoes, it's not like I can't walk barefoot. Clang. The rapid charge of the Slaaneshi cavalry sent him flying. This was the warp. Physical rules didn't exist. A single feather, with enough psychic power, could send Determinators flying. The Grand Librarian flew a distance into the depths of the Realm of Desire, only to be pulled back by Kaldor's surging psychic power. Guilliman and Fulgrim were clashing. The traitor Primarch with several arms clearly had the advantage, and Kaldor had to act as Guilliman's third arm, blocking the opponent's attacks, but he couldn't block a Primarch's cleave. Kalgar's lightning also had to ward off daemon incursions from multiple dimensions. The Black Consul's warriors who had jumped over earlier had already died. He had helped his father block the first blow and was now a Chaos Warrior, electrocuted into dust by the Grey Knight's Grand Master. Think of a way, think of a way. The sky-filled mist was entirely filled with desire. Behind him, in the only corner still in the real world, the Terminators and the Grand Librarian were no longer in the same dimension. They could see each other but couldn't touch. Poja was continuously unleashing Wadaik. Psychic attacks inwards. Oi think, a big ship oi fancied, can it really be snatched from my eyes? A Goth clan vanguard orc warboss was appointed by Poja as the frontline big mech, ordering the orc boys to fire inwards with all their might. Poja itself began to ponder. What was it? A meat boy warboss. It started to wonder how this warship managed this. It could understand a ship having another ship inside, it often put armor inside armor. But for your warship to internally jump into the warp, that was very Wadaik. Normally, don't you tear open a really big warp rift in front of the warship, and then whoosh drive the ship in? Poja pondered, severing a chain the size of a bowl. Such a thing was barely a hair's breadth compared to the size of the warship. It carefully caressed it, it was tingly and numb. Poja clapped its hands. I think this was to tie down the central big ship to stop it from leaving, but it turns out it was to send it away. No, that's not right. If it's tied down, how can you send the ship away? Poja expressed its incomprehension. The Terminators in the distance saw the largest orc mech fighting countless boys and war bosses, but it was constantly monitoring its movements. At this moment, the mech suddenly disengaged. My goodness! The Terminators had thought it was a small Gorkonaut, but it was actually proportioned like a Terminator's, with the orc war boss's body inside. They watched as Poja revealed its intelligent big head, then sucked on a chain. The green boys and red boys didn't understand what Poja was doing, cutting the iron chains that tied down the warship and then putting them in its mouth. Poja slapped its thigh at this moment. I understand now. There's Wadaik. Wadaik. Energy inside, sending the warship away. No, it has to be the other way around. Send the most Wadaik. Wadaik. Energy inside. I think this way it can come back. Poja ordered all the boys to cut down the surrounding chains and connect them all to its mech. The orc warboss began welding, riveting, and assembling in front of a large group of Terminators. Could the Terminators tolerate that? Yes. First, rescue the Regent and the Grand Librarian. Several Terminators tried to use the chains to pull themselves across from the side, but the warp at this moment was no longer a world where Tsianch and Slaanesh bordered each other, it was terrifying and pure inside. One warrior's chain snapped, and he was lost in the warp. Another, after being emergency pulled back, suffered a complete mental breakdown. In a mere dozen meters, he claimed he had fought demons in the warp for 10 years, and his adamantium armor had merged with his flesh. Everyone was at a loss, and communication was so bad they couldn't contact the chapter's various leaders. They could only crawl. Several Terminators tried to crawl out of the hole, but their adamantium armor was too heavy, and progress was slow. As the warriors struggled, a loud bang erupted next door, and a third large hole burst open. After the Red Tide and the orcs, what would appear from the third large hole? Both sides cast curious glances. A power sword suddenly thrust out, piercing an orc boy who was peering out of the hole, straight through the heart. For the Emperor, for Sanguinius. The Terminator's squad was overjoyed, the Lamentor's big shots. At least an adamantium warrior's squad. The arrival of these troops greatly suppressed the surrounding psychic energy. The Terminators explained the urgent situation, and the two forces hastily merged. While using their adamantium armor to stabilize the reality barrier, Matthew Rio proudly roared to the rear. My lamenters have been recruiting for so long. Although our numbers still haven't reached their peak, we also have our own librarians now. The librarian, walking at the very end of the adamantium armor squad, kept a considerable distance from the warriors, mainly responsible for traversing the paths where the lamenters had fought, checking for any surviving enemies to deliver a finishing blow, and incidentally acting as a rearguard, at least always keeping a retreat path open for the squad. The adamantium warriors formed a circle, allowing the librarian to enter. Librarian, come and see what the situation is now. The librarian glanced, then gasped, and began to twitch uncontrollably, as if falling into a prophecy. Matthew Rio was greatly alarmed. My precious librarian, he just entered service not long ago. He rushed to the librarian's side, then felt it was wrong since he was wearing anti-psychic armor, and quickly moved away. Ultimately, they formed a stance structure similar to a navigator and a Sisters of Silence standing in front of the navigator to block warp storms. This didn't help much with the deteriorating battlefield situation. But it was enough. On the Red Tide side, many chains were still connected, but due to the influence of anti-psychic power, the soul energy from outside could not be sent in. After the orc boys cut off the chains from other places, they were all stuffed into Po Jia's mech. In just a few minutes, Po Jia welded a large bundle of chain ends into a big iron ball. Half of the chains were connected to its mech, and half to the iron ball, which was held by its mech. Fighting, fighting, frantic fighting, war that excited the orcs. Po Jia tried hard to ponder the true meaning of combat. Gork, Mork, why do I fight? Fighting is fighting. The answer came as if from the void, and only Po Jia among the orcs heard this voice from beyond. Po Jia itself didn't know if its brain had heard wrong. But terrifying Wa'aik. Energy began to coalesce on him. Regardless, he was now at the very center of a massive Wa'aik. Orcs and humans, orcs and demons, even orcs and orcs. All the frantic fighting across the entire battlefield, the surging biological psychic energy converged upon Po Jia. Po Jia used all his strength, bit the big iron ball, and roared his loudest battle cry ever. Wa'aik. The power of Oithink instantly transmitted through the chains into Slaanish's realm. A keeper of secrets had just stepped onto this warship when it was suddenly thrown back by the orc's powerful psychic energy. Shalaxi gracefully spun around Maroris, as if performing an ancient courtship dance. The Castellan dreadnought's limbs were all severed, leaving only a square box. It allowed the Grand Librarian's psychic energy to blast into its body, screaming in excitement, its body continuously twisting. Suddenly, the entire deck was like it was charged with a powerful current. During Shalaxi's brief moment of slack, it was hindered by Po Jia's powerful psychic energy, and Kaldor seized the opportunity to pull the Grand Librarian back. Fulgrim flirtatiously used the tip of a dagger to lift Gilliman's face. My dear brother, join our joyous family, merge into my body. Alfarius was preparing to use his ultimate method. At the moment the Slaanish corrupted blade pierced his body, he would instantly revert to his original form, similar in size to a Primaris warrior, perhaps even shorter, and counter-attack while the bayonet missed. Fulgrim whipped his serpentine tail, piercing Kaldor's body. The thunder recoalesced. A Wa'aik. Instantly repelled Fulgrim. Everyone go home, everyone find their mothers. The ship of reality returned to reality, and the Chaos Primarches rolled back into chaos. Chapter 394 Pharmacist, working overtime, please do not disturb. The massive warship suddenly returned to the real world. Slaanish's forces were not to be underestimated. At Fulgrim's command, a greater daemon of Slaanish, along with surrounding demons, unleashed a terrifying sorceress attack. Kaldor used all his strength to withstand the assault. As the aftershock still reverberated within the warship, a powerful impact swept countless objects inside the ship, turning them into an unceasing storm of desire, howling through the corridors. Fulgrim was unwilling to let Gilliman, who was within his grasp, slip away. He threw a chaos artifact into the warship. Po Jia's brutal tug had flung all the Slaanishi demons out, because the warship hadn't opened a warp rift to enter or exit. Even standing inside the ship, they would have felt the sudden thickening of the reality barrier, and the surrounding warships would have become ethereal and blurry, disappearing from Slaanish's domain. However, some objects could pass. Fulgrim threw a mysterious blade into the warship. It itself didn't possess much Slaanishi power, which was unusual. It was more like a detonator without sorceress gunpowder loaded. The blade danced with the storm inside the warship, hidden among a mass of debris. Po Jia's power was fighting against the corruption remaining within the warship. It could drag this ship anywhere, even to Mork's feet in the warp, but I think this ship should be in the real world, so it pulled it back to the real world. The dying Alfarius hid behind the Grand Librarian. Anyway, the Grand Librarian couldn't move, and the square, cast iron dreadnought served as a good cover. In the domain of desire, Slaanish, no Primarch can defeat Fulgrim, Alfarius reassured himself. The storm continued to rage. The Grand Librarian grumbled, seemingly trying to teleport away, but the entire warship was filled with Po Jia's psychic energy clashing with Slaanish's psychic energy. He couldn't detect any distant teleportation beacon signals. Are you a librarian of the Red Tide? Alfarius tapped the Grand Librarian's back. I am a librarian of the Shadow Blade chapter. Yes, I've been with the Red Tide for over 300 years. In the endless torment of the cast iron dreadnought, the Grand Librarian sometimes experienced slight memory confusion. He could still suppress it now, but he didn't know about the future. Why are you here? My last order to you was to reclaim the lost worlds of the 500 worlds. I don't know, but given the efficiency of those little brats, it must have been completed long ago. The Grand Librarian was sleeping in a stasis field, so how would he know the specifics? Alfarius realized he had asked a foolish question. So, how many troops did you bring? Did Lin Xiaohao also come? Of course. I don't know why he ordered us to come here, but fighting is a way to repay the Emperor's grace. Under the Primarch's immense pressure, the Grand Librarian finally seemed a bit more normal. Alfarius wanted to ask something else, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a blade hilt with an Ildari aesthetic style, peeking out from a pile of debris. The Primarch felt something was wrong and raised the Emperor's sword, intending to strike it down. For some unknown reason, upon sensing the Emperor's power, the blade instantly emitted a dazzling light, and the storm throughout the entire warship converged frantically towards the sword's edge. The Grand Librarian only felt a terrifying psychic wave gather behind him, and the surrounding psychic energy seemed to be sucked dry. He exerted all his strength to unleash his psychic powers, and the Emperor's sword in the Primarch's hand also blazed fiercely. Alfarius felt his body weaken, as the Emperor had used every last shred of psychic energy within his body, pouring it all into the holy sword. Boom! The stern of the colossal warship exploded, the blast occurring precisely in the direction of the Lamentor's and Terminator's Grand Company. Thick armor plates were torn off like styrofoam, and the Red Tide's position seemed to have been hit by a supersized shotgun blast, leaving the entire position shattered. Fragments several meters, even dozens of meters long, were embedded in the outer hull, reconstructing the defensive cover. The shockwave caused intense air vibrations, forcing the adamantium armor's ear interface systems to shut down all external sounds to protect the angels, which made the wails and groans in the communication channel even clearer. After the impact, came the eerie psychic flames. Viscous purple flames intertwined with crimson fire, and black smoke gradually began to dominate the main view, slowly obscuring the breach in the warship. Matthew Rio groggily awoke. In an instant, dozens of warriors had died, and hundreds more had suffered various injuries. The Emperor's Angels' extraordinary physiques truly felt the terror of a warship-level catastrophe at that moment. A lightly wounded Terminators immediately rushed into the warship. Subsequent Terminators also began to move, they had been standing behind the adamantium warriors and were less injured. One word, seize. Seize every second. Before the orcs stormed into the central warship, they needed to occupy advantageous terrain first, to buy time for the subsequent forces to explore the ship's mysteries. The swift action of several Terminators saved Guilliman's life. At this moment, there was not a trace of the Emperor's power left in his body, and he was incredibly weak, with over a dozen fragments of Slaanish's Chaos Blade embedded around him. If even one had pierced his body, without the Emperor's power, his situation would have been perilous. The Grand Librarian wasn't much better. Although the attack was aimed at the Primarch, he was also caught in the blast, and his psychic barrier provided no protection whatsoever. The good news was that the Emperor protected both of them. The bad news was that the big box, he protected half of it. It was like, you try hard to survive, and my protection of you is just a matter of convenience. The front half of the Grand Librarian's dreadnought armor was completely torn open, his mutilated flesh exposed to the air, the food circulation system broken, temperature maintenance failed. Fortunately, his other important equipment was hidden in the back, but the Grand Librarian had also fallen into a coma. Alfarius's last conscious image before waking was two Terminators rushing in, then looking at them both with confusion. A massive tremor made Brother William, who had just banished a greater daemon of Xianch, lose his footing and fall to the ground. Mad Wolf's flying kick was truly life-threatening. Commander William, the tremor is coming from below. There's a hole leading down here. Brothers of the Black Legion, I'll trouble you to go down and investigate. Barton, take a squad and go down with me. The rest of the warriors, form a defensive line and hold this position. Some Slaanishi demons appeared nearby, frantically scurrying around, searching for areas rich in warp energy. The lingering sorceress traces of the Xianch daemon attracted them, but upon seeing the adamantium warriors, they fled in panic. In William's view, many demons were peeking around, preparing to attack. Where's Kazanov? He's gone again. Could he have already jumped into the hole? Barton said. Let's go. A mixed force jumped down. Upon reaching the bottom, they saw their own chaotic position, and a huge warship with a massive hole in the middle, connected by a few chains on the side. Several warriors were using the chains to send back two indistinct objects. A squad leader of the Black Legion's infiltrators was the first to react. My father. Their light armor gave them extreme speed, and the entire infiltrator squad dashed along the remaining chains. As for the other one, several warriors scratched their heads. What was that thing? Only William saw clearly, it was a familiar corner of a dreadnought. Grand Librarian. Quick, emergency rescue, call an apothecary. Emperor protect us. Among the warriors present, only William had seen the Grand Librarian before his modifications, back when they were struggling to survive in the second provisional Taiping Star region. The orcs roared and shouted, their battle lust high, assaulting the heavily damaged Red Tide forces from all directions. Some warriors were pinned under heavy metal walls, unable to move, only able to fire continuously, like an automated turret. Retreat, full retreat. William shouted. Matthew Rio's voice appeared in the comms channel, we've found the orc boss. I'm going to decapitate him. Emperor above, why is he so big? Brother William, I need your help. William didn't even think. According to the Lamentor's chapter usage guide personally written by Yi Feng, all their urgent requests were to be rejected. Request denied. All warriors, full retreat. William, this is the best chance. I see him. Matthew Rio stood at the very front of the battle line, fighting bravely. He could see Poja casually tossing away the large ball he had melted from a massive chain, while the surrounding big orcs fired their guns wildly, celebrating their boss's feat. I am the frontline commander. Obey orders. I command the Lamenters chapter and Barton's squad to provide covering fire in turns, and retreat with the wounded. Before William could finish speaking, all the warriors of the Black Legion formed a tight formation and ran back with the Primarch. Several adamantium warriors also carried the Grand Librarian on their heads and ran frantically. This was a hellish scene, with powerful Xenos everywhere, shattered positions and fires raging, warriors wailing. Many adamantium warriors were pinned down, some no longer moving, some cursing Horus. Decapitate the orc boss? With what? With the Grand Librarian and Primarch in such a state, and Khazanov gone, it's just you and me, injured? The adamantium warriors were severely low on ammunition. Having just dealt with a greater daemon of Tsianch, they now lacked the ability to even hold back the orc horde. I repeat, full retreat. Retreat, chapter master. The apothecary, while having a Terminator's help carry their precious librarian in retreat, tried to calm a warrior who had fallen into a shallow black rage amidst the rubble. There was still hope if they only heard the sound of Gasterland's Terminator's cannon fire, but they had to dig him out from the catastrophic collapse first. Matthew Rio took one last look at Poja, forcefully cleaved open the driver of an orc bike rushing forward, then turned back. What he saw was a field of wounded soldiers and low morale. The Grand Librarian's fall and the Primarch's unconsciousness had brought the morale of this mixed force to its lowest point. Let's retreat. I'll cover the rear. Matthew Rio fought and retreated, and the orcs did not pursue with full force. They all joyfully rushed into the warship that Diskull Boss had gloriously recaptured, and the meek boy could barely wait to start his wild ideas. Everyone slowly retreated to the surface of the warship. Various Imperial forces gradually converged there, Inquisitors, Battle Sisterses, Astra Militarum, Adeptus Mechanicus Guard, but no Grey Knights or Sisters of Silences. It wasn't because they were few in number, but because they were too specialized. At the beginning of the battle, upon receiving news that Makrich's honor had been boarded by demons, they used the most professional combat techniques to enter the Gloriana battleship and had only just finished banishing all invading demons. Just as everyone was preparing to construct a defensive perimeter to resist the daemon attack, another massive explosion rocked the Space Hulk. Flames erupted from the distant surface like a geyser, blossoming in the air, and shattered armor plates shot skyward. Wait. Shot skyward? Was the ship's gravity lock mechanism blown off? Brother William, as if possessed, looked around, carefully staring at the meteorites splashing into outer space, and then he saw Khazanov's head. He was lying on a large piece of blown-up meteorite, rapidly moving away from the Space Hulk. Their eyes met. Brother William confirmed that this was the Mad Wolf's doing again. The Mad Wolf confirmed Brother William's position. The Space Hulk's signal jamming was still active, but the Mad Wolf's involuntary violent reverse boarding helped him get far away from the Space Hulk. The damned communication system finally connected. Khazanov precisely reported Brother William's estimated position, called for a large number of gunships to land, and began an emergency evacuation. At this point, the priority was to retrieve the injured. The Ultramarines arrived like lightning, making it seem as if they were going to ram the Space Hulk with Makrich's honor. The surrounding Poja and Death Skull large fleets were converging. After picking up the casualties, the Imperial fleet slowly retreated. Only the Overlord-class battleship was still struggling to weave through the orc horde. By this point in the war, Calgar had just been wheeled out of surgery, Titus had only just recovered enough to stand, the Primarch was comatose, the Black Legion chapter master, after retrieving the Primarch, had attempted to decapitate Poja with his champions and had not returned, and the Grand Librarian was on the verge of death. Except for Morgan, almost the entire command structure was in the ICU. The White Scars chapter master took over command of the war. As for the war's progression, Morgan admitted it had completely exceeded his expectations. No one had anticipated the sudden appearance of chaos, which had caused heavy casualties among the Ultramarines. Yi Feng was originally directing the warship's attacks. The elegant White Scars-style tactics had successfully destroyed many enemy super warships, and in conjunction with the White Scars' main fleet, they were hunting down the fleeing orc warships of the Bad Moon clan. But upon hearing that the Grand Librarian was in trouble, the ship's entire elite technical force was emergency assembled, and even the Angels of Dawn Apothecary was alarmed and rushed over. Yi Feng had no mind for battle and ordered the fleet to approach the Imperial Expeditionary Force's position. Then he left the command center, watching from afar as the Grand Librarian was pushed into the operating room while Situare injected him with medicine. There weren't many old friends left. Everyone was holding on with their last breath. The war had dragged on, and the Imperial Expeditionary Force was physically and mentally exhausted, with insufficient supplies. They were all preparing to set up their positions for a final, desperate fight against the orc horde. The void of space had become a chaotic mess, with signal jamming even worse than within the stardust cloud. The terrifying marks left by various relic bombs hung like cosmic scars amidst a field of derelict ships. A damaged Imperial warship struggled to resist boarding orcs. They had pushed too deep into the orc fleet and were now surrounded on all sides, their lives hanging by a thread. The captain shouted for the ecclesiarchy personnel behind him to read the holy texts louder, while firing his worn laser pistol at the orc boys. Emperor protect! Emperor protect! Emperor protect! The captain's words seemed to have had a miraculous effect. The surrounding orc ships began to turn. The Space Hulk where Poja was located began to turn. The orc mech boss had taken control of this massive Space Hulk with astonishing speed. The Space Hulk was about to warp into the warp. This was a very rare phenomenon, called I think this battle is a bit boring. This situation could occur among orcs after prolonged combat with monotonous enemies, where there's almost no change in patterns. For example, when adamantium warriors phalanxes suppress orc tide attacks with artillery, and after charging for a very long time, with orc corpses littering the ground, some orcs might find the battle too boring. They would turn to seek more exciting battlefields, such as ambushing your rear, outflanking, or simply going to other battlefields for a while. Po Zha's vision was now more long-term. The entire the galaxy/Milky Way was his strategic map, and he pointed with his large hand. I think the shrimp boss, Primarch, of this force has fallen. I need to find a stronger enemy for a while. Terra, Golden Throne. He glanced at the massive Imperial fleet. The opponent still retained a considerable portion of its combat power. With his current fleet, devouring the enemy would be a boring and very long process. Leave it to my subordinates. He ordered Skull Boss, who had just joined his command, now to be called General, to take full responsibility for this battlefield. Po Zha piloted the colossal Space Hulk into the warp. The warship continued to be modified, and he would attack the human Forge worlds. Perhaps the Ryza Forge world, perhaps the Lucius Forge world, or even, the Mars Forge world. Did they think that with their boss gone, the human fleet would collapse? Typical orc thinking. Go ask Lorgar if that's how it works. Skull Boss, utterly bewildered, once again gained control of his fleet in this war. The nature of the war had changed. Skull Boss bared his ferocious tusks, his newly installed steel teeth. He ordered the boys to quickly repair the warships, manufacture shells, and seize all the shrimp's big ships. At this moment, Morgan ordered the Overlord-class battleship to accept his command. Yi Feng agreed, and a brief exchange took place, roughly meaning, I am also a warrior under the Khan, just do as you please, and we will cooperate with all our might. A staggering array of warship performance data was sent to Morgan. The warship's firepower was poor, aside from the bombardment cannons and nova cannons, there were few macro cannons, and no concept of a dense firing net whatsoever. The warship's speed was beyond imagination, primarily its extremely fast acceleration, completely disregarding the limits of what a human could withstand. Correspondingly, it was almost impossible to make turning maneuvers. All White Scar's warriors requested to board the Overlord-class battleship, but Morgan refused. The war could not wait a moment longer. Facing the severe dissatisfaction of his brothers, Morgan carefully chose his words. He ordered all warships to maintain their original crew configurations, with the fleet working together to eliminate the orcs. Boarding would take place after the war. The last sentence directly boosted the morale of all White Scars. It was as if the orcs before them were the culprits preventing them from driving the never-before-seen Overlord-class battleship across the stars. Morale instantly soared. The faster the Overlord-class battleship moved beside the White Scars ships, the higher the morale of the White Scars. The final outcome of this battle was the appearance of another Imperial fleet, which launched a pincer attack on Skull Boss's fleet. The Flesh Tearers chapter, an ancient chapter that, along with the White Scars and Black Legion, formed the command structure of their expeditionary force, appeared. After clearing out the remnants of the Snakebite clan and intercepting orc forces heading to the main battlefield, the Flesh Tearers chapter's forces keenly observed that the orc fleet's command had become unified, and their actions were no longer scattered and disorganized. The Iron Hands sub-chapter, skilled in destruction, did not immediately rush to the main battlefield. Instead, they waited for a wave of supplies. The fleet they led became frigates for the supply ships, charging into the battlefield. The arrival of this supply fleet revitalized the Ultramarines expeditionary force. They regrouped and, in cooperation with the White Scars, crushed the orc fleet. Skull Boss escaped into the warp with a small number of surviving large ships, the remaining smaller enemy ships scattered and fled. The rhythm of the war finally entered the pursuit battle that the White Scars excelled at. The long-awaited People's Light roared as it began to raid the surrounding star systems. From then on, scattered ships on the outskirts of the battlefield reported sightings of mysterious steel beasts devouring warships. I don't know what good orc warships are, but Space Manta never pick and choose, any resource will do. This battle reduced the number of orcs throughout the galaxy to a dismal level. Due to the presence of People's Light, the number of orc ships that escaped the Imperial encirclement was far less than the Inquisition's estimates. Both sides achieved their strategic objectives. The Imperium almost entirely eliminated most of the orcs in the galaxy, and Po Zha became the galaxy boss. Po Zha's boys multiplied extremely quickly on the Space Hulk, and there were training grounds. The giant ship in the very center, from time to time, would be filled with boys and sink into the warp. Even during the most peaceful and monotonous voyages in the real universe, they could achieve their fullest growth. Every boy was fully armed. In the endless war against demons, their physiques were strong, their equipment excellent, and they could even rival the bosses of some smaller clan. This fleet would seek an orc version of the 500 worlds. After making what Po Zha deemed comprehensive preparations, they would attack Holy Terra. Of course, that's a story for later. For now, the orcs were still drifting in the warp. The White Scars were urgently talking to the leader of the Overlord-class battleship. This is the Kogarus Storm. I am Morgan, Chapter Master of the White Scars. It is an honor to receive your communication. This is the flagship of the Overlord-class battleship fleet, Mantis Shrimp. Chapter 395 Vertical Banquet. Not many people on Terra remember the ancient creatures anymore. Even the most experienced storm seer wouldn't know what a pippy shrimp was. When the White Scars asked, we simply replied that it just looked similar. Chapter Master Magan Khan didn't waste words, he demanded to board the warship. Respected Magan Khan, shouldn't we be pursuing the orc forces now? I suggest that the White Scars chapter's forces combine with ours to form a mixed task force and immediately begin the pursuit. Chapter Master Magan Khan paused for a moment, then quickly reacted. There were too many eyes and ears here, the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Inquisition were watching. But, who was the overall commander now? It was he, Chapter Master Magan. Was there a problem with ordering the fastest warships to pursue? To hell with the Inquisition, let them find us first. The White Scars chapter master immediately ordered the Ultramarines to take over command, and all White Scars ships, in coordination with the Overlord-class battleship, were to launch a full pursuit of the fleeing orc fleet. Why a full pursuit? Because I could run in any direction, let the oil lads chase me. The Storm Seer reminded the Khan, what if this was a conspiracy? What if these Overlord-class battleships were enemies of the Imperium, and they lured us away from the main Imperial forces to attack us? Chapter Master Magan Khan immediately ordered all White Scars successor chapters present to follow their parent chapter and attack together. The Astartes fleet assumed a defensive posture and advanced at full speed. Before the Imperial Navy could even react, the White Scars ships had already sped away. The various factions exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the Phantom Dragon-class battleship, but there was no trace of the Phantom Dragon-class battleship. These warships were responsible for suppressing the Space Hulk. After the Space Hulk was unified by Po Jia, these warships withdrew outwards, completely outside the Mandeville point, and directly warped into the warp. The People's Light swallowed them whole and began repairs. Only a strike cruiser of the Red Tide remained, stating its intention to speak with the Regent. The Ultramarines rejected this proposal. We stated that it didn't matter, we were willing to wait. Don't ask, because if you do, it means your rank isn't high enough. The Imperial Expeditionary Force did not make any aggressive moves, morale had collapsed. The orcs were defeated, who didn't want to return for rest and recuperation. The biggest enemy had been driven away, next was the weeding work. The various warships were scattered, most of them surrounding Adeptus Mechanicus ships, asking them to repair their warships. Yi Feng and a massive number of byway army soldiers, equipped with almost every type of weapon and emergency equipment, boarded the Overlord-class battleship, which then sailed out of the People's Light. After a simple sleight of hand, it cleverly swapped places with one of the ships in the fleet. Chapter Master Magan Khan only docked with the Overlord-class battleship after traveling several star systems. This time, Yi Feng personally came out to strengthen ties with the parent chapter. As soon as the warship stopped, White Scars poured onto the warship in droves. Not only the parent chapter, but also the successor chapters that had been pulled along, eagerly, lined up. The Overlord-class battleship's hangar was very small, as it didn't rely on space bombers for combat and was primarily for transport. Now, the hangar entrance was crowded with transport ships, and many warships were in the same situation. Originally, the flight speed of the White Scars transport ships made Yi Feng mistakenly believe that the White Scars were on alert and didn't trust their own ships, so they weren't moving fast. However, upon entering the hangar, he saw that the transport ships were crammed full, with Astartes packed in like sardines. The moment the hatch opened, the high-ranking individuals maintained their composure, while the other warriors couldn't help but look around, claiming it was to confirm safety. The White Scars Tech Marine was particularly nervous. The White Scars mechanical technology wasn't particularly outstanding, and their numbers were quite scarce. If he didn't figure this out himself, there wouldn't be any other brothers to discuss it with. Unlike the Red River, where a group of Tech Marines went out like a tour group, if one didn't understand, there were still brothers. Yi Feng ordered the honor guard to maintain impeccable military bearing and execute the highest standard of welcoming ceremony. We had almost no ceremonial implements, so for the byway army, the soldiers lined up for this welcoming ceremony looked more like a weapons exhibition. Chapter Master Magan Khan disembarked and saw the warriors greeting him. They had long hair, wielded Guandeo-like weapons, and, except for lacking an eagle, they were just like White Scars cubs. Wait, that's not a Guandeo. On the long weapon shaft, instead of a broad blade, there was another short staff. Warriors wielding coiled dragon staffs stood at the front. Armor covered in honor medals and marks of loyalty? Non-existent. The adamantium armor was uniform. For aesthetic purposes, some ancient first and second generation armors were brought out, looking like Aquila pattern Terminators. At least they looked cool. Beside the coiled dragon staff warriors were the melted gun warriors. The ancient sacred relics were integrated, stolen, from several traitor legions. Chapter Master Magan Khan was startled. If this formation were to open fire directly, even a well-prepared storm seer using sacred relics might not be able to withstand it. The rows of warriors behind them were even more terrifying. Although concealed, the missile pods on their heads protruded high, indicating their fearsome firepower. Yi Feng was the first to speak, a warm welcome to the heroes of Kogaris aboard my ship. As he spoke, it sounded like a grand opening special at a foot massage parlor. Chapter Master Magan Khan gave a friendly response, and a large number of White Scars also followed into the welcoming formation. What annoyed the librarians was that they had actually set up a special welcoming channel for librarians. Why the special treatment? The Storm Seer took 2 steps forward, then silently moved to the next lane. Are you hiding, Sisters of Silences? It's giving me a headache. The chief librarian, being well-traveled, walked into the welcoming corridor formed by Terminators. As soon as he entered, he felt something was off. The one at the front was the most normal, an ancient iron-clad Terminator, weathered by time, a rare sight in all chapters. The second one was off. The chief librarian's heart skipped a beat, and his steps subtly shifted into a combat stance. Lerna and Terminator. Isn't this the Terminator's armor worn by the Primarch's personal guard of our old rival, Alpha? Then, the 4th Legion's siege Terminators came into view, followed by the 16th Legion's Gasterland veteran Terminators. This was a wall displaying military achievements. The Storm Seer became serious, even asking about the origins of these armors. It was like he was leading new recruits through the chapter's museum, showing them the heads of countless powerful enemies and recounting the chapter's glorious history. Asking questions is sometimes also a courtesy. Just to satisfy the other party's vanity a little. He spent more time traversing the corridor than Morgan did. The White Scars warriors went from initial excitement to caution, a feeling they hadn't experienced when interacting with any other chapter. In the hearts of the proud warriors of the first founding chapter, the status of the Red Tide slowly began to rise. To alleviate this brief awkwardness, Yi Feng demonstrated the use of the coiled dragon staff. The last member of the Adamantium Warriors' honor guard was an assault trooper, equipped with a combat shield. This seemingly useless combination was actually used to counter entities like the Necrons, whose attacks were completely irresistible. The purpose of the combat shield was to block one more attack. The White Scars were very impatient, but fortunately, we provided sightseeing vehicles. Anti-gravity motorcycles, for internal ship use. Archmagos calls anti-gravity motorcycles were powerful but overly large. Ours had both advantages and disadvantages in comparison. Chapter Master Morgan Khan, with great interest, rode a motorcycle and brandished a coiled dragon staff, his attack bypassing the combat shield and striking the adamantium helmet. Yi Feng ordered the warrior to raise his sword. The coiled dragon staff's long pole struck the sword, and the short staff rotated, hitting the enemy behind. The Khan realized the terrifying potential of this weapon. In Horus's words, the White Scars Legion's flexible and fluid fighting style was very suitable for dealing with Perturabo's rigid mode of warfare, but against the Death Guard, who specialized in defensive counterattacks, their disadvantage would be significant. The Khan has something to say. During an assault, the Khan's motorcycle was blown up by the Death Guard, and a group of Death Guard Terminators ganged up on the Khan. But if the coiled dragon staff were equipped, even the Death Guard might not be able to hold out until they could counterattack, their defenses would be more easily breached directly. Especially when the White Scars were riding motorcycles and wielding coiled dragon staff. While surprised, the other White Scars also felt a bit annoyed. We came to enjoy speeding, but you gave us motorcycles, then made us stay put after riding them. You really are inhuman. The Storm Seer finally arrived, fashionably late. After getting on the motorcycle, Yi Feng had a byway army soldier in power armor lead the White Scars to the banquet hall, while he stayed behind. There was no other way, our adamantium armor was so heavy. Speeding wouldn't be fast, and the warriors behind couldn't overtake, which was even more uncomfortable. Next, the byway army took the White Scars on a long ride, or more accurately, they sped along 5/6 of the circular battleship rapid maneuver track. Yi Feng traveled 1/6 in the opposite direction, and the two groups met at the bridge. Holding a banquet while discussing matters was an old habit of the White Scars warriors. As the saying goes, important matters are always settled at the drinking table. It's just. Yi Feng Khan, this is my first time attending such a banquet. Morgan looked at the tables and chairs completely glued to the walls and fell into contemplation. Your whole family are Spider-Men, you old perverts. Eating while standing on the wall with magnetic locks engaged? What kind of stuff is in this banquet? A complete collection of canned goods, right? Morgan suddenly remembered the Grey Knights. The last time he interacted with them, he had to eat the food of those ascetics, and it was truly awful. Yi Feng, on the other hand, stated that the acceleration of the Overlord-class battleship was too terrifying, ordinary Astartes could easily be pressed against the walls and unable to move. Then, why don't we treat the walls as the floor? Don't think of this ship as a warship, think of it as a rocket. The White Scars warriors heard this and exclaimed, Ho! A banquet while speeding? You're something else. Everyone was unequivocal. Several Khans, captains, and other important figures took their seats, while the other White Scars warriors, of course, were not of high enough status. Our tech marines took them on a tour of the torpedo tubes and Nova cannon weapon systems during high-speed maneuvers. The White Scars tech marines, of course, headed straight for the engines. Yi Feng Khan, I admit, I'm a bit impatient, several hot-headed captains said as soon as they sat down. Beside them were strange canned goods and tightly sealed wine flasks. Chapter Master Morgan, the mortals have been evacuated. Please pull the shock lever. After explaining the solid field, Yi Feng led the Khan to the control console. He himself hadn't been there in a long time. Next, the Overlord-class battleship would accelerate for a long time at half power. If it went full power, the banquet would end before it was finished. Once the banquet concluded, there would be another full power sprint. It is my honor, Yi Feng Khan. Afterwards, I wish to meet the builders of this warship, they are great contributors. Morgan Khan pulled the lever, and the engines immediately started. Neither Morgan nor Yi Feng had activated their magnetic locks, sliding across the floor. Just as they were about to hit the wall, they elegantly turned and kicked up onto the wall. The terrifying acceleration pressed them firmly against the wall, making the gravity locks underfoot almost superfluous. Come, let me introduce everyone, Yi Feng said with a beaming smile, already imagining the sour faces of the Wolf brothers when they returned to find their Colon wine stolen. Today's main course is canned meat manufactured by the TO. Through our relentless efforts in the Far East sector, we have finally demoted the TO from xenos to livestock for meat. Everyone, come and taste it. Let's see if they are even worthy of being beasts. Everyone burst into laughter. Some can't stop cons had already started opening wine cans. Everyone, today's accompanying wine is Colon wine obtained from the Wolf Brothers. Drink heartily. Morgan hadn't heard of Colon, but he understood Wolf Brothers, and their endorsement could not be wrong. Taking a gulp of wine and a few bites of meat, the banquet officially began. Various canned meats, such as strange fish, clustered armored beasts, and Fenris No. 2 Sky God, each with a distinct flavor, elevated the canned food convention to a new level. With each bite of food, the White Scars couldn't help but inquire about the origin of the Overlord-class battleship. For them, as long as the STC template was safe, it was a godsend, enough to proclaim to their ancestors that Yi Feng could enter the family tree. White Scars Hero Monument. I regret to say, Morgan Khan, this warship is not recorded as a complete STC template. Instead, it is a collection of various disassembled technologies, designed by an archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus. When Hato designed it, many of the knowledge sets in his mind were professionally STC certified, including the hyper-acceleration engine, which had clear Golden Age records but was not used because the Adeptus Mechanicus deemed it useless. The main heresies were the solid field and the TO's warp-skipping technology in the engines. Yi Feng Khan, please forgive my impoliteness. According to what you said, this warship is not entirely safe, and we have never heard of such a warship. I understand this is top-secret intelligence, but it is highly unusual for a Forge world to completely conceal the construction of a large number of warships. Morgan was a wise warrior, he smelled something different. First, the main issues with this warship lie in the technological breakthroughs of the solid field and some engine structures. I know this is hard to believe, but we have already built a large number of these warships and have accumulated enough flight time. The machine spirit is indeed susceptible to warp interference, but the good news is that we can achieve interstar system jumps without entering the warp. I will demonstrate this after the hyper-acceleration phase concludes. Yi Feng paused, carefully observing Morgan's expression. On the surface, he was calm, but in reality, he was stunned. Secondly, these warships, including the Forge world, are at the behest of the Custodes. The fact that the Imperium can see it now is a sign that a large-scale operation is nearing the completion of its preparatory phase. The warriors exchanged glances. Morgan drained his cup of Colon wine, almost choking. The potency of the wine exceeded his expectations, and the Khan's face turned crimson. Yi Feng could hear some heavy breathing. Morgan continued to converse with Yi Feng as if nothing had happened. Yi Feng naturally returned the toast. Seeing the two chapter masters start drinking, the second company captain also didn't stand on ceremony, following suit and downing a cup of wine without a word, then looking at the third company captain. The third company captain thought it was a signal for him to offer a toast, and he also downed his. The fourth company captain was not to be outdone, he never thought he was inferior to other company captains, including in drinking. And then, the baton was passed all the way to the last Khan. After he painfully finished an entire cup of strong liquor in one gulp, the tense atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly relaxed. Morgan shouted, "Good wine." Everyone exhaled a rich scent of alcohol. In this banquet hall, 10 years later, Wolfguard warriors coming here would have to sniff carefully, wondering if a safe was welded into this wall to hide wine. Morgan originally had some reservations, but upon hearing about the Custodes, he relaxed. As long as he met the Custodes, he could naturally fully trust this warship. Brother Yi Feng, you and I are both descendants of Chagatai. I've heard you are a descendant of the Green Templars, and I know their style well. For 300 years, we, far away at the edge of the galaxy, have heard of the Red Tide's achievements, and it has not tarnished the Khan's reputation. The two sides began to discuss their bloodlines, and half the matter was settled. Several Khans hinted, the Overlord-class battleship, it can't be considered Imperial Navy, right? It can only be piloted by Astartes, right? You see, can it be given to our chapter? Of course, of course. We have finally found our parent chapter today, you wouldn't believe it, back then we were destitute. Morgan almost rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Look at the warriors at the door, and you tell me you're destitute. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. This meant it was negotiable, they just needed to provide some equipment and supplies. How could they just take a sub-chapter's warship for free? We are a first founding chapter. We understand, we understand. What a poignant chapter history. Brother Yi Feng, rest assured, today our two chapters reunite. Although we have also suffered heavy casualties, as the parent chapter, we will never mistreat the brothers who come to assist. Come, let's toast to this great victory. Everyone drank another full bowl. As the drinking grew lively, one Khan stood up first. At a banquet, sword dancing and elaborate duels were important forms of entertainment. The Byway Army tour guide in his power armor drew his sword to meet the challenge. The two fought from the walls to the ceiling, then leaped back to the command platform floor. Their swordsmanship was sharp, each strike aiming for a vital point. Yi Feng took a gulp of wine, watching the Byway Army fall into a disadvantage, muttering, "Ash. Ah, it's just that we've practiced too little swordplay. Look, it still takes the powerful warriors of the parent chapter. Everyone, watch and learn." The Byway Army struggled to defend with a blend of Tai Chi and Khan swordsmanship, constantly seeking an opening. The White Scars Khan pressed relentlessly, each strike increasing his advantage, yet he couldn't defeat his opponent. His opponent was like tough rubber, no matter how he struck, he always bounced back, creating space for himself. At this point, the advantage of long-term wear of adamantium armor became apparent. He was as strong as an ant-ox, with slightly better stamina than the White Scars veteran. The byway army intensified the sword fight, constantly draining the Khan's strength. After a spectacular battle, he felt his opponent's power wane and his sword swing slow. The byway army seized an opening to counterattack, but it was a deliberate feint by the Khan. In the end, a sword was held to his chest, and he regretfully lost. Yi Feng also felt regret. The sword the opponent drew was clearly a good one. Why did he forget to equip the byway army with a slightly inferior blade, preferably one that would be split in two by the Khan's sword, so he could conveniently feign poverty and trick them into giving him some master-crafted power swords? However, Morgan's generosity exceeded his expectations. After receiving Yi Feng's affirmative reply that he would gift them an Overlord-class battleship, Morgan swiftly drew his sword. Its smooth blade and master-grade cloud patterns were revealed, a cold gleam flickering on the edge. The Imperial Creed was inscribed on the hilt in flyhead script. Brother Yi Feng, this sword is named Snow Eagle. It is a master-grade work by a Mars-forged general of old. Today, I present this sword to your chapter, symbolizing the closely intertwined destinies of us White Scars. May the Emperor bear witness to our friendship. Yi Feng quickly stood up and received the sword with both hands. Don't ask why he didn't decline. I'm giving away a battleship, what's wrong with taking a sword? This action made the Khans behind him pause. This was a chapter relic. The Khan's gazes let Yi Feng know this was not the time to say thank you. Respected Chapter Master Morgan. Just call me Brother Morgan. No, this is an important ceremony of gift-giving between chapters, Chapter Master Morgan. My chapter is still young and does not possess long blessed holy relics. Before Yi Feng finished, the expressions of several Khans changed slightly. But my chapter has never forgotten the call etched into the very blood of us White Scars, hunt the Emperor's foes, for the Khan, for the Emperor. I shall return the favor with one relic from each of the 9 traitor legions. An axe from the World Eaters, he had warehouses full of them, a needle pistol Alpha had used to ambush Yi Feng, a pendant from the Word Bearers suspected to be a psychic relic, a noise marine sonic blaster, a gemstone embedded in a scepter left behind by a Red Word warrior, a Night Lord's power claw, and a turret removed from a Death Guard Spartan assault tank. Only this one was still usable. The truly valuable ones were a relic counter shield from the Iron Warriors and an ancient weapon used by a veteran of Horus's Wolves. Although he didn't know the exact value, the symbolism was good. 9 traitor legions, never mind, he'd add one more himself, so as not to complete a set for Tsianch. He added a TOK V87 mech. Next, it was a case of throwing a brick to attract jade. I've thrown out the brick, even brought out a TO mech. It wouldn't be right if you didn't offer an ancient transport vehicle of similar size, would it? Chapter 396. We finally look like a group of White Scars. With the Overlord-class battleship's final impact, the feast on the wall came to an end. Morgan Khan hadn't seen the TO battlesuit, so he couldn't accurately judge its power level. Brother Yi Feng didn't make a move, entirely because he didn't know what kind of assets the White Scars had. His parent chapter's armaments were listed as unknown, suspected, or should be in Imperial records. Therefore, Brother Yi Feng directly proposed a coordination of armaments between the 2 chapters to leverage their respective strengths and make their combat capabilities more comprehensive. Morgan Khan naturally needed to invite Brother Yi Feng onto the parent chapter's warship, or even back to Koguras's Chuanzhou Monastery, but it seemed the Khan, and the captains, hadn't yet had their fill of the Overlord-class battleship. A group of mortals emerged from the solid stance. Most of the crew immediately returned to their positions. This journey had been exceptionally long, and they hadn't considered whether such a prolonged period of autopilot might lead to an accident. Next, we will demonstrate warp skipping, but the problem is, how do we make the White Scars trust us? If we intended to harm them, once we initiated the voyage, the White Scars would be isolated and helpless. They had no warships that could interfere with an Overlord-class battleship performing warp skipping. Morgan Khan seemed to have noticed our concerns. He was relaxed, reassuring the surrounding Khans, and inquiring about the navigation method for this type of jump. The White Scars warriors were well trained. Although most of the regular warriors were still touring, the veterans of the Spearhead Society had already occupied key positions. They could ensure that they would immediately reach critical positions to cause damage at the moment combat began. The Librarian and Tech Marine met and began to assess the safety of this warship. Brother Yi Feng hoped they would do so. The Overlord-class battleship needed to obtain official Imperial recognition and a safety certificate. Otherwise, every time it met an Imperial warship, they would always treat us as Dark Mechanicum and open fire, which was very troublesome. Generally speaking, this would require approval from the Adeptus Mechanicus of Mars, but ever since Guilliman awoke and Call was present, this approval had become optional, needing only the Regent's nod. The Overlord-class battleship entered warp in a relaxed atmosphere, while the White Scars battle barges proceeded to the target area under the guidance of the other Overlord-class battleships. Problems arose. Our warship's blessings were truly unreliable. Repeated warp travel indeed sent one warship into an emergency state. This exacerbated the distrust of the warriors remaining on the Koguras Storm battle barge, and when they arrived at the destination, the Overlord-class battleship had not appeared. Warp skipping movement was only 70% as fast as a normal warp jump. Every moment of waiting increased the suspicion of the warriors on the battle barge. Moreover, it wasn't safe here. The main mission was to pursue the orcs. From the dilapidated ship ahead, scorching flames were still being fired. These were the rooted forces of the Bad Moon clan. The 2 forces tacitly launched a pincer attack, but their firepower was very restrained, both fearing that a targeting error would direct artillery fire at the other, causing conflict between the chapters. William paced back and forth on the People's Light. He truly had no vehicles of his own that could be offered for exchange. The Flying Blade super heavy tanks and mastodons were out of the question. Land Raider raiders were possible, but the White Scars probably wouldn't be interested. The sweeper-type vehicles were generally driven by mortals, with only a few cramped spots for Primaris warriors. After much consideration, William couldn't make up his mind, and finally looked towards a very early, no-name product. The Shadow Drone Fighter, originally a small fighter obtained from the Night Lords, was now in relatively limited service. Additionally, there were supply transport flying trains, genuine Golden Age technology with technical certification. After William ordered these supplies loaded onto the warship, he still felt something was missing. He searched around and found an empty Contemptor dreadnought, but felt that gifting a dreadnought to the White Scars chapter was practically cursing them. Ah, he remembered, the big rockets. Adamantium armor's disposable rocket boosters. These were definitely needed, along with some adamantium armor. William toured the various Tech Marine warehouses on the People's Light. As he directed the removal of items, more and more Tech Marines followed him. Take them away, we can accept that, but if the returning items are of poor quality, we won't accept it. A group of Tech Marines clamored to go with the supplies to receive the new equipment. By the time the Tech Marines finally selected their representatives, the warp-skipping force had already arrived at the target area. The Overlord-class battleship immediately entered a state of war. Seeing the arrival of these ships, the warriors on the White Scars battle barge breathed a sigh of relief, then, receiving orders from Magan Khan, began to retreat. Attention, we will now demonstrate how to use these types of warships for high maneuverability combat. An hour later, Brother Yifeng and the Tech Marine Task Force boarded the White Scars battle barge. After a boring, long, and tedious tour ceremony, Brother Yifeng finally emerged from the lengthy simplified version of the Chapter History Museum. The White Scars' combat history was too long. Over 12 millennia, they had hunted too many enemies of the Emperor and enjoyed taking enemy heads as trophies of honor. Brother Yifeng even wondered if it might attract the attention of Kern. The chair and dining table used by the Khan back then were also preserved as sacred relics. Unfortunately, most of the Primarchus tools were forever lost with the destruction of the Sword Storm. It wasn't until everyone arrived at the armory that Brother Yifeng became serious. The Tech Marines' eyes gleamed as they looked at these powerful vehicles with excitement and regret. It was a warehouse of motorcycles and combat motorcycles, the most complete in historical models and largest in quantity, with practically one for every person. The White Scars rarely gathered together. These vehicles usually slept in the Chuanzhou Monastery, but this expeditionary force brought them together, and the vehicles were moved out of the warehouse accordingly. Brother Magan, we truly envy you. The wines of freedom still caress your cheeks, while I can only rot in this heavy adamantium armor. The tasks of the Emperor's emissaries, custodians, are never simple. I am proud of you and your chapter, brother. You are an excellent descendant of our Gene father. Magan would not ask what the mission was, just as Chagatai would not inquire too much about imperial affairs. Mainly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Which White Scars would be willing to give away their motorcycles? I wish to acquire some Guandeo and their forging methods. I have always wanted to use this weapon, but all of the Green Templars' Guandeo were destroyed with the annihilation of the First Company. Although, a Guandeo without a motorcycle is incomplete, let's look at it from a higher perspective. Let's pretend we are wielding the Guardian Spear of the Custodians. Several types of White Scars Guandeo are low-end variants of the Guardian Spear. They are very effective for intimidation, especially when a miniature bolter is attached, making them resemble the dread spears used by Achilles pattern dreadnoughts. For this request, Magan was very generous. What's wrong with us White Scars wanting Guandeo? It's a simple matter. Next, the sheer number of vehicles made Brother Yifeng's eyes red: large troop transports, rhino transports, razorback transports, and invader pattern ATVs. The collection here had a complete historical lineage, from the Great Crusade all the way to the Indomitus Crusade. Most rapid troop transports were displayed here. Brother Yifeng requested some. Simply put, shadow drone fighters and razorback transports achieved a 1-to-1 exchange rate. The reason for choosing this type of transport was that the size of our warriors required a recalculation of transport capacity. The razorback could perfectly carry 2 adamantium warriors and engage in combat with ample reinforced firepower. The rhino's size was awkward, squeezing in 3 warriors would be quite uncomfortable, affecting disembarkation speed in combat, and if only 2 were placed, it was unclear what could be put in the empty space. The White Scars Tech Marines' hearts were bleeding. They had maintained some ancient vehicles for countless years. Like the rhino, during the first activation ritual for the machine spirit, the followers of the Omnissiah would stamp 3 activation seals on its engine. If the vehicle started after the first seal was stamped, it meant it was a good vehicle. The White Scars had almost no razorbacks that only awakened after 3 attempts, they all awakened after 1 or 2. Their value was very high, and their machine spirits were very reliable. After exchanging many vehicles, Brother Yifeng believed that adamantium armor should be able to exchange for some ancient traditional equipment. However, it was regrettable that few warriors were interested in this type of armor, most were studying the disposable rocket boosters. A veteran of the Vigil Guard believed this had sufficient strategic value. Vigil Guard veterans were long-range fire support specialists responsible for covering comrades' retreats and were also deployed in battles to defend landing zones for vehicles. Magan eventually exchanged some, offering several Tartaros pattern Terminators in return. He believed that Brother Yifeng, as the chapter master of a White Scars subchapter, was too embarrassing without a Keshik guard. At the very least, he would transfer a few sets of Terminators from the Keshik for him. When your Red Tide chapter appears, if those chaotic traitor Terminators appear in unison, a timid commander might think the main force of the traitors has arrived. There were also many power lances. The White Scars loved this weapon, an excellent aid for motorcycles. Almost all cavalry, including knights, had the option of equipping this weapon. Brother Yifeng's purchasing requirement was a large quantity to ensure sufficiency. The White Scars Tech Marines thought they were crazy. Why would a chapter need so many lances? Only Brother Yifeng knew how large a force he had to support later. Not only did he need to build rapport with the White Scars, but all the other accompanying sub-chapters also needed to complete a round of transactions. Finally, Morgan looked at the flying train. It is truly a magnificent war beast, but is its speed too slow? We often use it for fire suppression in fixed airspace. As the number of warships increases, its use has become less frequent, but that doesn't diminish its terror as a war machine. Brother Yifeng pointed to the countless turrets on its dragon spine. It can be modified into an acceleration jet device, which would reduce the number of personnel and material carried. Additional engines and acceleration rockets take up too much space, but it can effectively increase flight speed. The White Scars Tech Marines stood in front of a large door, unmoving. They absolutely could not let Brother Yifeng see what was behind it. If he had just asked, Morgan, who was in high spirits and benevolent, would surely have given it away. The key was that the massive war equipment offered by the Red Tide was worth the price, and its attached STC template fragments were priceless treasures. Yifeng recalled Anos's secretive manner as he welded the STC fragment into the metal column, the bright welding light and sparks shooting out from between his legs, which looked very funny. I hope to obtain several sets of shadow drone fighters, and the method for forging power broadswords. We have always suffered from the adamantium armor's power swords being too short. The electronic Shadowhawks were White Scar's unique reconnaissance equipment. These small, bionic hawks could soar in most harsh weather conditions, providing great help to scouts. Since they weren't living creatures, Morgan Khan was quite generous, practically offering to send a whole train car of them. The Tech Marine began to argue with the chapter master, saying that if he managed the chapter this way, even the richest chapter would be squandered, let alone that they were already one of the poorer first founding chapters. At the White Scar's normal grand banquet, everyone finally relaxed, and the Byway army and the men of Kogaris exchanged gifts. The Khan hoped his sons would use artistic creation to calm their restless hearts. Every White Scar's warrior was a master calligrapher. Except for Yifeng. Many Primaris warriors who chose crafting as a side profession presented porcelain, pottery, and wood carvings. Yifeng looked at them and wanted to ask some of these masters to furnish his home. It wasn't until Morgan Khan gave him a painting that Yifeng realized, shouldn't I give something back? Looking at the Byway army, each possessing unique skills, Yifeng's old face flushed. How is your artistic cultivation so high? Don't you usually stand behind me, guarding me? Where did you find the time to practice painting and calligraphy? Morgan Khan, my method of calming my mind is rather peculiar and might not be suitable for this banquet. I will later. Oh, Brother Yifeng, aren't you treating us like outsiders? A White Scar's captain spoke first, happy from drink, and started to egg him on. What was Yifeng to do? He couldn't just rush into the kitchen and cook them 4 dishes and a soup on the spot. The Crimson Torrent chapter master, at this moment, had a flash of inspiration. My apologies, certain biologist Magos, I will borrow your name. Since the Khans are interested, I shall have someone bring it. A moment later, a large bundle of thick, long rice stalks was carried in by a warrior. The warriors present were all stunned. Brother Yifeng, are you a monk skilled in horticulture? Horticulture was rare among White Scar's warriors, mainly because there wasn't enough space on a warship, nor was it necessary. Yifeng waved his hand grandly. What is the Khan talking about? My chapter is impoverished. During the Green Templars period, over 600 warriors were crammed onto a single strike cruiser, so there was certainly no space for planting. We mainly solved the food problem during wartime. Several Khans were invited together to the center of the hall. The rice stalks looked like spears, and some Khans even thought a spear contest was about to begin, while others believed Yifeng would carve exquisite bamboo sculptures on them live. Yifeng drew his snow eagle, and with a swift cut, a large amount of grain was revealed within the rice stalks. Yifeng introduced this grain to everyone, emphasizing its small footprint and high yield. Bring water and fire. The rice stalks were immediately made into bulletproof plates. This unique skill stunned the White Scars into silence. Everyone enthusiastically ate bamboo tube rice while studying this strange craft. Some warriors even started a shooting competition, throwing stacks of rice cakes as moving targets and shooting them with kinetic weapons. It proved that the kinetic gun bullets used by some backward planetary defense forces indeed could not penetrate thicker cakes. One warrior tried for a double kill, but after the bullet penetrated the first large cake, it got stuck in the middle of the second one. I have been researching how to transform the necessities of war into multifunctional items. This rice cake is an achievement. It can provide extra protection for soldiers and is filling. The disadvantage is that you need a water source or canned food with abundant juice to eat it. Yifeng was quite confident at this moment. A true chef is an artist, best at turning decay into wonder. Morgan Khan took a bite of the large cake, and a metallic clanging sound came from his mouth, his poison gland trembling slightly. Morgan resisted the urge to activate the corrosive poison gland in his mouth. Brother Yifeng, with all due respect, this food cannot be consumed by mortals, and as bulletproof plates for space marines, it cannot keep up with the intensity of war. Yes, that's right. Yifeng was not annoyed. After being thoroughly mocked by Victor, he improved the recipe. Try soaking it in broth. Delicious meat broth was boiling in a large pot, and a servant quickly ladled out a pot of good soup, carrying it towards the Khan's table. In his haste, a servant forgot the rule from before the banquet began: do not approach Yi Feng. He carried a basin of meat broth and hurried to Yi Feng's side. The powerful anti-psychic force instantly made him faint, and the scalding broth flew from his hands. Yi Feng was quick-witted and extended the large cake. Not a single drop of broth fell to the ground. Upon contact with the broth, the large cake expanded at an astonishing speed, now resembling a wobbly, bouncy, QQ textured cake. Taking a bite perfectly solved the dilemma of whether to eat first or drink soup first. The super-hard bulletproof plate instantly transformed into a soft, delicious sponge cake. With one bite, the aroma of the meat broth lingered in the mouth, and the deliciousness of the soup even reached a new level. Brother Yi Feng, if we encounter an ocean planet in the future, we'll ask you to bake some cakes and throw them down. Who knows, it might turn into an arid planet. The Khans marveled at the astonishing water absorption of this large cake. However, Brother Yi Feng, this thing won't instantly drain a wounded person's blood, will it? Morgan's mind conjured an image of a shriveled corpse, with a huge, bright red, fluffy, slightly rounded spherical flatbread scattered beside it. The thought was somewhat chaotic. Of course not. Firstly, this food will be placed in the fabric layer outside the bulletproof armor, just like magazines in a normal ammunition pouch. Secondly, it won't actively seek out water, it will only absorb as much blood as flows out and won't actively drain your blood. Brother Yi Feng, what you're doing is far more meaningful than what we do. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Yi Feng repeatedly waved his hands, still contemplating whether he could exchange the rice stalks for something. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses, the banquet slowly dispersed. The sorrow of many fallen warriors still lingered over these warriors. Morgan Khan, a word in private. The 2 chapter masters sat opposite each other in the secret room. Yi Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Come closer, shroud yourself in the anti-psychic field. Brother Yi Feng, we have no intention of prying into your chapter's mission. Morgan seemed very nervous. No, this involves everyone, all of us, brother. What are your plans for the upcoming Expeditionary Forces War? Dividing into multiple fleets to pursue the fleeing orc fleet. There's nothing to hide about that. Yi Feng stared intently into Morgan's eyes. You will go very far from Terra, chasing the orc until the edge of the galaxy. That's as it should be. We may not bring all of our fleets. Some might merge with the Regent's expeditionary force to support other chapters' wars. Listen, brother, don't do that. You must try your best to keep fully supplied warships with you. Over the next few decades, your supply lines will be very long, but you must consciously accumulate supplies. When a major event happens, you will hear the news, you will understand as soon as you hear it. At that time, destroy the enemy's rear with all your might. Yi Feng's words were disjointed, but Morgan Khan was willing to believe his brother. In all their dealings, the White Scars always benefited. Morgan felt that the chapter's actual combat power had risen a level just from Yi Feng's few words, and this was certainly not out of Yi Feng's fear of his parent chapter. No one can be faster than us. Morgan also returned a cryptic remark. Ancient military songs rang out, and the Red Tide officially parted ways with the White Scars expeditionary force. The White Scars clans had more or less replenished some of their combat strength. Most clans wanted to return to their own monasteries for personnel replenishment, but Morgan demanded that they prepare for long-term warfare and make plans for replenishment along the warpath. The Mantis Shrimp's engines roared, ion trails streaking across the sky, disappearing beyond the debris ring of the orc ships. White Scars notification complete. The Iron Hands were the final target. The People's Light was somewhat excited, Anno's constantly trembling. The Grand Librarian was still enduring inhuman pain, Slaaneish's corruption had appeared on the Dreadnought's wreckage, and no one could guarantee that the Grand Librarian was still loyal. We adopted the most drastic solution, keeping the Untouchables nearby, hoping the Grand Librarian could endure this difficult time. All the Tech Marines had gathered around Enk, discussing the Grand Librarian's treatment plan. Most believed he should enter a Contemptor Dreadnought, but Enk expressed clear opposition. The Grand Librarian would certainly modify his body, which meant this Dreadnought would almost certainly have no successor. Each and every one of you, who dares to guarantee that if the Grand Librarian modifies the Contemptor, you have the ability to reverse it. Enk wondered if fighting fire with fire could bring the Grand Librarian's orc sanity back, for example, by trying to find a Leviathan Dreadnought. The Lamenters expressed their willingness to help. Upon learning the news, they handed a Dreadnought given by Imperial supplies to Enk. This was a Death Company Dreadnought. The mad warrior who had fallen into the Black Rage had already returned to the throne, and this Dreadnought was now empty. Could this also be considered fighting fire with fire? Chapter 397, Iron Hand with Strange Brain Circuits. The Iron Hand's expeditionary force was both easy to find and incredibly difficult to locate. Wherever the Iron Hands passed, scorched earth remained, the corpses of Xenos and Astra Militarum soldiers mingled, and no matter what a world was like before the expeditionary force arrived, it would inevitably become a charred black sphere after they left. The Iron Hands were also hard to find because their internal divisions had become too severe. The 10 clan had split the expeditionary force into 10 teams, each going their separate ways. Therefore, the Iron Hands expeditionary force's combat routes were extremely complex, with 10 smaller expeditionary forces perfectly demonstrating what it meant to be a legion born for war. The entire war network was like a vast web, and the Xenos and Heretics, in their desperate situation surrounded by conflict, found themselves firmly bound by this net. For this chaotic situation, the Crimson Torrent chapter's method of searching was simple: follow the supply and support fleets from the Forge World. The Iron Hands chapter and the Forge World had an excellent relationship. Specifically, each clan had a good relationship with a Forge World that adhered to the same Adeptus Mechanicus doctrine. Their expeditionary force included many Adeptus Mechanicus elements, including Titan legions and Knight houses. The People's Light quietly trailed behind a famous Emperor Thunderbolt Emperor-class Titan transport ship. This transport convoy had ample escort forces and abundant supplies, undoubtedly reinforcements heading to an apocalyptic battlefield. A transit star system quickly fell behind them, and they were about to approach the Mandeville point. Then, as they continued, they discovered a familiar fleet. Holy moly, the first trade fleet. Nian Si Jin, what are you doing here? Taking advantage of the chaos? The first trade fleet's numerous ambition-class cruisers, a number comparable to an expeditionary force, perfectly positioned themselves as outer flank escorts. The Adeptus Mechanicus showed no animosity, and communication ships even shuttled back and forth. Yi Feng felt he needed to rethink whether he had wasted his years. Nian Si Jin was discussing the upcoming mission with the Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Their division of labor was very fair. The Adeptus Mechanicus, aware of the Crimson Torrent chapter's special ability to clear battlefields, directly hired Nian Si Jin's forces as a dedicated scavenging team. Under the pretense of thoroughly clearing hidden Xenos, the Red River Warband's Astartes forces would enter last. Both sides had a tacit understanding: you do your thing, I do mine, with no interference. You provide me with a fixed amount of resources, and the rest is yours. The Archmagos was not at all anxious. Taking advantage of the boring transport time, they even managed to conduct some trade. What? You ask what the Adeptus Mechanicus could give? Look at the supply ships inside. The black-hearted and cunning Adeptus Mechanicus had long planned to exploit the Imperium. With such a vast amount of resources, even a slight reduction in weapon forging success rates would yield a massive surplus of materials. The surplus resources would arm the Skitarii, who would participate in the operation. The Imperial military strength on the front lines would not change, but the Adeptus Mechanicus's contribution percentage would increase. Naturally, when it came to dividing the spoils after the war, the Adeptus Mechanicus would have more leverage. Currently, Nian Si Jin's trade emphasized fairness, and more damn fairness. The Archmagos did not believe that trading with him would temporarily reduce the overall strength of the Skitarii. On the contrary, it would slightly increase it. Respected brother Nian Si Jin, I must still remind you, such a large quantity of basic bolter ammunition is absolutely more than enough to exchange for your weapons. We have known each other for more than just a year or two. Our chapter's warriors are now working for you, which naturally carries risks. What's wrong with a little discount? Are you not aware of these materials? If we truly encounter a nest of Xenos that hasn't been completely cleared, it wouldn't even be enough for a few volleys from our warriors. Don't you agree? Although Nian Si Jin's words were subtle, the Archmagos still felt the shocking scene of countless bolters aimed at him. The military power was terrifying. He believed this because this bastard chapter's warriors could carry a pile of guns each. The Archmagos had the good fortune to witness their supply line loading operations. Their fighting style was actually not much different from the Iron Hands, though one had many cannon shells and the other had many bolter rounds. The front line of this campaign is advancing very slowly. Does the Crimson Torrent chapter have no intention of joining the battle? We merely fulfill our duties. We will certainly obey the Emperor's command, and until the next order arrives, we will absolutely follow the previous one. As Nian Si Jin spoke, the communication system rang. Archmagos, please excuse me for a moment. A moment later, Nian Si Jin returned to the conference room with a smile. Good news, Archmagos, our parent chapter and several other chapters have rendezvoused and are currently heading here. We will officially join this campaign. Nian Si Jin scrutinized the Archmagos before him. He was heavily mechanized, but his technological level was mediocre. He likely wouldn't be chosen for the special forces involved in the Gloriana-class repair project. A large mixed force of various chapters will arrive here to join the escort operation. Is the news accurate? The Archmagos remained cautious. What if this was a chaos plot? Their ships had not received any signal. Don't worry, I will board first to confirm. If you are uneasy, select representatives to accompany me. Oh, they have already arrived. At the Mandeville point, Yi Feng had deployed almost all the Astartes warships from the flagship shipyard. Except for the Lamenter's flagship, the Tier Mother, which was severely damaged by a shard of the Star God and was still under repair, all others had been dispatched. Even the Redemption Light Battle Group sent out a small apothecary assault team. This force approached, then executed a flamboyant grand turn, becoming the vanguard of the supply fleet. Now, this Adeptus Mechanicus supply convoy was virtually impregnable and could directly participate as a standalone expeditionary force. However, the Archmagos did not do so. The war led by the Iron Hands was a precise slaughter, with every step meticulously executed. They wanted every soldier to be an absolutely obedient robot. The Archmagos' mission was to transport the Emperor-class Titan to the battlefield. No amount of military strength would change the mission. Both sides maintained a cautious distance, but the warp jump forced the fleets to converge and sail together towards the battle-riddled front. There, an expeditionary force led by the ancient clan Harmach was operating. They rarely ventured out, truly rarely. Clan Harmach held a very important position among the 10 clan of the Iron Hands. They were the guardians of the chapter's treasures. Guarding a large number of STC template fragments, they stubbornly believed that these fragments contained information left behind by Ferrus Manus. They guarded the Gorgon Forge, and this clan was almost the wealthiest among the Iron Hands. Moreover, most terrifyingly, they possessed a large number of dreadnoughts, meticulously maintained by tech marines, ready to be deployed in war at any moment. Their willingness to accept Guilliman's request to participate in the expeditionary force was surprising, as almost all first founding chapters left some reserve forces on their home worlds. Clan Harmach should have remained on their home world. The reason for this clan's deployment was, looking back at history, their clan's greatest shame, their most unbearable failure, was the theft of the treasure vault they guarded. The Drukhari/Dark Yildari did it. And they were very arrogant. The Blade Lotus Cabal brazenly boasted about it in Kamarak, and more cabals came to the area for thrills. Clan Harmach annihilated them with the fiercest fury. Under the Iron Hand's relentless bombardment, the cabals mostly had no return journey, there was no concept of bringing bodies back. When a Drukhari/Dark Yildari fell, more than one shell would inevitably fall around him. Directly buried by artillery. In 41K, they thwarted numerous enemy thefts, proving their strength to the Iron Council, the chapter's leadership, and thus Clan Harmach's request to study the Desolation Star Ring was approved. That was a technological relic from the Dark Age on the world of Medusa, whose analysis had yet to be fully understood. Clan Harmach's reliance for this deployment lay in this: although they hadn't fully understood the operation of the primary energy source, they successfully activated the secondary energy source of the Desolation Star Ring, greatly enhancing Medusa's defensive capabilities, allowing them to commit more forces to conquer the galaxy. Today was an old adversary, a stronghold where a large number of Drukhari/Dark Yildari had gathered. This time was very different. These Drukhari/Dark Yildari possessed a large quantity of weapons and had been developing here for a long time. They had even cultivated their own puppet forces, with large numbers of human slaves and Xenos beasts driven into the war by their whips of pain. By the time Yifeng's forces arrived, more than half of the world had yet to be conquered. The Drukhari/Dark Yildari were undoubtedly entrenched in the webway deep within the planet, but the Iron Hand's reconnaissance forces had not yet discovered the exact location of the webway gate. More than half of the planet was engulfed in war. Chieftain Haemunk of Clan Harmach, the commander of the Mordian Iron Guard, a Magos from the Forge World, a representative of the Battle Sisters, and a general from the Imperial Navy formed a temporary war council. The entire planet was projected on the holographic screen. The Battle Sisters' signal was very poor. She actually demanded to communicate while fighting, truly a battle fanatic. This greatly displeased Chieftain Haemunk. She was an utter amateur and unworthy of being in the command structure. The sisters' signal briefly dropped. The Forge World's representative began to report the situation. According to the plan, in about an hour, the Emperor Thunderbolt and a batch of Class A Type 4 supplies will arrive. Ground reports indicate that a secure Titan deployment zone has been established. Additionally, the Astropath reports that a Red River Warband force will arrive with the supply ship and requests to join the battlefield. Specific numbers: Magos. Unknown. The Astropath did not specify. The Imperial Navy General began to grumble. Red River? Them again. Is the Deathwatch squad below from the Red River Warband? It's strange that the Deathwatch would group so many warriors from the same chapter together. Do you think they called for parent chapter support? No signal detected, but support arriving is a good thing. The Adeptus Mechanicus Magos was very dissatisfied with the current situation. Progress was too slow. He was eager to enter the scavenging phase, and more military strength would speed things up. This is a waste of military strength. We are sufficient to deal with these Xenos, the old chieftain said coldly, his bionic iron hand sweeping across the command table, leaving several indentations. His mechanical prosthesis was modified in an unreasonable way, with a meltagun mounted below and a plasma gun above, making him invincible in close combat. His other arm did not look like an arm at all. The entire limb was a massive relic shield with bolter firing ports, connected to the ammunition feed chain on his back. His entire being had already taken on the appearance of an automatic sentry. So, how should we treat the arriving reinforcements? The same as before. The same. Let them clean up the mess. Withdraw the Mordian from the satellite mining tunnels, and when the Red River Warband arrives, let them capture it. 3 half-dead Primaris warriors were pulled back onto the Iron Wrath strike cruiser. After only half an hour of prosthetic replacement, their combat strength returned to its peak, and they were redeployed to the battlefield. There were few Iron Hands warriors here, but each one was like an unkillable cursed warrior, striking fear into the hearts of the scum who had sided with the Drukhari/Dark Yildari. Especially the shadow floating in the distant space, which suffocated them. When the vanguard of the Red Tide leaped out of the Mandeville Point, they almost thought they had failed their warp jump and landed in Vashtor's home. In the warship's view, a vast, continuous expanse of mechanical foundries, warehouses, shipyards, factories, almost filled their entire field of vision. This mechanical continent was so enormous that it occupied all the bridge's view, making it difficult to judge distance for a moment. Archmagos, you didn't tell us that the Archmechanicu's hope was here. I was looking forward to your reaction, especially when you mistook it. The Archmagos played a trick. This one before you is the Archmechanicu's imitation of hope, a successful imitation of our Archmechanicu's hope. The Archmechanicu's hope was a relic from the Age of Strife, a half-finished Mechanicu's arc. It was as large as a continent. After many years of research, the Adeptus Mechanicus had been trying to understand the technology within, leading to a very crude imitation. This forge world almost covered an entire satellite. When its machine spirit awakened, it nearly destroyed all orbital air-based communication stations on the satellite. Subsequently, the forge world peeled it off the satellite. In terms of scale, it almost reached the size of the Archmechanicu's hope, but in terms of the number of foundries, flight speed, or so-called fire density, it was inferior to the Arc Mechanicu's Hope in all aspects. But for the Adeptus Mechanicus, it was a huge success, being able to fly through the warp and having factories constituted success. The escort fleet made an emergency turn, and the supply fleet calmly landed at the Arc Mechanicu's imitation of Hope's shipyards. Others were not surprised by the Iron Hands clan extravagant act of bringing a Mechanicu's Arc to war. Yi Feng, who had just come out of the parent chapter's warehouse, thought he had seen the world, but now he felt shallow. I am a frog in a well. Among all the Forge worlds I've traded with, not a single one of them showed their true colors. While the vanguard fleet slowly looked up beside the Mechanicu's Arc, Chieftain Haemonk's order arrived: capture the darkness. The communication channel suddenly became chaotic as the Drukari/Dark Yildari warships finally appeared and attacked the Mechanicu's Arc. The crew members were startled by the Drukari/Dark Yildari's sudden intervention, then calmly contacted the Mechanicu's Arc, telling them not to cause friendly fire. You are defeated opponents, what are you raging about? At the start of the war, the Drukari/Dark Yildari realized they had to destroy this Mechanicu's Arc. Their warships were well hidden, and they needed an opportunity amidst chaos. The Iron Hands-led war unfolded with an almost absolute precise rhythm, and the Drukari/Dark Yildari fleet never found an opportunity. The unexpected arrival of the Red Tide's massive fleet caused many of the Mechanicu's Arc's point defense guns to turn, and the Cabal of the Bitter Rose seized this opportunity. Their warship projections scattered among the Red Tide fleet, hoping the surrounding warships would concentrate fire there. Chieftain Haemonk had been waiting for a long time. The brazen appearance of the Arc Mechanicu's imitation of Hope was a bait, but he was now extremely angry. The strike cruiser fleet obscured their attack trajectories. Few warships were firing at the Drukari/Dark Yildari projections, they all knew it was fake and were waiting for the People's Light to arrive for close-range strong radar scanning. But the Mechanicu's Arc began to unleash firepower, causing the void shields of our fleet to fluctuate. Everyone thought we would make an emergency dodge, but our battle group maintained a tight formation. We are tough, try ramming your Drukari/Dark Yildari warship into us. Warships ambushed in the Mechanicu's Arc's dockyard entered space at top speed, making the area around the Mechanicu's Arc incredibly chaotic. The Red Tide fleet still maintained its original course, but heavy firepower weapons began charging. Among the few remaining lunar-class warships, the Nova Cannon emitted high-energy reactions from its gravity turbine acceleration, and the warship's lance began to charge, aiming directly at the Mechanicu's Arc's core. The situation was tense. After losing communication, the Mechanicu's Arc, according to its final contingency plan, considered Yi Feng's fleet an enemy target, especially now that the Mechanicu's Arc had activated its gravity field protection. Massive energy waves scattered out. The activation of this weapon meant the shutdown of most secondary foundries and the cessation of secondary energy supply, causing damage that would be difficult to repair in a short time. The first few strike cruisers were subjected to gravitational pull. Most terrifyingly, the void shield consumption rate was rapidly increasing, and as the ships got closer to the Mechanicu's Arc, the void shield's overload rate was steadily rising. Lances began to melt armor, macro cannons shattered on the bow, and space torpedoes dueled with the dense firepower of point defense guns. Hold steady, don't panic. The commander was very calm. Maintain course, confirm firing targets. The armor almost actively turned the plump bilge towards the Mechanicu's Arc, and the Iron Hands warriors, after a second speed calculation, concluded that their chance of launching a boarding action using boarding pods exceeded 57%. Continue firing. The turn of events infuriated Chieftain Haemonk. You intervened on your own, completely disrupting my plan, it's a waste of our shells. Alarms blared through every compartment of the vanguard fleet. Numerous compartments were sealed, valves tightened, and pipelines isolated. Yet, the commander repeated, calm down, await the attack signal. He was more anxious than anyone, having scanned the signal station 7 times in 3 seconds. Now. Fire. The Drukari/Dark Yildari warships couldn't understand how they were exposed, but several bombardments pierced their ships. This was a battlecruiser-class super warship, and Yi Feng was surprised that such a heavy warship still survived. Perhaps their cabal did not trust Kamarak at all and did not berth their warship in the Dark City. Once the enemy's position was confirmed in this engagement, the outcome was already decided, but the falling warship emitted terrifying energy signals. Its energy signal was so massive that it interfered with most of the craft world's detectors, causing widespread overloads and machine spirit malfunctions. It was unknown what the Drukari/Dark Yildari had activated, but it was certainly not something of immense power. A psychic storm was very likely to erupt near the Mechanicu's Arc. All weapons, volley fire, quickly. With lances and Nova cannons having just fired, the fleet's best option was macro cannons. Amidst the dense barrage, one shell fortunately struck the enemy's conspiracy. A twisting force, akin to a spatial storm, erupted near the Arc Mechanicu's imitation of Hope. Large numbers of surface foundries vaporized, corresponding void shield modules completely overloaded, and even energy pipelines exploded. Ion wines leaked from sealed compartments, killing many servitors. This is truly foolish. Unfortunately, the relationship between the Red Tide and the Iron Hands plummeted to freezing point. Both sides ceased firing, but a large number of Iron Hands strike cruisers, which had been suppressing the planet, began to adopt a pincer attack formation towards this area. Chieftain Haemonk's communication connected here, his first words being, "You will be held responsible for this. You will never understand the point." Yi Feng was also furious. "We are fighting the Drukari/Dark Yildari, you are fighting me, and then you want me to take responsibility." William accessed the War Council's communication channel. The Imperial Navy and Astra Militarum watched like spectators, mostly shouting for nearby units to speed up their support. The Adeptus Mechanicus and the chieftain looked grim, if they had faces. Your foolish fleet ruined our plan. Look at the Arch Mechanicus imitation of hope, damn it, we don't know when we'll be able to repair it. The Drukari/Dark Yildari blew it up. They couldn't get this close at all. It was your large number of ships that caused the gravity cage to disperse its power, making it impossible to pinpoint the enemy's location. Even if it were locked, it would be useless, you couldn't stop its explosion. According to our calculations, there was a 91% chance the enemy would be destroyed by us before the explosion. Both sides argued, we clung to the fact that they bombarded our ships, while they clamored for us to go on a penitent crusade. William waved a hand and crossed a leg. Nian Jin stood by, taking out a small notebook. If you don't like it, bite me. With 10 Iron Hands clan together, I can concede a few moves to you. What are you, a single clan, trying to prove here? How many chapters can your handful of people beat me with? That's why the Iron Hands are said to be difficult to deal with. These guys' thought processes are all of the Omnissiah. They even thought they had the ability to capture that warship, but we blew it up, and the Adeptus Mechanicus Magos priests were fanning the flames, wanting us to compensate for the estimated spoils of war as well. Then, William ordered all warships to immediately enter bombardment positions, activate orbital bombardment equipment, and fly directly above the heavily damaged Mechanicus Arc area. When someone falsely accuses you, if you actually retaliate, it will make others hesitate. They just want compensation. If I really blew up your Mechanicus Arc, would you dare to accept it? Can you still bet that I can afford to pay for a Mechanicus Arc? All the warships I have on site combined are not worth the value of a Mechanicus Arc. When the clear Exterminatus weapon machine spirit awakening message was transmitted to the communication channel, Chieftain Haymunk almost wanted to declare the other party a traitor on the spot. But the absolutely calm mechanical calculations told him that if he did that, the probability of the other party destroying the craft world exceeded 90%. Chapter 398 Tai Shao, how can I be considered a local tyrant? You are the local tyrant. For Yi Feng, firing the missiles was an act of war. But for the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Iron Hands, awakening the machine spirit was already a declaration of war. Chieftain Haymunk dared not act rashly. These warships could not be destroyed by the already severely damaged point defense firepower of the Mechanicus Arc, but if even one orbital bombardment grade bomb landed on them, the losses would be irreversible. This Mechanicus Arc was more valuable than an ordinary forge world. By the Omnissiah, use your brain, if it hasn't already turned into a lump of metal. Yi Feng, as the Omnissiah's backdoor disciple, the lifelong enemy of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Vashtor's nemesis, the Salamander's Forge Master's eternal friend, the behind-the-scenes mastermind of the 4th Legion's Great Calamity, the Imperial Fist's fake son, and the guardian of the Shadow Blade chapter's old guard, was finally about to provoke the Iron Hands. Use your brain, are we, with such military might, really here to support the battlefield? Do you think the Emperor would be uneasy about a battle commanded by a primordial chapter? Clan Harmach urgently gathered a group of warriors, returning from the ground battlefield to the strike cruiser. They were ready to awaken the dreadnought, but who their opponent truly was still required the chieftain's judgment. The Iron Father returned to space from the ground battlefield's command center. He was equally angry, but he was much calmer than the chieftain. Stop your actions. We cannot wage war with both sides simultaneously, that will lead to the failure of this great crusade, a complete failure. Everyone will have to undergo collective penance. The Iron Father was not only an outstanding tech marine but also served as a priest. After all, the Iron Hands recruit modifications could almost be called semi-mechanical ascension. I understand. In the name of the Omnissiah, keep them away from our battlefield, Father. You go watch them. Chieftain Haymunk changed his mind, sending the Iron Father with a small fleet to expel the Red Tide fleet until the war here ended, trying to keep them away from this battlefield. Simultaneously, the Emperor Thunderbolt Emperor-class Titan began deployment, and the accompanying night houses and various small Titan formations began to be deployed. The Drukari/Dark Yildari on the ground were still speeding on their cutting-edge motorcycles, but the quality of the souls they could harvest was pitifully poor. They had the ability to destroy an Astra Militarum Legion without any Astartes present, with just one full assault. But they refused. The Drukari/Dark Yildari achieved victory after victory, charging into the Astra Militarum's defensive positions, slaughtering around, and then leaving with a flourish. The Drukari/Dark Yildari wanted the peculiar sonic booms of their raiding gunships to become a nightmare for mortals. They needed to savor the souls of pain and fear. But the slaughter did not bring the souls to their expected value. Simply because, on the positions, were the Mordian Iron Guard. And now, they finally received the order to retreat. Retreat? The political commissar of the Mordian 902nd Regiment confirmed with the communication in disbelief. The Drukari/Dark Yildari had cut off their communication signals many times, merely to destroy the opponent's deployed signal jammer. 19 men had died, and 49 were still lying deep in the trenches enduring inhumane torture. You tell me to retreat? He even suspected that the Drukari/Dark Yildari had infiltrated the communication channel. The plan has changed. Your position is on the way to. On the way? No one is allowed to be on anyone's way. The Mordian Iron Guard would not retreat because of any enemy's arrival. In the distance, a soul-stirring bell rang. With the first toll of the great bell, the Emperor Thunderbolt's ferocious machine spirit had already awakened, its first roar after a long slumber mixing with the sound of the great bell, spreading across the entire battlefield. The strong do not need to hide their existence. I am the master of this battlefield. If the first toll of the bell made the political commissar think it was an alien sonic attack, then the subsequent earth tremor immediately made him realize that a god machines had awakened. The tremor of the earth was so violent that even the highly professional trenches of the Mordian Iron Guard experienced collapse. The political commissar risked being shot by a poison crystal rifle and poked his head out, looking behind the regiment. The god machines was too big for him to judge its exact size and distance. The dwarfed warlord class titans next to it made him realize how honored he was to witness the supreme power of the Omnissiah walking on the earth. Armored vehicles cleared the way in front, and a large number of Hydra anti-aircraft vehicles and Lemon Rust tanks formed an iron wall of fire. An Emperor-class Titan had no melee weapons, that was meaningless. If a monstrous creature large enough to destroy it could penetrate its continent-spanning attack fire net and reach it, then melee weapons would not be able to salvage the situation. The Drukhari/Dark Yildari had deployed over 100 miles of booby traps, bunkers, and anti-aircraft turrets in an urbanized area, now becoming sitting ducks. The city's void shields, under the combined assault of the Emperor Thunderbolt and strike cruisers, either overloaded or had their exact locations confirmed. Night houses charged first, attacking the void shield generators with absolute fervor. Most of the Iron Hands warriors, conversely, were in command positions. Before long, the entire area was exposed to the wrath of the god machines. The warlord-type Emperor-class Titan possessed an appalling firepower configuration. A single shot from the Avenger Gatling cannon reduced large swathes of buildings to ruins, leaving only a giant spherical crater at the impact point, destroying numerous booby traps, venomous traps, and the spirit auxiliaries ambushed within. A Drukhari/Dark Yildari anti-gravity gunship assault team flew from the depths of a distant mountain range, targeting the Titan's knees. They had almost no experience with this type of warfare. Once upon a time, no Drukhari/Dark Yildari would encounter a creation like a Titan. As pirates, they plundered the galaxy at will, and they could retreat unscathed before the arrival of cumbersome war machines. The Cabal leader gritted his teeth, looking at the Cabalite warriors under him. They refused to charge. We should retreat. The rebel caressed his venom-coated blade. Retreat is useless. Are we to find another planet, struggle for 10, 100, 1,000 years, and then, when the enemy's main force attacks, we flee in panic again? Where is the Eldar dignity? You're old, go die. The venomous blade sliced open pale skin, and the spasms and agonizing pain from the neurotoxin erupted simultaneously. The shadow of death enveloped the area. The rebel was unfazed, it was just a common murder. Pack up, we're leaving. The Cabal split into dozens of Cabals. The rebel had not notified the other Cabalite warriors. Having stolen the treasures plundered over such a long time, they boarded their last remaining largest warship, a sail frigate, and departed through the webway gate deep within the planet. The remaining Cabalite warriors still didn't know what had happened, but their fighting spirit was gone. The moment the Titan's firepower rained down on them, retreat became a luxury. The scattered Drukhari/Dark Yildari hid themselves as best they could, poisoning the city's water sources, setting bombs, and destroying or disabling the city's power ion cores in the cities they had built for decades. A hive city-level power core, built over a millennium by a world, could destroy an entire continent. These insects had arrived too recently, but the explosions in smaller cities also caused significant casualties among the Astra Militarum and Battle Sisters. Chieftain Haymunk lost his patience. Everyone here had to die, those humans who helped the Xenos needed purification. The reason orbital bombardment hadn't been initiated yet was because they hadn't cut off the enemy's retreat route. The Emperor Thunderbolt's mission was precisely that. Fresh death and decaying souls. The blue glow of plasma incinerator cannons and the dark straight lines of Darklands snipers. The sacred chants from the cathedral and the infrasonic impact from the explosion of Ravager engines. The Emperor-class Titan found the entrance to the webway gate. A Deathwatch squad fought their way to the center of the battlefield, discovering a deep well leading underground. An attack signal indicator had already been placed. The members of the Deathwatch squad retreated to the Adeptus Mechanicus's cover at maximum speed. A large number of massive Skitarii had been waiting for a long time. As the Avenger Gatling cannon stirred up a wave of earth, the entire deep pit was blown open. But the 5 members of the Deathwatch squad all discarded their power armor. The captain deeply gazed at the combat blade that had accompanied him for many years, then threw it on the ground. The 5 naked warriors were surrounded by a large group of giant Skitarii. The round, Ken-like Skitarii opened their chests, revealing a force feedback control position. Remember, you have already died from the bombardment. The tech priest used concealed sign language to inform these fallen warriors. This is the retaliation of the Iron Hands chapter, Warriors of the Red Tide. The priest, at the Archmagosa's signal, provided these cans. But political commissar Nian Siijin has shown enough sincerity, your survival is worth a large order discount. Between the Iron Hands and the Red Tide, the Adeptus Mechanicus Archmagos, responsible for transporting the Emperor-class Titan, decided to win over both sides. Who cares about your grievances? I only care about profit. If it weren't for certain rules, he would have loved to see the 2 chapters fight, preferably with both sides buying weapons from his Forge World. If there's no war, how does my Forge World make money? But the Adeptus Mechanicus still had some overall perspective. You go to war, I make money in the back. Reasonable. A large group of Skitarii casually picked up some Drukhari/Dark Yildari junk. Some had returned to their original form, materials that could survive a Titan's bombardment would certainly not be too bad. The Adeptus Mechanicus assault team pretended to have obtained sufficiently precious Drukhari/Dark Yildari artifacts and began to gradually retreat. Chieftain Haymunk issued the final order, for non-primary Drukhari/Dark Yildari residential areas, such as the living quarters of collaborators, initiate orbital bombardment. Other areas would be handled by post-war scavenging teams. Subsequently, he led the surplus fleet to approach the Ark Mechanicu's Imitation of Hope, maintaining a level 1 alert facing the Red Tide fleet. Dispatch a small transport ship, no longer than 500 meters, no wider than 100 meters, engine power, the Iron Hands rigorously said a lot. In short, send a small ship to explain what exactly you are doing. Yi Feng thought for a moment. At this time, it was best not to claim kinship. The Iron Hands themselves were so fractured internally that their attitude towards a successor chapter would be even worse. Consider how the Adeptus Mechanicus would act. We need a conference room with the highest security clearance, a psychic dampening level of -6 or above, and the attendees must be one of the highest commanding officers of an Adeptus Astartes chapter. The conditions Yi Feng gave were undeniably stringent. Even the Iron Hands chapter would need time to activate certain equipment. A conference room of this caliber required awakening the machine spirit. Although Yi Feng completely failed to grasp the principle behind the psychic dampening chamber's machine spirit, it wouldn't hurt to give both sides some breathing room. The Red Tide fleet, under the escort of the fleet led by the Iron Father, cooperatively moved to the vicinity of the Mandeville Point. This was exactly as they had expected. A squad of adamantium warriors, led by William, arrived at the strike cruiser, Haymonk's Glory. This warship was much larger than a typical strike cruiser. Dozens of large cannons slowly rotated as the transport ship sailed, their dark muzzles ready to unleash devastating firepower at any moment. The moment the transport's door opened, Chieftain Haymonk wanted to give his opponents a show of force. 4 Hellfire cannons, quad-barreled autocannons, were deployed in 4 positions, aimed at the transport bay door. The welcoming mechanical bell chimed only once, signifying that these were extremely unwelcome guests. The warriors following Chieftain Haymonk were all clad in master-crafted power armor, their weapons varied, conventional power swords, sonic blades unique to the Adeptus Mechanicus, and omniscient power axes. As steam diffused, a massive golden shield was the first thing to catch everyone's eye. Chieftain Haymonk's gaze sharpened, and the surrounding psychic detectors frantically pulsed, their needles pointing towards negative values. A massive adamantium warrior, holding a colossal shield, stepped out. It was a 3rd generation, hideously ugly, power armor, yet Chieftain Haymonk showed no disrespect. Numerous probing energy waves rudely scanned it at will. No matter how they investigated, this was literally the power armor they had only envisioned. Adamantium, without a doubt. After the Iron Hands chapter obtained the adamantium armor, they scanned it. One point of great dissatisfaction for the warriors wearing it was that it was designed for warriors with intact flesh. With their current technology, apart from parts that could be disassembled for donning, the rest could not be cut open, which made it impossible for those fanatical, transformation maniac who wanted to turn the adamantium armor into a dreadnought to permanently merge with it. They had made many plans, redesigning armor based on the properties of adamantium. Their own armor was still on the drawing board, while the Red Tide's armor stood before them. Chieftain Haymonk, thoroughly shaken, shed his condescension. He needed to find a way to extract the origin of their armor. What is there to explain, tech heretic? Now you have even more to explain. Take me. William glanced sideways at Chieftain Haymonk, then twitched his lips in exasperation. Which side is your face on? Chieftain Haymonk's helmet was peculiar, with masks on all 4 sides, topped by a metal dome. Most people only had 2 masks, one in front and one at the back of the head. How did he manage 4? Chieftain Haymonk, guess if I still have a face in the strict sense. Take me to the conference room. After saying this, William said nothing more. The adamantium warriors behind him disembarked. 2, holding massive shields, guarded William's sides, 4 heavy weapon specialists stood nearby, and 2 siege type and 2 slaughter type, both armed with melee weapons on their arms, guarded his rear. Chieftain Haymonk felt that the Hellfire cannons might not be enough to handle them. 30 minutes later, William, 2 Tianxiong army soldiers, the Forge Father, and the chieftain sat face to face in the secret room. Outside, adamantium warriors and several Iron Hands Terminators jointly guarded the door. The Terminator's warrior's mechanical eyes continuously scanned the adamantium warriors, then he said with a hint of anger, a brutal blade with a lumberjack's saw. What the Terminator's warrior didn't expect was that the adamantium warrior actually understood his taunt. The adamantium armor was indeed excellent, but the weapons on it were indeed terrible. Cost effectiveness, that's what war is about. Have you heard of the brutal blade? A Red Tide Astartes, I don't believe attaching a pile of crude weapons to such precious armor demonstrates any cost effectiveness. Consider carefully the combat environment the adamantium armor faces, a battlefield beyond the protective capabilities of ceramite. Do you think there's any difference between your master-crafted weapons and these weapons? Is that how you understand your duties? The Iron Hands veteran thought he was mad. He understood what the adamantium warrior was saying, but if such powerful armor were to be deployed, wouldn't it be in places where supplies were difficult to obtain? You should forge more robust, specialized weapons, not replace them with a large quantity of cheap weapons whose transport is uncertain. The adamantium warrior indeed admitted that solo combat, deep strikes, and decapitation missions were indeed difficult, but we operate in clusters. My duties are assigned by command, including the transport of supplies for special battlefield environments. Upon hearing this, the exasperated Iron Hands veteran said, if that's the case, your transport efficiency must be, the bolter production efficiency must reach, and the good product rate cannot be lower than. The Terminator's veteran spouted a long string of technical terms that the Tianxiong army completely failed to understand. He only clearly heard one sentence, even our most excellent Forge World factories are only this efficient. So, the adamantium warrior responded, you think we don't have them? Then, the Terminator's veteran just stared at him, saying nothing. He started to imagine things on his own. Such a fighting style wouldn't be supported by several Forge Worlds, would it? The forging of such armor also requires the most top-tier giant forges, and its cost-effectiveness is extremely low. Could there be new technology? In just a few seconds, the veteran had already concocted a brand new version of Primaris Warrior Belisarius Call. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was a bit more lively. Both sides had disarmed, but no one could completely disarm. My siege-type melta weapon is integrated into my arm, do you want to remove my arm? Am I not? A power fist connected to a bionic limb. Both sides sat quietly, but the clash of weapons had already begun. William spoke first. Firstly, regarding this incident, we express our deepest regret. 3 strike cruisers of my fleet had their outer armor stripped and suffered severe damage from the Archmechanicu's imitation of Hope's firepower. We only destroyed a Drukhari/Dark Yildari warship on the verge of self-destruction. This outcome is unacceptable. Let's set that aside for now. The chieftain suppressed his anger. The appearance of 11 powerful armors had pushed his expectations for the Red Tide to the highest level. All right, our purpose in coming here is to request a completely undiscoverable, hidden giant shipyard to repair our warships. Your words are ambiguous. Clear demands are better for both of us. The Forge Father spoke, and more than his aversion to non-Omniscia worshippers, he wanted to know what kind of warship needed repair. We captured a Gloriana-class battleship. The Iron Father and the chieftain shot to their feet, pointing their power fists within half an inch of William's face. Swear by the Emperor that everything you say is true. This matter is of utmost importance. There is a custodian on board our ship. The 2 Iron Hands veterans trembled internally, beginning to recite praises to the Omniscia. In their excitement, they even forgot to ask which Gloriana-class battleship it was. I know what you want to ask. The Regent knows about this, and I also need you to make a choice. After joining this top-secret operation, you will no longer be an autonomous, independent original chapter, but must obey the command of the custodian. The Forge Father calmed down, his eyes shining brightly. William even thought his titanium alloy eyes were about to shoot lasers at him. You should report to Mars first. This cannot be known by the entire Imperium, this is a surprise force. William looked at the 2 of them, slowly saying, a surprise force for a grand plan, an unexpectedly powerful fleet. The moment you learned of the Gloriana-class battleship's existence, you were already drawn into this vortex, whether you wanted to or not. We need to discuss this internally. The importance of this matter required activating the Iron Council, bringing all the important figures from the 10 clan together. The fewer people who know about this, the better. I remind you that the conference will force all participating factions into this plan, which is highly likely to lead to destruction. This kind of thing was self-evident. They requested to meet the custodian and stated that the Archmechanicu's imitation of Hope was capable of repairing a Gloriana-class battleship. This was a thought-provoking statement, because theoretically, the Archmechanicu's imitation of Hope had never experienced the Great Crusade era, nor had it ever come into contact with the Gloriana-class battleships of other chapters. The Archmechanicu's imitation of Hope? How many can it repair at once? Theoretically, by activating the super-large backup dry dock, it can repair 2 at the same time, but this situation is almost never. Wait. Why are you asking this question? How many Gloriana-class battleships do you have? The Forge Father thought for a moment and almost collapsed to the ground. He even felt the need to awaken some venerable dreadnoughts for advice. The Father's mind had already begun to filter through those ancient, still rational venerable dreadnoughts, among them no shortage of Forge Fathers who had once repaired their own Gloriana. The chieftain's thinking was completely opposite. Is this a conspiracy? You treat Gloriana-class battleships like chimeras, they're everywhere. Even the custodians can't. Unless the custodians recovered one a long time ago. Then, this time, while fighting another Gloriana-class battleship, they achieved a Pyrrhic victory, both warships severely damaged but now under custodian command. The chieftain felt this was the only possibility, but still, with a hint of anticipation, he carefully asked. How many Gloriana-class battleships do you have? Chapter 399 Technology Boss. First, please call me Chief Designer. You should know the cost of obtaining this information. As soon as we meet the custodes, we will join them immediately. Frankly, this matter is quite difficult. Because no one knows where that tech priest Custodes is currently hiding on the flagship, he is completely out of contact. The Custodes only obey the Emperor. What do you mean by we? William slowly shook his arm guard. All the clan Harmach warriors present, and all members of the Iron Council. That's too many. This is already the minimum number. Some important instruments are stored in the treasury, which requires a resolution from the Iron Council to retrieve. The important instruments the clan leader referred to were actually spare parts for the Fist of Iron Gloriana battleship. Although most of the time, Forge World shipyards do this work, is there any difference from directly giving it to the Iron Hands? For 11 millennia, the Fist of Iron warship has been deployed a handful of times, and all its engagements have been absolutely cold-blooded extermination operations. All life would be eradicated to ensure that the chapter's greatest secret would never be remembered. They even did better than the First Legion, whose actions drew protests from many other chapters, always withdrawing from battle at strange times, or forcibly intervening in other chapters' mission objectives. However, wherever the Iron Hands passed, every area became scorched earth, and all enemies of the Imperium were expelled. No one ever suspected how they achieved this. The reported consumption of resources in destroyed worlds showed no problems. In some situations, the cost of deploying a Gloriana-class battleship was lower than the cost of deploying a large number of warships for a salvo. These saved costs were the primary source of materials for the Iron Hands to repair their flagship. Given this secret, all members of the Iron Council must be present. William felt this was no different from announcing it to the world. To my knowledge, your clan is specifically responsible for guarding important equipment. Do even you not have the ability to act quietly? That is impossible. The omnisci rationality that the Iron Hands warriors believed in suppressed their emotions, making the entire warrior as cold as a machine, including all thought processes. Each clan controls several tokens, and at least one token must be present to activate the ultimate treasury. The reason they split into 10 clan was to prevent any single entity from becoming too powerful, and to prevent a chapter master, or lord commander, from being corrupted and causing all forces to rebel. The entire conference hall fell into absolute silence, with both sides only hearing the faint hum of their armor systems. We can accept this proposal, but all other important figures from the various clan participating in the council must join this plan, and are only allowed to send one message to their respective forces to arrange their affairs. Each clan losing an important figure would be a terrifying blow to the Iron Hands command structure. It is unknown whether they can continue to undertake expeditionary force missions. The Aurora chapter can assist us in our war, there will be no impact on the main objective's assault. The Iron Hands might have to mobilize a large amount of resources for this, and many foundries would have to retool, which would lead to a shortage of supplies at the front. The production capacity of several Forge worlds was already maxed out and could not make up the deficit. William immediately stated that it was fine, and that we could take over a portion of the battlefield to relieve their pressure. Deploying a portion of the forces would suffice. The Iron Hands position is in the Taiping Star region, and Lian Lai Luo can directly provide support. After the two sides broadly agreed, the Forge Father began assessing the damage to the Archmechanicu's imitation of hope, and the clan leader began assessing William, mainly to determine if they had money and could afford the compensation. The main process was: Clan leader, regarding the compensation for the Archmechanicu's imitation of hope. William, no compensation. Bite me if you disagree. Clan leader, we will open fire. William, you can't beat us. Clan leader, we believe the plan to repair the Gloriana-class battleship should be postponed. William, then I'll call the custodes to slap you. Clan leader, repairing the Gloriana-class battleship requires a large amount of materials and the retooling of relevant foundries. The necessary resources should be partially shared by you. William, all right, write that down. Why didn't you say so earlier? The Forge Father detested such rhetoric. War required cold logic. Compensation or repair materials. It wouldn't increase by a single bit due to a change in name. Such haggling was simply a waste of time. William, all right, let's discuss the compensation for our warship now. Forge Father. Afterwards, the negotiation communication agency reported. Today, our chapter held an important meeting with Clan Harmach of the Iron Hands chapter. The two sides conducted a rigorous, harmonious, and fruitful discussion on the epoch-making topic of working together, cooperating for mutual benefit, and jointly building a new benchmark for the shipbuilding industry. During the meeting, representatives from both sides fully exchanged views and engaged in frank discussions. Our side reserved judgment on the proposal put forward by the Iron Hands representative, stating that its plan lacked universality, was incompatible with our chapter's current development model, and severely deviated from actual circumstances. However, regarding some of the high-quality content within it, our side expressed appreciation and proposed a guideline for subsequent interactions, seeking common ground while reserving differences, conducting pilot operations, discovering problems in cooperation, analyzing problems in cooperation, and solving problems in cooperation. Finally, our side advised certain radical factions intending to sabotage cooperation to pull back from the brink. This is an unfriendly act, and we reserve the right to take further action. If your side insists on continuing, then your side will bear all consequences. This meant that both sides chose an area of alien wreckage for a joint firepower exercise. 10 Iron Hands warriors commanded a large number of tanks for 10 continuous bombing runs, while 10 adamantium warriors from our side successfully infiltrated the alien underground tunnels, ultimately confirming that the underground tunnels had successfully become an underground plaza, and the remaining aliens were confirmed to be completely annihilated, thus declaring the exercise over. Both sides were surprised by the exquisite coordination of firepower. It was then that William admitted that a portion of the Iron Hands descendants were among our chapter, successfully bringing the two sides closer. To everyone's surprise, Lian Lai Luo's response to taking over part of the Taiping Star region war was extremely slow, and he expressed opposition. There are currently no surplus forces available to support additional wars. Lian Lai Luo is currently outside the Makariv's bulwark. The successful and grand Great Crusade led by Sun Lord Makariv's finally halted before this bulwark. This was the farthest corner the Astronomicon could reach, and countless exploration vessels were dispatched to scout unknown worlds. On the dark edges of the Galaxy/Milky Way, there were still remnants of an old era who had never known the Emperor, never known the existence of the Imperium of Man. Less than 1/10 returned. Sun Lord Makariv's ultimately did not cross this threshold, surpassing the farthest campaign distance of the Astartes legions during the Great Crusade, but Lian Lai Luo had already begun his operations. They advanced by observing the most ancient celestial phenomena. The speed of light is so slow on the cosmic scale that the observed state of celestial bodies at the starting point often differed significantly from their actual state. They are fighting the unknown. The war situation is still within acceptable limits, but supplies are extremely difficult. Astropathic messages struggle to penetrate the Makariv's bulwark. In the chaotic warp currents outside, astropathic messages are distorted, missing fragments, or even unable to be received. Lian Lai Luo had no choice but to activate communication warships, modified from the TO's backward messenger ship technology, to indicate positions through ancient communication relay points. The results of this expeditionary force were equally remarkable. The enemies here were not strong, truly terrifying enemies had already joined the resource-rich plunder wars within the galaxy/Milky Way, excluding the sleeping Necron dynasty. Most of the others were alien life forms that had just gained exploration capabilities. It's just that the colonies here were pitifully few, it was too poor. He occupied many worlds, either mutants had already become the social majority, or they had become homes for parasitic aliens. Lian Lai Luo encountered the most fanatical parasitic race, which had evolved a symbiotic relationship with humans over an unknown period of cohabitation. Human reproductive speed was too slow for them. They continuously strengthened themselves, becoming more powerful and gaining stronger control abilities. In exchange, they weakened their own reproductive capabilities. Furthermore, the metabolic waste constantly emitted by the aliens parasitic within humans acted as hormones that made humans stronger. The physical bodies of every infected human became exceptionally powerful. Rather than being parasitic, it was more like the aliens were operating biological mechs. When Lian Lai Luo first arrived here, he was very happy. The place was dilapidated, and Hive City maintenance seemed to have entered a low-tech era thousands of years ago, but the humans maintained their original appearance and had exceptionally strong physiques. He initially thought this would be an excellent recruitment ground for the Astra Militarum, or at least a copy of an Ogren world. It wasn't until the Space Marines began their slaughter that almost all humans on this world surged towards the invaders at roughly the same time. The aliens possessed psychic empathy. With a final glimmer of hope, Lian Lai Luo pulled a translucent sticky ball from a strong corpse, trying to convince himself that this might be a new organ evolved by local humans, or that biotechnology had enhanced them. The memories gained from the flesh filled him with immense anger. The entire planet vibrated with the wrath of the Emperor's angels. We will exterminate all aliens. Find them, find the homeworld of these aliens, and grind them to dust. When the message from the People's Light reached Lian Lai Luo, he was studying the hormones produced by these aliens, for application in other war scenarios. The problem arose, if a group of beings who were no longer human, shouting for humanity, and liberate the entire galaxy, charged into battle, when their military strength exceeded a certain level, wouldn't they face the same predicament as the Thunder Warriors? He ordered the messenger ship to carry a sample of alien hormones back and informed Yifeng of the current situation. A large extragalactic territorial region was being established, and the search for STC templates was proceeding in an orderly manner. This news reached Yifeng's area after multiple transfers. By then, some of our forces had completed the scavenging of the ruined world below. Even clean orcs would have to start digging mines and searching for metal from scratch. William and most of the byway army, however, were in a more miserable state. They looked as if they were mourning. Large contingents of adamantium warriors were shouting for the custodes tech priest aboard the People's Light, searching every area covered by their communication terminals, but still couldn't find him. They called his name, loudly. After a while, it started to sound strange. Especially when they were anxious and couldn't find him, it was just like summoning a spirit. The adamantium warriors began searching for hidden paths, meticulously studying the chapter's existing exploration and reconstruction efforts of the People's Light. The warriors first confirmed the area that was rebuilt after being destroyed by the shard of the Star God, then gradually began exploring, constantly comparing actual routes and redrawing internal blueprints. This operation had been going on for a long time. After all the data was handed over to the custodes, the Tech Marine only had a small extension of the original data. The adamantium warriors searched for a long time, finally discovering a hidden passage entrance in a dead corner of a large door, where the energy pipeline shown on the blueprint was unusually wide. The Tech Marine, filled with anticipation, slowly cut open the wall with a cutting machine. What came into view was a golden wall. A hard-welded wall, tougher than Victor. The custodes confirmed. After Unicorn of the Harlequins' invasion last time, the Tech Priest had been busy with this, welding shut the secret passages of the People's Light. The adamantium warriors were lucky to have survived, some secret passages even had additional traps. The Tech Priest finally couldn't resist showing himself. You can die whenever you want, but don't trigger the traps I've laid. They're very expensive. Even for the custodes, they're very expensive. It would take me several years to build one myself, and a decade for Victor to do it. The Tech Marine, with a look of indignation, raised his cutting machine, wanting to directly confront the golden wall. Before the power chain sword even touched the wall, a golden flying kick had already landed on his forehead. Golden Flash. Property Protection Edition. When will these two idiots stop giving me trouble? After the Tech Priest appeared, all the adamantium warriors shouted excitedly. The communication channel was incredibly chaotic, and large numbers of search parties rushed from all directions. From the custodes' perspective, they looked like a group of excited baboons. The unlucky Tech Marine lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth. The crucial thing was that the Tech Priest couldn't really do anything to them. The custodes truly dared to kill Astartes, and he believed the Red Tide warriors wouldn't resist. But these stubborn fools would genuinely put their heads under his blade. If he didn't chop, they would continue to dismantle the ship, forcing him out. He couldn't possibly kill all the Astartes on the ship, could he? Who would do the work then? It wasn't time to abandon them yet. Respected Custodes Lord, the Iron Hands Tech Marine requests a meeting to discuss the specific details regarding the repair of the Gloriana-class battleship. The Tech Marine's mouth was askew, and his words sounded odd. Everything follows the will of the Emperor. Tell them to complete the repairs within 30 years. Having said that, the custodes wanted to leave, but... Lord, we believe you are the most suitable to design it. Design the warship's entirely new layout. Who did such things? Previously, it was the Emperor and the Forge Generals, and later the Primarches. The custodes naturally had many precedents of discussing construction with the Emperor, and many powerful devices also came from their hands, but, there was no precedent for him to design something alone. Perhaps he could add a section to his name, Nightfall's 131st Large-Scale Repair Chief Designer. Or 5th Super Large-Scale Repair Chief Designer. The Tech Priest hesitated. In most cases, a Gloriana-class battleship was very important, but with an esoteric battleship present. This won't take up too much of your time. You just need to meet with the Iron Hands Tech Marine. Just put his name on it for now. The custodes also had a considerable pursuit of honor. After all, for them, they had essentially reached the pinnacle of the real universe. Everything seemed within reach, except for guarding the Imperial Palace. To make their names unique, and distinguish themselves from titles like Victor of the Blood Games, it seemed these few things, he'd do it. The Tech Priest was in a hurry. He immediately had Ink prepare a ship and returned to his secret base, taking out many design blueprints. After some deliberation, he picked up a draft, from the custodes' perspective. A transport ship advanced at full speed, heading directly towards the Medusa Watch strike cruiser. Does a custodes need to listen to Astartes' arrangements? Impossible. No matter if you're a Forge Father or a clan chief, every single one of you, drop what you're doing and come here now. Several Iron Hands veterans, upon seeing the custodes, immediately confirmed it was the mysterious, gleaming golden armor, no fake. The Adeptus Mechanicus's repair of the Arc Mechanicus imitation of Hope was much faster than they had reported. According to them, it was because the sacred light shone upon this world, and the gaze of the Omnissiah delighted all machine spirits. In reality, they simply had enough spare parts, and exaggerating the damage before was just to extort money. The Tech Priest casually placed a draft paper on the table, and the table legs creaked, unable to bear the weight. How massive was the design blueprint of a Gloriana battleship? Several Forge Fathers treasured it as if it were a sacred relic of the chapter, carefully storing the draft. If the custodes hadn't stopped them, they might have held an unboxing ceremony tomorrow, smeared some holy oil, and sung hymns, just as Guillemon didn't understand why the Ultramarines Tech Marine kowtowed to his chair. The fighting throughout the Taiping Star region entered a strange state of stagnation. A large group of Xenos packed their bags, boarded ships, and prepared to wander the world. But then the Iron Hands Expeditionary Force stopped. They weren't coming. They neither ran nor put down their bags. Large groups of Xenos stood there with their bags, observing subsequent developments. The Aurora chapter protested the stagnation of the expedition, but each of the Iron Hands clan stated that their important figures had gone to an Iron Council meeting, and they should wait. Democracy, do you understand democracy? No one person can dominate, the opinions of all clan must be heard. Screw you. The Aurora chapter was furious. If you're truly democratic, then you should call all chapters, Grey Knights captains, Death Watch, Inquisitors, to a meeting. You're closing the door and practicing democracy, playing democratic autocracy, aren't you? As for the other old chapter of the second founding, the Raven Guard, they had long since disappeared, and as Raven Guard, they had now gone behind enemy lines for guerrilla warfare. A bit further and they would encounter the temporary Second Taiping Star region enclave. The expeditionary force gradually returned to normal several months later. Command of the Iron Hands was gradually being transferred to the Aurora chapter. They suddenly contracted their forces, concentrating some military power, with the appearance of directly withdrawing to the Medusa star system. The Aurora chapter master had a crazy idea. These old steel-boned perverts, could they have found an STC template, and a very large one at that? Now they're gathering forces to transport it back to a safe rear area. Once this thought appeared, it firmly occupied his mind. He then looked at the surrounding Adeptus Mechanicus. Large amounts of resources and supplies were being diverted in one direction, and certain previously unneeded resource requests appeared on the list. He couldn't see any higher-level secrets, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was true. He generously took over the command, and he believed that before the main force of the Iron Hands returned, they should now consolidate their position and first establish the defensive lines behind them. The Aurora chapter are descendants of Guillemon. They began their classic post-war reconstruction specialty. The Primarch assigned them here to do this work. The destructive attack style of the Iron Hands had to be paired with governance experts who could quickly restore world production. The advance of the front line slowed down. Conversely, Xenos raids began to increase significantly. Everyone, with the mindset of getting one last score before fleeing, began a frenzied spree of robbery. There were also some more cautious Xenos who believed that the stagnation of the Imperial Expeditionary Force was because the main force for the decapitation strike the Primaris Astartes had already infiltrated. The active combat of the Raven Guard validated this point, and they fled overnight. Yi Feng originally wanted to send his main force to several secondary battlefields to see if he could get some Xenos ships to sell, but the war almost pushed forward, and the combat pressure was much lower. He had no choice but to order the last few Phantom Dragon-class battleships to return to defend the Atres region. His home was facing the impact of fleeing Xenos and the plunder of numerous pirates. Anos, Yi Feng, I'm hungry, there's nothing in my stomach. Not even a Gloriana-class battleship. Yi Feng, don't worry, I'm the tapeworm in your stomach. Don't I know what you're thinking? We have principles, we won't screw over the Iron Hands. But for rogue traders, I can't guarantee anything, oh. Especially those currently busy traveling through the lost regions, the ones moving treasures for the Xenos. The rogue traders themselves were also panicking, oh. The Imperial Expeditionary Force was pushing forward like a bulldozer, who knew if the planets where they hid their treasures would be discovered. Between massive procurement of armaments to strengthen defenses and packing up their valuables to flee, the bolder rogue traders chose to profit from the war. The great educator Yifeng was going to teach them a lesson, those who are too bold are prone to trouble. Chapter 400 Hey Tudun. Don't worry, these are the purest Helok tribesmen. Don't you believe me? There's even soil from Helok Satellite 3 on them. Rogue trader Ha Tudun took a sip of tea. Beside him, a nearly naked handmaiden was gesticulating wildly. These Xenos were truly difficult to communicate with, using only body language. He couldn't figure out how their long-range communication worked. The woman twisted with effort, the simple movements made by the multi-jointed Xeno caused her immense pain. Due to their different physical structures, the Xenos in front of him took some time to understand the rogue trader's meaning. Their multi-jointed arms writhed, extracting pieces of jade from beneath their skin. They looked smooth and warm, with a subtle blue hue in the pristine white. The rogue trader felt a bit disgusted. These things were basically the Xenos' kidney stones, if that organ could even be called a kidney. He twitched a finger, and the handmaiden knelt forward to catch the jade. The Xeno misunderstood, immediately brandishing its sharp limb, and a string of blood beads splattered across the air. The rogue trader looked furious. This isn't cargo. Damn this slave society. The handmaiden wailed, blood gushing into her throat, her cries gradually weakening and becoming indistinguishable. She looked at the elegant rogue trader with pleading eyes. He was red-faced from shouting, loudly calling for his guards and another translator. The main guns of the warship in the sky began to turn, and the situation was on the verge of erupting. She sadly realized that no doctor or medicine was coming, only Ha Tudun's protests. His anger was only to gain more profit, not to save her. In her last moments, she saw the Xeno throw something else. It was too blurry to see clearly. The enemy's blade sliced open her throat and began to tear and consume her flesh. Ha Tudun didn't care. The current situation was not as optimistic as these ignorant Xenos imagined. They had no idea what the Imperium of Man's massive expeditionary force was. The source of his goods, the Helok Xenos, were much smarter. When he arrived there, intending to sell some information about the scale and approximate route of the Imperium of Man's expeditionary force, he found that the Helok tribe had vanished without a trace. The monk might have run, but the temple remained. There were always some things that were too difficult to transport and were left behind. Ha Tudun was not polite, he stripped everything clean. This included some well-built fortresses, which he dug up along with their foundations. He just needed to simply smash them onto the ground, and then let these ignorant fellows stick them to the ground with their own secreted mucus. Anyway, they were very confident in the strength of their own mucus. Other chapters were one thing, but the Iron Hands expeditionary force? Forget fortresses, they could even collapse continents. Ha Tudun took one last look at the handmaiden, now a skeleton. What a pity, she chose the wrong profession. These Xenos who chose to resist stubbornly would surely be destroyed, and then this translator would also be useless. This was inevitable. Only rare items could fetch a good price. After he had squeezed the kidney stones from most of the Xenos on this planet, he would have to destroy them. Scarcity drives value, allowing his goods to sell for high prices. Moreover, the location information of this planet could also be sold. Generals who sought to gain experience and military achievements by joining large-scale fleet expeditions loved such worlds and were very willing to pay for information. How much information could reconnaissance units find? Didn't expeditions still rely on the local experts who had been here for hundreds of years for specific information? He left with the large quantity of kidney stones he had acquired. The method of transportation was troublesome, but not expensive. Among the many Xeno products, only these kidney stones could be considered useful. Don't even think about materials and war intensity, none could compare to the mainstream races of the galaxy. These items were merely for nobles to play with, accompanied by a fabricated history. Each piece of jade was produced within a powerful, noble, and rare Xeno. They would only condense one such jade in their lifetime, and unfortunately, they have already been destroyed. What is sold to you, sir, is from a certain noble, a certain king, queen, or taken from their ancient sacrificial grounds, cultivated and offered for tens of thousands of years, a top-grade item. Those wealthy nobles loved such things. As long as the story was well crafted and widely spread, the price would naturally rise. Ha Tudun decided to meet up with a few of his old partners first. They were all bigwigs in noble and wealthy circles. He would give them a few pieces of jade, and then, these people would simply need to show off this precious jade to other bigwigs invited to their homes. Then, major buyers would naturally come knocking. Couldn't he just name his own price? Since it was a free gift, those collaborating bigwigs would naturally work hard to raise the price of the jade, and then, by reselling it, wouldn't they have gained a large sum of money for free? Ha Tudun recalled that the richest person he had swindled was an elderly, high-ranking member of an ancient navigator family. Just one shipment, and the price he offered not only covered the entire cost of his operation but also allowed him to buy several more ships. He also took the opportunity to collaborate with the navigator family, and the addition of some powerful navigators allowed this rogue trader fleet to reach its destination more safely. After slightly composing himself, a Xeno infiltrator was dragged from an empty hold on the warship. It seemed the Xenos below were not united. Some fanatics were staunch supporters of the theory of excluding all alien races. Today is a good day. Let's have an opening banquet. Have the kitchen open the ant beast cans. Ha-Tuden was delighted, but alarms blared on all the warships as a massive Adeptus Astartes chapter fleet surged into the star system. In a panic, Ha-Tuden ordered his fleet to send out peace signals, indicating for the other side not to fire, while also telling everyone to hide the heretical items. Damn it, the expeditionary force arrived so quickly? I knew a stagnant front was impossible, there must be a big plan. The rogue trader had an astropath send out a request for assistance. Although they were very close, using an astropath was a matter of protocol, they were calling for support from the entire star region. Ha-Tuden calmed down, changed into an Imperial War Command uniform. Maintaining reverence for the Adeptus Astartes chapter fleet was essential. His observation post left on this planet had become a lifesaver. Only 3 representatives from the Adeptus Astartes chapter came. Not long after initial contact, several Terminators boarded his ship. The well-traveled rogue trader knew what Terminators meant. There was once news of Chaos Warbands acquiring them, and the price was ridiculously high, so high that Ha-Tuden felt the traders wouldn't actually pay, so he just filled in a random bounty number. Ha-Tuden saluted the leading Terminator's warrior with the Aquila sign, and in his most resonant voice, said, Ha-Tuden family, 46th generation, conscripted by the Departamento Munitorum of the Cold Wind sector in the Taiping Star region, for forward reconnaissance missions for the expeditionary force. Please give your orders. Ha-Tuden was well prepared. How could he operate here without some official connections? All his procedures and certificates were complete, he was a middleman, after all. Sometimes, he would even encounter smarter Xenos who would pay him a hush fee not to transmit the location of their homeworld to the Imperium. What is the current mission progress? Reporting, Angel. He glanced at the chapter mark, momentarily unable to recall which chapter it was. We have discovered a Xeno world. After a brief reconnaissance, we confirmed their intelligence exceeds livestock standards, and their military strength is considerable. We issued a signal as per regulations, awaiting rendezvous with the expeditionary force, and in the meantime, sealed off the entire star system to ensure no escapees. Currently, the signal has just been sent, and the fleet is deploying its formation. They didn't attack you? Do enemies of this strength require expeditionary force support? Isn't this a waste of military resources? He couldn't bear the Angel's reprimand, so Ha-Tuden immediately brought out the reconnaissance points he had set up here. They were somewhat hastily hidden, but it didn't detract from the posture he was trying to project. Originally, the few agents who were leisurely planning to eat and drink for a few months, then guide the Imperial fleet when it arrived and collect their reconnaissance rewards, the supplies for subsequent missions, were suddenly informed that the infiltration mission had urgently commenced. They were suddenly swamped with work. A librarian arrived at this location, accompanied by a psyker. Outlets hated coming to the treasure site himself, although it would make his treasure-finding predictions more accurate. Whether it's loyal or not, I'll know after I search. When it comes to treasure hunting, we are professionals. Ha-Tuden's expression was grim. He had thought the Terminators were important figures coming to negotiate, but he hadn't expected them to be the vanguard. Large numbers of recruits arrived on this warship, and the other transport barges were much the same. Ha-Tuden bowed and scraped, but with a flick of his finger, he had already adjusted the angle of the diamond ring on his finger, turning the diamond half a turn. My goods are hidden quite well, they shouldn't be discovered, right? Report, item found in the first volume of the rare goods catalog. Ha-Tuden's heart jumped, and he felt a bit flustered. Although he concealed it well, the librarian still noticed something amiss. The rogue trader quickly reacted. I haven't even reported this treasure to the Imperium, how could it be in the catalog? Moreover, we hid it very well. We have discovered live specimens of advanced groks, and in considerable numbers. Esteemed Emperor's Angels, I believe that sufficient fresh food is a guarantee of successful operations. These beasts all possess Imperial certificates and come from specialized bioengineered farms on Agricultural World Salon 9, absolutely safe. Additionally, a chef was later found killed by a parasite. Basically, everyone in the command center was stunned. They had just said it was safe. Ant beast canned meat is always like this, quality is concerning. It must be the chef stealing food, no, it's that during the sampling inspection to confirm safety, protective measures weren't properly taken, leading to residual parasites in the poorly disinfected ant beast canned meat killing him. Ha-Tuden kept expressing regret, and the librarian pulled him along towards the grok's pens behind. During this time, he saw 2 auxiliary soldiers carrying a psyker on a stretcher. He was shocked, a death on his ship was a serious matter. He immediately wanted to ask, but the auxiliary soldiers roughly covered his mouth. Having traversed the galaxy for so many years, he was at least a noble. How could he let a common soldier humiliate him like this? He immediately wanted to reprimand him, but the combat dagger was faster than his thoughts. Before he could even form the idea of reprimanding, it was already at his neck. Wake up the psyker, and I'll kill you directly. Ha-Tuden realized that his noble status was now worthless. Among the rogue trader dynasties that dealt with the Red Tide, he was probably the quickest to realize this. Outlets suddenly sprang up from the stretcher as if resurrected, then looked around, pointed at the door, and said, behind the door, livestock. With that, he lay back down and fell into a deep sleep. The door opened, and the smell from the beast pens made Ha-Tuden want to vomit, but at this moment, he dared not say a word. Everything happening now made him begin to doubt the legitimacy of this Adeptus Astartes chapter, but with a blade at his neck, who dared to speak out of turn? Very spacious beast pens. Fresh meat is very important, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Rogue Trader? You are absolutely right, I will lead the way for the Lord. I'm afraid that won't be necessary. From the shadows, a power wrench suddenly appeared, and then the lights of a bionic eye lit up. A red light flashed in the darkness, instilling an unnameable fear. The tech marine was now holding a power sword. This combat blade came from the Iron Hands chapter. The master-crafted power sword now gleamed with the light of a disintegration field. Seeing his brother's reaction, the librarian also tightened his grip on his hammer. Black Templars, my thunder hammer, my hammer. Relax, the hammer isn't needed just yet. The librarian understood the unspoken meaning and prepared a psychic attack, while Hatuden felt bewildered. Lord, is there something wrong with these beasts? Don't think we don't know your little schemes. The tech marine brought his blade down hard, splitting a huge grox completely open. A bloody stench mixed with the smell of excrement from its internal organs spread out. Come and look at this. The tech marine picked up a jade and examined it carefully. Hatuden desperately racked his brain for a plausible explanation. Warp mutation? No, our entire ship would be purged. He used to deal with unlucky individuals in his fleet that way. Biomodification from an agricultural world? That might work. Or was there a feeding error? Don't you have anything to say? Respected angel, I am ill-informed and not very familiar with the internal organs of grox. Hatuden wiped sweat from his hand, showing a nervous and regretful expression for not being able to answer the question. No, this is something you bought from Xenos. If you don't want to talk, there are others who will. Outlet suddenly resurrected again, his eyes bursting with psychic light, staring intently at Hatuden. The evidence is conclusive. I declare, rogue traitor Hatuden. Wait, Hatuden hastily interjected. How could he be on trial already? You can't just believe the Psyker's one-sided story. Jade, these are jade. My exploration team dug them up while exploring a planet. I decided to hand them over to members of the Adeptus Mechanicus for testing later. Really dug up? Xenoplanet, the librarian gently stroked Hatuden's head. Hatuden felt his scalp was about to be peeled off, his entire facial expression contorted hideously. Some were stolen from Xeno treasuries. Respected angel, this doesn't violate Imperial law, does it? The Xeno location has already been sent out. I merely, preemptively seized some things they considered precious to analyze their values. You know, I am a reconnaissance unit, the more information, the better. We found through long-term observation that this jade is placed inside Xeno bodies. We are unsure if the Xenos themselves have internal pockets, but we try to. No, the Xenos told you that they needed to be preserved in flesh. The tech marine laughed loudly. Long immersion in the ways of the machine had damaged part of his voice, and his electronic laughter echoed in the beast pens, sounding particularly eerie. The grox should have been enraged. The tech marine had secretly included infrasound that would drive them mad, but they merely stood up weakly and roared a few times. That's hilarious. That's what the Xenos told you? What idiots. I finally understand why there are so many drifting warships in the warp. The tech marine held a jade shard between two fingers and dangled it in front of Hatuden's face. Clang. The strike of the master-crafted power sword was too fast to see. A terrifying force flashed past Hatuden's eyes, and extreme fear spread through him. No, impossible, how is this possible? The jade was bleeding. It wasn't jade. We have the most professional instruments for testing. It is a special stone structure, impossible. We have authenticated it. Hatuden genuinely didn't know. A little trick, clever parasites. Unfortunately, if they had successfully parasitized you fools, I wonder if there would still be enough intelligence to operate this warship. The jade-like eggs were truly disgusting. The Astartes had an instinctive aversion to Xenos, and now this extended to all the grox present. The first grox had already begun to show abnormalities. When the space marines were slaughtering, it remained motionless, even making one think it was a corpse. As the tech marine approached, this grox beast suddenly leaped up, its body moving erratically, its belly rippling like waves. All its internal organs and subcutaneous muscles had been eaten by the awakened parasites, leaving only a small amount of soft subcutaneous fat and ugly skin. The tech marine struck it with a power wrench, smashing its head. A large number of spikes and tentacles simultaneously erupted from its broken neck. Remind me next time, brother. I made the same mistake again. Omniscia forgive me. The tech marine muttered to himself, his hands working without hesitation. The blade sliced open the entire giant beast, and then the close-range plasma destroyer erupted. Not only were the parasites destroyed, but even the floor beneath the beast pens was burned away, revealing broken pipes. The librarian swung his hammer with one hand, killing a giant beast with a single blow, while his other hand firmly gripped Hatuden's head. Leave none alive. Gunfire erupted in the ship's hold. The surrounding slaves trembled in fear. The appraiser, who had intended to escape with a privately hoarded jade, was stopped on the spot by a recruit. The ship's hold was full of recruits. Most of the crew were sentenced to exile, to build up barren planets. This was already a great mercy, as we didn't even have time to determine if they had been corrupted. Hatuden swore it was the fastest he had ever moved in his life. His hand bent like lightning, activating his escape device, but in an instant, psychic lightning struck and severed his fingers. The charred fingers, smelling slightly of burning, fell to the ground. A crystal-clear ring dropped, its densely inscribed psychic glow flashed once, but ultimately did not activate. Rogue traitors, it's truly difficult to keep you loyal without supervision. The librarian was actually praising Hatuden, at least he hadn't found any chaos corruption. Keeping such greedy humans felt like simultaneously contending with both the Imperium of Man and Chaos. Alright, you're still somewhat useful. We believe you are not the only rogue trader in this area, are you? How did that saying go? Reconnaissance unit conscripted by the Taiping Star Region Departmentum Unitorum. Come on, you'll be happy to tell us. The librarian dragged him towards a small dark room. As for the Xenos below, the librarian truly didn't care. They were a barbaric, primitive race. Killing them all wouldn't incur much risk, but it would take too long. Report, an Imperial Navy fleet has responded to H.A. Tuden's distress signal and is expected to arrive here within 4 Terra-day. 4 Terra-day, quite close. Everyone hear that? Within 4 days, all warships must be completely commandeered. I don't want any more issues of warships moving after entering the shipyard. Is that clear? The warriors of the Red Tide employed their signature skills, swiftly clearing out all the transport barges. Even the contact person hiding on the planet was dug out. Days later, an Imperial Navy fleet and a transport warship from Avostroyan Firstborn arrived. The noble officer leading the navy was very excited. This was his great opportunity to make a name for himself. The war merits of single-handedly taking down a world would be enough to secure his position. He was very excited. His grandfather said there was a powerful figure looking out for him, telling him to proceed methodically. Grandson, do well, and don't disappoint me. He stood enthusiastically before the command console, eagerly anticipating meeting the legendary powerful figure. In the star system, only one Adeptus Astartes frigate was present, providing initial guidance for them. My grandfather can connect with the Emperor's angels? Good heavens, my family's backer is an Adeptus Astartes chapter. This Imperial Navy general was utterly bewildered. Upon meeting our representative for final arrangements, he immediately became completely compliant. Whatever you say, I'll do. Lord, I am your servant. Please use me as you wish. The Xeno leader of the planet was decapitated, and most of their defensive equipment was destroyed. They hid in the bunkers H.A. Tuden had sold them. The Imperial Navy's bombardment precisely struck the bunkers. Everything was done cautiously. What an easy war merit to gain. Chapter 401, Really Fighting? This is just a small part. Meeting Ha Tuden was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. As long as the net was cast wide enough, one would eventually be caught. With H.A. Tuden's intelligence, the fleet cluster began to move. The People's Light almost never stopped, attacking relentlessly. For some opponents corrupted by chaos, the flagship didn't even conceal its movements, appearing and firing, dealing with them at the fastest speed. The route was perfectly planned. The People's Light made a wide detour through the chaotic front lines, striking not only rogue traders but also the fleets of weaker Xenos. Their warships suffered heavy losses, but each Xenos had different escape methods, some involving strange hyperdimensional jumps that even the Tech Marine, who had consumed homunculus technology, couldn't comprehend. The surrounding Xenos were pressured to a certain extent, then forced to form an alliance to resist the Imperium's expeditionary forces' invasion. They agreed to launch attacks on the expeditionary force from several directions. The Iron Hands expeditionary force intimidated most Xenos with absolute destruction, but a few Xenos generals with far-sighted strategic vision saw an opportunity. The enemy's destruction was too thorough, they must not have fully rebuilt their supply lines. Once they broke through the enemy's frontline blockade and penetrated the rear of the Imperial expeditionary force, those scorched planets couldn't provide protection for the enemy's supply lines. Once supplies were cut, the front line would collapse. The Xenos would then take advantage of the situation, pursuing and slaughtering, potentially driving the expeditionary force, which lacked star system-level defense hubs, back to where the war began. Isn't this just a disguised way of expelling weaker Xenos and helping stronger Xenos integrate and expand their territory? Therefore, while the Red Tide and Raven Guard were deep behind enemy lines, the enemy's fleet was actually launching a breakthrough offensive. The stronger Xenos suffered the most. The Imperium's infiltration seemed ubiquitous. The Inquisitor and Deathwatch made excellent judgments, guiding several powerful Xenos fleets into star system-level encirclements. The scale of this battle was so grand that the orbits of individual planets could no longer accommodate these powerful space vessels. The Imperium successively abandoned several star systems to lure the enemy deeper. The opponents were like plunging into a tunnel, and by the time they realized the path ahead was an iron wall, it was already too late. Slightly weaker Xenos, on the other hand, successfully broke through the Imperial encirclement. Due to concentrating military power for annihilation battles, the usual patrol density and quality had decreased. The Xenos and heretics cheered as they rushed into the worlds behind Imperial lines. On the desolate planets, there were only rudimentary counterattack devices, as if their sole purpose was to launch some stellar smoke screens for passing supply ships, covering their escape. The enemy tasted success. Wasn't this just delivering supplies to them? The Xenos raised their butcher knives, striking a hard rock and cracking it open. The Aurora chapter is a chapter skilled in management. At the beginning of the war, they realized they couldn't rebuild all worlds, so they centralized their material allocation and established fortress worlds for blockade purposes. Island hopping strategy can be used not only for offense but also for defense. Solid fortress planets had already formed, deployed every few star systems. In the hubs of important warp routes, the newly migrated star forts could also be used as shipyards, greatly expanding the defensive range covered by the strike fleets. The scorched worlds, on the contrary, became a disadvantage for the Xenos. In these sectors, they could hardly obtain supplies. The Imperium couldn't either, but the Imperium could transport them from distant frontiers. The enemies who rushed into the rear had only two choices, either seize supply ships or attack fortresses. From this point on, scattered multi-line supplies ceased. Supply ships gathered together, moving under the cover of a powerful escort fleet, whose escort strength could already be considered an expeditionary force. The loose Xenos guerrillas were forced to regroup. What the Iron Hands liked most were enemies gathered together. Everything the Imperial Expeditionary Force did was to make the Xenos concentrate, to be annihilated collectively. The Xenos generals made an astonishing decision. They decided not to attack the heavily defended supply lines, nor the hard-to-crack fortress worlds. We continue to attack deeper into Imperial territory. Your ships aren't conjured out of thin air. If the supply lines are too strong, it means either the front line is weakened or the rear is weakened. Where the war began, where the Iron Hands Expeditionary Force departed, the defenses there must be incredibly weak. A prolonged attack takes time. The Expeditionary Force has conquered too many worlds, the journey is too long. But I am faster than these damned humans. The Xenos War Council was very confident of this. The opponent's reaction would definitely not be as fast as theirs, definitely. Then, they would face the long-prepared Heractos Sector Expeditionary Force. Let's use a simpler name, the Sisyphus Expeditionary Force. Yi Feng felt that the flagship only had about 60 positions, and although it could vary with the size of the ship, it wasn't quite enough for the current battlefield. So he called for some support. Librarian Sisyphus' Segmentum Obscurus fleet was the only unit attacked near this area during this period because most attacks in the Segmentum Obscurus came from Chaos Warriors. After being encircled, they almost always retreated towards the Eye of Terror and would not advance towards the Dark Imperium. Humanity had operated in the Segmentum Obscurus for too long, and there were not many Xenos within the Astronomican's range, let alone those who chose to retreat towards the Dark Imperium. Sisyphus led his fleet on a long journey to arrive here. Having just resupplied and preparing to rendezvous with the main army on the front line, he saw a large combined force of Xenos and heretics arrive in the Iron Star system. Both sides met, and both were stunned. The chairman of the opponent's war council spat out a mouthful of blood. There was still an ambush here. Heaven wants to destroy me, it's not my fault. Sisyphus, reputation damaged, absolutely damaged. I, a prophetic librarian, didn't foresee such a major event. No, I absolutely cannot let the warriors see it. Sisyphus quickly analyzed the enemy fleet. The scarred ships indicated they were battle-hardened, and the various types of ships indicated an alliance. A weary army, each with their own agenda, the best opportunity for attack. Sisyphus slammed his golden mace heavily on the floor and declared sternly, "Gentlemen, we have been preparing for a long time. Success or failure depends on this battle. Obey my command, deploy your formations, and meet the enemy. The enemy sees our strong fortresses, their morale is already lost. Just one defeat, and they will be a routed army." The mortals believed that Sisyphus' divine foresight had predicted the enemy's moves. They subconsciously believed the old librarian had made thorough preparations, boosting their morale. The fleet, like a sharp sword, plunged into the Xenos battle line. In the past, this would have been a very foolish formation. The vanguard forces that plunged in would be extremely vulnerable to encirclement by surrounding enemies, but at this moment, riding the fastest strike cruiser, Sisyphus indeed activated his prophetic abilities, basically confirming the brightest presence among this incoming Xenos threat. He believed that was the enemy's command center, and this sharp sword was aimed at that inconspicuous warship. The War Council was not flustered, because the reason they chose this small ship as their command post was precisely because it was fast. The development of the battle was beyond their expectations. Originally, other ships had started attacking the Red Tide fleet's flank, but a fleet composed of transport barges and frigates flew out from the supply iron wall behind them. Their combat power wasn't strong, but the transport ships looked huge, and the number of other ships was astonishing, looking very intimidating. This force was led by the local naval escort. The Emperor's angels rose to meet the enemy. Our flesh and blood also serve the God Emperor. There is no reason to cower behind ramparts. Several ships laden with promethium fuel rushed to the front. After being counterattacked by the Xenos, their escape pods immediately evacuated. The hundreds of crew members on these ships maintained the warship's operation in the most barbaric way. They jammed switches with wrenches, pressed buttons with heavy objects. The unmaintained warship would completely overload after continuing for several tens of minutes. The Xenos did not let them wait for that moment. Powerful lasers cut through the transport ships. Among the several vanguard warships, only one escape pod survived, the others were engulfed by flames. An enemy ship exploding would normally boost morale, but when the promethium element, vast enough to obscure the sky, struck, half the universe seemed to be shrouded. Nearly a quarter of the Xenos ship's side views were entirely flames, with high-energy signals constantly flashing. They wavered. Several Imperial frigates burst out from the wall of burning flames. Lances began to fire, macro cannons emitted black smoke, and the primitive machine spirit of torpedoes charged towards the enemy with the most violent posture. The War Council found their fleet starting to turn and retreat uncontrollably. Their reaction was quick, immediately ordering a withdrawal. Librarian Sisyphus, 30 seconds until boarding distance. May the Emperor protect us. Boom! The opponent's ship was turning. As it turned sideways, a broadside salvo broke the strike cruiser's void shield. Shells landed on the warship, causing a tremor. I will guide you. Follow me into battle. The librarian used his psyker abilities to repair the damaged warp transporter, and a small squad of Terminators appeared directly on the bridge. Sisyphus strode forward with the might of a dragon and tiger, knocking down a scorpion Xenos with one hammer, and then incinerating the attacking mech guard from the side with psychic lightning. Familiar battle roars echoed within the warship. The Drukari/Dark Yildari representative's hair stood on end. No more playing, absolutely no more playing, or he'd die. They were the quickest to react, grabbing a Eldar pirate by the hair and cheerfully swinging her soft body. Both sides reacted quickly, but under the surprise attack, the Drukari/Dark Yildari had the advantage. Come back with me, sister, there's no time, I'm saving you. A long-hidden poison needle pierced the Eldar's fair skin. The Drukari/Dark Yildari left easily, the difficulty was simply too low. Those bastards behind were the real trouble. The current small fleet was just an appetizer, they had to leave immediately before that big one appeared. Sisyphus quickly helped the Terminators stabilize their position. The bridge was in chaos, and the Terminators barely managed to carve out a safe zone for him. Librarian Sisyphus entered Evil God's perspective. The surrounding colors were incredibly vibrant, with countless light points darting around, making it impossible for him to determine which were important enemies. But at least he could tell where the enemies were concentrated. Straight ahead, below, full bombardment. The War Council was shattered by a bomb falling from the ceiling, throwing the enemy's formation into disarray. Most of the Xenos' secondary commanders ordered a retreat, and the scattered Xenos became guerrillas. It's unknown how they would survive in a world that even the Iron Hands considered dead, perhaps by robbing rogue traders? This was a great victory. Yi Feng's fleet rendezvoused with Sisyphus 2 months later. Looking at the old librarian, who had traveled so far, was infallible in his calculations, and incidentally wiped out the Xenos assault team, Yi Feng decided to re-establish and integrate a librarian grading system. The strongest librarian from each category would be selected to teach and lead newly promoted librarians. Let's call him the department head. When Sisyphus heard this decision, he trembled with excitement. Yi Feng was startled, thinking the librarian had foreseen a major event. Quick, help Librarian Sisyphus, all adamantium warriors, move away, everyone move away, let the librarian. It's nothing, I'm fine, I'm just overly excited, Yi Feng, this will be a day recorded in history. Ha, good that you are fine. So you support this initiative? Of course, but in terms of loyalty. There were many instances of one librarian corrupting a whole group. We need a political commissar. Frankly, I think Kazanov is the most reliable, but it's best to choose from among the librarians. I suggest choosing Bals to serve as the librarian political commissar. That will have to wait until he returns from the Space Wolves. As the only warrior who wasn't a wolf brother but was dragged away by Rogier, Bals was in immense pain, only able to try and lean towards the custodes, only to be kicked away by them. Bals tumbled in a wide arc through the air, then landed by the bonfire. Yo, brother Bals is back. Come, drink. I'm telling you, the ale brewed by Lucas, you might only get to drink it this once in your life. When I joined the honor guard back then, my old brothers didn't even spare half a bottle. Lucas the Sly, the great deceiver, the eternal blood claw, the laughing god's neighbor's dog, a universally detested scoundrel. He is one of the oldest living wolf brothers, fond of pranks, whoever crosses him will suffer greatly, including but not limited to waking up in a foul-smelling grog's pen, taking a sip of ale only for it to explode, or finding his trophies ruined by a rampaging HRYSS mantis while maintaining them. He was equally sly with enemies, skilled at using non-combat methods to reduce their fighting strength, such as inciting infighting among orcs or leading the word-bearers to land on thin ice, causing them to freeze in the soulless sea. Most of the Wolfguard warriors felt he was not very wolf brother-like, but the wolf priests believed his existence was necessary, as only by transcending rules could the space wolves be constantly reminded not to be hidebound. However, he was still universally detested. Lucas always remained in the Blood Claw Squad. The space wolves do not have a 10th Company Scout Battalion, their recruits directly don armor to form Blood Claw Squads. And every few years, when the Wolf Lords reviewed their hunts, the worst performer would be assigned the duty of supervising Lucas. Rogier was once a member of his squad, and Lucas saved his life multiple times, for which he repaid him by. Rogier, to repay Lucas, once stole his own Wolf Lord's fine wine and successfully received a beating. Lucas had been defeated by the Drukari/Dark Yildari once, and one of his hearts was removed. Lucas did not undergo biological surgery, instead, he installed a stasis bomb in the place of that heart. Lucas, I brought you a gift. What, has the Cullen wine not reached its limit yet? Lucas is a master brewer. No, Rogier pulled out a small device containing Lucas's heart. I found some things we lost. No, you picked it up. Lucas's flushed face returned to normal in a second, though he was already red-skinned. The demise of the Drukari/Dark Yildari? That would be a long story, and this much wine wouldn't be enough. I'll go call Ragnar, let him contribute some of his private stash. He's stingy, last time when I brought out wine to share, I saw him secretly hide a bottle. Young Wolf Lord Ragnar Blackmane. He is now the head wolf. 10 minutes later, Lucius landed beside the bonfire in the exact same posture as Bals. He crashed right onto the chest of Bals, who was passed out from too much drinking, waking our poor librarian up again. Yo, our grand librarian Bals is awake. Come, quickly have a bowl of Fenris mead to clear your head. Bals ultimately didn't know what Rogier and Ragnar had discussed. By the time he woke up, the custodes were already preparing to depart. There's no need to doubt the loyalty of the Space Wolves, but most of the time, you need to be careful of their savage and foolish reckless behavior. Ragnar Blackmane quickly accepted the support of the adamantium armor, but had some questions about equipping the entire chapter with such armor. Most of the wolves liked this armor, but many veterans also raised concerns that it was difficult to integrate with their keen sense of smell and hearing. Rogier had adopted a wolf pack support method, and for this, the wolf pack suffered heavy casualties. For this, the Wolf Brothers Tech Marines and Iron Fathers began to ponder how to modify a set of devices they could use. The Custodes remained reserved on the matter. In short, most things were still quite harmonious, it was just that the false wolves had not yet integrated into the chapter. You should form your own chapter, the clause of the real chapter would suit your personality, Rogier. 1300 warriors is too large a number. I know, young Wolf Lord. Head Wolf. To quickly replenish numbers, my screening method was indeed lacking, but they are all veterans who have experienced enough wars, there's no need for this. The blood of Russ flows in our veins, we are family. You have changed, Rogier, Ragnar was very clear about the current situation. If you want to come back, we'd be very happy, we'll just assume you fought in the Death Watch for 300 years, but it's not appropriate for them to join the Wolf Pack. They already have their own traditions and fighting styles. The Space Wolves will always maintain good relations with them. Old brother, if it really can't be helped, just be the 14th company. Ragnar's tone was very firm, unless you bring back the missing head wolf Logan, it's out of the question. Kurosel was not surprised by this outcome, nor did he feel he absolutely had to leave the Red Tide, he merely regretted that if his gene father Lemon Russ returned someday, he wouldn't be able to see him immediately. Before Rogier made his final decision, Yifeng's summons reached him. All warriors, return to your posts as soon as possible, the war has begun. A portion of the First Legion's forces departed from the Ghoul Stars, launching a very fierce offensive against the dark edges of the Segmentum Obscurus. The Inquisitor Hereticus reported that on the edge of the galaxy, a new plague of disbelief was brewing. The Xenos Inquisitor reported a phenomenon of Astartes clustering within Deathwatch squads, where warriors from many chapters began to adopt a common ideology. After they returned to their chapters, some chapters protested to us and stated they would no longer provide supporting warriors. The Expeditionary Force Explorer team reported the discovery of human colonies on the extreme edge of the galaxy that refused to worship the Emperor as a god, had no ecclesiarchy but were governed by Astartes, requesting confirmation. The Grey Knights reported encountering a group of lost Astartes while fighting chaos. They claimed to be lost warriors of the Red River Warband and consistently maintained their fight. Given that they had fought in the warp for too long, the Grey Knights captain ultimately decided to kill them. The Ministry of Internal Affairs tax ship reported the suspected existence of new, unrecorded human colonies beyond the northern worlds of the 500 worlds, with clear navigation channels and no enemies, requesting reconnaissance forces to confirm the news. The Red Tide announced, execute the ecclesiarchy, purge the Emperor's corrupt officials. Yifeng? Who shouted that? Why wasn't I informed? How did I start a rebellion? My warship is still next to the Iron Hands Expeditionary Force, don't mess with me. At least let me withdraw first. The tech priest appeased the foolish marmot, oh no, the Forge Father, telling him to continue secretly repairing the ship. If he didn't trust them, they would send a different custodes to negotiate with him. Victor, who had returned at some unknown time, suddenly appeared behind Yifeng's chair. I shouted it. Get to work quickly. Any later, and there won't be enough recruits modified before the plan begins. Yifeng let out a yell, and Victor instinctively punched him. Victor, welcome back. Just tell me, how should we play this out? Play it out? Just fight without restraint. Remember, attack, don't defend. Victor meant not to place the war zone in their own territory, nor in the Imperium of Man's territory. Put it in the Ghoul Stars. When your two chapters, or armies, fight, it's world-shattering, star-shattering, moon-shattering, as easy as drinking water. Go fight on someone else's territory. Fight without restraint, the bigger the commotion, the better, and the farther the war zone is from Terra, the better. This way, we will have enough time and enough justification for all expeditionary forces to begin retreating to defend Terra. Yifeng shrank his head, quietly asking, really fight? Be prepared for heavy losses. What about the First Legion? Secret. Chapter 402 Enlightenment. For the first time in this protracted Great Crusade, the Dark Angels called for reinforcements. The target was not other Adeptus Astartes chapters, Grey Knights, Astra Militarum, or anything else, but the Ecclesiarchy. They requested aid from the nearest holy world, claiming to have discovered heretics who refused to believe in the Emperor, and asked for support from Battle Sisters and Ecclesiarchy priests. The Ecclesiarchy theoretically only has the Battle Sisters as an armed force, but do not underestimate the Ecclesiarchy's priests and the fanatics who follow them. Fanatics can come from any faction, off-duty soldiers of the local planetary defense force, nearby miners, or even an inquisitor, if they wish. A plague of unbelief would certainly require the assistance of an inquisitor, and several inquisitors simultaneously departed from the Holy World to the Ghoul Stars. The Dark Angels' offensive was like a silent heavy blade, splitting open the defenses of several fringe worlds with one strike. Newly established cities turned into a sea of fire, as the Dark Angels were ordered by the Inner Circle to launch an all-out attack without reservation. The Angels of Absolution chapter had long dominated the Ghoul Stars, being true destroyers. They herded a large group of Xenos forces towards the edge of the Segmentum Obscurus. Following the impact of the Beast Tide, some special warriors began to act. The Angels of Absolution were a successor chapter that emerged during the second founding. Their reputation was not prominent, and the only information seemingly available was that they were stationed near the Eye of Terror, specifically within the monastery after Cadia. Their sole characteristic was that they were never recruited as a full chapter. This point also disappeared after Abaddon's successful raid during the 13th Black Crusade. The Angels of Absolution dispatched an astonishing number of explorer squads. They sounded harmless, but only Xenos who had experienced the Great Crusade knew the terror of these Astartes. They were assassins, extremely elite assassins. The former name of the Angels of Absolution was the Fire Wings. Among the First Legion's 6 wings, the Fire Wings were the smallest and were shattered and disappeared after the Great Crusade. The chapter formed on the basis of the shattered Fire Wings specialized in infiltration and assassination. Blades emerging from the darkness would quietly disappear after being stained with the blood of enemy commanders' severed heads, ghosts among ghosts. Most records of the Angels of Absolution were from the peacetime at the gates of the Eye of Terror, where the Angels of Absolution chapter would charge into the Eye of Terror, entering the enemy's chaos worlds to kill, and in that treacherous environment, they fought against the best alpha assassins, facing various chaos planets, assassinating those chaos traitors who had left heinous records in imperial archives. At this time, amidst the defensive chaos caused by the beast tide, they infiltrated the stubbornly resisting planet and killed its commander, a Primaris warrior. The Dark Angels only saw him wearing worn Mark X power armor. That armor was meticulously maintained, but it had not received deep maintenance from a tech marine for a long time. Regrettably, the Angels of Absolution failed to capture him and killed him in his desperate counterattack. The surrounding mortal political commissars were no match, like straw before the top Fire Wings assassins, but they did one thing: they destroyed everything around them. The Angels of Absolution were forced to evacuate urgently, without even time to carry the body, because evacuating with power armor on might mean being buried under the collapse. Ultimately, they obtained a body that had been dead for too long, making it very difficult to extract memories from it, requiring a grand ritual, which the Dark Angels command deemed unworthy. Following the Fire Wings and the Beast Tide were the Angels of Vengeance. These chapters, mainly formed from the shattered Raven Wing, were the best infantry. Fighting to the death seemed natural to them, and from the very beginning of the war, they were battling the terrifying enemies of the Ghoul Stars. They suffered the most severe losses, and currently, the vast majority of the chapter consists of newly enlisted recruits. Throughout the entire expeditionary force, most chapters were in this state, the number of veterans had significantly decreased, and the vast majority of chapters felt the burden or sin of their ancestors pressing on their shoulders. They became taciturn, efficient in action, and moved slowly in the darkness. Except for the Ultima Founders chapter, which is highly suspected to have received the wrong gene seed from call meant for the Ultramarines. This Dark Angels successor chapter, formed during the Ultramarines founding, believes that fallen angels, historical issues of the parent chapter, to hell with it, what does it have to do with me? Killing fallen angels is no different from killing other traitors. Now, they are still holding the line deep within the Ghoul Stars. The Dark Angels Expeditionary Forces assault was quickly met with our counterattack. The Overlord-class battleships responsible for patrolling several surrounding star systems immediately provided support. Upon seeing this massive fleet, the mortal captain was about to hail them to prove they were allies, when the commander suddenly ordered everyone to assume a solid stance. The war began. The Overlord-class battleship did not stop at all. It plunged, circumventing the main expeditionary force from the flank, and penetrated deep into the enemy's supply lines. Most of the planetary defense forces were killed in the first wave of Xenos attacks. A small number who believed the descending Dark Angels were Adeptus Astartes coming to rescue them were killed alongside them by these superhuman warriors on charges of heresy. The ecclesiarchy priests began to gather the remaining populace on the surface, while the surviving armed forces transitioned into underground guerrilla warfare. The local young and able-bodied labor force suffered heavy losses in this war. The Dark Angels had not anticipated such a degree of resistance from the people here. With an extremely high youth casualty rate, the people here should have completely collapsed, running around in panic or cowering in cellars. But they didn't. The Fire Wings, the Angels of Absolution chapter, found many shelters with complete industrial equipment and humans fully engaged in war production. This was highly unusual. When major events occurred, everyone lost their bearings. Normal people would run home, but here, all the populace spontaneously ran towards the factories where they worked, including children who were originally at home. Just like us back then. Humans are fragile. Ordinary people seeing the horrors of war for the first time cried loudly. Some leaders stood up to organize the masses. Thus, the Angels of Absolution saw workers crying while swinging large hammers, and women trembling with fear, leaning against pushcarts, yet still insisting on transporting supplies. They decapitated several factory managers. The surrounding mortals fought them desperately. Some elderly humans seemed to have seen traitors before, because they shouted, "Die, you damned traitors, you bastards of the Iron Warriors." These were the elite backbone codders who had relocated from the parent chapter's homeworld defense war back then. The ecclesiarchy priests faced a silent populace, elders, children, silently watching them, silently watching several teachers responsible for science education being hanged and books being burned. Surrounding them was an overwhelming hatred. Azrael didn't care. The chapter master of the Dark Angels stood like a statue on the bridge of the Invincible Reason. He had been like this since the war began. Azrael. What is it, Asmodee? They are more terrifying than we imagined. Nothing is more terrifying than us. We are the descendants of the Emperor's eldest son, the true executioners. Lionel Johnson believed he was the eldest son, not Horus, and the Emperor's favoritism towards them was worthy of this status. Give them some warning. Prepare the antimatter annihilation matrix. An ancient bomb from the Age of Strife plunged deep into the planet. Before it, even the hardest rock was as soft as tofu. The planet did not die, the crust underwent violent tremors, and a colossal crater appeared, from which erupted capricious winds of death. The fierce winds were laden with antimatter particles. For humans, touching them meant the disintegration of flesh. In the worst case, an antimatter storm like a black sandstorm would sweep through, stripping away a layer of the entire surface, and even humans wearing heavy protective suits would be reduced to skeletal remains in a second, leaving behind a withered skeleton. The ecclesiarchy proclaimed this was the god emperor's punishment for their impure faith. Only by constructing the largest statue of the emperor in history could they quell this world scar that spewed planetary-level storms. What? You ask when the black storms will rage, and when it will be ordinary storms. Go chant Emperor protects. You'd better pray you don't encounter a black storm when transporting the statue. The Dark Angels expeditionary force left here, eagerly anticipating what kind of reaction the Red Tide would have to force their massive fleet back into the Ghoul Stars. The Dark Imperium's fleet was under strength due to Sisyphus' departure, and most commanders made the same decision. Charge in, get behind their lines. Relying on the Overlord-class battleship's terrifying acceleration in real space and its real space navigation technology, the Imperial fleet had almost no interception capability, or rather, the Adeptus Mechanicus constantly protested against its use. This was because the technology for striking warp-scheming warships in the warp had no detailed operational procedures passed down, and the conservative Adeptus Mechanicus refused to activate attack technologies suspected to be relics of the Golden Age. After only a brief argument, their pursuing fleet lost its lock on the Overlord-class battleship. The warp's unpredictability lies in this: an Overlord-class battleship might skip through the warp, momentarily appearing in real space, and by the time it returns to the edge of the warp, it could already be in another warp region. Individual battleships darted through the Ghoul Stars. Some encountered terrifying civilizations and were blown apart on the spot. Others successfully discovered Imperial supply lines and began to engage in the Red River's specialty. The star system fortress assumed a posture of delaying for time at all costs. Some unfinished bastions even began to dismantle parts of the fortress areas, allowing the war to descend into a meat grinder-like, certain death situation. The Dark Angels had never used their full strength, and a large cluster of newly established colonies was already in a precarious state. Under these desperate circumstances, the mortals, who had long been educated by Yifeng's short videos, passively activated a war potential. Calculating value. From the most commonly heard kill 1, break even, kill 2, profit 2 if I delay for 1 second, this world can hold them for a month. We may not see the dawn of victory, but we can let our descendants step on our corpses to pierce through this darkness. The people in the entire area seemed to have given up their lives. After giving up their lives, how easy it was. It seemed like everything they did was a gain. The disheartened mortals particularly enraged the ecclesiarchy's priests, and the continuous slaughter by the battle sisters made them begin to doubt their own actions. After all, the emperor truly did not wish it, and naturally would not give them any spiritual support. No one knew why they were fighting. What did the games of the upper echelons have to do with ordinary people like them? Blood soaked the land, and Kern's corruption was silently brewing. The Dark Angels priests were the most professional. Halfway through their advance, they discovered Kern cults appearing on the recently occupied world. Some people, consumed by rage, began to grip their blades. The year 42K858, a day Kern also favored. The Red Tide forces finally appeared at the Mandeville Point in the distance. At this time, the Dark Angels were no longer far from Langzhou. The Taiping Star Region fleet, Yifeng's main force, and Sisyphus' fleet converged, forming a massive fleet cluster. All warships were advancing at extreme speed. Every minute the war dragged on, the consumed supplies amounted to astronomical figures. The Dacian world's forces had assembled, and Li Enjun was commanding the Ultima Segmentum forces to strike directly at the Dark Angels' rear, cutting off their supplies from the Imperium. Especially the Holy Worlds. Some Holy Worlds were particularly impoverished. Besides offering the heads of some Imperial saints, they only had wonders, such as super pilgrimage structures towering 5,000 meters high, with sacred flames burning eternally on their upper levels. Some were unimaginably wealthy. Li Enjun even considered abandoning the attack on the Dark Angels to conquer these regions instead. Overlord-class battleships stirred up trouble in the Ghoul Stars. As the war progressed, everything seemed to be under Guilliman's control. The forces that should have been Guilliman's, approaching the Ghoul Stars from the Ultima Segmentum, were still in the storm sector and unable to return. Approaching from the Segmentum Obscurus were the Blood Angels and the Wolf Guard, currently locked in fierce combat with Chaos. The only available Salamander's expeditionary force was still battling Primarch Mortarion, the Daemon Primarch Typhus. The arrival of adamantium armor significantly accelerated their progress, but they wouldn't be able to disengage anytime soon. The Dark Angels expeditionary force, seemingly surrounded by allies, was in fact isolated and unsupported. Azrael didn't care. The Dark Angels had prepared a wild world, teeming with ferocious local beasts and unnatural, almost insane, natural phenomena. Some warriors of the Angels of Absolution chapter raised strong protests, but their chapter master overruled them. Only those truly in the inner circle knew what this meant: death. An Adeptus Astartes melee contest, without planet-killing weapons, aimed at preserving gene seeds to the maximum extent, allowing apothecaries to calmly extract the hope for the future. Mad and cruel. Asmodee looked at his old brother. They had cooperated for a millennium. The Dark Angels were always victorious. He could tell what Azrael was about to do just by hearing him breathe. Until a mysterious custodian visited. After that, Azrael became stronger. No warrior in the chapter could defeat him, not even hold out for a little longer. He also became colder, more ruthless, and his actions became harder to predict, or rather, simpler. Victor's conversation with Azrael was actually very simple. They chose to converse in one of the Dark Angels' relic storage sites. Victor merely extended a finger. In an instant, Victor's entire body shone with brilliant golden light. His shining gold armor paled in comparison. The Emperor's will was infused into the custodian at that moment. Azrael, already one of the chosen ones, also experienced a surge in his surging power. Space-time almost stood still as two golden glows circled and collided in the relic chamber, finally merging together. Then Victor let out a loud shout. The sacred sound lasted only for an instant, and the entire relic chamber was bathed in brilliant light. 1,000 years of campaigning, awakened in a single moment. Azrael was as cold as Sigismund. He, the Dark Angel's chapter master, had his gene seed awakened. He finally realized the essence of himself as a weapon, a warp essence, like being poked by the Dionysian spear. No, it was even clearer than that. Through the Emperor's perspective, he saw himself on the warp level. This profound state cannot be described by words. The Emperor's power completely receded. If anyone in this world still had the potential to reach this level, Dante and Calgar, or perhaps the missing Logan, might. Cato Sicarius was not qualified. The Emperor no longer had the energy to create another one. Controlling the sacred power became increasingly difficult, and he could only release his power unreservedly when conversing with Guilliman. Today's Emperor's champion was Azrael. The Sword of Secrets remained in its sheath, but the Emperor's sharpest blade had been drawn. Weapons should not have thoughts, they should absolutely carry out orders. The existence of weapons is for complete victory. If the direction of the swing is not the direction of the finger, even a millimeter of deviation is a grave sin. Chasing the fallen angels and concealing secrets gradually seemed ridiculous to the current Azrael. The Ultramarines chapter was actually right. What was the difference between killing a fallen angel and killing a chaos traitor? The Dark Angels cared too much about the fallen angels revealing their secrets, caring about the Dark Angels' perfect past. That was karma. Azrael saw the karma and crushed it to dust. This is a trial. Iron and fire will forge a battle-hardened legion. The entire legion must break through its karma. The Dark Angels activated some incredibly insane dreadnoughts, some of which could even be traced back to 35K or even older. These awakened dreadnoughts were all psychic dreadnoughts. Cooperating with the Dark Angels' librarians, they activated an evil chaos artifact. Only those with the purest minds could wield this evil weapon, and Asmodee gripped it. This ritual was utterly chaotic and evil, and ultimately, they obtained the answer the Dark Angels sought. It was this nameless, wild planet, where the battlefield was now being set up and traps were being dug. Malbaz would appear. Among all the fallen angels, the only confirmed Daemon Prince would appear here, and some Crimson forces would also join the battle. If it were merely an unnamed traitor, so be it. The crucial point was that his last intervention rescued Luther, who was imprisoned in the rock fortress. This made his value difficult to describe with words like honor, loyalty, or revenge. This land would become the most intense battlefield. It was a free-for-all, with almost no allies. All factions had only one goal, to seize gene seeds. Including the Red Tide. Crimson armor was only worn by a few. A portion of the Byway army still wore adamantium armor with nano-coatings, while the new generation no longer applied such meaningless things. Yi Feng commanded the massive fleet to arrive at this world. Both fleets were too vast, stretching across several star systems, with an entire subsector engaged in fierce combat. On the wild land, warships floated in the distance. Both sides were in tacit agreement, the warships maintained their lines and fired at each other. Yi Feng believed that the powerful firepower of the Phantom Dragon class would allow them to operate with ease, and the Dark Angel's deep reserves meant they were not in a hurry for an immediate victory. Both sides had many contingencies. On the colossal wild planet, fortresses had already been constructed. Azrael and Yi Feng both ordered their battle barges to forcibly break through to the planet's poles, with other warships providing long-range fire support. Yi Feng broke through to the South Pole, while a large number of First Legion warships orbited above the North Pole. Both sides engaged in combat in low orbit. Thunderhawk gunships and atmospheric bombers clashed. On the ground, the Iron Warriors unleashed a dense barrage of artillery fire. The sky seemed to become a no-fly zone for aircraft, with only the most powerful Raven Wing veterans and the most elite White Scars able to navigate it precariously. Yi Feng didn't know Victor's plan. It was good not to have to think. The entire army attacked. The Dark Angels below slaughtered our people, condemned our people, whom we painstakingly rescued, as heretics, and destroyed the worlds we recovered with the blood of countless brothers. They were killing the Emperor. That damned faith was constantly dragging down the Emperor's consciousness. These idiots didn't even realize that the Emperor created them not to have more burdens. For humanity. For the Lord of Humanity. I will wield the first butcher's knife. Drop pods were descending, and transports carried land raiders, super heavy tanks, ancient predator tanks, and so on. The First Legion released an astonishing number of iron vehicles and heavily armored soldiers. The shattered dreadwings and steel wings reappeared. Ancient relic convoys from dozens of chapters were pieced together, forming two of the once lost 6 wings. The broadsword super heavy tanks charged at the forefront. Detecting the astonishing legacy of ancient war machines, Yi Feng could only grit his teeth and release the blazing mortar-armed razor wing super heavy tanks, supplemented by an extremely large number of Kriegsbeast units. The space tyrant chicken, Kriegsbeast, with its shoulder-mounted mortar seemed incapable of even breaching the enemy's void shields. For example, the Mastodon transport currently at the forefront, with several squads of Dark Angels speeding towards it, its void shield ignored the heavy mortar bombardment. Most mortars were switched to flashbangs and smoke grenades for cover. Battle Sisterses, wearing power feedback, mortal power armor, were entering the battlefield. These poor and tragic girls would not realize that the upcoming battle was completely beyond their participation. Chapter 403 Where Blood Flows, Where the Blood God Watches. The High Command of the Red Tide believed this was a bloody act to deceive the eyes of chaos. A large portion of the warriors and auxiliary forces believed they were doing the right thing, seeking revenge for the destroyed worlds and crushing the Dark Angels. The Dark Angels believed they were cleaning up an unprecedented rebellion. The inner circle, who knew some of the truth, believed that the blood of both the Red Tide and the Dark Angels was necessary to fulfill a certain psychic condition, allowing Malbaz and the Chaos Traders to appear, and to cleanse warriors burdened by too much karma. Both sides endured the pain, yet ordered more troops to be thrown into the fray, preventing their units from falling into a firepower disadvantage and being completely annihilated. When the war truly began, the Red Tide, apart from unceremoniously attacking ships with obvious ecclesiarchy characteristics, maintained a conservative attitude towards other warships. Yi Feng severely criticized this method of warfare. Now, the engagement below had entered a white-hot stage, with the entire planet consumed by reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, decapitation strikes and counter-decapitation strikes, and armored units and aerospace support turning vast areas into death zones. The key to ending this battle lay in defeating the enemy's fleet. If the Dark Angels didn't have enough ships to transport their Astartes, they would naturally withdraw. Otherwise, without the suppression of warships, a single exterminatus could destroy all the Astartes below. At least their ordinary soldiers don't know our plan. What needed to be done now was to concentrate fire on the enemy's Astartes warships, forcing them to return to their forge world for repairs, and allowing the Ecclesiarchy's ships to penetrate deeper into the battlefield. When the Dark Angels' expeditionary force departed, the Ecclesiarchy's holy ships, with their combat power preserved, might then be ordered to stay behind as a rearguard. In confrontations between two major interstellar powers, warships are always the most crucial. At this moment, the Dark Angels' expeditionary force at the front was performing very professionally. Their warships advanced and retreated in an orderly fashion, maintaining a rhythmic barrage, with wave after wave of projectiles raining down. Any position under sudden attack could receive supporting fire from at least 3 warships without changing direction. The Dark Angels had mobilized nearly a third of their fleet, leaving the terrifying battlefield of the Ghoul Stars to concentrate in this desolate star system. Commander William, our ship numbers are at a disadvantage. Let the flagship act, otherwise we won't be able to withstand the enemy's continuous bombardment. Don't worry, the fleet group should maintain heavy firepower at the rear, and be wary of a sudden warp jump by the enemy's decapitation fleet group from behind. Organize a strike fleet, and the remaining ships should maintain firing while slowly retreating, putting valuable ships at the front. Valuable battle barges, strike cruisers, whatever has heavy defense, put it there. The Dark Angels would engage in boarding actions, the Astartes would board frantically, and even the bombardment and advancement into dangerous positions by many ships were to cover those boarding vessels. I have hundreds of adamantium warriors holding a narrow corridor. No matter how many troops you send, they shall not pass. This is an important piece of information. The Dark Angels do not yet know that we can all wear adamantium armor. Reports from ground forces would surely indicate the discovery of many Centurion armors, which is nothing special. The enemy's deployed forces, originally belonging to the Raven Wing and Dread Wing, also have hundreds of Terminators and Dreadnoughts. This is the combined effort of dozens of chapters. On the flanks, White Scars warriors in normal power armor patrolled on motorcycles. Everything seemed very normal, except for the almost complete absence of assault squads. William did not believe the Dark Angels would be so insane as to think that battle barges were full of Centurions, then abandon boarding, and continuously bombard the precious battle barges with cannons until they were completely destroyed. This ploy only has one chance to be executed. The first time must attract enough of the enemy Astartes. William deployed 1.5 chapters worth of forces at once, placing them right at the front, which was almost all the strike cruisers and battle barges present. The Dark Angels' decision-makers felt somewhat strange. It was true that battle barges were tough, but they were usually used for assault boarding missions. Why were they being deployed like this, seemingly wasted? The Angels of Absolution chapter reports that the enemy's rear defensive line is very tight. Assault units cannot warp jump, it's a trap. The regular forces of the Angels of Absolution chapter were almost as strong as the Dark Angels parent chapter. Their close-range reconnaissance was not detected by the Red Tide, and it was precisely this decision that saved the ships preparing for a warp jump assault. That area was a trap. The enemy wouldn't place their command ships at the very front, making us mistakenly believe that's the main defensive area, and then adopt a feint attack strategy on the front to ensure their safety, would they? A very risky plan, but it would indeed make it difficult for decapitation units to find the enemy commander. However, who said we are defending? They conspicuously detached a unit from their main fleet and began moving to the flank. In fact, these ships contained almost no Astartes. The Red Tide displayed a very White Scars-like aspect, and the Dark Angels believed they would detect this unit of theirs. Sure enough, compared to the well-commanded Dark Angels expeditionary force, the enemy's fleet group clearly showed some panic. Some of their units turning caused some disarray in the fleet, and some ships urgently ceased fire to prevent themselves from bombarding passing allies. Now, charge! An inner circle member of the Dark Angels issued the command. From the tight formation of the entire 1st Expeditionary Fleet, dozens of warships suddenly surged forth. They had been firing uneventfully, but then their afterburners suddenly engaged, launching a charge just as a round of bombardment had ended. This was a brilliant frontal assault. Shells landed on their previous positions, which were now empty, and the next round of large-scale bombardment, due to the enemy's chaotic maneuvering, saw its firepower density plummet. Their void shields easily deflected the cannon fire. The Red Tide's Astartes warships did not move, maintaining their course and firing diligently, while the other mortal warships seemed to panic and began to turn and retreat. Although there would be a powerful broadside volley when they turned to the side, that was a precursor to the enemy's retreat. There's a disagreement in the enemy's command, this is a good opportunity. A Dark Angel's ship commander pressed his hands on the command console, the large red signal points ahead seemingly an honor about to be etched into his record. Commander, there's an area below calling for a fleet strike, directly beneath us. Ignore it. The War Council has said. No ship is to bombard the land until the enemy fleet is defeated. Concentrate all efforts on crushing the enemy fleet group. By the Emperor, help us cleanse this sin. The Dark Angel's long-anticipated large-scale bombardment no longer dispersed its targets, concentrating on the Astartes warships at the front of the line. At the same moment, the void shields of all the Red Tide's Astartes warships wavered, on the verge of disappearing. The Dark Angels grew even more excited. Commander, their ships are turning around. The Astartes have realized their foolish mortal ships are fleeing. This is so crucial. I even suspect there are our agents among the enemy's rear ships. No one guarantees there aren't, brother, it's just that our ranks aren't high enough. Convey my order, ships tilt 15 degrees down, execute immediately. Most of the battle barge's final counterattack was dodged. The Dark Angels and their successor chapters' assault ships reached boarding range. The enemy's void shields are very weak, already at boarding level, Commander. This isn't normal. In the words of our tech brothers, the Omnisci does not bless them. Launch the boarding pods, and the ships must not stop, pursue the fleeing ships ahead with full force. After releasing their boarding pods, the Dark Angels' warships passed by the side of our ships, in pursuit of the mortal ships. William almost burst into laughter. The Dark Angels were experts at dealing with all types of enemies, but they had one weakness, their experience was too extensive. Can methods used against traitors and renegades work against Red Orcs? Can beheading the Eternal Mountain cause command chaos? Our flagship is cloaked. The fleeing mortal ships began to turn, concentrating their fire on the pursuing forces. The Dark Angels still ordered a full-speed charge, but as they continued, they realized, what the hell, how did the Red Tide's Astartes warships catch up? The moment the boarding pods entered the ship's interior, in the engine room of our ships, the Adeptus Mechanicus priests, after frantic back and forth movements, finally pushed the lever to its highest setting, restoring the weakened void shields to full power, shrugging off some stray shots. The battle barge's void shields were indeed destroyed, but its void shields were modular. Initially, the bow shield bore the brunt, and now it was the stern shield, a completely new, independent void shield. The warship immediately entered full power protection mode. Most of the Dark Angels boarding parties chose the engine area, with a small portion opting to decapitate the bridge. They saw a golden wall blocking the passageway. There aren't many passages for Astartes to pass through, especially when you are boarding a battle barge. What if the most elite veterans board with an entire company? Even if they carry some melta weapons, stasis grenades, grav guns. Do you think I don't have these? The precious weapons left over from the true Dark Age have not yet been deployed. These warriors cannot break through a pure adamantium defense line. Melta weapons can indeed effectively heat adamantium armor, provided you can withstand the counterattack of adamantium warriors. The worst-case ship lost control of half its hull, and its void shield modules were shut down, but as long as the engines were still running, it could maintain its forward direction. The Dark Angels reversed the airlocks, sucking out large amounts of air, attempting to force the ships to stop by killing many mortals. Crew members in important positions had simplified void suits, allowing them to briefly maintain vital signs, enough to drive the ship into our fleet group. Those Dark Angels successor chapter warriors did not expect to encounter such a tough opponent this time. Some successor chapters' standard weapons couldn't even heat the enemy's armor. The narrow passages restricted the assault team's flanking routes, and ultimately, some Astartes hidden within the ships, and large numbers of boarding parties were killed. The enemy assault group that had penetrated our lines was caught in a pincer attack. Although many weapon arrays on the Eternal Mountain were destroyed during boarding actions, either by operators being killed or by desperate enemies detonating a temporary ammunition depot for a macro cannon array, as long as one weapon could fire, it was a deadly blow to any ship with its stern facing us. The sneak attack fleet, which did not contain any Astartes, was forced to truly charge towards our side, buying time for the main force to rescue the assault troops. When both sides disengaged, the planetary airspace we controlled had indeed shrunk by about 20%, but this round of combat caused significant Astartes casualties. The number of damaged ships on both sides was similar, but we killed more Astartes. A small number of Dark Angels used mysterious devices, allowing their communications to break through our jamming and relay the internal situation of their ships to their parent chapter. In one video, a 5-man veteran boarding party encountered an adamantium warrior head-on. They threw all their weapons, but the opponent merely used an arm to shield his head, deflecting the attacks from a sacred plasma pistol. At the same time, direct missiles from his chest incapacitated 2 warriors. One of their brothers tried to flank him, only to be ambushed by another adamantium warrior at the corridor entrance. Ultimately, he blasted through a wall and squeezed into a small passage inaccessible to the adamantium warrior, attempting to transmit a message using a psychic communicator. After sending out these messages, anti-psyker warriors immediately detected him and surrounded and killed him. The warship, after a warp jump, entered the People's Light, while the Dark Angels had towing ships drag their heavily damaged or even immobilized vessels to the Mechanicus Arc in a rear star system. This engagement put the Dark Angels on high alert, and they quickly adjusted their war strategy. Their extensive experience allowed for extremely fast adjustments, stabilizing their position. On the savage world below, several chapters were engaged in a white-hot melee. This number of Astartes might not seem large, but very few infantry actions were taking place. Terminators and dreadnoughts, supported by terrifying tanks that only appeared in large numbers during the Great Crusade, and Astartes-piloted terror vehicles mercilessly destroyed countless mortal tanks. Flesh behemoths laden with artillery could not withstand the iron torrent before them, only the Roscoe ground sweeper could mount an effective counterattack. Shield systems similar to the ironclad could at most withstand a few bursts of heavy bolter fire, and vortex main cannons and singularity generators, which hadn't appeared on the battlefield for who knows how many years, could still destroy them. The only comforting aspect was that around the adamantium warriors, the vortex main cannons had little effect. Warp rifts were almost impossible to generate, let alone suck our armored units in. The Ravenwing's motorcycle units sped across the battlefield. They had finally found an opportunity for an all-out battle against the White Scars motorcycles. Motorcycle squads typically appeared on the flanks and rear of the battlefield. They couldn't engage on the front lines but were excellent at destroying command posts and disrupting supply lines. The commander on the combat motorcycle calibrated a precious stasis bomb. This time, after the stasis bomb, there would be utter destruction. The enemy also threw stasis bombs. The White Scars motorcycle units were few, comprising a small number of anti-gravity motorcycles, some utilizing Call's technology, some unknown tech, and even some Drukari/Dark Eldari style elements. This severely mismatched, hybrid style disgusted the sons of Lionel Johnson, further confirming their belief that they were heretics. As they sped by, single-handed weapon volleys were just an appetizer, face-to-face melee was the battle that decided life and death. Master-crafted power swords, and even sacred swords made of pure obsidian, were drawn from their scabbards. And we, from the side of our motorcycles, took out 3-section staves. The coiled dragon staff, in its folded version, was made into a 3-section staff because it was too long to carry easily. When used, a flick would lock the connections of the first 2 sections, and the power dragon rod would light up. The outcome of this clash was horrific. In the attack motorcycle combat, the Dark Angels had the advantage, their firepower was superior, far better than our crudely made weapons. However, in the assault motorcycle combat, they suffered a crushing defeat, with nearly half of their attack motorcycles losing 1 warrior, and about 30% of their motorcycles losing 2 warriors and being annihilated. The enraged Dark Angels feigned retreat, then threw gravity bombs underground. After a 0.5-second delay, the gravity bombs exploded. The problem was that the Dark Angels, during the war preparation phase, had no idea the Red Tide possessed so many anti-gravity vehicles. They assumed they were ordinary motorcycles, and after being hit by the gravity bombs, they floated into the sky, becoming easy targets. When our anti-gravity motorcycles entered the microgravity bomb field, they suddenly lost gravity and shot into the sky like rockets. The enemy was stunned. So, they quickly adjusted the gravity parameters to ultra-high gravity mode. Under this mode, even a 100-year-old Primaris veteran would struggle to move. The question is, are 100-year-old veterans rare? Since the appearance of adamantium armor, our mortality rate has been very low. Adamantium armor has been around for nearly 200 years. Those allowed to deploy in regular power armor were invariably the most elite White Scars, whose reactions were extremely swift. Very few were hit by the second round of gravity bombs. Those who were hit experienced immense pressure, but their ingrained reactions allowed them to stabilize their motorcycles, preventing them from toppling over. As the anti-gravity motorcycles were pressed towards the ground, it shouldn't be the motorcycles that were afraid, but the ground itself. Warriors who had used Call's masterpiece, the Astrea Super Heavy anti-gravity tank, would know that because it was so heavy, its anti-gravity mode wasn't to make itself fly, but to annihilate all matter beneath it with terrifying gravity waves. It's a bit like a hovercraft. Our anti-gravity motorcycles couldn't normally reach the distance required to annihilate matter, but the gravity bombs helped them. Whoosh, they burrowed underground. The sons of Lionel Johnson looked back at the Red Tide motorcycle army, flying and burrowing, and eyed their own bombs with suspicion. This might not be a fake. Azrael, our current equipment cannot achieve a decisive lead. Should we activate those things? We are here to annihilate them, not to destroy. To be honest, there's no difference. After careful consideration, Azrael permitted them to use an ancient mechanical virus. Compared to the silicon-based nanomachines that could vitrify a planet in minutes or were classified as cataclysmic heresies by the Martian Mechanicum, this weapon's power was truly insignificant. However, it had an advantage: its effective form factor was very small, just a few cubic centimeters thick. The true bulk was taken up by its accompanying armor-piercing device, which could shatter most armor, including reinforced ceramite. Every Dark Angel could be equipped with a short-range grenade launcher attached to their arm. When motorcycle units approached a super-heavy tank, they would fire it, and the virus core would embed itself like an armor-piercing round, immediately crippling the enemy tank. Other Inner Circle members protested. Eliminating traitors was important, but the main objective was to draw out the enemy prophesied, the Daemon Prince Fallen Angel. Without any evidence, several Inner Circle members simply believed that this current rebellion was led by a fallen angel. By the Emperor's will, Azrael, every moment of your hesitation is increasing the chapter's losses. The plan has already failed. I suggest we vote to use the alternative plan. Azrael's cold voice seemed to come from the void. You are all twisting the Emperor's will to satisfy your own plans. Azrael, do you know what you are doing? This is the first warning, and the last. Azrael didn't give the others a chance to reply. They still believed the fallen angel was the primary objective, even if it meant letting a rebellion of this scale persist. Malbaz awoke in the warp. The previous battle had severely wounded him, and his resurrection took longer. He would lead a warband composed of several fallen angels as the core and numerous blood god followers. The blood god's revelation has come. The moment you resurrected, a massive war is underway. The dark angels are bleeding. This is a good time to destroy them. The existence of adamantium warriors could not be sensed by the blood god. He could only perceive large numbers of Kriegsbeasts and mortal warriors falling alongside the sons of Lion L. Johnson. Sensing only mortals made him acknowledge this mortal army. They had inflicted immense damage on the Astartes expeditionary force. The blood god wished to recruit soldiers from these mortals to increase the scale of the 42K888 invasion. He ordered a World Eater's army to join the battlefield, taking advantage of the Dark Angels' heavy casualties to utterly slaughter them and corrupt that meritorious mortal force, selecting excellent gladiators from among them. Kern would never choose a sneak attack. He openly commanded large numbers of troops to join this battle, with both warring sides declaring war simultaneously. Who Malbez's master truly was, only the warp knew, but if it could strike the Dark Angels, he would participate in this operation. Who is the current chapter master of the Dark Angels? Azrael. An old opponent. It seems not much time has passed. I hope he can still wield his blade and isn't roaring impotently from a dreadnought. No, he underwent Primaris conversion. It's now 42K, over 800 years, if we depart immediately. Malbaz looked at the speaker, that fallen angel adorned with 8 heads, who said with a torn voice, it is said he completely defeated the current chapter champion, who is, strictly speaking, still the champion of the Dark Angels. Some fallen angels, including those who worshipped the blood god, gathered around the Daemon Prince on the Source of Corruption strike cruiser. Chapter 404, Kern, something is wrong, 9 out of 10. Malbaz was not very famous in the warp. Besides his unique title as the only fallen angel to ascend to daemonhood, he had no other renown, but he was Azrael's mortal enemy. He successfully invaded the rock fortress, the Dark Angels Monastery, during Azrael's tenure as chapter master. No force had succeeded in doing so for countless years, which was equivalent to Zeno's invading the imperial palace during the custodian marshal's term of office, an insult to anyone. He is now the fallen angel the Dark Angels most want to capture, second only to Cypher and Luther. Coincidentally, Cypher was on the People's Light. His prison breaks were simply relentless and miraculous. Every time something happened, he would find a way to slip out, and the custodes didn't know how many times they had caught him. In contrast, the guardianship of the Lion Sword was much more secure. As one of Victor's the fires of Sirix's emergency weapons, the chapter's protection of it was practically insane. Yi Feng now felt that if he rode his small motorcycle and carried the Lion Sword around, every Dark Angel present would follow him, and the battlefield would become deserted within minutes. Keep an eye on Cypher, I feel he's about to escape again. Marshal, why exactly are we holding him? His time will come soon. The Byway army was very annoyed, they really wanted to fight. Yi Feng's command room entrance was almost a gallery, with idle angels of dawn coming here to practice painting with the white scars, along with sculptures, porcelain, woodwork. Apart from a silver throne only allowed for use in emergencies, the command room entrance was not much different from an art exhibition hall. 2 Byway army members headed to the cell to strengthen its defenses, but after 2 steps, they wondered if Yi Feng's words had a hidden meaning. Was he hinting that they should gather information about the Dark Angels when they went to see Cypher? After all, they were fighting them. The 2 warriors' multi-threaded thoughts battled each other for a while, and before reaching a conclusion, they had already arrived at the cell door. In the cell, Cypher, who had been reclusive for years, suddenly spoke. Darkness, darkness is coming. Several warriors looked at their adamantium armor, checked the stability of the cell's reality barrier equipment, and then looked at Cypher. Nonsense, it's definitely not a prophecy. Azrael once again rejected the Titan Legions' request to attack and executed an Astra Militarum political commissar who had unilaterally ordered an attack. At this moment, this aging warrior somewhat missed the political commissars of Krieg. The power of the Primaris flowed within him, no one knew the lifespan limit of a Primaris warrior, and he was still growing stronger. A black sword, cut from solid obsidian, hung at his waist. The warship vibrated, and the sword also vibrated. Grand Master, Chapter Master, the Angels of Vigilance report that they successfully infiltrated the enemy's retreating warship, but they did not find their command center. The Fire Wings infiltrators were as excellent as the Alpha Legion. The First Legion had almost integrated the combat strengths of most legions, something even the Red Tide hadn't caught up with. Their defenses are very tight. After the first phase of invading warriors were eliminated, all warriors in the second phase failed to infiltrate and could only hide on some irrelevant mortal warships. No one reported what happened, because the Wolf brothers had returned from near the Eye of Terror. The Wolf's keen sense of smell helped the Adamantium warriors discover infiltrators on the chaotic battlefield. The situation for those Sons of Lion who had boarded ships and hidden became increasingly difficult. Rogier was still somewhat hesitant, but then he thought that Ragnar had refused him entry, and he hadn't truly announced to the entire Imperium that he was their successor chapter. Was the implicit meaning, that he could do dirty work? The arrival of the Wolf brothers added several strike cruisers to this fleet, which appeared to be composed of mortal warships, making them a target for the Dark Angels' concentrated fire. They recognized that ship, Huron of the Red Corsairs Fenris Wolf. You expect the Space Wolves to inform the Dark Angels of warship information? Dream on. Are these rebels supported by the Red Corsairs? The Dark Angels were suspicious for a moment, then chose to trust their librarian. There are fallen angels among the Red Corsairs, the conjecture is valid, execution begins. Various chapters with the Angels suffix deployed mobile forces and launched an attack from an unexpected location, Their tunneling machines were even more powerful. In the 42K era, no one could recognize such ancient machinery, and even the tech marine was at a loss when attacked. Although those tunneling machines were slow, they transported a large number of troops with little noise, and on a battlefield roaring with gunfire, they successfully reached the rear of our positions. They didn't emerge from the supply lines, they suddenly appeared from the transport plane's landing zone. After a violent tremor, the recently leveled landing area was completely destroyed. The massive tunneling machinery was not without combat capability. After emerging from the ground, twin-linked heavy bolters and laser cannons immediately extended and fired indiscriminately at the surrounding supply personnel. The Angels of Caliban chapter, rushing out of the tunneling vehicles, were equipped with a large number of jump packs, and large swathes of troops scattered far behind our positions. The Angels of Caliban are a successor chapter of the Disciples of Caliban chapter, whose parent chapter was specifically established to imprison fallen angels, and they, as assistants in capturing fallen angels, were mostly in reconnaissance positions. They attempted to locate our ground command post. Large-scale artillery support lost its effectiveness, many basilisk artillery tanks were destroyed, and the surviving warriors dared not fire at the enemy in front of them, as this could cause extensive friendly fire. The Angels of Caliban's killing speed was not fast, they focused on destroying heavy vehicles. A single virus nail could destroy a vehicle, even if it was driven by an Astartes. Exploding armories, killing defense guards. In the chaotic battlefield, some keen eyes quietly observed the fleeing soldiers, among them were messengers, who, following the trail, quietly approached the command post. They used the black smoke drifting across the battlefield to conceal themselves and scattered wreckage to hide from searches. The relic-like jump packs were far more powerful than those currently in use. Even if he was a Primaris warrior, he could easily fly for a long time. The assault team leader locked onto a mortal, his direction of advance was firm, unlike a fleeing rooted soldier, and he constantly paid attention to the surrounding combat environment. Black smoke was like candied haws, with mushroom clouds pierced by a fleeting black figure. That warrior was very cautious. After entering a trench, he carefully moved aside a wooden plank cover and then crawled inside. The Dark Angel descended at maximum speed. As he dived, a plasma shot shattered the wooden cover, and upon landing, he drew his sword and killed the communicator. Where is the fallen angel? He looked around and only saw a backpack-like portable device. A communication system from the doomed warriors. In layman's terms, it was a satellite phone. Support arrived, quickly, very quickly. Support came from the sky. Clang, 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 clang. Dark Talon fighter jets and fallen jet fighters swept across the sky. They discovered the Steel Dragon entrenched behind the enemy's battlefield. The first round of missile engagement ended with all missiles being destroyed by anti-aircraft defenses. The fighter squadron discovered a problem. Their speed was too high, preventing them from staying over the battlefield for long, while the enemy's essence was an armed helicopter, capable of providing prolonged, concentrated fire support over the battlefield. The deranged tech marine, after a huge argument with his Iron Hands brothers, exchanged some thunderfire cannons and immediately installed them on the small train. The ultra-dense firepower, characteristic of the Iron Hands, instantly covered both the upper and lower parts of the battlefield. The Angels of Caliban guarding the tunneling vehicles were instantly blown to pieces. Only fools, and Kern's spawn would dare to face the bombardment of thunderfire cannons directly. The sacred relic had sufficiently thick shields, and the personnel inside suffered minimal damage. It was merely a rapid depletion of energy, forcing them to retreat underground. Dark Talon fighter jets and fallen jet fighters, after annihilating the intercepting mortal aircraft, quickly adopted an attack strategy. We're boarding. Don't ask, just assume we're jumping over. They circled in the air, elite veterans leaning most of their bodies out of the fighter jets, one hand gripping a chainsword, the other gripping the inside of the fighter, using one leg to brace themselves. The warrior behind him blessed his jump pack. The fighter jet dived towards the Steel Dragon below, firing 3 Melta missiles in continuous bursts from its autocannons. The fighter jet's armor blocked some anti-aircraft fire for the boarding warrior, but several bolter rounds still struck the exposed half of the warrior's body. The craters on the power armor were deep, and after the filling foam activated, the warrior appeared as battered as the fighter jet. Closer, brother, it's up to you. Seizing the opportunity, the Astartes from the aerial support leaped out with all his might. The dense firepower below made him regret why he hadn't brought a combat shield. Wait, why would I, a pilot, carry a combat shield? The battlefield situation was turning awry. This thought flashed through his mind. 2 boarding warriors in a fighter jet that got too close turned into gas. Our dragon claws are Melta. 3 warriors successfully boarded the heavily armored small train. They severed several Stormfire anti-aircraft cannons on the dragon's spine with a single sword slash, then deployed bombs or used power swords to cut their way into the small train's interior. Black and green heads suddenly poked out of a large hole that exploded in the ceiling, staring at the adamantium warriors standing in the carriage. The battle gradually turned into the enemy warriors running outside the train cars, destroying anti-aircraft turrets, while the warriors inside poked their heads out of the large holes and fired wildly. This kind of fighting continued until the small train landed. Half of the adamantium warriors pursued the fleeing tactical squad members along the underground tunnels opened by the tunneling vehicle, while the other half pursued the warriors of the assault squad. The entire battlefield no longer had a front line or rear defense, both sides' forces were locked in a deadly struggle. This single battlefield alone saw warriors from 4 chapters in a chaotic melee, along with the White Scars motorcycle units rapidly outflanking the assault squads whose jump packs were nearing overload. Originally, it was a tacit agreement between both sides not to use orbital bombardment and Titans, but now no one can use them. Fire Wings reporting, a Primaris warrior chapter, recorded as lost in the warp, has appeared and is attacking us. Angels of Redemption reporting, the enemy's golden centurions are much tougher than normal centurions, suspected to be heavily reinforced with adamantium, and their numbers are astonishing. The Ravenwing Grand Master's expression was grim, the traitor's strength was greater than he had imagined. Call the invincible reason, the Ghoul Star's offensive is to be postponed. Have the flagship support here. Hopefully, the items in the flagship's armory can teach them a harsh lesson. What about the front line in the Ghoul Stars? I'll go talk to Azrael. The Rock Fortress's repairs are complete, it should be redeployed to the Ghoul Stars campaign. The Dark Angel's fighting style became protracted, clinging to our ground battlefield like a suction cup. As time passed, more and more supply ships were destroyed, and the Red Tide's firepower advantage began to wane. The veteran advantage gradually became apparent. After all, the enemy had many recruits. With the appearance of adamantium armor, our number of centuries-old veterans greatly increased. Although physical growth was suppressed by anti-psyker abilities, their combat experience was real. In the gene seed of the fallen Dark Angels veterans, rich combat experience had not yet been fully absorbed by the recruits. The front line began to slowly push towards the South Pole. Blood flowed under the flames. The blood god's gaze became increasingly fixed. The blood of battle sisters, ecclesiarchy priests, and fanatical religious Astartes was more potent than that of mortals. No altar was needed, this battlefield itself was a bright warp beacon. Countless firm beliefs were crushed here. In the warp, the light here was exceptionally bright. The World Eaters arrived on the battlefield. When the warp rift opened, numerous wild warships spewing blood steam surged out. Kern's followers assessed the battlefield situation. The Dark Angels had very few Astartes warships because, due to the previous assault, those warships had been pulled back to the second line. Our side had even fewer Astartes warships, only a few stray strike cruisers. Through the World Eater's perspective, Kern saw that a large number of mortal fleets had inflicted heavy damage on the Dark Angels, and he became interested. He ordered a renegade naval fleet to attack the Red Tide's ships, while the remaining Astartes warships pounced on the Dark Angels. The World Eater's numbers were not overall superior, but they could still suppress the Dark Angels on the warships. After all, most of the Primaris warriors were on the planet. Malbaz was not the main commander, his mission was to summon the main commander. To sacrifice enough Astartes blood to the blood god to summon one of his most excellent servants, the greater Daemon Karbandha. The Daemon army began to invade the savage world below. At this point, Yi Feng ordered a full retreat, to collect the bodies and leave immediately. The arrival of demons would cast doubt on the purity of the gene seed, the battle with the Dark Angels had to end immediately. The First Legion's discipline was very strict. Azrael ordered all firepower to be directed at the World Eaters. But many overzealous successor chapters began to recklessly pursue our retreating forces. This included those chapters who identified us as a fallen angels organization. Massive swarms of demons descended from the sky, making these reckless Lionel Johnson's sons who launched the pursuit suffer. They were too proud, greatly underestimating the numbers and quality of these demons. Every daemon was more powerful than before, and it was now 42K858. Blood letters formed battle arrays, gradually engulfing the angels. The adamantium warriors sighed helplessly, ordering the mortal forces to retreat first. We still had to rescue them. What a mess. Yi Feng was well aware that the next objective was to preserve humanity's strength. Our internal consumption was for the unification of human internal forces, not for you to take the opportunity to weaken us. If they couldn't die by my hand, then these damned Lionel Johnson's sons had to go back. The battle array formed by the adamantium warriors clashed with the blood letter array. The enemy's numbers seemed endless, but the adamantium armor was like the eternal gate. The anti-psyker battle array advanced inch by inch. Astartes are the most professional soldiers, and at times like this, what they are best at is, wait. Where did I deploy Relf? Did I not bring him out? Iron Warriors, Captain Relf, how many more fortresses do we need to build on Adres? Relf, I don't know. The division commander hasn't ordered us to stop, so we keep building. He has his reasons. The moment the Daemon army crashed into the adamantium armor, Kern finally understood, it was you guys. Damn it, I thought some super powerful mortals had heavily damaged the Dark Angels. Really, I got excited for nothing. Then, Kern expressed confusion. Aren't you Imperial armies? Why are you fighting among yourselves? Surrounded by swaths of demons, Kern observed both forces from multiple perspectives. The adamantium warriors' ruthless slaughter was as relentless as ever, and the improvements to their armor made them even harder to kill. The Lionel Johnson's sons' fanaticism for the Emperor was as unwavering as ever. Many of the berserkers were difficult to corrupt, shouting, in the name of the God Emperor, we shall bury you in the darkest abyss. Traitor's future is only death. What the hell? These adamantium warriors are traitors to the Imperium? Kern learned of this, and then Tsianch learned of it. What's the difference between the God of Fate knowing this and the entire warp knowing it? Is it true? Both sides are fighting like mad dogs, so what do you think? Tsianch's reaction was the quickest, it all matched up, it all matched up. The Great Crusade was followed by the Great Heresy, wasn't it? Although the combat power of this current force is far inferior to the 30K rebels, Gilliman's 9 expeditionary forces are also not as formidable as the Great Crusade back then, are they? With a slight intervention from me, the future seer, and by causing a few more expeditionary forces to defect, we will surely breach the Imperial Palace and usher all of humanity into their fated death. Tsianch began to search for his spokesmen and chosen ones. He could sense very few mortals, but he could still connect with them, including some forces responsible for dealing with chaos, staff officers in the command, and individuals on ships who were questioning whether their fight was righteous. In a short time, a large number of warp gazes converged here. With Qing, one of the 4 chaos gods, speaking, the credibility was naturally very high. Only the Emperor's gaze barely looked here, still with the salamanders, sparring with the legionary Typhus. Malbaz, leveraging his familiarity with the Dark Angels, quickly found the Dark Angels battle barge hidden in a corner, Azrael's command post. Asmodee suggested that the fleet move forward to cover the retreat of the planetary forces and have a unit attract the attention of the Blood Angels, leading them to the Red Tide's position. Things did not go as planned. Malbaz's fleet plunged directly towards their flagship. The Blood Legion's fleet emitted a dense bloody aura, and the surrounding space was twisted and distorted. The power of chaos was eroding the reality barrier. Azrael sneered, "Do they really think we're pushovers? All the ancient relics carried by this expeditionary force are unsealed. Let them see our true heritage." The battle barge's bombardment cannons were unusual, the shells had been replaced with rare and extremely powerful vitrification shells. When a main cannon fired, the closest enemy warship was hit only on its most hardened prow. The void shield should have defended against this attack, but Azrael played a trick. A small melted torpedo, hidden within the macro cannon barrage, flew to the side of the enemy warship first. After the torpedo exploded, the void shield instantly vanished, and even the surrounding hundreds of meters of the reality barrier were successfully thickened. After the vitrification shell hit this warship, its most hardened prow ram immediately began to turn crystalline. All machinery was converted into silicon-based material. The silicification spread extremely quickly. The bloody aura spewed by the surrounding warships constantly strengthened the surrounding corrupting power, but the vitrification continued to spread steadily. It seemed that Qing had abandoned this warship, believing that even if the vitrification stopped, a half-destroyed ship would be useless. This warship was destroyed. Malbaz had long anticipated his old rival's assets, but he still applauded his decisiveness. "Those in the back, hurry out of the arena. We're about to spar with the Dark Angels. There will be beings among them that will satisfy us." On the other side, a mortal chosen one, bearing a Qing relic, decided to give the warships ahead a touch of Chaos God-style shock. He held a jet blackbone sword that could summon powerful demons to assist him. The mortal chosen one prepared to use it directly, throwing it onto a warship and then leaving, to avoid both sides fighting overheads later. The Chaos Sorcerer had prepared a counterspell. No psychic spells were allowed in this battle. The corrupted boarding ships were wrapped in large bone plates, looking less like steel constructs and more like Tyranid/Tyranid boarding pods. The Renegade Astra Militarum and naval anti-boarding forces were highly motivated, flying towards the Phantom Dragon-class battleship ahead. Some larger battleships were their primary targets, but the moment Qing's ships approached the enemy, the Overlord-class battleships entered acceleration mode. Fighting the Dark Angels without being able to race ships was very frustrating, but now it was much better. Both sides' hidden trump cards began to gradually reveal themselves, only the target they were beating was the Blood Legions. Malbaz believed that concentrating fleet power to first annihilate the Dark Angels' expeditionary force was the optimal choice, but damned Azrael had brought too many relics, making it impossible to quickly overcome them. The Overlord-class battleship fleet, with unimaginable acceleration, broke through Qing's warship blockade, forcing its way out of the encirclement and approaching the Dark Angels. Both sides suddenly formed a pincer attack on the World Eater's warships. Chapter 405, Dark Angels Counterattack. Azrael, amidst his busy schedule, found time to reject the Ravenwing Grand Master's request for the Rock Fortress to sortie, and instead ordered more Astartes to gather here. The World Eater's force ahead was very disorganized, seemingly having several leaders. The enemy's offensive was scattered, but the Qing followers' combat strength was formidable enough. One after another, messages of ships being boarded came in, and then the entire communication system was disrupted by the power of the warp. The World Eaters didn't care about pincer attacks or sneak attacks. Once they chose their opponent, they charged fiercely towards them. Whether Qing forces adhered to martial ethics entirely depended on whether the two sides were of the same magnitude. If an Astartes dueled another, it was rare for other World Eaters to interfere, but if it was a Primarch, the World Eaters would swarm him. The Dark Angels were not afraid of the World Eaters. They wished they could devour their flesh and drink their blood. When the ships of both sides drew close, fierce mutual boarding actions erupted. Ancient and sacred aura intertwined with the brutal blessings of the Blood God. At this moment, there were no successor chapters. It was a clash between the 1st Legion and the 12th Legion. In the preceding 58 years, the World Eaters launched attacks everywhere, acquiring a large number of good recruits. At certain special times, under the blessing of the Blood God, even powerful followers who had passed the age for modification could be transformed into Astartes. Moreover, this batch of individuals was stronger than normal World Eaters. Most of their bio-organs were salvaged from the Blood God's pool of blood. These powerful recruits charged into battle with an almost demonic appearance, and the moment they saw the enemy, deafening roars tore through their eardrums. The sacred weapon from the Rock Fortress, the Lion's Roar plasma emitter, was ordered by Azrael to be brought out and equipped on warriors with important missions. Each pull of the trigger sent plasma bolts roaring towards the enemy. The power of the sacred ammunition was so great that even the Blood God's blessings could not completely mitigate it, leaving black wounds on the mighty muscles from the plasma bolts. Black blades and bloody combat blades clashed. The Son of the Lion raised the Shield of Radiance. The terrifying power of the World Eaters was converted into terrifying counterforce by the kinetic absorption device, sending the attacking opponent flying. Various sacred relics began to appear, each filled with history and stories, astonishingly numerous. Some World Eaters veterans of the Long War could even recognize a few of the former great weapons of destruction. The Mace of Redemption swung, erupting in a brilliant white light upon striking the World Eater's shattered Terminator armor. The runes of vengeance shone brightly, and even the blessings of the Skull Throne were diminished. A single fully charged heavy blow could completely kill a traitor. Chain lances clashed. World Eater's relics and artifacts reclaimed from the Night Lords collided. Monomolecular chain blades engaged multiple times in a single breath, sending shattered blades flying everywhere. Blazing fires burned throughout the warship. Demons manifested from the flames. The vibrating hull was enveloped in a mist of blood, as if a giant daemon had swallowed the entire warship. Azrael knew that the strongest warship would inevitably charge to the front of their flagship, but he was still surprised by the enemy's ability to break through his carefully designed warship array. A majestic battle barge, its keel completely deformed, its insignia replaced with chaos symbols, and the blood god's favorite skulls adorning all parts of the ship. Several crew members who had been cross-referencing warship information had already been executed. Asmodee's mission should not continue. Knowing the enemy's ship type was meaningless, given the degree of corruption this ship had suffered, its original function had long been greatly distorted. Asmodee, you are in charge of the boarding action. As the interrogator chaplain with the worst performance record in the entire chapter, Asmodee's volatile and mad personality was perhaps no worse than that of a World Eater. But he was old and experienced, his mentors and peers were all dead, making him the oldest interrogator chaplain, possessing authority but virtually no prestige within the chapter. He was a master of torture, many fallen angels died under his hands before they could even willingly confess. His hatred for the fallen angels stemmed from the death of his own mentor. A mentor killed by a fallen angel due to his mistake. Azrael was an old friend of Asmodee's, all too familiar with the interrogator chaplain's operational manual. Asmodee, I find the appearance of this World Eater's fleet strange. I believe this is the ship carrying Malbaz, who the ritual prophesied would appear. Go and capture the damned fallen angel. Upon hearing the word fallen angel, Asmodee's combat power could be equated with that of any Space Marine chapter champion. Asmodee took up the blade of reason and prepared to depart. Before he left, Azrael called out to him and handed him a master-crafted bolter. I didn't say I wanted him alive. I must make them repent. Asmodee led several squads in a fierce assault. After the World Eaters launched from their boarding pods, the frenzied warriors who couldn't secure boarding positions began to activate Ursa's claws. These weapons were connected to thick chains at the back, similar in principle to harpoons. After firmly embedding themselves in the enemy ship, the chains were violently yanked, pulling the two ships together. The distance could even be close enough for World Eaters to directly leap onto the enemy ship in the Blood God's blessed domain without relying on jump packs. Asmodee quickly identified the attacking enemy. It was a mixed fleet composed of several World Eaters warbands. Before arriving at this battlefield, the World Eaters within the warships had been dueling, attempting to select the strongest among these warbands. The main enemy was the Sea Butcher's warband, a notorious warband highly skilled in boarding actions, slaughtering all life on a warship. Defending their own ships were mainly members of the elite gladiators warband, who still retained a significant portion of their sanity. Compared to other World Eaters, they largely maintained the strict discipline of the Warhounds era. Every one of them was a powerful gladiator. When the Dark Angels habitually prepared to fight a group of madmen, they suddenly found that their opponents were masters of spear and shield combat. When the Butcher's nails buzzed, they focused more on unleashing the berserk power within them rather than killing everything in sight. The bolter of the attacker successfully made their Butcher's nails ache. Every member of the elite gladiators warband swung their weapons with all their might, though some couldn't distinguish whether they were wielding a shield or a spear. Asmodee only saw a huge shadow crashing towards him. That thing, was it a land raider's door? He retreated slightly, and a massive iron door slammed heavily onto the ground. This enormous door, mixed with adamantium, was incredibly heavy. Asmodee couldn't understand how the opponent could have lifted it. Spears were swung like short clubs by the enemy, as if the combination of spear and shield was merely a tribute to the former legion, holding little significance in combat. Asmodee called for his subordinate to attack him from the side, only to find that his subordinate had already been cut in half by a World Eater. He had no choice but to stand in the shield's blind spot. While the opponent was shield bashing him, he leaped high, grabbed the top edge of the shield, and strafed the opponent's demonic head with his attacker. Narrowly dodging several slashes, Asmodee consistently avoided using the blade of reason, instead casually picking up fallen warriors' weapons to fight the World Eaters. The experienced interrogator chaplain was all too familiar with the enemy's psychology. There was no psychology. He had interrogated countless fallen angels who had fallen to Qing. He was almost like a master librarian of the divination school, predicting enemy attacks while dodging and weaving, delivering fatal blows in the gaps. However, as they advanced deep into the enemy warship, large daemon engines began to appear in some massive compartments. The Forge Axe warband was a World Eaters warband that had close ties with Vash-Tor. They always wanted the best axes. Several astropath heads hung above the engines. The poor psychers were not yet dead, their souls were trapped in their heads, enduring eternal torment. Asmodee searched everywhere for traces of the fallen angels. He did something insane. On such a terrifying battlefield, he tore open the shell of a small daemon engine, directly confronting the daemon within. He actually wanted to interrogate this daemon, questioning him about Malbaz's whereabouts. Asmodee only received some mad ravings and unconscious roars, after which he filled the daemon engine with plasma. Finally, after the boarding party lost over 10 battle brothers, he encountered a member of the Heart of Malbaz warband. The individual stated that if the fallen angel was not currently trampling Azrael's head, he was scavenging relics in the most precious relic vault. Asmodee didn't have time to conduct further interrogation or bring him back. The traitor was split in half by a daemon from behind. A powerful bloodletter, wielding a hellblade, engaged him in combat. Compared to the eldest interrogator chaplain, the Supreme Grand Master's combat was effortless and enjoyable, like a powerful dance on the battlefield. Thrust, slash, parry. His every move was precise and deadly. The Blood God's elite who had boarded were like grass, only berserk warriors in Terminator armor could give him some trouble. The Sword of Secrets was entirely black, the sound of death was silence. The roar of the chain axe was strong wine to embolden the timid, the charge of a true warrior was silent. A single man slaughtered an entire squad of World Eaters. By the time he killed the 8th enemy, the World Eaters no longer considered him an opponent of the same caliber. No one dueled him, the last 2 swarmed him. It was as if they automatically classified him as a strong individual of the Qing innate level. The Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels exhaled the stale air from his chest only when the opponent fell. The 8th World Eater had not yet fallen, but all enemies present were already dead. He had intended to have the honor guard ascertain the enemy's position, but the side wall was suddenly violently smashed open, and a shattered Terminator's warrior burst out. Surprisingly, this was not a World Eater warrior. This was a word-bearer's berserker who had pledged allegiance to Qing, a rarity no less than finding a wolf brother among the space wolves who had never drunk alcohol. He was still draped in the Terminator's markings of the serrated sun, most likely an elite among the 2nd generation of Blessed Sons. He was chosen by a Qing daemon when he allowed himself to be possessed, which led to his fall under the Blood God's banner. The enemy's speed was extremely fast. Azrael had intentionally dodged, but was still struck in the chest by the opponent's crimson claws, leaving a clear claw mark, and he was sent flying. If it were his former self, he would probably have grunted, adopted a defensive stance, blocked the next attack, and only counterattacked after the combat stimulants had coursed through his entire body. But now, the Sword of Secrets plunged into the floor, abruptly halting his retreat. The Emperor's weapon would not care about pain, the attack would never cease. Hidden behind the wall was a severely corrupted chainsword. The blade precisely grazed the edge of the chainsword, piercing into the Prometheum engine. It was too corrupted, this chainsword had become one with his body. Its power no longer came from injected Prometheum, but from the blood in his body. The last loyal warrior he killed and then drank the blood of had become the power source for the combat blade. He stared intently at Azrael. Within this black armor, adorned with marks of honor, was one of the finest blood offerings in the world. He could see the surging power within the Grand Master. Blood for the Blood God, skulls for the... Boom. Azrael's counterattack force was beyond imagination. The entire enchanted warrior was sent flying by a heavy blow, and its shattered Terminator armor crashed through another wall. It was buried under a large amount of metal debris. The honor guard helped Azrael block the other charging World Eaters, and casualties on both sides rapidly escalated in a short time. In the ruins, just as the enemy poked its head out, Azrael, wielding his sword with both hands, delivered a rapid leaping slash towards the opponent. The possessing daemon roared, and the boundless courage bestowed by the Blood God surged anew within the word-bearers. This possessing daemon essentially replaced the role of the butcher's nails, which was why this word-bearers had been with the Blood Legions for so long without being gifted a set of butcher's nails. The chain sword rotated again, just barely blocking the heavy blow of the obsidian sword. Several protruding black spikes were severed, and the blade pressed within 3 inches of the word-bearer's body. Failing in one strike, Azrael decisively avoided a test of strength with the enemy. The word-bearer's full effort was spent pushing back the Sword of Secrets. Then Azrael suddenly withdrew his strength, and he straightened up with the momentum. The Dark Angels detected an opening during his movement. The blade did not necessarily need to drink enemy blood, the hilt could also shatter enemy armor. The pommel's counterattack struck the opponent's heart, like a poke from a short stick. The two sides engaged in close quarters combat for over a dozen rounds in a short time. The distance was so close that the chainsword, which had become an arm, could not fully execute its slashes, and the obsidian sword was almost impossible to wield. With the blade spinning, Azrael delivered a heavy punch to the opponent, taking a claw strike himself. Seizing this opportunity, he released the combat blade, letting the Sword of Secrets spin in the air for a moment before grabbing the hilt and thrusting it with force, sending the sword tip into the opponent's first heart. The blessed blood of the Blood God overflowed from the wound, sizzling upon contact with the pure obsidian sword, and the power of corruption began to invade the sacred combat blade. Azrael twisted the blade, and the word-bearers felt his strength draining, the invincible power seemingly moving further and further away from him. The Qing daemon struggled, its screaming shriek easily able to burst the heads of mortals. Azrael grabbed his head. Like skulls? The Emperor's champion released his grip on the combat blade and delivered a heavy elbow strike to the opponent's mandible. He would rather have split his neck, but the Terminator's warrior's exposed neck was almost non-existent. With a sudden burst of strength in his right hand, he forcefully ripped off the word-bearer's head. At the same time as this enchanted warrior died, the daemon was also banished back to the warp. The receding blessing of the Blood God was its greatest injury. The Grand Master offered his hand. The obsidian blade was also stained with his blood, but the Primaris warrior's powerful healing ability quickly stopped his wound. The enemy was strong, but the question was, where was Malbaz? Malbaz's warship was originally with the Star Sea Butcher's flagship, assaulting the Dark Angels' vessels. Halfway there, he saw a Hunter-class destroyer belonging to the Dark Angels. Malbaz was not a Qing cultist, his goal was to strike the Dark Angels. A destroyer could be easily destroyed, it was just a single bombardment. He ordered the main guns to charge. Qing was also a god of fire, but his bombardments had almost no warp power, it was just the vessel's own firepower. Destroying this valiant destroyer delayed their operation for a moment. The accelerating Overlord-class battleship roared as it plunged into their fleet. The White Scars, speeding in their ships, strictly adhered to Yifeng's primary operational principle. When you don't know who to hit, pick the biggest one. Swoosh. Boom. What big shrimp flew past? The main cannon of the Land Raider delivered a blow to this giant blood-red warship. Malbaz was stunned. What was that thing that swept past at super-fast speed and hit them with a bombardment? Before he could issue a response order, another Overlord-class battleship swept past. This time it was a short-range torpedo volley. The torpedoes were almost used as melta cutters, with melta torpedoes exploding at close range, a series of flames slicing through the side of the warship. When the third Overlord-class battleship swept past, something went wrong. It got too close. The Kern blessings entrenched on the giant blood-red warship severely affected the Overlord-class battleship's extremely unreliable vessel. After all, it was debatable whether Hato's cobbled-together warship even had a unified machine spirit. The power of this vessel was quickly reduced, and after an emergency turn, it evaded into the orbit of the savage planet below, beginning repairs. It used the anti-aircraft fire from below, which had not yet retreated, to buy time. That meager firepower was barely better than nothing for a warship. Malbaz hesitated. Because he didn't know whether Azrael was commanding the battle on the ground or stationed in the battle barge. Both battlefields were equally important. When he saw a large number of mortals in Astartes still fighting demons below, a plan surfaced in his mind. If I go down and set up an altar, using the souls of the dead below as sacrifices, and let the warp directly teleport me near Azrael, then I won't have to agonize over it, right? Or using all the crew on that battleship as sacrifices would also work. So, he ordered most of his fleet to assault the Dark Angel's vessels, though no one listened to him. The World Eaters attacked first, then he issued the order, while he himself commanded his warship towards the savage world. Yifeng grew anxious, thinking he was going to destroy their corrupted Overlord-class battleship. Enk. Is Enk on the comms channel? I am, Commander. Any instructions? See that blood-red warship? What do we do? Think of a way to hit him with a cannon. Should the flagship reveal itself? Is there any other way without revealing ourselves? For cannons, there's no way. For ramming, yes. Ramming would cause one side of the stealth system to fail, but they could ram the opponent towards the planet. In that case, only those on the planet would see a huge Hive City warship, no vessels in space would detect it. Could the words of people on the planet be trusted? They were corrupted by chaos. Then do it. Ram him. Are you sure, Commander? This seems a bit not worth it. Using the side I built is fine, that side is the impact side. Simply put, it was the tough and heavily armored defensive side. Enk believed it couldn't compare to the technological strength of the esoteric battleship, so he utilized the Empire's strongest aspect, heavy cannons and layered armor. Below, the damaged Overlord-class battleship was frantically dealing with the corrupted bulkheads. The White Scars and the warships in Area A8 were trading insults over their external armor, making the scene especially chaotic. Captain, the commander orders to clear the surrounding airspace, expel small aircraft, and leave the large ones to the flagship. The captain was very excited. I've been annoyed with those rascals for a long time. Is the flagship going to deploy? Shatter them for me. 5 minutes later, all space fighters made an emergency return. In space, a Hive City was truly not very big. Especially since Malbaz's warship had locked onto this Overlord-class battleship, the other World Eaters' warships changed targets, spitting contemptuously as they did so. Shameless. A battle barge bullying a battleship. A true man should be like me, driving a strike cruiser to ram a battle barge. Malbaz felt a chill down his spine. Why do I feel like there's something behind my butt? He looked back. The Kern followers behind him were impatiently sharpening their axes. After a while, they got impatient and slammed an axe onto the whetstone. Number Yuan, asterisk number at and Yuan. Accelerate, quickly approach the opponent. A pulsating bone plate on the control panel pulled down a button. Boom. A huge sound came from behind, and Malbaz felt a terrifying pushback sensation. Holy crap. Is the power this strong today? No, decelerate. You decelerate, idiot. We're going to crash onto the planet. Sir, I didn't do it. We were hit from behind. Hit? Only a few Dark Angels, not among the Daemon Horde, happened to look up and saw a warship that blotted out the sky. My rock came over? No, what is this thing? I've never seen it before. They quickly lost perception, because a giant blood-red warship plunged into the atmosphere at a terrifying speed. The impact it brought was comparable to an asteroid that caused dinosaur extinction. Malbaz, as in the prophecy, appeared on this savage world, only the method was a bit. Chapter 406 Kern, keep fighting, the more intense the better. The adamantium warriors' phalanx bobbed in an endless sea of demons, ammunition running low, and both sides entered a brutal melee. Anti-psyker energy and Kern's corruption continuously assailed the Primaris warriors' minds, not yet to the point of falling, but it was a severe torment to their spirits. Those damned Dark Angels haven't been wiped out, have they? We've advanced too far, away from our positions below. I hope the position is still there, battle brother, but that hope is slim. Everyone, advance another 400 paces. If we don't find those guys, we retreat. The adamantium warriors felt their movement speed increase. No, the ground below was shaking violently. Sand flew, Huge rocks danced in the air, and in the extremely low visibility, one could even see blood letters impaled by rocks. Defensive formation, outer warriors, guard. The outermost warriors assumed a defensive stance. Everything on the ground was overturned, and a frantic wall of dust and sand appeared in front, pressing madly towards them. What kind of sorcery is this again? Close ranks. The adamantium warriors huddled together. Demons, gravel, local plants, wild power swords, and passively flying lions' cubs began to fall from the sky. The warriors standing in front were battered and disoriented, wondering why everything was being thrown at their faces. The warriors in the second row had to use their melee weapons to strike a few times, helping to relieve the pressure on the warriors in front. The warriors behind were, like a Heidai Lao hot pot, no, a sky pot. Unfortunately, this wasn't a sorceress storm, it was a physical shockwave. When the storm subsided, most of the warriors' bodies were buried in sand and rubble. Demons that had strayed into the formation roared, surrounded by terrifying power, and were then crushed underfoot by the warriors. The surrounding demons were also blown to who knows where, scattered everywhere. The warrior at the very front laboriously brushed off the debris from his face. The fallen sister was not of much use, her back had been shredded by countless broken wood and sharp stones. On the other side, a high sister wearing power feedback armor was found, but unfortunately, the storm was too strong, and her brains were completely scrambled. Some heavily wounded and unconscious dark angels awoke, finding themselves surrounded by massive adamantium armor. They rose, wanting to fight another round, but found their weapons were lost. In the name of the God Emperor. A Primaris warrior from an unknown chapter leaped up, trying to snatch the adamantium warrior's power broadsword. The other few were more sensible, some feigned death, waiting for an opportunity, while others stealthily prepared to flee, reporting the adamantium warrior's position to their comrades and requesting artillery fire. The adamantium warrior looked up. In the distance was a huge impact crater where a battleship-class vessel had plunged deep into the earth, nose first. Flames were everywhere, making it hard to imagine any life surviving such a catastrophe, but the warriors knew that demons always managed to emerge. Don't bother, the broadsword on my back isn't easy to get. The broadsword on the adamantium warrior's back was positioned very high, the lion's cubs, missing arms and legs, couldn't reach it. Stop with it in the name of the God Emperor. If the Emperor could stand up, he'd probably slap your face swollen. You blasphemous traitors to the God Emperor. The most fanatical religious faction among the Dark Angel subchapter struggled to rise, then was held down by the adamantium warrior's head. Weapons? Are you kidding? Our hands are so fast, if you can even keep your power armor, that's only because stripping armor on the battlefield is too difficult. Where are your battle brothers? The demons are about to charge again. Look over there. The adamantium warrior's large hand gripped his head, slowly turning him to that side. The flames and explosions from the warship wreckage gradually became eerie. Demons crawled out of the breach, and the warp energy, scattered by the sudden crash, began to coalesce again. The God Emperor protects us. My battle brothers will crush the enemy, including you. Prepare to repent. The adamantium warrior was truly speechless. His mouth was the toughest part of his entire body. Fall back. Let those dark angels do whatever they want, we're not getting involved. Divine retribution. Evacuate. Let's just issue an exterminatus. Anyway, the demons have to die, either by slashing or by bombing. The heavily wounded warrior finally regained some clarity. He subconsciously tried to threaten them again, but another voice in his multi-threaded mind roared, they've been beaten like this, are they the kind of guys who'd be afraid of retaliation? To the east, due east. The Dark Angel pointed at the nose-down warship ahead. I was blown over from there. Phobos armor is too light, but the battle brothers wearing aggressor pattern armor should still be in their original positions. Alright, all units proceed 5 degrees north of east. If you were a captured angel, what would you think? You'd definitely try to get these adamantium warriors to walk between your own people and the Daemon Horde, to shield your comrades, who were just recovering from the storm, from the demons. So, could we let you succeed? After a quick glance at the map, there was a small valley and a large fissure ahead, possibly their combat area, or rather, the only area on our path that we couldn't fully observe. The adamantium warrior swung the severely wounded angel. One arm was missing, one arm was useless, and the condition of his thigh was unknown, only one limb could be controlled. The hook on the back opened, and he was hung on the empty weapon slot behind the adamantium backpack, where a power broadsword should have been. Stop yelling. If you have time, recite the Imperial Anthem. Isn't your armor sacred? My shield is broken, so I'll use you to block artillery, haha. Thus, the heavily wounded warrior swayed back and forth on the adamantium veteran's body, slowly moving towards the front line. The Angels of Absolution squad had lost half of its battle brothers. They regrouped around a relic. The Null Amplifier Collar was a divine artifact capable of completely suppressing all warp energy in its vicinity, much like a Sisters of Silence, yet allowing its psyker wearer to continue fighting. It was exceedingly rare, far rarer than Sisters of Silences. If they could, the Angels would rather use the bones of a Sisters of Silence than deploy it. This mysterious weapon dated back to the Great Crusade, to the campaigns of the World Eaters and the Iron Hands. It was later crafted into a psychic circlet and, after being delivered to the Emperor, a very small number were guarded by the First Legion. The Angels of Absolution gathered around. A Deathwing squad approached. Their mission was to find the fallen angels, but they had found no trace of them, neither among the mortals of the enemy nor among the Daemon hordes that appeared. The appearance of those traitors is always accompanied by mass death, and the current situation perfectly fits that. 8 Terminators spoke, but was immediately contradicted. Don't deceive yourselves. We need conclusive evidence, at least a reasonable conjecture. This Deathwing squad of Angels of Absolution was led by a venerable dreadnought, accompanied by 6 Terminators warriors. I smell the scent of the fallen, it's everywhere. The dreadnought was sometimes calm and sometimes erratic. After just refuting the young man, he now wanted to charge towards the fallen warship. Oh! Look who I found! An old relic from the 36K era. Ah, young people are just so enviable. The voice came from the sky. Large hordes of demons approached. Malbaz spread his wings, excitedly shouting down at the lion's progeny. Ancient Legion-era armor, combined with the head of a Caliban beast, Malbaz's appearance constantly mocked the Dark Angels. The fallen angel appeared openly above the lion's progeny, every action seemingly aimed at shattering the First Legion and killing all the proud Dark Angels. The bone-white dreadnought shredded the sky with dense bolter fire, but could not tear through the fire clouds that covered the sky. Dark wings surged in the cloud sea, the pulse of war driving the blood god's demons as they swept down from the sky. Malbaz almost plunged alone into the Angels of Absolution's battle group. He injured an angel, then quickly pulled up, flying back into the agitated Daemon horde amidst a rain of holy bolter fire. Clearly, that row of gleaming Centurion formations in the distance was more challenging. Most importantly, Kern still remembered Yifeng's intention to sit on his skull throne. The blood god particularly favored the heads of Primaris warriors, this was ingrained in the minds of Kern demons like a subconscious thought. Malbaz almost cursed, but the hail of bullets below forced him to carefully and cautiously control his body, returning and sweeping down at the fastest speed. Some demons that had burst out from the ground arrived at the battlefield and began to engage the Angels of Absolution. The Chaos Gods bless these guys to kill these enemies well. Malbaz adjusted his posture and swept down from the sky. This time, his target stood at an angle, blade hidden below, poised to strike. Come and witness the power of a Daemon Prince. Long live the Chaos Gods! Just as Malbaz thought this, he suddenly felt dizzy, disoriented, and as if he were drowning. The psychic circlet seized the opportunity to activate, causing an indescribable effect on the Daemon Prince. His fleshy wings withered, his claws became brittle, looking like dead wood in the desert that would crumble at a touch. The head of the Caliban beast roared, searching for the source of his discomfort. The dreadnought reacted quickly. The veteran calmly commanded the aggressor warriors to suppress the enemy with firepower, had the Terminators guard the warrior with the psychic circlet, and 2 Terminators veterans advanced to decapitate the enemy. The next moment, he charged towards Malbaz, firing all the while, as if intending to shove a holy bolter into the enemy's mouth and unleash a furious barrage. The dreadnought's other weapon was a plasma incinerator. This weapon was extremely difficult to use due to its very short range and excessively large kill zone, making it easy to injure oneself. The trajectory of the heavy plasma projectiles was parabolic, like mortar shells, pressing down from above, forcing Malbaz to abandon his daemon wings and instead rush across the ground. Who do you think you are facing? Malbaz's roar was wilder than any beast on Caliban. His massive body was exceptionally agile. Ordinary warriors only saw a blur, and his figure vanished from their sight. But the Terminator's veteran reacted, slamming into his side in a charging posture. The opponent was just a hair's breadth away from touching the psychic circlet, about to pull out the relic along with the Primaris warrior's head, when a Terminator's crashed into him, and another gave him a plasma shot. At this moment, the Dreadnought's Annihilator ion cannon finally landed, melting large areas of land with plasma, creating a small pool of lava. The Dreadnought was still charging. Malbaz momentarily wondered if the opponent had been corrupted by the Skull Throne and wanted to ram him to death. The next moment, the Dreadnought lowered its head, and the mysterious gravity weapon hidden on its back activated. Specifically for catching fallen angels, who doesn't have some relics? The gravity field covered more than half the area, enveloping several warriors along with Malbaz. Has backup not arrived yet? I need a daemon cage. Malbaz had only been present for a few minutes when the old Dreadnought furiously began to complain about the Deathwing's slow support. Most of the Angels of Absolution's Deathwing were scattered across this battlefield, but as for the Dark Angel's Deathwing, let's just say, it was already at the stage of drop pods smashing into faces. Besides the Deathwing, Asmodee also unleashed his true might. Who dares to stop me from catching fallen angels? A crimson path appeared in the World Eater's ship. The Blood God cast his gaze here, but the aged interrogator chaplain, with absolute loyalty, ignored the Blood God's gaze and furiously fought his way back to the breach in the warship. At this time, the two warships were already quite close due to the fish spear. Asmodee used the explosion to directly jump back into the battle barge and quickly organized a unit to descend below. He could even see the brief trails left by the tail flames of the Deathwing support unit's drop pods as they streaked through the atmosphere. Given that when the previous Deathwing Grand Master Belial died, the Sword of Silence was also shattered, and the Tech Marines were helpless with a pile of ancient fragments, the current Grand Master carried another relic. We generally call it the Caliban Beast-Slaying Blade. An ancient relic whose absolute power could only be wielded by the absolutely loyal, it was now in the hands of a pure-hearted individual. So pure that he only wished to wield his blade in the repentance of the fallen angels. The Deathwing Grand Master's drop pod accurately slammed down beside Malbaz, almost crushing the Daemon Prince beneath it. The massive beast-slaying blade exited the drop pod even before the Grand Master's iron-clad power armor. Its sharp, cold glint announced his arrival. Malbaz looked at the weapon with a sense of nostalgia. There used to be many beast-slaying blades, kept in the deep fortresses of Caliban, but with the explosion of the homeworld, these weapons were scattered far and wide. Caliban is gone, it should die too. The beast-slaying blade's machine spirit showed no fluctuations. Its temperamental disintegration field generator had already linked its soul with that of its wielder. Facing Malbaz's verbal provocation, the Deathwing Grand Master responded with his blade, repelling the Daemon Prince with a single strike. The dreadnought happily bounced once, seized the opportunity, and heavily swung at the Daemon Prince who was flying towards his face, using his bolter barrel like a club to strike the enemy. Malbaz sent this dreadnought flying. The Deathwing Grand Master's attack knocked him out of the psychic circlet's range, at the cost of damaged wings. He had to find a way to repair his body, otherwise he couldn't fly. You have nowhere to run. Engine sounds emerged from the surging tide of Qing demons. Asmodee cursed the transport ship pilot's deviation from the course, while leading the Ravenwings elite unit to tear through the Daemon lines with their speed advantage, penetrating this battlefield. The Adamantium warriors expressed, I don't know whether the surprise or the fright will come first. Just now, it was raining demons from the sky, and now a dreadnought has fallen, squirming on the ground, belly up. Upon closer inspection, it was bone white, the Angels of Absolution's livery is bone white, and the Dark Angel's Deathwing is also bone white. Hey, when are you going to die? The Adamantium warriors were like disgruntled customers at a market, squatting between the $20 live fish tank and the $10 dead fish tank, waiting for this live fish to turn belly up so they could snatch it for $10. The stuck dreadnought was completely used as cover by the warriors. The fight with the bloodletters was dangerous, and the battle quickly devolved into a melee of you stab, I stab. The warriors, whose minds had been tormented for a long time, began to experience blurred vision and headaches, no longer able to accurately predict the trajectory of the opponent's swings. The war had lasted too long, so long that few of the Dark Angels who had landed with them remained. Hey, still alive. Give me a blade. It was unclear whether the one hanging behind wanted a blade or wanted the warrior to end his life with one. We have to retreat. If nothing goes wrong, you'll live out your life leisurely in a cage. Just consider it retirement. I @ you and number you and. This Adamantium warriors unit began to retreat unsteadily. We came to rescue that Dark Angels unit, and now their drop pods have landed, so presumably, they no longer need us. Calling the People's Light, make some space in the cage. As for the flagship's cage at this moment, Situate took a deep breath and smiled at the Night Lords. 300 years, he said nothing. After 300 years of peaceful life, it was time for him to enjoy himself. Recall these 300 wonderful days. You will relive these beautiful days over and over again, even if they were peaceful, dull, and boring days that would drive most people mad. Situate injected a dose of a potion into him, similar to the effects of the Dark Communion. Veterans of the Long War, and even some aged Imperial Space Marines, would undergo this ritual. They would selectively forget certain things, keeping their memories fresh and their minds as sharp as ever. And Situate's dose of this drug condensed these 300 years of time. The torment began. The torture instruments brought from the Nightfall were to be used, and the Night Lords would even be asked to instruct on how to use them. That dose of potion forced the Night Lords to recall the 300 wonderful days every moment. Even if the torturer's actions were not as bad as his own in the past, he was now in endless pain. Pain is something that requires comparison. The entire 8th Legion would not employ this method of interrogation, having spent 300 years and possessing completely sufficient patience for information. In fact, we don't even know what to ask, waiting for him to spill some secrets he knows. The chaos in space began to recede. Wherever there were Adamantium warriors, every ship was a trap, a large trap capable of killing 10 times their number of enemies. In extremely lucky circumstances, some world eaters might successfully shake our warriors to death, or shatter their visors, and then spend a great deal of time cutting through adamantium armor to sever their heads. Basically, by the time a small number of skulls were offered to the Skull Throne, the time for consuming brains to extract memories had passed, and the Blood God received very little information. There wasn't much progress on the Red Tide's ship, but on the Dark Angel ship. Grand Master, we are short on crew and unable to maneuver our warship. Bodies were everywhere. Azrael's killing speed alone couldn't keep up with the massive slaughter by the World Eaters. The Star Butchers chapter killed all living beings they could find with extreme efficiency. After Azrael killed a traitor not wearing power armor, a portal was opened by the surrounding chaos energies. From the head of every loyalist beheaded by the World Eaters emerged faint threads of soul, coalescing, gently sliding, and breaking through the veil of reality. The 8 Sons Warband burst out of the rift, covered in Krieg blood. They had just delivered their final axe blow when they were sent to this battlefield. The 8 Sons Warband consisted of 8 World Eaters from the same birth mother. 8 children simultaneously becoming Astartes during the Great Crusade was an extremely rare event. After receiving Qing's blessings, they fought continuously without a moment's rest. The 8 sons offered too many skulls and too much blood, causing each of them to demonize, not in the way Malbaz became a Daemon Prince, but more like a Boden's enhancement, at least still resembling a person. Even if they died in battle, Qing would put them back together. Azrael felt immense pressure. The blessings on the 8 sons combined were greater than those on Karn. Their first strike upon appearing was the most powerful, instantly knocking Azrael back against the wall. Just one strike deprived him of most of his maneuvering space. The Paladin honor guard on the flank was caught off guard by enemies suddenly appearing in their formation. After a few rounds of engagement, they were repelled by the 8 sons' immense power, moving further and further away from Azrael. The World Eaters' Legion also had some powerful weapons. Especially the 8 sons who had now appeared, each carrying weapons that were treasured relics from the Legion's collection back then. Azrael discovered that his opponent wielded a gravity jet axe. With the enhancement of gravity, this sacred battle axe could cleave through any storm shield, and the exhaust providing energy for the gravity would spew from the nozzle, accelerating the axe. At this moment, the expelled gas had turned into blood mist, and the bone-like axe handle allowed one to glimpse the phantom of someone sitting on the skull throne with a single look. Azrael immediately analyzed the weapon's weakness. Once it began to strike, it was difficult to change direction significantly, especially directly behind. The axe swung down from above, the attack from the leader of the Eight Suns stirring up dry, scorching winds. Azrael stepped back, his power pack hitting the wall, so he stepped forward again, facing this blow capable of cleaving a Terminator's. Chapter 407, Choose, Fallen Angel or Red River Traitor. Azrael relaxed his entire body and mind, controlling his thoughts and expelling the combat urges brought on by surging adrenaline. His opponent's gaze was as fiery as the flames on his back, and Azrael could only see rage within it. The Emperor's champion's eyes were like the obsidian power sword in his hand, cold, dark, and incomparably sharp. The Sword of Secrets was held high horizontally above his head, very close. Azrael's arm bent almost to the limit of his power armor. The axe smashed onto the combat blade. It had to smash onto the combat blade. The strength of the Eight Suns leader was like a mountain, like surging giant waves, like all-consuming lava. The gravity axe's target was only the head most pleasing to the skull throne. He was too close. The hot, foul breath exhaled by the chaos cultists disgusted the loyal heart. The blade trembled, and Azrael let go. The point of impact between the axe's edge and the long sword became the center, and the blade spun. The gravity axe began to pull Azrael towards it. The corrupted machine spirit had already transformed this power into psychic energy, and the Emperor's blessing wrestled against it. The Emperor's champion took a step back. If the opponent continued to chop down like this, he would only tear open his hardened front armor. The Eight Suns leader also had to take a step forward. The Sword of Secrets rotated around the axe, the hilt turning upwards from the lower right side, eventually coming to rest above the axe. Azrael's left hand caught the hilt. The follower of Qing stepped forward. It was as if he was offering his head to Azrael's sword. Azrael delivered a horizontal slash at the fastest speed. The blade in his left hand parried above the battle axe. Even the quickest enemy would be unable to counterattack with their weapon. The enemy chose the most Qing-like method. Come, no one defends, just chop and see who dies. His two-handed axe stance became more forward-leaning, his shoulder muscles contracting and pushing forward. His thick shoulders blocked the Sword of Secrets' attack path, firmly protecting his neck with his shoulders. The foul gases spewed from the gravity axe's rear thrusters enveloped this sacred relic, preventing Azrael from seeing what was behind it. He felt a hit. The resistance in his hand assured him that the traitor's flesh had been torn, but he was unsure if the enemy had been slain. The divine power on the gravity axe was fading, and the obsidian sword's speed was faster, but gravity dragged the axe's edge, pressing it against the sacred black power armor. Azrael's power armor was torn open by a huge fissure. This was the uncontrolled power of the battle axe itself. Qing's corruption infiltrated the servo systems through the armor's cracks. In an instant, the Emperor's light shone, and both sides relied on themselves, with no intervention from higher powers. The battle axe fell, cutting into the metal plating underfoot. Azrael finally saw the situation before him. The Sword of Secrets had severed both of the opponent's arms, leaving only a few dangling muscles. The Eight Suns leader's head had not been cut off, but the black horn below his chin was severed and fell to the ground with the gravity axe. The enemy's madness would not stop due to injury. After losing both arms, he delivered a powerful headbutt directly to Azrael. Both sides were dizzy and disoriented. The Eight Suns leader recovered first, having no sanity to lose anyway. This collision did not cause much damage to Azrael. The horn on the chin had already been cut off. He skillfully attacked the opponent's left leg and moved to the right, escaping the predicament of being forced against the wall, then thrust his sword into the opponent's waist. The Eight Suns' injuries healed rapidly, to an extent that even the custodes would feel inferior. After just a few shakes, his severed arms were half reattached. He used a spinning kick to repel Azrael's blade, then tried to pick up his axe with his broken hands. The paladins withstood the Eight Suns' attacks, and 2 veterans were dispatched to support the chapter master. The 3 formed a pincer movement, firmly encircling this powerful world eater. 3 against 3. 2 Qing demons roared and burst forth from the Eight Suns' leader's body. He was not an enchanted warrior, but he carried a chaos relic on his back. Up until this point in the battle, Azrael had never seen this world eater's back. The blood angels were only on the way to charge. On his dark back were 2 distinct, deep fissures. A man who had died long ago. A sharp blade was embedded in it. From its sacred markings, it appeared to belong to a Grey Knight's. The power sword was almost fused with his body, so much so that Azrael could not determine whether the sword had been corrupted. The subsequent battle was simple. Azrael used nimble footwork and his familiarity with the internal environment to constantly evade the enemy, gradually deepening the wounds on his opponent's body. More and more Dark Angels' corpses appeared, with scattered weapon fragments and headless bodies of auxiliary troops everywhere. The blood of the Chaos Cultists intensified the madness here. The mortal anti-boarding troops, stained with the blood of Chaos Cultists, also unconsciously began to kill indiscriminately, their wild fighting stances accidentally injuring comrades, eventually turning into fallen ones who killed without condition. The Eight Suns leader and Azrael fought all the way to the chapter's relic chamber, until the Eight Suns leader could no longer even stand. After the initial surprise attack, Azrael's fierce swordsmanship was fully unleashed. His fighting style was unhurried and effortless, suppressing the traitor's bloodlust. 3 of the 8 sons were slain, and 4 killed their opposing honor guard veterans before disappearing from the battlefield through a warp portal. No one knew their reasons for fighting, it was as if they simply wandered all battlefields, fighting powerful entities. Warp fluctuations also opened around the 8 sons' leader, as if urging him to end the battle quickly, but Azrael had no intention of ending it. He had fought continuously, luring his opponent here, not to admire this path of death. The Dark Angels chapter master plunged his arm into the base of a massive relief and then shattered this sacred decoration with a punch. The eyes of the surrounding statues lit up, the cage was activating. The Caliban beast cage cannot contain your rage, but the Dark Angel's silence can. The silence's operating method was no longer comprehensible. The Tech Marines could only maintain it strictly according to the manual. This was a cage used only to capture the most dangerous Xenos, once used to imprison a peerless powerhouse of the Rengdan. Why did you fight your way into the depths of my Dark Angel's battle barge? Azrael dealt with this traitor, hoping the interrogator chaplain could pry something out of him, not just meaningless roars. Grand Master, the enemy has stopped boarding us. It seems a reinforcement force has directly entered their ship. Reinforcements? Death Watch? I didn't call the Grey Knights. Grand Master, this is the worst case scenario. I hear wolf howls. Azrael showed visible exasperation, as if considering how to deal with the space wolves, those reckless brutes. He was awakened, but they were not. The bad situation has passed. Cut their grappling hooks and disengage the warship. Tell the battle brothers who boarded the enemy ship not to be impulsive. It's bad, Grand Master. The space wolves have rebelled. There are wolves everywhere, adamantium wolves, everywhere. I am a claws of the real. Rogier's voice suddenly flooded the comms channel, then the signal cut out. Warship, turn immediately. The side in contact with the enemy ship had almost all its weapon arrays destroyed, but the other side was intact. Prepare broadside weapons. Damn it, are there any gun crew left? The comms channel was severely jammed. Azrael couldn't contact the battle brothers on the other half of the warship, but miraculously, the long-range communicator was still working, he could contact Asmodee. Asmodee, how is the opponent? I'm guilty, battle brother. Malbaz escaped. He disappeared into the Daemon Horde. We are pursuing him. Azrael was not surprised by this. He probably wouldn't see him for nearly a century. Retreat. We need to regroup our forces. The battle line is too scattered. No, I must capture Malbaz. You know how important he is. The current rebellion is more important. Can't you see? What is the scale of this rebellion now? There was silence on the comms channel. A serious division had arisen within the Dark Angels, with 2 factions refusing to yield. This was exactly what Azrael wanted to see. To filter out those battle brothers with too much karma. Amidst their arguments, they formed a force to capture the fallen angels. Besides all of the Death Wing, there were also many warriors from successor chapters. Approximately 1/5 of the warriors chose to join this massive war effort. Among those warriors who knew about the fallen angels, no matter which circle they belonged to, 4/5 chose to continue capturing the fallen angels. This was a massive force. Although Azrael's army was numerous, most of them were recruits. The screening was largely complete, so it was time to enter the second phase. The Blood Angels' forces vanished from their original position in a short time, to use Kern's words, charging towards another, even more brutal battlefield. Charging backward is still charging, right? Send them to a more normal battlefield. As for this Adamantium Warriors force, when Angren awakens in 888, they will have a good fight. Yi Feng ordered the attack. All warships broke through the Dark Angels' expeditionary force blockade. As previously stated, the military strength here accounted for 1/3 of the expeditionary force, the remaining 2/3 were in the Ghoul Stars. The Dacian world reinforcements led by Li Anjun attacked from the Ultima Segmentum direction, and the first batch of support troops from the Segmentum Obscurus also entered the Ghoul Stars. There's no reason for us not to go. The main force of the Red Tide abandoned engagement with the remaining Dark Angels fleet, using their speed advantage to get behind them. Guerrilla warfare is our advantage. Who would bother to fight you, Azrael, when we can attack the supply lines? If I strike you down, can you drop some gold coins for me? Azrael led his army in direct pursuit of Yi Feng's main rebel force. After these forces departed, the Deathwing Grand Master who remained on the planet found Asmodee. I feel something is wrong with Azrael. He's just too old, so old that he's started to consider issues from the Imperium's overall perspective. Asmodee knew him too well and was unfazed by Azrael's change. Looking around, he said to the Deathwing Grand Master in front of him, my existence is to constantly remind him that Azrael is still the Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels, and he cannot be allowed to completely sacrifice himself. What we bear is far from something that can be cleansed by our own deaths. The aged interrogator chaplain was the first to realize his old friend's transformation. At this moment, Asmodee believed that if the Emperor needed it, he would order the First Legion to throw all its members into the death battlefield, not leaving a single recruit, which was something Lionel Johnson would not allow. The First Legion always had a backup plan. Asmodee had to constantly remind him not to let the entire chapter fall into ruin due to an unbearable responsibility. My meaning refers to his attitude towards the fallen angels. It is strange. He told me that he had confronted the chapter's past directly. Confronted directly? If he confronted directly, he should have come down to capture Malbaz, pierce the fallen angel's chest with the Sword of Secrets, and bring an eternal, lightless prison upon the traitor, instead of chasing after those traitors. The two fell silent. The hatred all the warriors present felt for the fallen angels was different from their hatred for other traitor legions. No one would criticize them, all chapters would fanatically hunt down their own traitors. But Azrael's change made them uncomfortable. The Deathwing Grand Master looked coldly at the other Deathwing Grand Master. How is this idea so similar to the Angels of Absolution? What do you say, Grand Master of the Angels of Absolution? We have too many people here, there's no need for so many. Almost all the Angels of Absolution warriors had boarded the warship. The regular warriors had followed Azrael away, while the Deathwing circled this wild planet in their warships. The excuse was, to prevent him from using a psyker to teleport onto a warship and steal a warship to escape. In reality, they were ready to engage in the next battle at any moment. If a few thousand people couldn't catch one Malbaz, what good would a few thousand more do? The Deathwing Grand Master suddenly attacked, crashing into the Angels of Absolution, making him lose his footing. Then, he pressed the sacred dagger strapped to his arm against the other's heart. Have you forgotten your duty? Asmodee persuaded them to stop, then ordered the Psyker Squad and librarians to gather and locate the enemy. The Dark Angels had too many secrets. They refused to ask the mysterious Grey Knights for help. These loyal librarians were also sufficient to deal with demons. Malbaz was hidden underground on a wild planet, in an underground trap fortress initially set up by the Dark Angels, intended to inflict heavy casualties on enemies who broke into it. The Daemon Prince walked along the passage roughly torn open by adamantium warriors, caressing the shattered walls. There were only corpses in this fortress, everyone had been killed. He manipulated the remains of the dead, forming blasphemous arrays. The prayers went straight to the warp. This was an altar for a minor god. Marius, sacred number 11. Lost malevolence, supreme terror in the darkness, master of chaotic disorder. He needed some help from the warp. There were too many Dark Angels above, and he refused to leave just like that. The deaths of the Dark Angels were not enough, he wanted all Dark Angels to die. A fragment of Luther's power armor was placed on the altar, involving the deepest secrets of the Dark Angels. After Luther was corrupted by chaos and fought the Lion L. Johnson, the power armor, one of the sources of chaos corruption, had actually been shattered by the Lion L. Johnson, which is why Luther ultimately showed a small degree of lucidity. Malbaz obtained these fragments. He was one of the fallen angels most closely connected to chaos. From the dark abyss, the Sons of Malice emerged. This warband was once one of the 20 warbands guarding the Eye of Terror. After being corrupted, they pledged allegiance to Marius. Unlike Kern, the blood god casually scattered a unit onto the battlefield, while Marius deployed his main force. However, the portal here was not enough to transport more warriors. They had to set a trap to kill more sacrifices. There were always people on the wild planet who couldn't evacuate in time. The scale of this war was too large. A Lost Battle Sisters squad rendezvoused with an Astra Militarum tank political commissar, with some Ogren auxiliary troops nearby. They walked towards a valley, hoping to find some water and food, as supplies were insufficient. Sister, our tank's machine spirit seems to have some issues. Can you bless the machine spirit? My faith is only entrusted to the Emperor. Whoosh. A dark Talon fighter jet streaked across the sky. The political commissar was delighted and immediately told the communicator to call the other party, but the tank's communication system was out of order. The political commissar shouted a few times at the sky. The fighter jet changed its shape. Forward swept wings, king of subsonic flight, target of supersonic flight. The forward swept wing configuration changed to a swept back wing configuration, and it accelerated forward. The political commissar's shouting was not entirely useless. The ground beneath the tank, including the Ogren squad, suddenly began to sink. Quicksand. Ghost quicksand. Quick, get on top of the tank, jump out. Don't even think about escaping the sand on your own. The range of the ghost quicksand was not large, a strong jump could get one out, but one couldn't touch it at all. The political commissar stood on top of the tank, pulling the battle sisters up with one arm, and glanced at the sister's weapon. The Ogren was shouting, "Big guy's foot hurts." The political commissar had no intention of helping him. He just suddenly slapped the sister's hand, and the loosened mortal version power sword fell onto the tank's rear engine cover. Political commissar, what did you do? The sister made a jumping posture, intending to jump off the turret to retrieve her combat blade. The political commissar aimed at the sister's round, full backside. Screw you. The political commissar delivered the strongest kick of his life, heavily striking the sister's backside. The beautiful figure flew several body lengths, crashing into the Ogren at the back of the team. Clever head. Throw the sister onto the bank. The sister's ankle was firmly grasped by the big guy, and his iron clamp-like hands directed her, throwing the sister far away. Hey! Sister, you really are beautiful. The political commissar's voice permeated the sister's ears amidst the howling wind. When she looked up, the entire squad had vanished. Oh, damn it! Half of her body was also in the ghost quicksand. She couldn't feel her lower body, nor could she feel the Emperor. The desert was adept at devouring life. Another warrior from the Sons of Malice warband entered the gloomy underground fortress. He said, "It's not enough, there are still brothers who haven't come over." The Night Lords spoke. He said, "Hail, Lord of Night." Conrad Kerr's death was an eternal pain in the hearts of the Night Lords. In the mid-32nd millennium, the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum, Vanquerich, killed all the other High Lord and ruled the government alone. After the foolish High Lord died, the Imperium indeed improved for a while, but the complex affairs of the vast Imperium of Man soon overwhelmed and drove him mad. 3 Space Marine chapters drew battle brothers to form a joint force to decapitate him. Before his death, Vanquirich shouted, "Do you want to know the truth about Conrad Kurst's death?" The Imperial Fists chapter master at the time, Maximus, fully displayed Dorn's character, raising his hand and cutting down Vanquirich, saying, "If I say I'll kill you, without any hesitation." The Imperial Fists were satisfied, but the Night Lords were extremely dissatisfied. They desperately wanted to know the truth about their Gene Father's death. After years of relentless targeting of the Officio Assassinorum, during a battle with the Imperial Fists, they accidentally learned of this statement's record from Maximus's side. This made them want to dig up Vanquirich's grave, but they couldn't find it. It was probably completely erased by the Imperium, and this experience was not even mentioned in history. The Night Lords began to frantically collect all information about this Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum. They believed that in places he deemed important, a treasure trove would be buried, hiding secrets known only to him. The traders of the 8th Legion wandered the cosmos. Scaria, an extremely remote area, was considered one of his possible birthplaces. The river of time had submerged too many things. They constantly compared ancient 32nd millennium languages and fragments of records, not even letting go of similar-sounding pronunciations. There were thousands of suspected places like Scaria. Some had become Xenos worlds, some had become death worlds. Places swept by exterminatus were as numerous as worlds occupied by demons. On this matter, the Night Lords, uncharacteristically, did not show intermittent symptoms of psychosis. The tongue Situare had reattached for him, very rarely, spoke a complete paragraph. Record, his state has reached its limit, but I think we can let him try to break through the limit. Situare calmly pulled out another syringe. I don't really like doing this, so bear with it. Hail, Lord of Night. The 98th 300-year recollection, with torture-induced amnesia, followed by another round of torture. The efficacy of the potion was not so precise, it occasionally brought back some distant memories, memories that even on-the-spot craniotomy and brain-eating might not yield. M. Shen, the Calidus assassin who killed Conrad Kurz, transmitted some things back. It's truly a pity, my power claw was taken by Sanguinius. Thus spoke the Primarch, newly found by the Night Lords. Savator, these are just fragments of the Primarch's death. No, send them out, copy them millions of times, and deliver them to every Night Lord's warband. The 8th Legion briefly reunited, just for a moment. Chapter 408 Azrael, is this, labor fee? This ancient secret was still very new to Situare. The Night Lords would record whatever he was willing to say, regardless of its truth. Hey, should I send you home? Oh, never mind, it's a bit noisy with the renovations lately. I'll send you in after the renovations are done in a couple of days. Situare silently added, hoping that by then, the nightfall wouldn't have turned into Iron Hand-style flying iron coffins. The people's light vibrated, which was rare, and even the Night Lords felt it. He closed his mouth and did not speak again. Situare then handed over the interrogation to a political commissar and took the information to find Yi Feng. Basically accurate, Yi Feng said. The division commander did not explain where his knowledge came from, and Situare did not ask. The two old friends chatted from the Dark Angel's gene seed issues all the way to the war in the Ghoul Stars. Outside, the warship was buffeted by a warp surge, and a few ships from the outer fleet were scattered. Fortunately, the Overlord-class battleship had not entered the warp at all. 2 more lunar-class cruisers have lost contact. The Astronomicon here is too dim. Yi Feng's words were still calm, but Situare knew he was on the verge of fury. This means that at an unknown time in an unknown place, some unlucky planetary nobles are about to have their homes confiscated. Therefore, the number of ships lost in the warp has exceeded my expectations. With the supply lines completely abandoned, the battle plan needs to be revised. Look on the bright side, the People's Light's production capacity might be able to cover the ammunition costs for these ships. Jump initiated. Yi Feng abruptly interrupted the conversation. He stood up, his massive adamantium armor once again standing tall, facing everything before him. The light of the Ghoul Stars was still so dim. Mandeville Point could barely see the light of the star system's sun. Terrifying natural phenomena had turned this place into a land of death, no creature could withstand such a level of radiation storm. Yet, it was an important node in the warp routes, and the last node recorded by the Imperium. This path was discovered by the Ranger Knights chapter. An Imperial Star Fort was deployed here. Even this powerful fortress could not completely guarantee safety in this place, and the crew's radiation-induced illness rate remained high. Fight aggressively, tell them we're here. Not many warships emerged from the side of the People's Light, most in the shipyard were captured warships and damaged ships. But that didn't affect our morale. A fleet aggressively pressed towards the Star Fort, not too close, but with high firepower density. A small squad of Astartes stationed there quickly called for aid from their parent chapter. They didn't understand why so many warships had appeared. Could the first expeditionary fleet have been defeated? These warriors of the devoted chapter felt at ease after receiving news of Azrael's support, preparing to delay the traitors with their lives, even if it meant detonating the Star Fort's power core. What puzzled them was that the enemy ship's bombardment even overloaded the void shields in several areas, but no Astartes boarded. There was only more cannon fire, tearing apart large sections of armor plating. The devoted warriors stationed there ordered the void shields to operate at overload. The Star Fort's main guns were indeed powerful, but the enemy had too many ships, and the void shields rotated to block the gun muzzles. After 6 hours of fighting, the Star Fort's void shields were completely damaged, with an estimated repair time of 10 years, and 60% of the gun arrays were destroyed. At this point, the real world suddenly twisted. The number of Overlord-class battleships was astounding. These were warships refitted from a partially mutiny legion. After these ships arrived, the vanguard of the 1st Expeditionary Fleet also jumped out of Mandeville Point and began to engage our main force. Both sides once again engaged in boarding actions until all the Overlord-class battleships had arrived. Yi Feng ordered the advance deeper into the Ghoul Stars. Azrael's main force then appeared, dealing with the remaining Blood Angels and replenishing crew numbers, which took him considerable time, barely bringing the crew up to operational levels. Azrael could only see the jump flares of large numbers of ships beginning to warp out on the other side of the star system. Compared to the Red Tide's dilapidated state, the Dark Angel ships' detection systems were so advanced that most of the Adeptus Mechanicus could not comprehend them. The Grand Master's screen was very clear, unaffected by the radiation storms raging in the star system. General Commander, ahead, is the territory of the Hussite. Do we pursue? A terrified devoted warrior boarded the heavily damaged battle barge. He himself could not believe what he had to report. Commander Azrael, their main fleet numbers over 300 ships, most of them battleships. When the 1st Expeditionary Fleet set out, it had over 1,000 capital ships, but in terms of battleship numbers, the difference between the two sides was not that great. I haven't seen that kind of battleship, its acceleration engines are like mad. I know. The White Scars chapter reported this. Those are Overlord-class battleships, warships secretly developed by the Martian Mechanicum under the Regent's orders. The ship keel codes have been obtained, but there was a damned chaos incursion. The Dark Mechanicum attacked a secret fleet en route to Forge World Lucius, carrying the complete manufacturing information for these warships. Azrael forcefully suppressed the suspicion that the White Scars chapter also participated in the betrayal. The 1st Expeditionary Fleet sent out some reconnaissance ships, but the main force did not pursue with full effort. A day later, the Gloriana, Invincible Reason battleship arrived here, and the main force began to advance. The veterans of the Red Tide were telling the recruits exciting stories of the bloody disaster battle, when Yi Feng led a small number of ships, guiding large swathes of orcs to rampage through the warp, luring the orcs into one enemy territory after another, eventually crashing head-on into the Red Corsairs fleet. Now, the Dark Angels are following behind, and in front are numerous difficult-to-deal-with Xenos. Both sides need to be very coordinated, but to ordinary Primaris warriors, it truly appears to be a real battle between them. There were not a few proposals to negotiate with the Dark Angels. The political commissar was trying to calm the people, but the effect was not good, and some doubts were spreading. Yi Feng, for the first time in a long while, stepped out of the command room and convened a collective meeting of the command layer. The first level meeting outline, which was the meeting directive to be issued to all Astartes, was to eliminate the enemy in motion, divert enemy attention in motion, seize time to develop, and race against time to destroy the enemy's supply lines. The mission objective was to force the 1st Expeditionary Fleet to voluntarily withdraw from our defensive zone due to lack of ammunition and supplies, forcing them back into Imperial fortresses. After all, these guys weren't the Imperial fists, truly taking one fortress at a time, they wouldn't be able to push into our impoverished border regions. The second level meeting outline was issued to various commanders and political commissars, requiring them to prioritize eliminating Xenos when deploying tactics, minimize the deployment of soldiers, be prepared to retreat at any time, and that genocidal weapons might be used at any moment. There wasn't much to say about the third level meeting, they were all old acquaintances, at a level where they could meet the custodes, reiterating our key issues of acquiring gene seed and destroying Xenos. The enemies in the Ghoul Stars are powerful, and we must prevent these Xenos from becoming enraged and pursuing us when we retreat to Terra, causing unnecessary impact on important plans. For a single species, once war begins, it must be completely annihilated. For the overall situation, the expeditionary force must firmly occupy large amounts of devastated land worlds that can be reclaimed but will require considerable time to rebuild. After we and the Dark Angels withdraw, the remaining Xenos in the Ghoul Stars should be busy fighting for the vacated territories and rebuilding these destroyed worlds. And a considerable portion of the expeditionary force's salient strongholds should be retained, like nails driven into the star system, to ensure that the enemy's strategic vision cannot reach the Sol system. The Red Tide's warships quickly encountered a Hussite outpost. Their speed was fast, with ship speeds between Eldar and Imperial, but their agility far surpassed that of the Overlord-class battleships. Their small ships could easily circle the ponderous battleships. In the realm of death, the arrogant always fall first. Facing a peculiar chapter like Yi Feng's, where recruits wore Terminators, veterans wore adamantium armor, and the elite of the elite went out adventuring in power armor, the Hussite B scouts seemed a bit confused. The outpost had two ships. One worker B-class small vessel was prepared to scout with its life, but after a burst of cannon fire, it found that these warships were not only clumsy but also had very few cannons and rotated slowly. So, it calmly withdrew from our fleet and retreated to a distance for continuous monitoring. Upon first entering this area, Yi Feng also dared not run around, lest he stumble into a Necron's home. The flagship could leave, but these ships outside could not escape. Enemy destroyer-class small ships have left the flagship's detection range, employing hyperdimensional jump technology, which currently falls under the Drukari/Dark Yildari technology category not yet fully analyzed by the Tech Marine. Very good, find a way to hide nearby. It's good enough to recognize this kind of jump, the Hussite B's technological level is not low. Division Commander, with all due respect, there are no celestial bodies nearby that can hide so many of our warships. Yi Feng pointed with his hand, there was an asteroid flying over there. I think that could be an asteroid field. So, there's only one real asteroid in the asteroid field? William shot Yifeng a resentful glance, then told the comms officer to quickly notify the tech marine to prepare demolition equipment. Bomb that satellite next to the planet for me, and let the debris cover the warships. Every time Yifeng comes up with some outrageous idea, and we have to clean up his mess. It's truly annoying. All these actions of the Red Tide were observed by the Hussite bees. They felt that these invaders were utterly backward, actually covering their ships with rocks in an attempt to hide. In fact, it was the People's Light's cloaking field that was helping to distort the surrounding auger array detection systems. All forbidden weapons, except for the Cataclysm class, are authorized for use. Azrael ran frantically through the Invincible Reason, and the super-strong members of the inner circle around him had no objections. A few veterans believed that the most destructive weapons must be used to eliminate the enemy's main force in one fell swoop. Whirlwind torpedoes were deployed, and Terminators carried shockwave weapons. 10 Terminators formed a group, with 2 shielding the members behind, 4 carrying the shockwave weapons, and 4 responsible for engaging the Adamantium warriors during combat to cover their teammates as they set up the weapons. This device, designed to effectively deal with enemies inside adamantium armor, was originally intended for tanks, but there wasn't enough space on the warship for such wide paths. Stasis bombs and antimatter energy cannons were ready. A single shot could overload a void shield and destroy an entire warship. The terrifying main cannons, capable of such destruction, had their turrets unveiled. The Invincible Reason's macro cannons were specially compatible, only requiring a barrel change. After the heavy personnel losses of the previous battle, no one refused to activate these powerful weapons. Tech Marines continuously awakened machine spirits, some rituals requiring a week's advance preparation. Several astropaths, senior librarians, covered in sacred scrolls and marks of loyalty, went to activate ancient psychic weapons, some from chaos, some from powerful psychic xenos that had been exterminated. Pathfinder Team Report: Red Tide forces are hidden in the 6th asteroid belt of the Beta 6 system. There were still survivors among Lion's sons who had boarded, hiding on the few battle barges that remained outside. The cost was immense. Signals at this range could only be transmitted by psychic objects, and once activated, they would be discovered and killed. Every message was a death sentence. Azrael kept most weapons charged at 65%, and then they arrived at the star system. They saw over 30 Overlord-class battleships being pursued by a large swarm of Hussite bees warships. These enemy vessels looked very similar to the Hussite bees themselves, divided into 2 bulbous sections, front and back, connected by a thick corridor in the middle. The front section was likely for detection radar and combat weapons, while the back probably housed massive hyperdimensional warp drives and shield generators. Yifeng dispatched these warships to engage the Hussite bees army at the other end of the star system, preventing their fleet from rushing towards them after the scout ship reported their asteroid belt disguise. The Hussite bees' contemptuously clumsy heavy cannons fired in volleys when facing a clustered enemy, and their power was astonishing. Nova cannon bombardments quickly led the enemy to find records of the Imperium of Man, this foreign power, in their archives. The two sides were locked in battle. Upon discovering the battle there, the Dark Angels fleet instinctively assumed it was the main battlefield. After a sweep of the surroundings by their auger array, they dispatched scout forces to locate other Red Tide warships, while their main force moved towards the Hussite bees fleet. Those 30-odd Overlord-class battleships spotted the Dark Angels' grand army and frantically activated their super-acceleration engines towards them. The Hussite bees assumed the Dark Angels were reinforcements for their current enemies, then glanced at Yifeng's main force, now floating as a small asteroid belt. "Oi, think, you want to ambush my resourceful Hussite bees? Your trick has been exposed." The opponents, with a hive mind-like strategy, chose to deter, splitting into 3 large armies to move away from Yifeng's ambush and attack the Dark Angels' warships from another side. The 30-odd Overlord-class battleships in a panic hid behind a moon of a gas giant, the former site of a Hussite bees outpost. Azrael ordered, "Charge weapons, prepare. Second Company Captain, take a fleet to pursue the traitors. Other warships, focus all fire on the Xenos to buy time for the fleet hunting the traitors." The Invincible Reason's powerful scanning array detected anomalies in the asteroid belt, so the Second Company Captain led 50 capital ships and nearly 200 light cruisers, frigates, and destroyers to clear it out. Look at the scale of this asteroid belt, there's no way it could hide an entire fleet. Azrael believed that Yifeng might be trying to make him hold back the main force of the Hussite bees, while his own fleet went to bombard the enemy's home base. What the hell? I'm here to clear karma, not to let the Dark Angels chapter be annihilated and completely replaced by the Angels of Absolution. Are you treating me like the Imperial Fists? In his anger, Azrael noticed that among the Overlord-class battleship cluster, there were no Astartes warships, suggesting there were likely no terrifying adamantium centurions on board. Is that the payment for us to hold back the Hussite bees army? Azrael had awakened, but Yifeng hadn't, so he had to consider the situation from the other side's perspective to determine his strategy. Beside him, a librarian raised a question: have the traitors colluded with the Xenos? No, they don't have that capability. We've been fighting in the Ghoul Stars for a long time, they couldn't have been there before us. They must have stumbled into enemy territory in their desperation. Then what should we do? Azrael forced a smile onto his rigid face, as if the Emperor demanded it of him. He picked up the communicator, his voice booming, "Open fire. Drive back those Xenos. These renegades who betrayed the Emperor must be judged by us." Ancient, terrifying weapons were unleashed without reservation upon the Hussite bees. The First Legion went all out from the start, successfully stunning the Hussite bees after 2 volleys. This isn't what the intelligence said. Imperial Navy captains looked at the scene before them with dread. What are these weapons? There are no records. This might be against regulations. Slap. A dark angel's hand gently rested on the general's shoulder. We didn't see anything. Yi Feng, hiding to the side, opened his mouth into an O shape. Oh, my emperor's third prince, these weapons of yours, they're not meant to blast me, are they? If I get hit by one of those, won't I be covered in bruises? Yi Feng, orc thinking is being activated. Detecting enemy firepower exceeds ours. Passive, insufficient firepower phobia, triggered. Initiating Oi think thought process, main route, firepower must be increased, kill radius must be expanded, range must be lengthened. Side quest, grab one for reference. Yi Feng's eyes darted around. William had a bad feeling and decided to take action. He pounced and covered Yi Feng's mouth. A physical silencing first. William lunged at Yi Feng, and the Baiwei army immediately formed a 1,000-hand Guanyin, holding down both important leaders. Division commander, let's just stick to the plan. I won't let go of you now. I'm going to be a corps commander. All right, corps commander it is. Let's not mess around anymore. We'll call you corps commander from now on, okay? A minute later, Yi Feng, with a scratched face, returned to his seat. I don't know which scoundrel did that. Don't let me catch them. Shadow drone fighters, launch. Take out their surveillance and scout ships. A sleek black shadow darted out from the dark side of the ion storm, using an almost javelin-like, old-fashioned boarding maneuver to throw an adamantium warrior into the enemy scout vessel. Soon, 31 Xenos inside were torn to shreds. Cato Sicarius, Hill was one of the Ultramarines champions during the Great Heresy. Cato Sicarius is suspected of continuing his lineage using Hill's gene seed. Father, I am here, Titus replied. My apologies, Titus, I was reminiscing about a former champion. Those loyal warriors would be delighted to know you still remember them. Guilliman's gaze softened as he appraised Titus. But in his heart, he thought, too dangerous. Fortunately, I didn't call out the name of an Alpha Legion warrior. As is well known, Gene Sire Alpha's champion is Omegan, and Gene Sire Omegan's champion is Alpha. During champion duels, Alpha might shamelessly roll up his sleeves and enter the fray personally, and the opponent might not even realize it. Father, this is the latest intelligence. Your injuries are not yet healed, please let us carry out any tasks. Guilliman sighed. Fulgrim's damage to him this time wasn't severe, but it was incredibly annoying. His wounds were healing very slowly, and the Emperor seemed to be focusing his power elsewhere. My father doesn't love me anymore. Impossible. He must be weak. Damn it, the plan needs to be expedited. The Imperium's wartime intelligence network was quite effective. Guilliman received information about the 1st Legion and Red Tide engaging in combat. The expeditionary force will immediately rush to Terra to consolidate the segmentum solar defenses. Guilliman's expeditionary force assigned the task of pursuing the orcs to the White Scars, leading the main fleet from the storm sector back to Terra, then entering the segmentum obscurus from the Sol system, forming a strategic pincer with the fleet departing from Ultramar. It's just that this strategic map was a bit too large. Many people simply thought Guilliman was returning to Terra to meet the Emperor, report the news of the great defeat of the orcs, and incidentally strengthen the weakened defenses after the Imperial Fist's departure. Do we need to send direct support to the 1st Expeditionary Fleet? Azrael hasn't called for support, so it's not needed. Don't underestimate them, Lion is an excellent Primarch, and his sons are likewise. Alpha thought for a moment, remembering their meeting in 42K, but then he felt Guilliman's personality, seemed somewhat gleeful about other Primarches. What a pity, he can't stand up again. Chapter 409, Elusive. Even now, Rogier was still quite depressed/frustrated, by the battle. He neither understood why they were fighting, nor why Yi Feng ordered him to retreat even after he had captured a World Eater's warship. Brother Yi Feng, aren't we deploying yet? The next battle is for Khazanov. Your troops should rest. The Wolf brothers have suffered too heavily. It's not time to fight to the death yet. Rogier was angry. Without the Wolf brothers, we are still powerful Primaris warriors, no worse than any other brother. I know, it's not like you've seen me commanding Thunderhawks. It's just that now isn't the time to leverage your greatest advantage. Go tell Kurosel to switch to more Devastator squad weapons. The next mission is to destroy the Xenos hive. Rogier said no more, turning sharply in anger, his long steel mane whipping past Yi Feng's face. After every battle, it was never time for a celebration feast, and the Wolf brothers were very agitated. Could I, a big mech of the White Scars trapped in the command center, be more agitated? A commander's agitation often manifests in strategic decisions. After circling, the more than 30 Overlord-class battleships, having lost one ship, sped towards this asteroid belt. The war hadn't been going on for long, but Yi Feng smiled and ordered, charge behind the 1st Expeditionary Fleet's rear, and cross the Mandeville Point for me. A large number of meteoroid fragments shattered as hundreds of warships suddenly charged from the flank towards the Dark Angel's rear. Azrael's fleet was deeply entangled with the Xenos ships at this point. Suddenly seeing the main force of the Red Tide directly penetrate his rear, he thought, this is bad, we're caught in a pincer attack. The Invincible Reason quickly returned to reinforce. The front line would lose some forces, but he believed that the Gloriana battleship, which had dominated the galaxy for 12 millennia, would stabilize the fleet's morale. The Overlord-class battleships did not linger in battle. After charging out, they jumped into the warp. At least 80% of the ships entered the warp. The remaining ships, due to Geller field overload, dared not make a forced jump and use TO engines. Azrael was utterly confused. Did they run? Yifeng's primary target was always the enemy's supplies. You've been fighting for a while now, aren't your supplies supposed to be coming up? Aren't the damaged ships supposed to withdraw to the rear for resupply? I'll hide here, wait for you to pass and engage the Xenos, then seize the opportunity for a counterattack, striking directly at that fortress we've already battered into ruins. The fleet was highly efficient. The red tide emerged from the warp in an extremely professional capture formation. The star system below was busy, with damaged ships of all sizes slowly retreating. Some supply ships, without a port, were slowly transporting ammunition via transport ships. Where's the port? The port was bombed out by us. The star fort was severely damaged, so much so that Yifeng happily discovered that the first expeditionary fleet had delivered several ships of star fort repair materials with extreme efficiency. The star fort's void shield was severely damaged and it was difficult to enter warp jump status, so it could only be repaired in place. Enough talk, brothers, let's move. Approximately 100 capital ships arrayed themselves near the Mandeville point, while the rest plunged into the star system. Soon, more than 30 Overlord-class battleships rendezvoused with us. After waiting a while, it seemed the Dark Angel's pursuit force hadn't followed. The Invincible Reason battleship was the most likely to catch up. Its characteristic was a speed far exceeding ships of the same class, but Azrael stopped them. What's the difference between your 200-plus small fleet pursuing the enemy's main force and sending people to their deaths? That unit was designated as an assault squad and redeployed to encircle the Husaibis, with orders to free their capital ships from entanglement as quickly as possible and organize a relief force while maintaining an advantage in the fight against the Xenos. Would Yifeng give you that chance? Challenge our scavenging speed? This time, everyone held nothing back. The battleships quickly overwhelmed the escorting frigates. The Adeptus Mechanicus reacted the fastest, immediately abandoning all their baggage, even the equipment brought for repairing the fortresses. Their warships activated unknown mysterious acceleration and swiftly left the battlefield. Their speed was so fast and their reaction so keen that Yifeng personally activated communications to hail them, only managing to get out one question: "Are you from the 13th conscript?" Ha, they were gone. The Dark Angels who had just rotated to be responsible for Star Fort repairs looked as grim as if they had eaten Nurgle's little sweet treats. The Star Fort quickly sealed all entrances and exits, and the severely damaged weapon arrays began to operate, their creaking axles masked by louder hymns praising the Omnissiah. Before the battleships even engaged, the enemy's weapon arrays experienced malfunctions and explosions due to forced activation. There was a problem: battleships could tow small transports, but the truly large transports, whose size was no less than a battleship, were as slow as whales on land. The People's Light had to be deployed to handle this. William, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Shouldn't it be nothing risked, nothing gained? Commander, you are currently in command. Order all battleships to drag the enemy's small transports and smash them into their star fort. Even if they explode, blind their auger arrays for me. Gambling whether the enemy would fire on their own supply ships was one thing, obscuring the auger array's skin was the key. The People's Light deactivated its single-sided holographic stealth device to devour the large transports, some of which could occupy the space of 2 battleships. Some Nova-class and Gladius-class frigates were reluctantly deployed to join the battle. Anos was delighted, so happy he wanted to spin around and start feasting. However, there were still some mistakes. Not all warships were successfully intercepted. Although the Star Fort's vision was indeed obscured, some gunboats and small frigates might have seen the ship during their withdrawal. The Overlord-class battleship's report indicated that 3 ships successfully escaped. 2 had their void shields overloaded and forcibly entered the warp, likely with dire consequences. Another had Astartes boarding it, but the slow speed of the adamantium armor limited their ability to control the ship. 3 adamantium warriors and 3 Terminators were taken with them as it jumped into the warp. Then our actions need to be quicker. Librarian Sisyphus, you lead the Imperial warship fleet and operate freely. Yifeng reassigned command to Sisyphus, keeping only the Overlord-class battleships by his side. Attention everyone, last hour, prepare for counterattack. We're going to raid the Husaibis' main nest. After the largest transport ships were all devoured, the warp-skipping group once again set off towards the main battleground. This move was to avoid the enemy's returning fleet. The chance of meeting in a warp lane was small, but not zero. And who said I couldn't go after the Husaibis' supplies after eating the Dark Angel's supplies? The fleet did not linger at the main battleground, even though this action would make the journey more dangerous. Several ships reported incidents where Psychers, after being corrupted, killed surrounding pure Psychers, especially the fuel placed within the solid Geller field. Not being able to speed is a big deal. To reduce such losses, Yifeng chose to deploy the Lamenters to reduce bad luck, rather than deploying Tech Marines to bless the Geller field or deploying Psychers into the People's Light. The Tearfall battle barge was still under repair, and it was doubtful if it would be ready before the big battle. The Lamenters still went out on the dawn of light. They became the only ship currently circling the flagship and took on the reconnaissance mission against the enemy before the fleet, propelled by the slow TO engines, arrived. Matthew Rio was very enthusiastic about this, acting as if the fleet didn't even need to arrive. He, as a son of Sanguinius, could break the enemy first. And then, after wandering for a long time, no trace of the enemy was found. Who knows where the Husaibis' home is? How come there aren't even any retreating ships on the other side? The Dark Angels can't be holding out, can they? The People's Light scanned the surroundings, found no trace of the enemy, and then split up with the Dawn of Light to explore. It can't be, an enemy that can contend with the First Legion can't possibly not even have territory, right? After wandering around the surrounding star systems for a long time, Yi Feng discovered a black ship. That was a Dark Angel's reconnaissance ship. Follow it, follow the professionals. The People's Light trailed far behind the Dark Angel's forces. William, something just occurred to me. Should I have the subordinates call you Legion Master? That term is a bit taboo. Okay, now there are two things. Yi Feng tapped the table. Is Relf still on Atres? You didn't call him for support, either. The muster order didn't include their troops. How many people do they have now? I don't know, I haven't inquired for a long time. At the normal replenishment rate, the number should be around 2,300. More than that, with the Iron Warriors gene seed compatibility rate, their current troop numbers should have reached 5,000. A little more than one rotation, and over 10 rotations, that's an astonishing number. But their supplies still seem to be for a single chapter. We haven't given them new power armor. Have you forgotten? They are very talented in technology. These Iron Warriors lads are truly tough. After being given a mission, there was no feedback at all, especially for those without set completion conditions, they actually persisted self-sufficiently. The two looked at each other. If it weren't for preparing for a siege on the Xenos homeworld, it seemed they really wouldn't have remembered them. Long periods of inactivity had really frustrated the Wolf Brothers and White Scars, so much so that some White Scars warriors were racing the Space Wolves brothers in the long fleet corridors. Drunk and running. The Dark Angel's reconnaissance ship was very professional, but unfortunately, the Augur Array's detection range was not enough. We tracked them from outside their detection range. These warriors delved deep into the Ghoul Stars, traversing the Herolix subsector, and subsequently arrived at the site of a crashed Inquisition vessel. The vessel drifted in space. They somehow managed to pinpoint its location, only to find it filled with a large number of Hussa EBs. Sergeant Cello E. Alex, we need you. Such words would only pass from one Dark Angel to another. On my way, a warrior wielding a heavy plasma gun kicked through a fiber-brittle wall. Everything around them was like fighting chaos. Initially, the warriors couldn't distinguish whether Xenos or Chaos had attacked the ship. A gigantic Hussa EB, its entire body shimmering with a metallic sheen, had a carapace as hard as ceramite. Sergeant Cello E. Alex aimed at it, providing plasma bolt cover for his brother, who was charging with a thunder hammer. A plasma bolt struck the creature's curved chest, and the metallic carapace ulcerated, revealing muscle fibers, snow-white flesh, smooth as silk, now ablaze with ion light flames. From the side, winged fast attack units hurled flying needles at him. Sergeant Cello E. Alex dodged the lethal attack as 3-foot-long giant needles whizzed past his face. Before the Marine could retaliate, the needles eerily stopped in midair, turned around, and flew straight for Sergeant Cello Alex's head. Careful, Marine. A Dark Angel lunged forward, swinging his power sword with all his might. The tip barely grazed half of a flying needle, deflecting its trajectory. The needle embedded itself in the Marine's power pack. Before his power armor lost power, Sergeant Cello E. Alex pulled the trigger. The enemy dissipated in flames, but light was still far from arriving. Hold this position. Can you do it, brother? We'll come back for you. It is my duty. A brother, somewhat familiar with mechanics, managed to connect a few main lines for him, allowing the power armor to operate at 30% emergency mode. I've redirected the food and oxygen circulation interfaces to the electronic muscle fibers. You hold this ground. The scout squad ventured further, and Sergeant Celoilex's surroundings grew quiet. His heavy plasma gun was taken, replaced by a call pattern bolter. This gun was larger, with a stock, and could be used as a melee weapon if necessary. Sergeant Cello E. Alex struggled to make out his surroundings. The battle cries of the veteran leading the squad often echoed from the front, which reassured him. He looked at his bolter. Ammunition was scarce, only 2 magazines. He found it difficult to smoothly retrieve a magazine from his waist and reload, so he could only clip the magazine onto the bolter's attachment point. This gun is heavy, the Marine thought. I haven't tried carrying a weapon in this condition before. This is truly a challenge. The information about power loss momentarily confused the recently enlisted warrior. Initially, he attributed his physical discomfort to his body not yet being accustomed to the foul odor, perhaps even containing some Hussa EB gas. Soon, he realized. Both gravity and magnetism were somewhat chaotic, there was something wrong with this warship. He shouted into the comms channel, but strong electromagnetic interference blanketed the area. The nearby wall acted like a powerful magnet, firmly adhering the bolter to it. Damn it, what was the tech Marine thinking? This stock can be magnetically attracted. Sergeant Cello E. Alex tried to detach the stock, but the tech Marine's fine craftsmanship made the action difficult. Amidst the struggle, space twisted. The Marine felt the space before him ripple, and everything distorted. A hyperdimensional gate had opened, likely nearby. Damn it, disconnect, disconnect. The Marine's clumsy efforts finally freed the stock. He raised the bolter again, just as he saw a large number of indescribable Xenos lurching with wide strides from the corridor ahead. The spatial distortion didn't cease. Visible light, undulating with the spatial ripples, made everything appear like a water surface struck by a pebble. The bolter fired round after round of heavy bolter rounds. Sergeant Cello E. Alex shouted at the top of his lungs, "Go to hell, demons!" Hoping the veterans deeper in the ship would hear him. The spatial fluctuations prevented the Marine from aiming. Bolter rounds floated up and down in his vision, flying past the enemies. These were not warp demons, these were hyperdimensional Xenos allied with the Hussite bees, much like one of the Drukari/Dark Yildari's helpers Mandrix. The young marine didn't realize this. The bolter quickly expended a magazine. Some Xenos fell, and the surrounding Xenos pushed and devoured their fallen comrades. The marine's resolve began to waver. Facing the unknown was a mandatory lesson for an Astartes, yet it was precisely the Dark Angel's extensive experience that gave these recruits a sufficient understanding of most enemies in this world, even those long extinct. They had faced truly unknown, untraceable threats too few times. The marine was forced into a corner. A short knife was his only melee weapon, which he hoped to use. The call pattern bolter's aim quickly became precise. The enemies were too numerous, so many that even firing all the bolter rounds wouldn't eliminate them. The Emperor protects, the marine took a deep breath. I hope my brothers are warned and arrive in time. That would be best. He felt a violent tremor behind him. Magnetic locks held his legs, and now he vibrated along with the floor beneath him. The Emperor protects. Boom. The powerful armor-piercing melta of a boarding torpedo tore through the enemy horde, stopping on the other side of the corridor, turning a long passage into a T-junction. Reinforcements. Awoo. Things can't get any worse. The Dark Angel's squad fighting at the front hadn't heard the gunfire behind them, but they clearly heard the wolf howls. Only then did they turn back to look for Sergeant Cello E. Alex. The Adamantium warriors knew the moment they arrived that this wasn't a warp problem. Drukari/Dark Yildari again? Doesn't look like it. The hyperdimensional enemy swung its scythes against the adamantium, but nothing happened. Instead, the retaliatory promethium flames shattered it. The People's Light was quick to react to hyperdimensional entities, essentially equating them with Drukari/Dark Yildari, but this time it really wasn't them. The Hussite bees could warp through hyperdimensional space because they were allied with these Xenos. The engines that tore open hyperdimensional space didn't specify a location, generally, they would directly envelop the warship. Once in hyperdimension, these Xenos helped them navigate the unknown ocean. Dimensional rifts could open anywhere near the warship, including inside the vessel. Kurosel wanted to bite a Xeno, but blades and axes were useless against them. It seemed their true form wasn't in the real world, only energy like flames and lasers could affect them. Bolter explosions caused too little interference, flamethrowers were needed. Sergeant Cello E. Alex watched in surprise as the Wolf brothers rushed out and destroyed the enemies. He wanted to open fire, but his magazine was empty. What are you hiding there for? Are Dark Angels cowards? Come help. ANS roared, gesturing to the brothers in the boarding torpedo to prepare their bludgeons and pink sacks. Don't move, in the Emperor's name. Sergeant Cello E. Alex couldn't move carelessly, lest he reveal anything. He held his gun, pointing it at the Adamantium warriors. Hey, another dummy. Rogier unceremoniously mocked the marine, then used fire to clear a path forward. The rift is here. Kurosel, hold this position and see if you can close it. ANS, find where the rift generator is. The wolves sniffed around, then suddenly bared their teeth in Sergeant Celoilex's direction. Hoo-hoo, the Dark Angels are back. Let's go. Since it wasn't the Drukari/Dark Yildari, Rogier wasn't flustered. He rushed to the marine, punched Sergeant Cello E. Alex unconscious, and dragged him onto the boarding torpedo. This was a boarding torpedo, not a boarding torpedo. This thing could go back. When the Dark Angels squad arrived, they found a group of Xenos emerging from hyperdimensional space. The marine was nowhere to be seen on the ground. No, a front tooth had been left behind. A long melta path stretched across the corridor. Brother Yifeng, I caught another one. You can't imagine the look on his face when he saw me. No need to report to me. There are plenty of Dark Angels in the cages. Never yield doesn't mean never be caught. I find this guy quite interesting. Sergeant Cello E. Alex was still unconscious. His unlucky time hadn't arrived yet. Rogier, let me tell you now, don't trust any Dark Angel. You can never guess what's on their minds. Rogier chuckled a few times, then, as if by magic, pulled out a bottle of wine from behind a sculpture in the White Scars art exhibition at the command room's entrance. Rogier, tell me, how did you hide wine at the entrance? By way army. What are you doing? Brother Yifeng, first tell me, where's my wine? It's fine. It's not good for outsiders to see us disciplining children on a rainy day. Please step aside. You two by way army soldiers at the door, get in here. I'm certainly not going to say it was drunk by Chapter Master Morgan of the White Scars. Rogier, carrying the wine bottle, headed towards Sergeant Celoilex's cell. He felt a little uneasy. He didn't want to go to war with the Dark Angels. They were sworn enemies, yes, but he could stake his life on it, the Dark Angels were absolutely loyal. So, he cared somewhat about how the Dark Angels now viewed him. How they viewed these wolf brothers who appeared among the rebels. This was very important. Chapter 410 Causing trouble in someone else's house. When Rogier appeared, Sergeant Cello E. Alex immediately cursed at him, calling him a traitor to the Wolf Brothers, which made Rogier happy. At least the Dark Angels, like himself, never doubted each other's loyalty. Rogier took some time to ponder what a traitor's expression looked like, which didn't take long, as the death of the traitor who defected to the Red Corsairs on the Fenris Wolf was still recorded. The Emperor's firstborn chapter. Nothing more. It seems you are already on the path to doomsday. Traitor. The Emperor's judgment will surely come. Only a useless person who doesn't know his goal would say such a thing. Rogier had to admit that while most of the traitors he encountered lost their minds and screamed wildly, the powerful ones who remained rational all had clear obsessions. Whose fire will burn, whose thunder will strike. Such words are meaningless, I even find them lacking for morale boosting. The old general pointed at Sergeant Selloe Alex, you don't even know what your goal is. Following the Emperor's will? Do you know what his will is? You don't. You just shout randomly because, besides that, you don't know what he wants to do. But we are different. This was Rogier's true thought, our goal is as clear as it was during the Great Crusade, not just empty talk of exterminating Xenos and burning heretics. You guys keep shouting for the Emperor, yet you never say what the Emperor wants. We are different, we dare to declare our goal to the whole world, to liberate the entire the galaxy/Milky Way. Rogier still held back, truly unable to utter more blasphemous words. Fortunately, the Dark Angel in front of him successfully shifted his thoughts towards the time of the Horus Great Crusade. Upon hearing as clear as it was during the Great Crusade, Sergeant Selloe Alex assumed this was a veteran of the Long War from the Legion era, and thus subconsciously interpreted liberate the entire the galaxy/Milky Way as part of the ideology of Horus wanting to become the master of humanity. Sergeant Selloe Alex thought this, considering it the most ancient chapter history, with more details beyond his status to ascertain. Your actions failed. The great Emperor defeated your master, and we will forever guard this land. You cannot break us. The Emperor's will. What is the Emperor's will, you fool? The Emperor will protect us. All enemies who dare to invade human territory will be put to the sword by us under the Emperor's guidance. We are the Emperor's trident. You see? More of these meaningless platitudes. Rogier spent a considerable amount of time trying to break the faith of this Dark Angel recruit. It proved that the First Legion's training was powerful, every serving warrior was a staunch loyalist. However, everything you say cannot prove it is the Emperor's will. Your code of conduct, your training methods, your mission objectives all are the directives of the Dark Angel's high command. Every word you speak has been twisted by you guys after the Emperor's Ascension Day, after he became unable to speak. Do you dare to state his directives before that day? Who among you remembers? Who? Such secrets, let alone a destroyer squad warrior who had only recently served, even an inner circle veteran might not fully understand. Rogier suddenly became happy, as if they were the true faction that remembered the Emperor's will. He eagerly anticipated what the reaction of this marine would be if the custodes appeared before him. Victor appeared, not in the cell, but above Yifeng's head. The hyperdimensional rift before us does not require our intervention, the Dark Angels have enough power to close it. I did not come for this matter. Victor pointed to the Hussaibi's data on the table, which only contained photos of combat records. The enemy's core is very likely hidden in hyperdimensional space. I don't believe that with this ship's detection capabilities, the enemy couldn't be found. Victor dissected a captured Hussaibi's, finding that every custodian was omnipotent. He discovered that they possessed a hive mind, similar to the Tyranids. The actions of these ordinary Hussaibi's were very organized, indicating an upper-level commander nearby. If the flagship's sensors couldn't detect them, then the enemy was very likely hidden within hyperdimensional space. This is a symbiotic civilization. I suspect their territorial boundaries are not defined within the real world, but rather according to areas in hyperdimensional space that correspond to the real world. To be precise, the real world should be a hunting ground. Victor's suggestion terrified Yifeng, but then he thought, isn't this what the Imperium looked like after Chaos invaded? The Master is in the warp, recruiting thugs from the real world, then throwing them from the warp into the real world to plunder and corrupt populations and resources. It is known that adamantium warriors cannot suppress hyperdimensional rifts. That is not the warp, it is another dimension. Currently, the methods for opening and closing it are unknown. Victor glanced at Yifeng, then left without another word. Yifeng, while wondering why he hadn't been beaten today, pondered the enemy's methods of controlling subordinates. So, are the Xenos currently fighting the first expeditionary force commanded by higher beings? Should we wait for them? No, that's not right. Wait for a large-scale hyperdimensional rift to open, then fire a main cannon into the seam. Not all rifts can withstand that kind of psychic attack. We need to make the largest possible force of Hussaibi's attack. Conveniently, a super large-scale Hussaibi's attack would mean that their central control core is hidden in the hyperdimensional world behind that great rift. This is a locked reaction. The downside is that no one knows what this rift will become after this shot. Will it spread out like the Eye of Terror? Well, that would be great. Yifeng slapped his head. Why am I panicking? Whose territory is this? The Necron dynasty. Attacks of this magnitude, wouldn't it be simple and easy for them to handle, causing them to break bones and be on the verge of extinction? I can accept any of those outcomes. The next strategic objectives. First, find a powerful Necron dynasty territory. Second, find a way to trick the Hussaibi's into launching a full-scale attack there, engaging us in a decisive battle. Both are fraught with difficulties. Most importantly, can these guys open rifts in the Necron dynasty's home? Yifeng integrated some rough information. For example, General Zendrek once gave him a map of a blackstone mining vein. While it didn't mark the spheres of influence of various dynasties, it did indicate which dynasty was mining which pit. If I follow the mines, I'm bound to find one by luck. Both mines and Necrons are unusually abundant in the Ghoul stars. As for the Hussaibi's, what method should I devise to make them furious enough to attack us with full force? The Dark Angels reconnaissance squad finally fought their way to the core of the warship. Sergeant Saloylex's disappearance confused them. The sudden wolf howl in the melted channel certainly didn't appear out of nowhere, but these warriors couldn't contact their own warship. Strong hyperdimensional ripples disrupted all long-range communications on the warship. They could only try to shut down the rift generator first. The Dark Angels reconnaissance squad leader used all his strength to push aside the debris blocking their path. The strange enemies around them were retreating. They pursued the enemies with power swords. Although chain swords had little effect on them, the power sword's disintegrating field was very effective against the enemy. A Astartes was hidden on the ceiling, its concealment so clever that it hid its entire body in a blind spot. Its stinger was ready, and its flying needles were ambushed nearby, just waiting for the Dark Angel squad to arrive. Soon, some strange vibrations alerted it. A large number of hyperdimensional Xenos were summoned into the corridor directly below it. Before the Astartes even appeared, plasma bolts tore through the air below, striking the Xenos. The Astartes felt a searing heat beneath it. This was not a good sign. The battle had been going on for a long time, and the military strength deployed for this trap was insufficient. These guys were not as weak as those thin, spindly creatures. The Inquisitor and his mortal retainers had given the Astartes some false intelligence. This was deliberately done by the Inquisitor before his death. The Xeno scales shifted slightly, its whole body relaxed, and it began to descend. The first Primaris warrior who appeared was tackled by the Xeno. The Primaris warriors behind quickly locked onto it. As they raised their bolters and chain swords to aim, flying needles shot in from the side. Despite being prepared, a Primaris warrior in front still had his arm pierced by a flying needle due to forcibly firing his weapon. Fortunately, he saved the brother in front of him. The angels, well trained, shielded the injured behind them and continued to suppress the hyperdimensional Xenos. Suddenly, a large group of adamantium warriors emerged from within the warship. Their boarding pods had brought them very close to the core. After bursting out, they immediately began suppressing fire on both warring parties. Leading them was Kurosal. Of course, to the Dark Angels, there was no difference. A large number of bolter explosions erupted from his body. This seasoned Wolf Brothers raised his great gun and unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate fire at the corridor above the Dark Angels. Our chapter is in action. All non-essential personnel, evacuate. The corridor collapsed, burying the entrance and blocking all the Dark Angels outside. So you guys are always catching fallen angels and driving away friendly forces by indiscriminately bombing crime scenes, huh? Now it's our turn. Get out of here. This bombardment was solid, the air ducts above ruptured, releasing a large amount of dangerous gas, which was then ignited by the flames of a flamer. The adamantium warriors nonchalantly charged into the outer perimeter of the rift, then held the position, continuously firing into the interior. Occasionally, they would retreat, giving up ground, allowing the enemy to charge in. Could they be allowed to escape? We have to make them feel that with a bit of effort, they can defeat us, only then will they choose to send in more troops. With this push and pull, a large amount of ammunition was consumed. The Dark Angels, blocked outside, were soon subjected to suppressive fire led by ANS, who relentlessly forced them to retreat with fierce firepower. Following them were not adamantium warriors, but transport troops, each carrying oversized cargo boxes. For a centurion, carrying only a bolter meant he could carry supplies and ammunition for over 5 people. Both sides expressed their anger with primal roars. Get out! The Dark Angels were brutally expelled, their bodies strewn about. We intentionally attacked their arms and legs, yet many warriors still died unexpectedly, unable to preserve their gene seed. After ANS forced the enemy into the bridge, he sealed the gate. The battle was fierce, but the adamantium warriors had effectively stopped advancing. To lure the main force of the Astartes, we first needed to attract their attention. Kurosal fought continuously and finally awaited the arrival of a large contingent of Astartes reinforcements. The enemy flew directly out of a hyperdimensional rift, rather than tearing open a new rift and emerging with warships. Seeing the endless stream of enemies, the Wolf Brothers believed the time was ripe. Let's give them something powerful. A loud roar accompanied the deployment of a strange launcher by the warriors behind him. The Tech Priest's tears. It used to be about fleecing the Tech Marine, but now, it's about fleecing the Custodes. The Tech Priest was very reluctant, but only this type of bomb had absolute suppressive and destructive power against hyperdimensional space. Don't ask where it came from. Kamarak is full of hyperdimensional rifts. If the Drukari/Dark Yildari didn't have some tricks, how could the Mandrix willingly help the Eldar? This missile should have been launched from a warship, or at the very least, a gunboat or a heavy missile vehicle. Such a makeshift launch was likely a first. Kurosal ordered a push forward, with Melta opening the way, clearing a path ahead. All sorts of ghostly, spectral Xenos constantly emerged. After a volley of fire cleared them, the missile was launched. The Xenos that had just emerged only saw their vision darken as a terrifying energy source plunged into the troop transport platform behind them. This tribe's warships were already reluctant to make such large-scale movements. At this moment, a bubble exploded from hyperdimensional space. It churned and wailed, leaving a trail of silence in the hyperdimensional world wherever it passed. The adamantium warriors also suffered a strong impact. The powerful energy shock from the closing hyperdimensional rift exceeded Kurosal's expectations. 3 adamantium warriors were injured, and 4 wolves died. The original rift generator was already smoking and burning. By the time the Dark Angels reconnaissance team discovered that the enemy at the entrance had left, there was almost nothing left inside the Inquisition's ship. Fibril-lated walls were savagely shattered, and some equipment below was uprooted. They could not obtain any useful information here. The reconnaissance team tried to return to their own warship, but they sadly found that their reconnaissance ship had also disappeared. Damn it, I've become a rescue target. The only gain from this battle was a first expeditionary fleet reconnaissance ship, which made Yi Feng very unhappy. The Hussite should have sensed the situation here, right? The People's Light is now responsible for finding the Necron dynasty's location. The Supreme Chongming strike cruiser will remain here. Once a Hussite exploration fleet appears, make contact, then retreat towards the flagship. What are the conditions for the main force of the Hussite to fight us? The first expeditionary fleet must first withdraw from their territory. On this point, Librarian Sisyphus did an excellent job. He and the Dark Angel's prophetic librarians began a nested prediction of enemy movements. After rendezvousing with Li Anjun's troops, they began to extensively disrupt the first expeditionary fleet's supply lines, forcing Azrael to retreat and concentrate his forces to deal with them first. Librarian Sisyphus deliberately revealed the whereabouts of hundreds of ships to the Dark Angel's reconnaissance ships, pretending not to see them, and brazenly attacked the hub worlds behind them before leaving. After the first expeditionary fleet's engagement with the Hussite ended, both sides disengaged. There were many dissenting voices against retreating within the command, but Azrael convinced his brothers. To settle external threats, one must first settle internal ones. Addressing the harassing forces on the supply line was no longer the scale of guerrilla warfare. A frigate fleet could rival a main expeditionary force fleet, but it was still unable to effectively protect supply ships. They left behind a number of ships as temporary outposts, and then the main force retreated. The Hussite outposts were few, located at the edge of their hyperdimensional movement. It's not that this dimension cannot reach other places, but the adjacent hyperdimensional space is the sphere of influence of another hyperdimensional Xenos force, and they have no treaty with the Hussite. This outpost was triggered by the dawn of light. Chapter Master Matthew Ryall, we cannot contact Brother Yi Feng. We are a reconnaissance unit. Remember our duty. Matthew Rio narrowed his eyes, wondering if the Xenos outpost had detected them. Do not fail the blood of Sanguinius. He spoke softly, only for himself to hear. Send the veterans. Be careful. Keep the warship further away. The battle barge quietly drifted to the other side of the star system. Only a single shadow drone fighter quietly approached. He was extremely careful, but an unexpected event still occurred. A warrior succumbed to the bloodthirst. While slaughtering the Hussite outpost, he removed his helmet, wanting to taste Xenos flesh. A tall Xenos ambushed him, striking his brain. As Belisarius' call activated, he vaguely saw the burning flames on the vengeful spirit. Subsequently, he began to attack his comrades. The chaplain took too long to calm him down, allowing some Hussite to escape into hyperdimensional space. The situation quickly became precarious. The enemy's warships warped to a very close position. This was not the enemy's main force, but it was also not something a single battle barge could stop. In the midst of the crisis, the librarian of the Lamenters used all his strength to cry out into the warp. The 100-cloth robe carefully traversed this warp, bypassing one black hole after another, large and small. Even a slight collision would obliterate ordinary warp demons. In this difficult hell, it discovered the Lamenter's cry. Oh well, it's on the way anyway. Might as well deliver a message. It picked up their distress call and delivered it all the way to Balza's ears. I'm so tired, I need to rest my hands on my hips for a bit. Wait, why don't I, a small robe, have hips? Why? Couldn't they have paid more attention when sewing me back then? Balz only felt a cacophony of electronic noise in his ear. He looked at the control panel behind him in confusion. Suddenly, his vision changed to a scene of numerous Xenos spacecraft surrounding him. Unfamiliar missiles flew wildly, and tiny beams of light struck the void shield, causing a large accumulation of shield energy. Red giants ran across the ground, Xenos heads were severed, long needles pierced tactical optics, and mad roars echoed amidst the blood. Balz was incredibly grateful at this moment that his station was a warp transporter. He glanced at the several astropath ladies next to him, they showed no reaction. Is this a prophecy? No, that's the Lamenter's mark, the banner of tears fluttering. Yi Feng, who was still searching for the Necron dynasty's location, quickly ordered his warship to provide support. After this, the Lamenters probably wouldn't exert themselves again until the end of the major operation. Yi Feng thought this, as the People's Light traveled through the real world, surrounded by numerous Overlord-class battleships. 3 hours until arrival at the battlefield. The cold mechanical voice had just finished its broadcast when numerous Overlord-class battleships were forcibly knocked out of warp travel. The TO engines of 46 warships either exploded or overloaded, spewing black smoke as they were blasted back into the real world. The People's Light also warped in response. Chinook detectors discovered a powerful anti-psyker wall. The Overlord-class battleships that were previously skipping through the warp were blocked by a suddenly rising wall of water, equivalent to suddenly warping into the real world without preparation. Their engines were still in the skipping warp travel mode, almost self-destructing. Upon reaching here, Yi Feng realized that he had encountered a Necron dynasty. And one of the richer ones. Quick, order Matthew Rio to immediately move towards us. Yi Feng frantically pounded the command console. Enos, quickly spit out the junk. The entire flagship rumbled, and a large number of internal displacements activated simultaneously. Even the most sophisticated Adeptus Mechanicus calculators would struggle to complete such movement calculations in a short time. Yi Feng was almost frantic. I didn't tell you to spit me out, but the shipyard stuff. Quickly make room for the damaged Overlord-class battleships. The shipyard doors opened so suddenly that some unprepared servitors were sucked out by the vacuum. Empty transport ships drifted into space. Before Yi Feng could catch his breath, a thick green beam of light instantly pierced an empty transport ship, and the entire vessel exploded instantly. Calling, full frequency call, Necron language translation, we mean no harm, we merely passed by accident, we are vassals of the Sodic dynasty. This statement had a slight effect, just a little. The other side gave them some time to present the Sodic dynasty's emblem. After confirmation, they launched another offensive. Chinook shields shone dazzlingly in space. This was a powerful, awakened dynasty that had not responded to the Silent King's call to resist the Tyranid swarm beyond the galaxy/Milky Way. Simply put, it was a faction with some power that wanted to carve out its own kingdom. Upon discovering that they were subordinates of General Zendrek, who was renowned and dedicated to maintaining Necron unity, they launched an attack without mercy. Zendrek's only reason for being here was to quell rebellions. No one would doubt the old general's loyalty. Dark green beams of light and solar flares flew wildly in the rain-like void. Several flying tomb ships suddenly appeared around the flagship. Chapter 411. A short break. This might be the former location of the Necron home world. Any Necron dynasty entrenched here would either be incredibly powerful or possess astonishing political acumen. This Necron dynasty wasn't awakened by humans or other Xenos digging up their tombs. Their slumbering grounds weren't on planets or moons. They were within stars. A shard of the star god. The Burning One, Neodrizitha. The Ancient Ones, awakened by the Silent King's summons, yet refused to serve a Silent King who had lost the control protocols. Sarika's crimes were too numerous to count, allowing the pain of losing their flesh bodies to linger in the mechanical circuits of this dynasty's overlord. Most importantly, those once living subjects had now completely lost their self-awareness, indistinguishable from death. The overlord felt only infinite resentment, having failed to protect his subjects. He was a supporter of biotransference technology, but no longer trusted any other Necron overlord's faction. The problem was that his personal mechanical protocols were very complete. The cryptechs were under his full control, ordered to hunker down in their lair and research biotransference technology. Constantly sifting through their own knowledge base, wasn't that like searching for new islands on a map forever impossible to achieve? This time, Yi Feng directly intruded upon his territory. The cryptechs were still fruitlessly changing combinations of various technologies when they saw a large group of humans rush into their domain. They immediately proposed to the overlord, "We need biological specimens for research." The overlord was also a bit muddle-headed. "What's the point of researching these things? Do you really want to restore my sacred Necron subjects to these low-level, barbaric creatures? The problem is, where are there any living Necron left in this world? Who knows? Anyway, there are none in the galaxy/Milky Way. Let's look in other star systems." This overlord was preparing to use a shard of the Burning One, Neodrizitha, to create a perpetual propulsion source to jump to other star systems. The energy consumption would be so immense that it would require oppressing this shard of the star god for thousands of years to accumulate enough energy. The main, large shards of star god could not be used. Currently, those attacking the red tide were smaller shards, but they were still masters of rules. The void shield was like paper. A flash of light, and a dozens of kilometers long blade of flame completely cleaved the Overlord-class battleship. The cut was clean, and the intense fire had already vaporized the deck. The flame blade never actually touched the surface of the warship, merely its proximity caused the armor plates to vaporize. Only the adamantium armor keel held for a moment. Seeing this, Yi Feng grew anxious. He urged the flagship to quickly gather the warship while ordering the 8-barreled ground-based cannons to fire first. This volley was incredibly powerful. Without time for the living metal to repair, a direct hit from all rounds would cause the entire super monolith to collapse. After all, it was only on the level of a mobile fortress on land. The super monolith pyramid initiated a warp evasion, and the surrounding true warship also emerged. Looking like a crescent moon blade with a pyramid stuck on it, the spiral-class light cruiser rotated in the sky, every weapon absurdly lethal. After some maneuvering, over 30 warship were successfully recovered. The other dozen or so warship had already turned into burning pyres. The Overlord-class battleship group, whose engines were undamaged, sped through the territory. The flagship engaged the enemy for a while more accurately. It took a beating, almost overloading its psyker shield before also entering escape mode. In the current situation, the Overlord-class battleship cannot travel with us. Yi Feng ordered the fleet to turn and head towards a previously scouted location, even if it was Dark Angel's territory. He, meanwhile, furiously bombarded the enemy while flying towards the dawn of light. At this moment, Zendreka's warship, which had been ordered to observe the red tide, also had to reveal themselves. Primarily, they were legitimate Zendrek faction warship. When the enemy began fighting, their scans detected them and immediately assumed they were escort frigates for the light of the people, opening fire on them fiercely. Space, gravity, time, everything became chaotic. All supplies within the flagship were being rapidly depleted. The shield's energy consumption rate was already faster than our ability to replenish supplies, and the situation suddenly became precarious. Yi Feng kept shouting back, "Cease fire, we're allies, cease fire." Hearing these dirty mortals speak the Necrons' language only enraged the Necrons further. "What are you things?" And speaking the official language now. In the communication channel, the professional translator continuously translated Yi Feng's words. "We are from the Sodic dynasty. These warship, Overlord-class battleship, are important materials being sent to the cryptechs. Don't damage them. We are just transport warship, with no ill intent, no ill intent." This shout only infuriated the Necrons' overlord of this Necron dynasty even more. "You want us to biotransference into that? I'll blast you to smithereens. Sodic, hey? Just you wait." Wait 10,000 years, and see if I don't come back from the neighboring star system to deal with you. They really couldn't defeat the Sodic dynasty. Stormlord was renowned. These two warship pursued for a distance, then prepared to disengage. Yi Feng had no intention of letting them leave. Stop fighting, we're not here for war. He shouted this, but the 8-barreled ground-based cannons weren't idle. After reloading a round of shells, 8 cannons fired in unison again, delivering a fierce blow to the enemy. This time, they even hit one of the enemy warship. The active metal exploded. It was estimated that if no one repaired it, it would take 100 or 80 years to self-repair. The Necron's warship couldn't swallow their pride and pursued again. Both sides had top-tier speeds in the galaxy/Milky Way, and soon they reached the Lamenters. At this moment, a large number of Hussite had invaded the battle barge. Some frenzied enemies burrowed into the macro-cannon barrels on the outside, using some unknown slime to stick the barrels, causing the next shell to backfire, destroying the entire array. The close-in weapon system's rotation speed was not as fast as the enemy's aircraft's turning speed. Although the Hussite aircraft didn't have high peak speeds, they excelled in agility. Mid-battle, darkness consumed everything. A massive shadow enveloped the warship. The flagship brutally smashed through a large number of enemy warship. In front of this magnificent behemoth, those flimsy shells were comparable to TO warship. Annos swallowed the battle barge, along with a large number of space fighter squadrons, both enemy and allied space bombers, and surrounding debris. The moment it was swallowed into the shipyard, the presence of the ship's internal microgravity field caused all floating objects to begin falling. The Hussite space warriors looked around in panic, and one gunboat that had gotten too close even crashed directly into a damaged Overlord-class battleship nearby. The battle barge's inertia was stopped by multiple composite barrier nets, a crude but highly damaging method for the warship's outer hull. The Hussite inside the warship couldn't stand steady, mortals were pressed against the walls, and debris flew everywhere. Internal combat quickly erupted. A large expanse of golden adamantium armor heads emerged from the surrounding walls, immediately unleashing a spray of firepower. A small number of Hussite also passed through the chaotic shipyard and entered the flagship's interior. Neither the internal nor external chaos lasted long. The Hussite did not show fear when they saw this huge hive city, because in the Hussite view, the larger the warship, the less likely it was a warship. Large target, inflexible, slow, these were all problems. Due to the warship's characteristics, they even tentatively brought their warship closer. Suddenly, the Necrons launched a powerful death ray attack. The entire Psyker shield lit up, as if another star had appeared in the star system, its light momentarily overpowering the dim original star. All Hussite warship that had approached were directly torn apart by the intense fluctuations of the Psyker shield's burst. In an instant, all enemies around the flagship were cleared. Main cannon preheating initiated. Psyker absorption beginning. All secondary cannons, fire with full power. Yi Feng finally roared freely. From the Hussite perspective, the enemy suddenly smashed all approaching warship with a powered octagonal prism, then countless barrages of projectiles assailed them. These small shells can't deal with the Necrons, but can't they deal with you? Now, this group of Hussite realized that they needed to run. This would require their main force. Yi Feng's eyes widened. These Xenos were too few, not worthy of a main cannon shot from him. He still had to fire a shot backward. This star system was pitiful. Wait. A hyperdimensional rift opened. This was a dimensional rift opened by the remaining Hussite warship as they tried to escape. Magnify, magnify again. The enemy is right there. Through the rift, a giant black sphere could be clearly seen, with fine lines of various colors constantly flashing on it. Its mass was much larger than the light of the people, surrounded by large satellites, continuously spewing out Hussite warship. Dense Hussite warship surrounded it. The image could not get any clearer. The hyperdimensional observer had not been maintained for a long time. It was unknown why the inner circle didn't maintain it, perhaps some materials needed to be taken from hyperdimension, and this warship did not have the ability to open hyperdimension. But it was enough. Main cannon, aim at this rift. Division Commander William pounced on Yi Feng. Oh no, General, Commander, you can't aim at the rift. The shield can't hold until the next main cannon reload. I know that. Yi Feng decided to gamble. Looking at the pursuing Necron's warship behind them, never mind if they could hit them, even if you blew up one, what about the other warship? They would definitely avenge the damaged warship. Wouldn't the outcome be the same? But what if I bombarded someone else? Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Fire. The Psyker absorber suddenly accelerated. The individuals in the Drukari/Dark Yildari cultivation pods let out their first wails in the mortal world, then their flesh dissolved, their souls tore apart, all transforming into pure energy. Rows of Drukari/Dark Yildari cultivation tanks emptied, the murky cultivation fluid oscillating. It was the flagship that was oscillating. An unseeable bombardment was injected into the hyperdimensional rift. Yi Feng didn't know what this level of bombardment would become after entering hyperdimension, but it should be enough to destroy the enemy. As expected, the Necron's pursuit force stopped. General, the high energy reaction level is 781, enough to destroy any of our warship. The Necron's cold voice echoed in the ship's main tomb. So what? We will carry out the Overlord's will. These attacks cannot destroy all of us. Listen up, you bastards. A mechanical Necron officially spewed from the loudspeaker, making the general feel uneasy. I am armed, and I am very angry. This is the final warning. Next time, the bombardment will lock onto your warship. Ask your commander if they want to go to war with the Sodic dynasty. In the name of the Storm Lord, I send you this ultimatum. A very ancient gladiatorial protocol was being transmitted, a noble challenge used only during the time when Necron still had flesh. Noble battles would not harm the exalted rulers, nobles only commanded, letting their household soldiers form ranks and engage in real military exercises against the opponent, typically with a soldier representation ratio of 1 to 10,000, engaging in bloody combat on a randomly selected terrain. However, this challenge had no noble seal, but rather a standard sword mark pattern, which meant it was a true, fight-to-the-death declaration of war. The People's Light was turning around. No one knew if the main cannon's reloading was complete, and high-energy reactions were still surging. The Necrons hesitated. The situation exceeds the Level 6 war restriction order. According to regulations, this is not our territory, and we should immediately withdraw from combat. The Necrons were now mechanical, ruthless, and followed mechanical logic. The warship retreated. The People's Light floated nearby, motionless. To the side, a superdimensional rift was spreading and fracturing. The opening was completely dark, as if it had directly pierced through the entire dimension and descended into the next superdimension. Yi Feng, aren't we retreating? We can't move for now. Drift slowly towards the edge of the star system, and be careful to stay hidden. Yi Feng caressed the command console and softly said, "You've worked hard, Anos." Then he loudly ordered, "All forces, rest and repair the breaches." The last high-energy reaction surge detected by the Necron's fleet was not the second reload of the main cannon, it wasn't that fast. Anos, to maintain deterrence, began to overload and overoperate the engine system, emitting antimatter waves that damaged the engine's void shield to a certain extent. 3 repair teams died on the spot. The casualties were very heavy, and also very minor. To put it bluntly, the people inside the flagship had lived for almost 200 years. The current population is different. We indeed have few high-end technologies for life extension surgeries exceeding 300 years in the Imperium, but we do have the technology for 200 years. The elderly didn't die, and the young people reproduced vigorously. The population broke through 10 billion, which would be a large hive city on a planet. Even if this was a survival warship fleeing the apocalypse, there were too many people on the People's Light. Even 10 million deaths would not cripple it, because the elderly were still maintaining a relatively high production capacity with the help of life extension surgeries, at least those who were diligent in their youth qualified for these surgeries. There was a complete crew training system within the warship, self-sufficient, and even departments for psychers and untouchables. Some called it a paradise, others called it a crowded place. In the current situation, everyone would have to live a very hard life, the hardship stemming from monotonous food. Production within the warship only ensured the most basic survival food blocks. Currently, there are no human colonies in the Ghoul Stars. To obtain supplies, they could only plunder the first expeditionary fleet. Go, leave a messenger warship to drift along the Dark Angel's supply line. A few servitors will suffice. Use encrypted intelligence to report the annihilation of the Husaib's main force. Next, it depended on Sisyphus' combat situation. Yi Feng, uncharacteristically, sat down to drink a cup of tea. After all the running around, the engine was broken, and he could finally have some peace. The superdimensional rift on the side, after devouring a moon and half a planet, seemed to have patched up the gap and was slowly healing. The explosion of half a planet was spectacular. It was estimated that the People's Light would regain power before the planetary fragments reached them. Rogier, Kazanov, are you two also going to sally forth? What's the point of being cooped up here? We're eager to complete the Emperor's mission. Rogier said cheerfully, carrying a large axe he had picked from the armory. Kazanov's urgency stemmed from his belief that the Emperor's mention of 16 referred to rebuilding the 16th Legion. At the current pace, the number of legions would be insufficient, and the quality lacking, so he needed to take the recruits out for some experience. Most of the warships aren't with us right now. The People's Light contains either Overlord-class battleships with damaged engines or captured warships. Are you sure you want so many brothers to crowd together and sally forth? Rogier waved his arm dismissively, slinging it over Kazanov's shoulder. He and I are like brothers. You can rest assured when we go out. Rest assured, my foot. With a two-headed dog and a muscle-brained battle maniac going out together, I'm afraid you'll end up fighting into the Eye of Terror. Yi Feng picked up the phone. Bells. I can't hear you. Get your ass over here. The anti-psyker suppression is too strong, the signal is breaking up. Suppress your big head, I'm using an internal phone line. Bowles reluctantly ambled to the entrance of the forward command post, then Rogier, wearing adamantium armor, walked out and gave him a big hug. Is this even human behavior? A few hours later, Bowles was huddled next to Kazanov, surrounded by numerous Luna Wolves recruits in Terminator's armor, chattering and asking him questions. Socially, the warriors of the 16th Legion were quite reliable. Xiao Lan having just persecuted Bowles, Yi Feng immediately called for Xiao Lan. At this time, Xiao Lan was wearing scout armor, having just finished demonstrating tactical movements to the recruits. His imposing physique combined with this armor looked somewhat ridiculous. Based on my experience, Commander, when you call me, it's never for anything good. Xiao Lan, of course it's for something good. The Dark Angel's gene seed, you see. I'm not taking it. I don't know their chapter customs. I'm not taking it. Xiao Lan spread his hands, giving up. Yi Feng raised his adamantium power fist, gently but firmly pressing down on Xiao Lan. My Vice Legion Commander, how can you disregard the gene seed warriors of the Dark Angels? The bloodlines of the Luna Wolves and Iron Warriors are fighting. Our red tide embraces all, we cannot discriminate against any type of warrior. Universal harmony is our. Stop, stop, stop! Xiao Lan quickly waved his hands, employing a tactic of not yielding to his superior. Yi Feng. One question at a time. Why am I a Vice Legion commander again? The numbers have reached it. Our development strategy is still very reliable, but it has basically reached its limit. Think about it, that vast edge of the galaxy/Milky Way, it used to only support 3 legions, Alpha, White Scars, and Raven Guard. They haven't disappeared, so the ability to see so many resources in the cracks is reaching its limit. Yi Feng turned around and used a move of respecting teachers and valuing the Dao, an ancient principle, to suppress Xiao Lan. How could Xiao Lan be an easy opponent? He used a move of the waves behind push the waves ahead to steady himself and declared loudly, but you can't give it all to me alone. Look, Rogier leads most of the Wolf Brothers, Kazanov leads a portion of the Luna Wolves warriors, you lead the White Scars, and Ralph leads most of the Iron Warriors. How come everything falls under my command? We need to grasp both the left and right hands. Special forces need to be built, and combined forces also need to be built. They are all veterans, each leading a unit. You are also a veteran, so leading a combined force is very normal. Yi Feng countered with education for all, immobilizing Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan's expression was now ashen, yet he still attempted a final struggle. Can the numbers be the same? How many people do they have? I've taught countless. I don't want to be Vice Legion Commander. No, Vice Commander, that's William, let William do it. This dual, physical and mental duel, was finally interrupted by Victor's intervention. Victor was very displeased with the current situation. The stagnation of the People's Light would greatly delay the Emperor's mission's progress. You make it sound like we rely on the flagship for combat. Think about it, how long has it been since we used a shield-breaking wave? Yi Feng seemed to be rubbing his face, but in reality, he was using his gauntlet to block Victor's attack route. Then, Yi Feng deliberately bumped Victor's elbow with his hand, then slapped himself. For the Emperor, I will go through fire and water, without hesitation. Righteous and stern. An expeditionary force taking 100 years is normal, and the Horus Heresy sweeping the galaxy/Milky Way in a dozen years is also normal. Don't worry, I've already informed Azrael of the annihilation of the Husaib's main force. They should proactively disclose the next Xenos battlefield. Victor snorted, I'll go find him myself. We need to speed things up. At this time, the messenger warship Yi Feng had sent out was also found by the first expeditionary fleet. Azrael, after reading the deciphered intelligence, did not tell anyone else, not even the veterans of the inner circle. He slowly withdrew some patrol warships, but still left many behind. Damn it, this red tide is weird, it doesn't play by the rules. What if it's a trap, and if I withdraw the patrols from the Husaib's direction, they come out from there, stab us in the back, and plunder another round of supplies? What then? We can't starve to death in the Ghoul Stars, can we? Chapter 412. Judge, it's all fake, fake. Tell me what's real. Azrael felt these rebels were truly sinister. It wasn't that they were too strong to defeat, but that their strategies and tactics changed incredibly quickly. At first, both sides engaged in a head-on clash on a feral world, fierce like the Blood Angels, then suddenly they'd avoid confrontation, relentlessly harassing our supply lines. Now it's even more outrageous, both fleets have broken into smaller units, employing encirclement to eliminate reinforcements, feints, deception, and various other strategies and tactics. It's as if they switch commanders for every battle. The frequent changes in the rhythm of war made the first expeditionary fleet's war council very uncomfortable. Azrael's thoughts weren't wrong. After all, Sisyphus was currently commanding the battle, with Li Enjun and his 2 librarians cooperating seamlessly. Occasionally, Bals would be dragged out of strange places by 2 burly men, looking utterly resigned to his fate. The entire Ghoul Stars was in chaos. Xenos forces were stirred, the expeditionary force and the rebels were locked in fierce combat. Yi Feng was busily deploying forces. A tech priest observed the shrinking hyperdimensional rifts, collecting records of a half-shattered planet, and a Necron's overlord was mobilizing heavy troops to protect his charging device as he jumped to an adjacent star system. This battle lasted half a year, and the engines inside the People's Light were repaired, but civilian issues were not good. Due to material shortages, some facilities had to be dismantled and remelted into engine covers. Furthermore, the single mineral collected solely from the exploded planet could not meet the flagship's production needs. The product was too uniform, including the types of macro-cannon shells, and the bolter could not manufacture anti-psyker bolter rounds. The TO inside the warship were almost all killed. Under normal circumstances, they would need to return to replenish supplies. The Gene Stealer, a labor planet in the adjacent Stormlord's territory, also needed metal resources for replenishment and had to pay taxes, or they would rebel. Something else happened in the Calixis sector. The talent-rich Calixis always had all sorts of mutations. After the main army was drawn away, the local political commissars alone couldn't hold out. The People's Light was always on the move, it couldn't stop. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and sent the warship back on its way, not knowing where to go. Once the scale became too large, the efficiency of plundering with just one fleet couldn't keep up with the rate of consumption. We discovered some Xenos nomadic groups the size of small planets, each one so massive, hundreds of them wandering among the stars, devouring every living thing they encountered. Excellent hunters in the cosmic maelstrom are so rare, allowing most prey to slaughter each other, and in their dying breath, believe this is all there is to the universe. Yi Feng was waiting for Victor's return, but he had not appeared. Azrael also didn't know what he was planning, and the battle between the two sides and the ghoul stars became increasingly perplexing. 99 days passed, and traders appeared on some Overlord-class battleships. Adamantium warriors were attacked, and the surrounding riots were quickly suppressed, but cunning Qing cultists hid a chaos relic. Heavy power armor restricted the warriors' movements. When this chaos relic was found, the Adamantium warriors had no choice but to exterminate most of the mortals on that warship. The number of crew members dropped to a state where the ship could not be operated. This was only the situation that could be contacted. When a solid stance is activated, those inside endure dangers no less than warp travel. This is also the warp encroachment that Overlord-class battleships usually encounter. A casual summons from the God of Wisdom could drive many strong-willed individuals into madness. The proportion of suicides in this battle was increasing, and the misinterpretation of going to war with the Dark Angels deepened. The Lord of Trickery was misleading most mortals, making them believe that the Red Tide had betrayed the Emperor. Not many succeeded. The political commissars found the situation manageable. They had the advantage of anti-psyker power armor, and when they felt inner confusion, they would endure the pain and approach the power armor. A strange custom gradually formed in this war. Approaching anti-psyker power armor caused mortals extreme pain. 3/10 anti-psyker is still anti-psyker, but this instead gave mortals a suffering encountered on a pilgrimage mentality. Mortals who could complete their report to the Holy Emperor's angels under such pain, abnormal heart palpitations, dizziness, or even blindness, were considered the pure by their colleagues. Conversely, those who died accidentally after approaching were suspected of being chaos traitors. In an emergency, this was indeed a desperate measure, but for daily life, it seemed overly religious. A vigilante group appeared within the mortals, secretly searching for mortals who dared not approach the Adamantium warriors. This almost forced all mortals to take risks, and even if the death rate was only 3%, it was still a considerable number given the large population base. This vigilante group organization was eventually completely annihilated by the Adamantium warriors. These vigilantes were confirmed to be true chaos traitors. Qing specifically selected individuals who had undergone anti-psyker challenges for corruption, strengthening their superstition in anti-psyker power, and stubbornly forcing other mortals, and even madly forcing psykers, to approach. The vigilante group was stopped, but the trend of approaching the Adamantium warriors did not cease. Qing actively sought Horus of the Great Heresy, but most of the Red Tide warriors either regularly wore anti-psyker power armor on missions or lived within the solid flagship in the warp. Qing was consistently unable to find an Astartes to corrupt. It's truly strange, where did they get these anti-psyker materials? The Wolf's Lair, completely controlled by Christina, was almost invisible in the warp. The emotional power of the servitor workers was too weak, presenting a dim expanse in the warp. The Lord of Destiny ultimately settled for a lesser option, choosing to corrupt mortals and possess them with demons, attempting to seize power within the mortal ranks, and corrupting children, trying to see if they could start with the initiates, deceiving priests and apothecaries into transforming them into recruits. Where did Qing choose as his first stop? The Crimson Torrent chapter home world. Now, may we introduce our Minister of Planetary Construction Planning Department, who successfully entered our high-level ranks but couldn't access specific matters, and upon trying to leave, found himself firmly watched by a Primaris warrior, a truth-seeker beneath the mists, a veteran inquisitor of 100 years' steadfastness. The inquisitor realized he had been played, but he couldn't escape now. Over the years, when idle, he planned urban reconstruction of the planet. When busy, he purged demons and xenos, from gene stealer hidden in trade ships to chaos warbands appearing on the planet itself. He fought them all. You say he didn't work? He worked plenty. You say he worked? His main quest had made almost no progress. The Inquisition wasn't without attempts to retrieve him. An Inquisition black ship came to investigate under a pretext, intending to arrest this minister and take him back for interrogation, but was forcefully stopped by the Astartes. We showed exceptional toughness. If you truly don't seek the Imperium, they truly can't do anything to you. You can't just hide in the shadows and take potshots, like sniping the Celestial Lions. When we face snipers, it's always artillery bombardment. You let the Officio assassin Orm act, and they still can't escape such a large artillery bombardment range, and besides, can you even find us? Now, this Inquisitor was cheerfully chatting with a priest. The homeworld was also one of our recruitment grounds, and the children vetted by the Inquisitor were certainly capable. He once again made a request to the priest. The expeditionary force is truly arduous. Just the initiates I've overseen over the years, there must have been at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Indeed, you have rendered outstanding service to our chapter, but unfortunately, only a few hundred have successfully become Emperor's Angels. The selection rate is truly too low. The priest carefully observed the children below, a fervent heart beneath his cold demeanor. I request to join this expeditionary force. I have proven my capabilities in countless invasion battles, and the defense construction of the homeworld is largely complete. We no longer have any worries. Please allow me to accompany these children, these loyal sons of the Emperor whom I once screened, to the battlefield. The Inquisitor spoke eloquently, but in his heart, he muttered that endless replenishment during an expeditionary force was true, but there were too many of them. Where did they get so much power armor? There was no power armor industry here, and other Forge Worlds trade routes with here should have been blocked. The Inquisition had tried to block the interaction between certain important worlds and this place, but firstly, this was a transportation hub, and supplies to the front lines also had to pass through here, making complete blockade impossible. Secondly, these madmen of the Red Tide launched frenzied attacks in the name of combating pirates, wiping out all the mercenaries disguised as pirates. After a while, the Inquisition also didn't want to bother with this place anymore. Having an Inquisitor stationed there to ensure loyalty was enough. Anyway, supplies went through Guilliman's logistics department, so they couldn't control it. The isolated Inquisitor now yearned to leave this place. The priest, as expected, refused him. If everyone fulfills their duties, no enemy can defeat humanity, sir. Your work is excellent, and we would be hard-pressed to find a more outstanding department member than you. Please, you must stay here. The Inquisitor couldn't get angry. He wanted to say that he couldn't fully utilize his talents here, but for an Adeptus Astartes chapter, this was probably the highest position a mortal could be given. The highest ruling class of the home world, imagine that. At this moment, the Inquisitor noticed something unusual. A power that made him uncomfortable lingered stubbornly around him. He narrowed his eyes, meticulously searching every detail below. Psyker threads flowed below. The priest noticed the Inquisitor's abnormality, also grew alert, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and looked around. Some combat servitors quietly grasped their weapons, silently moving to various shadowed spots in the proving grounds. As an emergency rescue team for the initiates, the weapons they carried were sufficient to counter the fierce beasts released below. These combat servitors were also recruits. They were training here to become political commissars of the mortal elite forces in the future. Time passed by the minute. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the Inquisitor's forehead, slowly flowing down his wrinkles. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and anyone who met his eyes felt a chill, as if they had been seen through completely. A battle erupted below. A combat servitor unhesitatingly shot and killed an initiate. During a full-body inspection, he discovered a mark of chaos branded on the child's body. They branded the mark on the underside of the gap between two toes, very concealed. As the gun fired, the Inquisitor's psychic retribution shot out, striking the target he had long aimed for. The distant boy's parents were about to roar in anger when they were obliterated by thunder from the sky. The Inquisitor activated psychic cloaking, his body covered by psychic energy, causing anyone who looked at him to subconsciously ignore his presence. The Chaos cultists could see him clearly. Thanks to the Chaos gods, they were no different from normal people, just with a higher perception of the warp. Originally, it was thought that it would be a one-sided situation, but the scale of this riot far exceeded expectations. Large numbers of mortals, incited by the Chaos cultists, were spurred on to surge forward. How can you just kill people indiscriminately? Why are you killing people? A life for a life is only right. Yes, even the Emperor's son is subject to the same laws as a commoner. Adeptus Astartes, look at him, he's challenging the law. They didn't even think about it. An Astartes was right next to them. If it wasn't for his signal, the Inquisitor's head would have already been smashed in. The onlookers were stunned. How could thunder suddenly fall from the sky? How could they start cursing at the high-ranking officials above? The chaplain frowned slightly. Why were these people not surprised at all by a powerful psyker making a move? There must be something strange going on. Large crowds were about to break through the defenses. Servitors and mortal garrison forces opened fire without hesitation. In the distance, cameras were live-streaming, broadcasting our bullets slaughtering humans. The Inquisitor remained composed. Unarmed people charging fearlessly? As if they had been drugged. A place of this local level wasn't so low that just anyone could come in and watch. No one could have infiltrated the lower levels here in such a short amount of time. I know. Our enemies are not just people. The Inquisitor was quite confident about this planet. A chaos gang that had been lurking for a long time? Impossible. A daemon must have appeared. Amidst the chaotic conflict, the Inquisitor noticed a wounded mortal staggering and crawling sideways, moving furtively. There were many such people, but what truly caught the Inquisitor's attention was that the psychic threads spreading towards that direction were blocked by a strange force. Watch over there. The Inquisitor brought down a bolt of thunder. The servitors fired mercilessly, but confusion was etched into their combat stances. The warriors questioned over the comms channel why these unarmed individuals were charging into gunfire, and in a suicidal manner. Below, blood flowed freely as mortals struggled to crawl towards them. The servitors numbed themselves by shooting at able-bodied enemies, prioritizing the main enemies to soothe their minds, and making up for the tactical priority of finishing blows. The heavily wounded man struggled to crawl towards him. He was still 9 meters away, a very short distance. The servitor calmly began to reload. The crawling fellow suddenly stood up and charged at him, pouncing. His mouth was abnormally wide open, and the depths of his oral cavity displayed an unnatural color. The constantly shifting, beautiful colors made a thought emerge in the servitor's mind. The colors of the warp must be just like this. A furry daemon was vaguely revealed from the mortal's mouth. Even if this bite merely touched the opponent's clothing, the daemon could seize the opportunity to infiltrate the servitor. A Primaris Astartes would be beyond its reach, but a servitor, the daemon boasted, it could certainly take down. The distance between them was only a few feet. The servitor no longer had time to reload. He rotated his weapon to smash the opponent's face with the buttstock, but his movements were sluggish. Staring directly at the daemon had already made his actions hesitant. Thunder, illuminating the darkness. The Inquisitor roared, and 3 bolts of lightning shot up from the ground. The thin psychic threads instantly transformed into a thick network of lightning. The lightning pierced through the mortal's body, completely vaporizing the flesh, and the daemon's form was revealed. Demons are very weak when exposed in reality, especially when the surrounding reality barrier is very strong. There were more enemies than the Inquisitor imagined. 9 demons appeared from the crowd, frantically possessing the surrounding people. The ignorant were in a panic, while the deluded saw nothing amiss. The chaplain leaped down with his sword, sprinting at an extremely fast speed. Any mortal he touched was torn to pieces. They were panicked, they were terrified, and they all had to die. The losses were so great that the political commissar's heart ached. The moment the demons appeared, not a single mortal present could be left alive, especially as demons continuously leaped and possessed people within the crowd. These were all junior cadres and servitors of the chapter. The chaplain, filled with rage, struck down a daemon in mid-air. It was slain while leaping from one mortal to another. Another human, possessed by a daemon, lunged at the chaplain from the side. The strength enhanced by the daemon was immensely powerful, almost knocking down the Primaris warrior in his power armor. The chaplain showed no mercy, ramming his sword hilt into the opponent's temple, then crushing it. Flamethrowers were brought in. The blood spilled from this massacre could easily be turned into a ritual offering. Fire could effectively eliminate blood sacrifices. Some demons used cloaking sorcery, but the entire venue was covered by the Inquisitor's psychic net. Evil, terror, and unspeakable slaughter. This battle showed the chosen ones the horror of the Astartes, and what mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the devastation of life, truly meant. We should kill them. This battle cannot appear in mortal records. The Inquisitor was furious, and his psychic exhaustion made his voice sound ancient, which in turn made his words more authoritative. The chaplain pondered for a moment. Staring directly at a daemon was indeed terrifying. But this was inevitable. Could the servitors below be slain just because they fought demons? They were servitors after all. Fighting demons was not an everyday occurrence, but it was a frequent entry on their resumes. This was something no one could change. The chosen ones below were the same. The chaplain thought for a moment, although to mortals, his movements were fluid, and his answers were quick, without any delay. I've heard of a chapter, I wonder if they've recovered their vitality now. They are called the Exorcists chapter. It is said they make recruits endure daemon possession, and after successful exorcism, they gain powerful daemon resistance. Sir, please answer me from the perspective of a psyker, is this effective? Are you insane? The Inquisitor appeared to be trembling with anger, yet his heart was filled with fear. How many secrets do you actually know? This is the highest secret of our Inquisition. If my mentor hadn't once been invited to oversee it, I wouldn't even know about this matter. This is an act of complete madness. We should immediately execute them. Esteemed Emperor's Angel, I mean no offense, but please do not take actions that could make one doubt your loyalty. Are you speaking to me? The chaplain, a chaplain. One of the most devout individuals in a chapter. Just stating the facts. Everything as usual. I need to summon more brothers. The chaplain insisted on continuing the trial. Those who could maintain their loyalty to the Emperor after seeing demons as mortals would become terrifying existences. This probability was very small, but, if they didn't try, wouldn't these chosen ones all just die anyway? Next, these test subjects were separately confined and monitored. The Inquisitor was expelled to search for any clues of the enemy, but his secretly left small tricks revealed the abnormal numbers of the red tide. Finally, they showed their hand. The Inquisitor's work finally progressed, and then, a large number of the red tide Astartes and chosen ones all boarded a warship and left. The Inquisitor had only spent a few hours searching for the daemon's appearance site when the entire red tide senior leadership vanished. A few days later, an Ultramarines task force arrived here. The Inquisitor was overjoyed. It had been 100 years. Finally, there were no red tide Astartes watching him. Finally, an Adeptus Astartes chapter with an incredibly strong background had appeared. I am an Inquisitor, and I demand to see the leader of your squad. The Crimson Torrent chapter has problems. Their numbers are overstrength, their ideology is impure. The Inquisitor appeared as a planetary official at the welcoming ceremony, then ran like a madman into the Ultramarines' ranks. The Ultramarines merely glanced at him sideways and casually said, "The Red Tide has rebelled. We have been ordered to reclaim their chapter home world." The Inquisitor froze, and a line of clear tears flowed from his eyes. I am incompetent. My experience and training have been wasted on an Ogren. This is my sin. I came here 100 years ago. The Inquisition Grand Master had already noticed this anomaly. I actually, incompetently built a home for traders here. I actually repelled heretics and Xenos in trade ships, feeling smug, thinking I was still fighting for the Emperor. The Inquisitor was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The Ultramarines added, the scale is very large, with over 20,000 renegade Astartes. This is a message from the Regent. Guillemon had instructed them that as long as there was no resistance here, there should be no slaughter. They were to quickly reintegrate this place, repurposing it as a trade hub. The Primarch had specifically sent his most gentle and obedient sons to ensure the safety here. The Inquisitor, thinking about how he had worked for traders for so many years, was furious and immediately demanded a full-scale war on this planet. He was the Minister of Construction, and although he had been misled by false information, he was still responsible for a large number of infrastructure projects and was very familiar with this planet. The Ultramarines rejected this proposal, merely sending people to negotiate in a perfunctory manner, appeasing the grassroots, and issuing schedules for factory production and loyalty inspections, trying not to let loyalty inspections affect factory production time too much. The Inquisitor was going crazy. When did the Imperium become so gentle with the Traitors' chapter home world? At the very least, there should be a massacre. Are these fake Ultramarines? No, would fake Ultramarines tell the truth? Did the Red Tide not rebel? Then are these imposters taking advantage of the situation to seize resources? The Inquisitor's mind was completely in disarray. Chapter 413 Make it more lively. The Inquisitor was stunned, not to mention anyone else. 10 chapter homeworlds were located in the remote areas of the Calixis sector. The Ultramarines only sent so few people, which was merely a symbolic tour, replacing the flags. They basically failed to control military power. Furthermore, the Primarch's order was only to reclaim all the chapter homeworlds surrounding Calixis. After a trial collection of tithes, it was announced that they would return to the Imperium. There was basically no cleansing within the Calixis sector. It was publicly stated that the goal was to gather forces to support the Great Crusade and consolidate the defense of Terra. Chaos cults began to proliferate wildly, and the eyes of the Chaos gods frequently appeared near the rebellious areas. The first expeditionary fleet suffered several deceptive attacks. Enemy warships appeared above the fortresses they garrisoned, which was normal. However, after a fierce bombardment, presumably believing the anti-air defenses of the fortress below were too strong, the enemy specifically dropped drop pods into the empty, desolate areas. These drop pods actually carried no warriors, but the warriors of the various chapters guarding the fortresses didn't know that. They rushed over in a panic, found empty drop pods, and anyone would be alarmed, thinking the fortress had been infiltrated. A large-scale, high-profile search for traitors was launched across the entire planet, effectively tying up the attention of most of the Astartes on the ground. Keeping them busy on the ground. Drop pods are valuable, but we just dropped them, not destroyed them. In a few days, either we'll reclaim them or they'll be given to the Dark Angels. We've also captured quite a few of their warships. After several years of war, the People's Light carried numerous Dark Angels warships, including some frigates that the Imperium opposed Astartes using, and ancient holy warships. The enemy also captured several Overlord-class battleships and Phantom Dragon-class battleships. Librarian Sisyphus's actions were bizarre and insane. He deliberately exposed some troop markings to the enemy's detectors, then destroyed them himself, making the enemy expend a great deal of effort searching, while his main force moved erratically within. Without a flagship by their side, they could only fight to sustain themselves, desperately plundering enemy supplies. The Departamento Munitorum's transport ships were almost in the negative. Azrael sat in his office, with Victor hidden behind a cabinet. Their conversation was devoid of emotion. The map was drawn on and then erased, and the battle locations constantly changed. If an ordinary person saw this, they would surely think the two were discussing battle locations, constantly arguing, and marking and deleting them. In reality, this was the trajectory of the war. Every point was a place where a real battle would occur. The Red Tide would lure the enemy deep with a series of defeats, drawing the Dark Angels into a trap to be annihilated. This would be a true cleansing. The Red Tide would release news that Cypher was at the trap's location. Azrael would prioritize the overall situation, ordering all troops not to move there. Those who defied orders and went to battle on their own would only face death. This was a rehearsal for a real battlefield. No one could guarantee that when the Dark Angels were defending Terra, Chaos wouldn't throw out another fallen angel. Azrael felt a jolt of fear. He made an effort to calm himself, then asked Victor, "How much do you really know about us?" "Everything our Lord is willing to tell us, and what we report to our Lord." The whole affair with the Dark Angels was meant to be kept from the Emperor and the Imperium. Now it seemed that the omniscient and omnipotent Emperor had known all along. "Bearing the responsibility of an Astartes, all that you are shall also be for our Lord." Azrael knelt on one knee, seeing Victor as he would the Emperor, everything in accordance with the will of the Lord of mankind. The People's Light started moving again, and Victor also returned here. Azrael selected the next unfortunate Xenos victim's territory. When Victor returned, Yi Feng was grilling meat. For him, the Xenos the size of small asteroids that didn't withstand the bombardment were just giant flying steaks, weren't they? It was necessary to quickly determine if they were fit for human consumption and how to cook them, so the people inside the People's Light wouldn't have to eat bamboo rice every day. Victor's vehicle flew through a multitude of huge floating chunks of meat outside the flagship, already planning how to greet Yi Feng. Who would have thought that after he entered the flagship, he would step right into a tech priest's trap, nearly having his arm blown off. During this time, the tech priest had extensively modified the secret passage. When the alarm was triggered, he immediately sprang into action. The two met, and upon learning that the flagship had indeed not been slacking, at least clearing this area of Xenos, their expressions finally softened a bit. Yi Feng happily finished grilling a skewer of meat, lifted a long string of grilled meat, turned to place it on a large platter, then quickly pulled his hand back, almost putting the skewer on the unfurled map. He suddenly flinched, pulling back the grilled meat. The juicy, inch-square piece of grilled meat was intercepted mid-air by Victor. "Wel, come back, Victor, Byway Army. Why didn't you notify us?" Yi Feng looked sideways. The Byway Army, who had been waiting to be the first to taste the grilled meat, now looked at their noses, and their noses at their hearts. "The commander is brave and invincible, victorious in 100 battles, unparalleled in the world, and will never fall. We didn't see the custodes beat the commander down, no, we didn't see anything." They almost covered their ears too. "Command center, barbecue. Well, I can't go out, can I? Come, let's discuss important matters. Victor must have gained something from this trip. The custodes' divine might is irresistible." Yi Feng muttered to himself while swiftly clearing the barbecue grill from the floor, returning to the new map table. There was no other way, staying put was this boring, yet it was the best choice at this stage. Victor lightly tapped his finger, and the instrument below completed its recording before he withdrew his hand, his movements seamless. Yi Feng watched a long series of battles, which eventually took a turn and led into a trap, and he pondered for a moment. "You know, at the very end, should we try a bit of Zhou Yu beating Huang Gai?" It's a bitter flesh stratagem, to have the recruits trained from the Dark Angel's gene seed find a few opportunities to defect and provide information to the enemy. Don't complicate things. That's no different from suicide. The cruelty of the Dark Angels was absolute, beyond doubt. Even if Asmodee took the inner circle out, nothing would change. Then, shall we begin the operation? The main force of the Red Tide began to attack a Xenos territory. Against the Xenos, we held nothing back. The flagship appeared directly, a shield-breaking wave tearing through the enemy's overloaded and strained shields. The fleet quickly crushed the enemy's fleet cluster and plunged straight into their home. Azrael was delivering an impassioned speech. They had just won an engagement, successfully ambushing a group of Ambition-class cruisers preparing to steal supplies, capturing 3 Ambition-class cruisers. This was a great victory. The fleet was pursuing the enemy, and Azrael's passionate speech ignited morale. We fight for the Emperor, and we will tolerate no treachery. Today we have utterly defeated the enemy, the remaining foes are nothing to fear. Battle brothers, we will die for the Emperor, but today is not our day of death. The glory of triumph will illuminate the halls of honor in the rock fortress, welcoming. Azrael's speech was cut short. The warship successfully warped out of the warp. Within the Mandeville point, there were Xenos corpses everywhere. The main bodies of the ships had vanished, leaving only shattered hulls, but the sheer number was astonishing. Macro-level energy residue indicates that at least 100 warships engaged in a large-scale battle here. Based on the energy decay of standard bombardment cannon shells, the battle occurred approximately 9 days ago. Azrael barely managed to finish his sentence. Damn it, with a battle of this scale, how can you act like a broken army? Can't you at least pretend a little better, or else I'll look like an idiot. Emergency. Enemy ship detected. Enemy ship detected. Azrael suppressed the crew's panic. The enemy warship was drifting, seemingly completely unaware of the Dark Angel's arrival. It wasn't until the distance between them was close enough for fire control radar to lock on, and the foremost Dark Angel's warship had scanned most of the situation, that this enemy warship began an emergency warp jump into the warp. The enemy is heavily damaged, Azrael said. The traitors were driven by our forces into Xenos territory. They barely defeated the Xenos but must be exhausted. We are well rested, this battle will surely be victorious. Reconnaissance forces, explore towards subsector Monrod 33. The Great Emperor guides us. The first expeditionary fleet soon discovered Red Tide ships looting Xenos supplies. Anyway, that's what the records said. Xenos plunder our Imperium of Man every day, so we plunder them back. Nothing wrong with that. As for Azrael, he labeled the Adamantium warriors fighting, moving warehouses, on the Xenos homeworld as traitors, ordering the strike cruiser to deploy heavier warriors, such as Redemptor dreadnoughts and Invictor tactical warsuits. The Impulsor tank's vector engines trembled. The vehicle rolled over the carcass of another Xenos mech. Their assault was met with a charge from scattered Xenos forces. The storm bolter barrels glowed red-hot, and the warriors had to cease firing, leaning out of the vehicle to fire their bolters in bursts. The Xenos outside were powerful, capable of easily tearing apart mortals. A single Xenos could defeat a squad of Astra Militarum, but they were still no match for Primaris warriors. The enemy, with their fleet, would have been a major problem, enough to engage the first expeditionary fleet in a pitched battle, but now, caught between 2 legions, they were immediately overwhelmed. Initially, the Adamantium warriors, after landing, faced stubborn resistance from the Xenos, and suicidal gravity bombs caused us considerable losses. The sudden appearance of the Dark Angels meant our end. They jumped directly behind the Xenos forces we were engaging, and the enemy immediately routed. A squad of Adamantium warriors formed a circle and began to sing and dance, enjoying themselves as much as possible. In the center of the circle was Sergeant Cello E. Alex. He was confined in a cage, his bones shattered, tortured beyond recognition. After spending a few days as a cellmate with the Silent Night Lords, he was brought out. That said, we will use his eyes and memories to tell the Dark Angels exactly how many of us there are. He saw only what we wanted him to see, thousands of warriors and countless armaments, Legion-level combat power, and some chatter, claiming to be the third column, implying that the first and second columns were even stronger. In short, whether you believe it or not, it's etched into your memory. The Adamantium Warriors team circled the newly acquired Xenos equipment, making this altar appear to be specifically constructed for seizing Xenos equipment to extract Sergeant Celoilex's memories. The brave Dark Angels assault team descended from the sky, and assault tanks directly crashed into the Adamantium Warriors. The Adamantium Warriors team struggled to destroy the tank's engine, fighting and retreating, abandoning Sergeant Celoilex's heavy cage and fleeing. As they left, they fired a bolter round into the Marine's abdomen, almost killing him. The assault team dared not pursue further. After a series of attacks, the team suffered more than half casualties, and the covering bombardment from above prevented them from advancing. The Angels of Absolution's strike cruiser heavily damaged our transport ship. War is inevitable, and the warriors who had finished their act found themselves unable to leave this planet. The main force's retreat proceeded as planned. The warship could not launch another assault. The first expeditionary fleet had learned its lesson and finally stopped boarding. The Imperial Navy fiercely bombarded the ships. The Adamantium Warriors team below made a decisive move, constantly pushing deeper into the planet. A small number of Astra Militarum, Battle Sisterses, and other forces landed to cleanse the defeated Xenos planet. The Adeptus Mechanicus's grave-digging team was ready, and the units vying for Xenos equipment had already departed. Everyone knew that the strange technology had fallen into the Dark Angel's hands, not to mention being spoken of, it would simply cease to exist in Imperial records. These matters would consume a great deal of time. The adamantium warriors attempted to hide deep within the planet, waiting for the red tide to counterattack, or to raid the supply line ships here in a few weeks and pick up a few things. The adamantium warriors team delved deeper into the planet, engaging the Dark Angels' pursuit forces. Everyone was confused about who their opponents were. It seemed that even the warriors from those successor chapters had changed their colors to Dark Angels. The red tide side was also chaotic. A dozen chapters now all wore the same colors. Both sides fought deeper and deeper into the planet. The augur array continuously scanned the surrounding environment, sometimes blasting open walls and digging dozens of meters into adjacent underground caves, and sometimes leaping into underground rivers. The massive body of the adamantium armor was very inconvenient, and no mistakes could be made. Finally, they entered a very, very deep underground mine. The Xenos seemed to have sealed it off, and the adamantium warriors had no choice but to follow the ancient passage downwards. The lowest level was utterly silent. The bodies of those who had died many years ago and the former building materials were still displayed on small mining carts. Their deaths were so painful that even if these warriors did not understand Xenos anatomy, they could feel the cruelty of the executioners. In the middle of the mine shaft, there were statues, jade slab beds, and numerous strange stone pillars surrounding them. The adamantium warriors immediately realized, isn't this the Drukhari/Dark Yildari? On the statues, the Drukhari/Dark Yildari's slender figures and powerful physiques were depicted vividly, especially the one swinging a long whip to lash Xenos slaves. Humph. I thought it was some powerful faction. Turns out it's just a petty thug. The Drukhari/Dark Yildari's vassal forces, they were indeed sealed for a long time. The raid on Kamarak was a century ago. It was evident that this Xenos faction desperately wanted to erase its history of enslavement, rapidly growing stronger with the aid of residual Drukhari/Dark Yildari technology. It's unknown why the Drukhari/Dark Yildari didn't completely devour them. Perhaps they were killed by us before they could act, or perhaps they found the souls of these creatures unpalatable. No difference. The adamantium warriors spread out, meticulously searching the pilgrimage path, focusing on finding collapsed roads and sealed passages. There should be a webway gate. Yes, there should be one. The webway gate opened before the adamantium warriors had even discovered it. Ivrain stumbled out, and the other Inari warriors helped each other out of the gate. The air was murky, foul, and filled with the smell of decay. There wasn't even a drop of water on the dark stone walls. It was dry and scorching hot here. Ivrain took a deep breath and immediately regretted it. It would have been better not to breathe at all. She wasn't old yet, although more than 800 years had passed since she met Guilliman. The battles in the superdimensional worlds of the webway were equally bizarre, and the flow of time was somewhat different. But her sensory abilities had declined. Compared to physical strength, she now leaned more towards using combat techniques. The chosen one of the Inari state didn't help her much. The reason, those damned humans, they actually destroyed so many craft worlds. You think Guilliman is a good person? What a joke. When Nurgle invaded the craft world, you called for my support, allowing me to get the exact location of the Yildari craft world. Did I still need to act? I could even sell it to the orcs through an inquisitor. The power of the Yildari god of the dead comes from the souls of the deceased entering the soul stone. The barbaric creatures directly rushed into the craft world and destroyed their ancestors' resting places, which directly led to a decline in the Yildari's overall power. Ivrain, quick, protect her. A group of uninjured guards stumbled out, followed by the last few uninjured Inari warriors who were covering the rear. They now nimbly rushed in front of Ivrain, beginning to scout the cave ahead. A terrifying roar came from the other side of the webway, and the gate was decisively closed. I'm sorry, everyone, I didn't expect them to suddenly attack us. I still haven't fully comprehended the path of the seer. It's not your fault. The Soul Stone. I have the Soul Stone with me. In theory, the fallen Inari warriors should be able to return directly to the embrace of the god of the dead, no longer needing a Soul Stone. But the current situation was that the Soul Stone still absorbed them. The god of the dead state is not right. We must find out what happened. Its attention suddenly shifted away from us. Ivrain laboriously turned around, leaning against a rock, panting heavily, her clothes disheveled. Most of the Yildari guards swallowed hard and remained silent. The passage of time gradually accelerated, as if in endless war, the minute-by-minute struggle would unknowingly make one age. Guilliman was concentrating most of his forces towards the Soul System, and there was little resistance to consolidating Terra's defenses. The Ultramarines Expeditionary Force, arriving first, immediately began to strengthen the 8 warp node planets, especially the planet Valoris. Guilliman designated it as a key defensive area, believing that Yifeng's rebels and the Dark Angel's remnants would enter from that side. The worlds in the human rear were like flickering candlelight, with no high walls to shield them from the wind, only able to pray that no strong gales would come. The Imperial Regent had gathered too many forces, making the defenses of conventional areas incredibly weak. Various pirates began to emerge, appearing in the Imperial rear worlds. All the sacrifices made by the Expeditionary Force now, all the worlds conquered, most of them would be pawns. The Xenos were pursued to the ends of the earth, only to slow down their speed of occupying territory when the Imperium contracted its forces. The units left behind by the Ultramarines along the way were ordered to hold these planets with their lives. Even the defense units were pawns, everything was to delay the speed of the human enemy's counterattack. The Imperial Fists left a small portion of their forces to continue building and guarding the fortresses in the Maelstrom region, while their main force began to withdraw towards the Soul System. In Guilliman's conception, the White Scars and Raven Guard expeditionary forces would not return, serving as the main forces for behind enemy lines combat. The 1st Legion was considered a shattered force and would not be calculated as combat power in strategic department meetings. The remaining 6 Legion forces were all ordered to return. Assuming 2 expeditionary forces were delayed by various factors, approximately 4 expeditionary forces would gather near Terra. To mobilize so many armies, the rebel forces would have to be large, very large, extremely large. The red tide alone would not create such a grand momentum. Even if the Dark Angels declared that the traitors had 2 legions, or 3 legions of troops, it would not be enough. So, it's time to use the old reserves. Come out, the last loyalists of the Alpha Legion. My flagship, the Alpha, a Gloriana-class battleship. Not many of the Alpha Legion were still under their Primarch's command. Things only started to improve after Alpharius's memory reawakened. After the battle with Perturabo, a significant amount of Imperial resources were secretly diverted to the Alpha Legion to maintain their numbers. After 100 years of recovery, the Legion's supplies gradually became abundant, making it not difficult to feign a full Legion offensive. The Alpha Legion fragmented into smaller units, stealthily gathering from various warp routes towards the combat zone, basically right next to the Red Tide. There was originally no expeditionary force there, as it contained secret strongholds of the Inquisition and Officio Assassinorum, with few enemies around. Now, a legion suddenly appeared, their strongholds were eliminated, and they launched their most skilled type of inflammatory public opinion warfare. Furthermore, they occupied some warp routes, with their target directly set on Terra. Information began to spread from the Segmentum Obscurus, flowing along Imperial trade routes, through the whispers of agents, through fear and confusion, into the ears of various institutions. The Grand Masters of the Inquisition and Officio Assassinorum urgently requested an audience with Guilliman. The painful experience of the Great Heresy made the heads of the ancient departments break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 414 Cleansing, Death. The news of the Alpha Legion's collective deployment not only alarmed the Officio Assassinorum and the Inquisition, but also left Yi Feng feeling troubled. Yi Feng had no idea whether this Alpha Legion was loyal or traitorous. His intuition told him that this was not a small-scale opportunistic raid, but a large-scale offensive at the Legion level. Could it be that one of their librarians went crazy and prophesied Guilliman's actions? Impossible. Xiange doesn't know the thoughts of other Chaos Gods' greater demons, otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to predict Scarbrown's movements, and his plans wouldn't be disrupted by various greater demons. The 20th Legion appeared in a very ambiguous position, seizing the opportunity when the first expeditionary fleet couldn't turn back, driving straight in and cutting directly towards an Imperial Forge world. The Red Tide had suffered 7 consecutive defeats on the main battlefield. The damaged warships seen by the first expeditionary fleet were becoming fewer and fewer. Yi Feng, using the tactic of increasing troops while decreasing cooking fires, was gradually misleading his opponents. Yi Feng feared that the Alpha Legion's path was a feint. They were skilled at releasing false information. If their true objective was to outflank the Dark Angels, the first expeditionary fleet's retreat route would be cut off. This was very difficult. Yi Feng had to inflict superficial heavy damage on the first expeditionary fleet, yet ensure that the opponent still had the full capability to turn around and aggressively attack the Alpha Legion. Immediately, Yi Feng ordered the warships to ambush at the next battlefield, ensuring the disguise was moderate half visible to the first expeditionary fleet, half hidden. After several months of continuous fighting, several doubts had arisen within the Dark Angels. Many suspected an ambush, but warp travel for ghouls was extremely difficult, the light of the Astronomicon was faint and hard to see, and reconnaissance units not only found it difficult to scout ahead but also had an extremely high crash rate. Azrael always ordered the entire fleet to advance in every battle, using an absolute numerical superiority of warships to suppress any potential schemes. This time, after they appeared, it was still a nearly perfect collective jump of capital ships, with large vessels largely assembled within a mere 10 minutes. There were no Xenos on this battlefield, so Azrael was relatively relaxed. After a simple skirmish, the enemy should have collapsed at the first touch, as usual. He dispatched reconnaissance fleets, and the commander of a Mars-class battleship requested to serve as forward command, entering the star system. After deliberation in the War Council, Azrael decided to assign this task to an Emperor-class Titan, as their massive complement of carrier-based aircraft could provide more reconnaissance intelligence. The two sides quickly made contact. The damaged Overlord-class battleship didn't even activate its acceleration, slowly accelerating away in normal mode. Although dozens of capital ships were formidable, the hundreds of Expeditionary Force capital ships behind them, the rapid reinforcement fleet from a nearby star system, and the command of the first founding chapter gave the captain ample confidence. Starhawk bomber squadrons 1 to 6, launch. Target marked. Carrier-based aircraft roared out. Fury interceptors launched alongside the bombers as escorts. At this moment, a Fury interceptor spotted a torpedo heading towards the main warship. A-02 ready. I'll intercept that torpedo. The pilot was a veteran of many battles. He was used to this kind of battlefield, it was just a torpedo. Pulling the control stick, the interceptor shot through the sky like a sword, directly striking the flying space torpedo. Firing solution locked. The gunner stared intently at the fire control panel. Multi-laser preheating complete. Fire. The laser successfully destroyed the space torpedo. The pilot prepared to turn back, intending to launch the high-explosive anti-ship missile he carried before returning to base. But whether it was the torpedo's machine spirit being displeased or the crew's bad luck, a fragment from the torpedo's casing, after a violent torpedo detonation, flew towards the Fury interceptor at an extraordinary speed. The auger array had just recovered from the torpedo's high-energy explosion, and the shrapnel was already too close to evade. The experienced pilot performed an emergency barrel roll, saving the second gunner from decapitation by the shrapnel, but the airframe was still damaged, and the aircraft was losing control. The engine was abnormally injecting full power, the targeting system was offline, and the fighter had become a rocket without brakes, veering sideways. Emergency distress, emergency distress. A-02 fighter is out of control, requesting rescue. The fighter deviated from the main force's engagement zone, and several rescue aircraft from the rear also launched. A group of 4 fighters flew further and further away. This was nothing unusual, common on a chaotic battlefield, but the Fury Interceptor's auger array detected a Phantom Dragon-class battleship hidden within the nebula belt. At this moment, the pilot's heart was pounding in his throat. His mind was filled with one thought: I must find a way to tell the flagship. Damn it, I should have brought an astropath. A myriad of fighter operation techniques flashed through the pilot's mind, but none could be used at this time. High-explosive anti-ship missile ready. Target locked. It's been an honor working with you. The gunner rotated his neck. A plane without brakes taking on a heavy strike cruiser single-handedly? Even an orc wouldn't do something like that. May the explosion catch the attention of the flagship? No, it definitely will. The rescue planes behind us will see what we're doing, and they'll also spot the warship ahead. The Phantom Dragon-class battleship was helpless. The ambush fleet emerged from the nebula. If you found one Red Tide warship, it means the area is already full. 30 capital ships joined the battle prematurely. Azrael, upon receiving the news, was furious. Was this a stab in the back? This wasn't in the plan. His reaction was swift, but the fleet formation was not designed to handle multi-directional attacks and was slow to change. This round of strikes successfully inflicted heavy damage on many warships on the 1st Expeditionary Fleet's flank. In the command center of the People's Light, Yi Feng slammed his fist on the table. Can't my plan proceed smoothly for once? Half of the ambush fleet, which was supposed to be revealed, wasn't discovered, but the hidden fleet was found prematurely. There was no choice but to let the remaining ambush fleet also engage to cover the main fleet's turn. Azrael broke out in a cold sweat. 2 clustered fleets on the flank were ambushed by a large-scale fleet. If the enemy had chosen to engage deeper, the 1st Expeditionary Fleet would have been cut off front and back. He quickly adjusted. There was no longer any talk of winning by conventional or unconventional means. Any attacking fleet would quickly be discovered, intercepted, reinforced, and a new main battlefield would be opened. A fleet battle was not Yi Feng's intention, he only wanted to feign a retreat and lure the enemy into a trap, but now it seemed like a genuine rout was about to happen. Various light strike cruisers and frigates exploited our lack of small warships, sending a large number of highly mobile vessels for close-quarters combat, allowing the battlecruisers and battleships to bombard from a distance. Ultimately, it was a numerical advantage in warships. Damn it, the feint is turning into a real fight. All units, retreat. The main fleet will turn around to help the ambush units disengage. Bad luck. Azrael frowned. Was this a genuine rout, or was it proceeding according to plan? It was too real, it didn't look like an act. In his hesitation, several members of the War Council were beaming with confidence. One of the Imperial Navy representatives was particularly smug. I warned you all, this might be a trap. The Astra Militarum leader, standing with Azrael, immediately retorted, do not let your foolish thoughts influence the Grand Marshal with over 1,000 years of combat experience. Look, everything is under control, the enemy is in full retreat. We should pursue immediately and eradicate the traitors. The Battle Sisters' eyes were fanatic, ceaseless combat was their reason for existence. Pursue immediately. Azrael's final decision met no opposition. The War Council, in the next 3 skirmishes, became even more convinced of their overwhelming victory. Furthermore, some of them raised objections to committing all capital ships for the pursuit. These scraps are already like this, why bring so many warships? What a waste of money. What else can they do besides provoking some Xenos to join the fight against us? The Imperial Navy even dispatched some of its own warships, under the pretext of pursuing remnants fleeing in other directions, and simply went elsewhere. Some were lost, some returned battered and bruised. Yi Feng was good at scouting. At least he could confirm that the battlefield we chose wasn't on the Necrons' doorstep. We couldn't guarantee that for the Imperial Navy. 10 days later, Azrael personally led a boarding action onto a Red Tide warship. Their speed was incredibly fast. As long as Azrael got close to an adamantium warrior, his exquisite swordsmanship could pierce a tactical visor with a single strike. Seeing Azrael personally intervene, Valus immediately ordered a retreat. The Grand Master's speed was so great that the paladins following him felt it was not an action a Primaris warrior could perform. The bridge's defenses crumbled at the first touch. Azrael blasted open the door. All the warriors saw several combat servitors and a warrior removing a pile of mechanical hard drives from the command console and throwing them into a fire to be destroyed. Seeing Azrael, the warrior hadn't even raised his head when bolter fire accurately struck all moving creatures around him. 3 hours later, a tech marine found Azrael, his face serious. Among the recovered damaged mechanical hard drives, there was a video. A warrior wearing a hood was fighting inside a warship. The person filming the video seemed to be calling for help. The Lionel Johnson's sword was casually tossed aside, which angered the tech marine. Cypher's twin pistols were also nowhere to be seen. As he charged towards a Red Tide warrior, the video cut off. Other hardware recorded the distress signal from this incident. The second piece of information was also a distress signal. In a previous battle, this warship was severely damaged and initiated an emergency warp jump, landing on a planet. Cypher took the opportunity to escape, rampaging and killing within the crashed warship. This signal only had a record, no video. Azrael knew this was the signal for the operation. That location was diametrically opposed to the current retreat direction of the red tide. I order all warships to maintain pursuit of the traitors. Although the traitors have suffered heavy losses, at least 150 of their warships are still operational, merely damaged. Given time for repairs, they will become a major threat to the Imperium. As he expected, the internal divisions within the First Legion erupted this time. The Ravenwing Grand Master stepped forward, confronting Azrael directly. I think you and I both know what cipher means. I think you should know what the scale of this traitor force means. Azrael stared intently at the Grand Master of Ravenwing. Since the Horus Heresy, how many large-scale rebellions have there been with such a number of Astartes traitors? 2 millennia ago, the military strength of these traitors would have been enough to even invade the Sol system. The black adamantium armor made the conversation solemn and dignified, as the leaders of two ideologies clashed fiercely. This is the best chance to annihilate them. The Emperor protects, this is the best chance. We must commit all our forces to destroy them. Our glory is tied to the Primarch's sword, and Cypher must be captured and brought to justice. The Grand Master of Ravenwing's voice betrayed no anger, as if he were merely discussing everyday matters. The glory of the Dark Angels is in you, in me, in the Battle Brothers, in our father, but never in Cypher alone. Recognize the bigger picture. I will organize an elite unit to provide support. It won't take too long, trust me. The Grand Master of Ravenwing had a distinguished record, but this time, Azrael's gaze was exceptionally cold. Time is not on our side. Asmodee and the Deathwing have not yet returned, which is much longer than they promised, brother. You know how powerful the enemy's combat capabilities are. If in the next battle, the enemy chooses to board our ships, and we lose your elite force, we could be completely annihilated. The Grand Master of Ravenwing paused, surprised by Azrael's words. Their continuous victories had not clouded their judgment. He recalled the terrifying battles on the Savage Planet, where those formidable adamantium centurions were deployed in critical positions within the warship, truly holding off thousands. I understand, but I demand that you change our combat strategy. The current battle must be resolved quickly. The next encounter will be the decisive battle. The Grand Master of Ravenwing flicked his sleeve and left. The other members of the inner circle who were qualified to attend this meeting remained silent, but their silence conveyed their stance. Azrael's prestige was too great. Several inner circle warriors exchanged glances, resolving to act independently. After the red tide fled, several strike cruisers in the 1st Expeditionary Fleet suddenly experienced critical equipment malfunctions, preventing warp jumps. Azrael, as usual, approved their request for on-site repairs, but the number was unusually high today. They were ambushed, you say. That's what they all said. Azrael ordered the Astartes to consolidate onto operational warships as much as possible, but the number reporting in caused him pain. Too few came. The Deathwing were absent, and so many still insisted on leaving. At least 2.5 companies of warriors, cobbled together from various chapters, insisted on leaving. Those burdened by the past often have their vision obscured by it, leading to irrational and stubborn judgments. Among the new generation of warriors, there were also outstanding individuals. He had not yet been crushed by the weight of history, but he felt something was amiss. Grand Master, the veterans are absent. Can we defeat those warriors? Not to be cowardly, but we have drilled with the captured adamantium armor many times, and still made little progress. The casualty ratio remains at 8 to 1. The precious relics left over from the Legion era will teach the enemy what cruelty means. Azrael's tone softened slightly. Several sacred grav guns firing in unison could directly crush the warriors inside adamantium armor, and it was an area of effect attack, however many there were, that many would die. It was just that, what Azrael proposed was ultimately an exception. Thousands of adamantium warriors? Unimaginable. The excellent recruit beside him was very happy. We have super powerful weapons, you see. The frontline engagement between the two sides maintained rationality and a general plan. Only Asmodee, the entire warrior, was utterly deranged. The Deathwing on the Savage Planet were going mad. Where had Malbaz hidden himself? The remaining Imperial forces in the vicinity were constantly disappearing. The enemy was always a step ahead of him, a step ahead of the inner circle. This wasn't right. Asmodee, with a look of suspicion and scrutiny, re-evaluated this large group of inner circle members. Were there enemy agents within the inner circle? Impossible. Could it be the Deathwing from the successor chapters? The aged interrogator chaplain finally decided that a small squad with the highest authority should be organized to encircle and eliminate Malbaz, while the others would expand and contract the encirclement. This was clearly an act of distrust towards his other brothers. From a tactical perspective, it was unexceptionable. As for morale, the morale of the inner circle would never break. Meanwhile, Malbaz's courage also grew. During years of hunting, the power of the Chaos Gods continuously guided the warband. Those delicious battle sisters and dry inquisitors were almost all hunted down. Malbaz had no choice but to turn his gaze towards the Terminator's army that had been relentlessly pursuing them. The Chaos God Marius was not particularly strong, but his sacred number was 11, and no Chaos God with a sacred number was weak. His existence was even more arrogant than Vashtor, and the power he acquired was even greater. Representing the dark and terrifying will of the warp, his followers, the Sons of Resentment, would also summon great horrors that no one in the real world had ever seen. Asmodee felt strange. 1,000 Terminators is, not many, 1,000 nails scattered across such a large savage planet, there was no density to speak of. What puzzled him was that Malbaz always appeared to attack, and then quietly left after some strange chaos traders appeared. It seemed he was toying with them, leading them into a trap. The auger array of the strike cruisers was constantly scanning the planet. The readings were sometimes chaotic, sometimes zero, with no discernible pattern. Asmodee had already sent a unit to search for the device causing this phenomenon. They continuously destroyed altars, found battle sisters cut into pieces, flayed political commissars, and unspeakable evil altars. Too fast, the speed was too fast. The speed at which altars were being built was abnormally quick. They were finally drawn by a black mist erupting from a planetary volcano. The largest dormant volcano on the entire planet suddenly spewed black mist, and the terrified screams of millions of souls, and the most frightening sounds ever heard by humanity, intertwined. Asmodee exited the comms channel, called a Thunderhawk, and stood still. In a relatively flat, giant crater, which had been formed during the battle with the Red Tide. Chaplain, have the enemies appeared? In the Deathwing squad, a warrior's voice trembled slightly. They had been fighting for too long. An anomalous sorceress phenomenon. I suspect a powerful chaos enemy is watching over this place. You must be prepared for. Asmodee wanted to find an adjective, but felt each one was blasphemous. Finally, he said, I feel it might be a danger level akin to a Daemon Primarch. The enormous noise of the descending Thunderhawk made his voice ultimately inaudible. Asmodee rejoined the comms channel. He was once again the utterly fanatical interrogator chaplain. The fierce winds howled around him, and Asmodee uncharacteristically drew the blade of reason, rubbing it in his hand. Suddenly, all the Thunderhawk's engines failed completely, and the flying brick, completely defying aerodynamics, plummeted straight towards the rocky surface. Every member of the Terminator's squad was experienced. They manually opened the doors and jumped out from above. A distance of tens of meters was no small challenge for a Terminator's. The most powerful warrior, in a moment of quick thinking, fired his plasma gun directly downwards. The hard rock turned into liquid magma, barely providing him with some cushioning. Asmodee plunged the blade of reason into a massive boulder. He was fortunate, there was no cliff here. But this boulder was over 10 meters high, and the resistance provided by the blade allowed him to land safely. 2 members of the squad were injured, with fractured legs. Electronic muscle fibers would replace their thighs, and painkillers would numb their sensation of the legs. The Thunderhawk crashed into the rubble ahead. Everyone saw a colossal black smoke plume in the far distance, continuously spewing black smoke. Any vehicle whose air intake ingested this black smoke was immediately incapacitated. We should activate suborbital flight mode. That's meaningless now. Go and destroy their damned conspiracy. Malbaz's deranged laughter echoed from the black smoke, like thunder rumbling from distant clouds. Caliban is destroyed. Destroyed. Asmodee was the first to act. Follow me. In the volcano, the Sons of Resentment obtained their Daemon engine. An Emperor-class Titan. The Greater Daemon was fused with this terrifying war machine, and the cost was equally immense. The Sons of Resentment had to protect this altar at all costs, as such a massive Daemon engine like an Emperor-class Titan could not operate on such a savage planet. There were too few psychic beings here, the veil of reality was too thick. Once this altar was destroyed, the colossal Titan would collapse on its own. A single Greater Daemon could not pilot a crumbling Titan in the real world. Malbaz flew off again. The Sons of Resentment and the 11 powerful Greater Demons nearby exchanged glances. 11 wails echoed from beneath the volcano, their piercing sound causing the mountain rocks to tremble, and a small cave-in swept through the surroundings. There's a shadow, a very large shadow, one we can't deal with. We need Asmodee. Find Asmodee quickly. The librarian fainted after speaking these words. The scattered Deathwing squads and Inner Circle warriors were all converging towards the center. The large lake at the 200-meter diameter volcanic summit had now completely evaporated. Black projectiles, trailing long fiery tails, spewed from the volcano. Their trajectory was very curved, like a burst of fireworks. The attack range reached over 100 kilometers. The long-range firepower of the Emperor-class Titan covered the surrounding land. Chapter 415, Forward. Forward again. This Emperor-class Titan was Marius's personal asset. After severe corruption, its missiles were no longer ordinary explosives but containers capable of causing widespread corruption. Once they exploded, there would not only be a violent psychic shriek impact, but the crater would also plunge into complete darkness, the space in that area corrupted, directly falling into an eye of terror state. Astartes stepping into it found that even their extraordinary eyes could barely see beyond 5 meters, and their ears were filled with the terrified wails of those who had strayed into Marius's temple before their deaths, sharp and piercing sounds striking the brain, with the possibility of minor demons appearing. Sons of Malice could jump out of the mist at any moment and engage them in battle. The black smoke spewing from the volcano obscured the strike cruiser's attacks, macro-cannon shells that plunged into the thick fog were teleported to the warp, and the entire volcanic crater was corrupted into a planetary-scale warp shield, with the altar continuously spewing warp energy, steadily corrupting the planet. From space, this world looked like it had a festering sore, ugly, and repulsive. The warriors in the space warship lost contact with those below. Fortunately, the Angels of Absolution's Deathwing warriors' combat style was relatively conservative, so there was still a considerable mobile force available in space. Faced with the void shield, what was the Astartes' response? Jump down and blow it up. A large number of Deathwing Terminators and an astonishing number of Primaris warriors had already been deployed below. The Angels of Absolution's Deathwing weren't debating whether to go down, but rather what kind of relics to bring with them. Unfortunately, the fleet above did not have the Titan legions on standby, and the Dark Angels did not have many precious relics. They only left some war weapons here out of consideration for the capture of the fallen angels. These included Storm Talon gunships, Thunderhawks, and various Rhino tank variants, mostly equipment for rapid pursuit. They were unclear about the situation below or what enemies they faced. What was certain was that this was a sorceress attack. The final support troops brought all anti-psychic equipment, from the Bones of Sisters of Silences to Xeno's stable space devices, all equipped and ready to depart. Asmodee's path forward was covered by a large amount of dark artillery fire, making the road ahead riddled with potholes and suffering, much like their future. The Deathwing and Inner Circle warriors attempted to cross the bombarded area, but after losing a precious iron-clad Terminator, they halted. Facing the most terrifying aspect of human nature, even the strong Dark Angels were in agony. Overcome everything you see here, and you might even become a candidate for Emperor's Champion. Asmodee himself fell into a hallucination, where he saw the fallen angel Marvin for the first time, the culprit who killed his brother. Marvin easily defeated Asmodee at the time, mockingly saluted him, and walked away. Those familiar with this ancient interrogator chaplain knew that this memory was his pre-battle or pre-interrogation rage stack. Every time Asmodee recalled this past, he didn't find relief, but rather a deepening of his hatred for the fallen angels again and again. Marvin, very good. Malbaz is here, and you are here too. Let's settle all scores, old and new. Asmodee initially didn't realize this was a hallucination. It was quite normal for several fallen angels to appear together. Malbaz was not a lone wolf like Cypher. Marvin Remiel. The blade of reason swung towards the enemy, Asmodee roared, and the interrogator chaplain's dark cloak flapped wildly in the gale. His swordsmanship was vastly different from before, his strikes sharp, cutting open a swath of darkness, and the inscriptions on the blade glowed, bringing light into Marius's dark world. I am a dark angel, I am an interrogator chaplain, I am the last person you will ever see. Marvin's speed was extraordinarily fast, this was a hallucination, and Marvin's strength in Asmodee's mind was exactly how strong he appeared now. Extraordinary speed and superb combat techniques were the limits of Asmodee's imagination. He didn't even realize that some of the moves this fallen angel used were only possible for a Primarch. Overwhelming anger was slowly consuming Asmodee. What did he have left besides his fury towards the fallen angels? The sound of a blade entering flesh, Asmodee heard it, and the blade of reason was as smooth as new. Another strike, and he could even hear the sizzling sound of blood flowing over the surface of hot power armor. The last roar of a dying Inner Circle warrior brought some clarity to Asmodee's throbbing brain. Unbeknownst to him, Belisarius' call had already activated, seemingly to support the already collapsing coral pituitary. Retreat, evacuate this area. His angry shout echoed through the loudspeaker, seemingly divinely aided, reverberating within this spherical crater. Many Astartes regained their senses, their Terminators as powerful engines driving them to swing their blades. Marvin was still charging at him. Asmodee looked contemptuously at the fallen angel illusion before him, and shattered him with a casual swing of his blade. That day, I couldn't last 3 exchanges before your blade, my bones broken and pathetic like a stray dog. Today, you are nothing special. A millennium of obsession, severed with one strike today. Marvin Remiel dissipated into the darkness, but Asmodee turned and had barely walked a few steps before seeing Marvin again. Humph. Playing tricks. Asmodee held the blade of reason diagonally. Marvin's swordsmanship had run through his mind thousands of times. With a light flick of his combat blade, he deflected his opponent's weapon with one strike. In the blink of an eye, the fallen angel Marvin's figure suddenly swelled, his power armor abruptly shattered, and a mass of tentacles and patches burst forth. Dripping heads hung from sharp horns, and the warp's dark horror manifested just one body length away from the interrogator chaplain. Asmodee's mind was unperturbed. He swung an iron fist at the opponent's face, fast and fierce. Before the serrated spine combat blade could strike his head, the blade of reason swung back, disarming him of his arm with one strike. The attacking son of malice staggered back. Asmodee delivered a flying kick that not only broke the bone combat blade but also sent this chaos traitor flying out of the dark crater. An unspeakable body flew out of the area, and the warriors on alert on the periphery immediately followed up with several bolter shots. Asmodee swiftly walked out with his combat blade, and before the opponent could open its muddy mouth, the blade completely split its head. This chaos warrior, swollen to over 3 meters tall from prolonged immersion in the warp, died completely here. The peripheral warriors cleaned up his corpse with flamethrowers, then discarded the flamethrowers once their fuel ran out. Warriors withdrew from it in succession. Asmodee re-entered the Dark Land several times, dragging out one warrior and one corpse. Most warriors emerged panting, constantly breaking into cold sweats. Primaris warriors' sweat had been modified into a body cleanser, and now they were repeatedly cleaning their bodies, as if to wipe away the filth brought from the Dark Land. We should deal with this place with exterminatus, after we catch that damned Malbaz. This path is impassable, we'll have to go around. Is there any response on the comms channel? Any vehicle response will do. Currently, no, the Terminator's warrior replied bitterly. The land ahead was full of huge spherical dark spaces, and if they had to go around, it would take an unknown amount of time to reach the volcano. The only consolation was that the shelling from there had stopped. What exactly attacked us? Move out, there's no time to wait. The Emperor-class Titan was fully capable of destroying them with one shot before they were discovered. In fact, its artillery had already successfully destroyed several Terminator's squads, with over 50 casualties. Entering the craters permeated with dark power, more than 60 Inner Circle warriors, in a dazed state, were ambushed and cut down by several Sons of Malice. These were elite Deathwing clad in Terminator's armor, a truly glorious achievement. Over 100 pure Terminator's souls were absorbed into the warp vortex driven by Marius's mad laughter, solidifying the warp's incursion. Asmodee looked at the surrounding craters, ranging from dozens of meters to several kilometers in diameter, his mind filled with unknown thoughts. The Terminators beside him, clutching his power hammer, moved slowly. Walking towards the volcano in Terminator's armor was a challenge for any veteran, perhaps only the veterans of the former Dusk Raiders could guarantee they could do it. That's too far, Asmodee. Charging straight through isn't the best option. Even if we reach it, we'll lose most of our combat effectiveness. A warrior suggested a short rest near the destination to activate emergency nutrient paste. Asmodee said nothing, just kept walking, continuously walking. The tremors of the earth grew more and more violent, at one point making them wonder if the volcano was erupting. Until the Terminators saw a giant tentacled monster standing, wantonly spewing lightning and lasers. It was too far to see clearly, it should have been lasers or other rays. A column of light shot from its mouth, high into the clouds. After one strike, thunder rolled in the black clouds, and evil sorceress power descended from the sky, striking all living things near the volcano with lightning. Inner circle warriors closer to the volcano had already been struck by lightning. Warriors on the periphery held combat shields to cover the wounded, and squads determined to push through were mostly wiped out by the lightning. Asmodee, the Deathwing Grand Master, found an underground entrance that might lead directly to the foot of the volcano. However, we are on the south side of the crater, and they are on the north side. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from directly above them, followed by a terrifying lightning bolt. The Emperor-class Titan's bombardment, even after being diffused by the clouds, still possessed considerable power. The Storm Talon gunships in the sky, after firing a tornado missile, were already making an emergency landing, and were now shattered by the lightning. The Thunderhawk, too, could not withstand so much black smoke, but the anti-psychic weapons carried by the warriors inside helped it endure for a while. Now struck by lightning, it also lost power and fell from the sky. Its descent was much better than the one that transported Asmodee. The most ancient interrogator chaplain immediately ordered everyone to run at full speed and rendezvous with the warriors making an emergency landing ahead. Fighter jets forcibly attacked from all directions, most of them firing their most powerful missiles upon seeing the corrupted supersized Titan. Perched on the rim of the volcano, it finally stopped spewing energy columns, condensing most of its power around itself to raise its void shield. Most of the inner circle squads seized this opportunity, charging down towards the base of the volcano at top speed. The only way for Astartes to fight an Emperor-class Titan was to get under its feet, eliminate a large squad of renegade Astra Militarum or something else, and then use meltagun weapons to break the Titan's joints, causing it to fall. Asmodee sprinted through the black smoke, that Thunderhawk seemed to be their hope. Machinery and flames crashed into a stretch of sandy ground ahead, with scattered debris strewn along the way. The Terminators found it difficult to move. The wealthy Dark Angels had crafted some Terminators into Primaris warrior physiques, but these armors not only had their adamantium skeletons turned into bodysuits, but also had all the equipment from inside the keel mounted on the outside. The cost was almost half the price of a Terminator's, and the wearers would feel exceptionally uncomfortable, only able to endure it with the powerful physique of a Primaris warrior. Now, after a long-distance dash, they were moving even slower than regular Astartes and ordinary Terminators. Asmodee looked back at the gradually dwindling team, hardened his resolve, and sprinted forward. Only a few warriors had climbed out of the Thunderhawk, which was not a good sign. Close, very close. He saw an Angel of Absolution climb out from the side of the Thunderhawk and then use a plasma pistol to blast the Thunderhawk's transport door. Blast the side. Let more brothers out. The Angel of Absolution ignored him, instead drawing a holy power sword and beginning to hack at the door. Asmodee didn't think this was the best approach until his gaze was drawn to the sight within the shattered corner of the door. The Thunderhawk gunship transport variant hadn't carried many troops, it had transported a Land Raider. The power sword finally cut through the connection, and the Land Raider was intact, by the Emperor. Asmodee even wanted to shout Omnissiah, this was truly the best news he had heard recently. A Proteus pattern Land Raider, excellent. Asmodee could finally understand the situation on the battlefield. This type of holy heavy tank, which served during the Great Crusade, was equipped with extremely advanced cogitators and complex auger arrays. Upon seeing Asmodee, the Angels of Absolution breathed a sigh of relief. With little exchange, Asmodee immediately climbed into the Land Raider, and the initial scan results from the auger array were laid bare before him. Advance, towards the base of the volcano. Everyone, leave the Thunderhawk wreckage. The Land Raider took on as many people as possible, with several warriors even riding on the roof, but a few Terminators were still too slow and fell far behind. Advance, we are out of time. The sole anti-psyker shield was placed near the tank's air intake. Asmodee stared intently at the screen. An incoming bombardment is heading our way, get out of here quickly. The Land Raider accelerated, quickly, reversing. It instantly knocked over the Terminators. The Deathwing warriors behind were bewildered as they were slammed against the tank's rear armor, pushed back dozens of meters. A massive annihilating force destroyed the Thunderhawk wreckage. Darkness enveloped the Land Raider, the annihilation radius perfectly hitting the front section of the Land Raider. The anti-psyker shield, separated by the adamantium-reinforced heavy door, absorbed some of the impact, leaving a small gap in the perfectly round crater. The Terminators were thus able to climb onto the Land Raider's rear engine cover. The group could finally advance rapidly towards the enemy. Large, mobile machinery was a priority target for the Daemon Prince's bombardment. The shelling never stopped, but the cunning Dark Angels, using their holy auger array, detected the incoming bombardment in advance and performed multiple impossible evasive maneuvers, successfully advancing to the base of the volcano. The tracks left by the tank were like winding paths in a dark forest, and the Sons of Malice's defensive line began to engage with twin-linked las cannons. Why was this titan standing motionless on the volcano? Because it didn't have any close defense troops. There wasn't enough armored force or secondary titans around to form a defensive line and prevent enemies from reaching its feet. Malbaz wasn't wealthy either. In such soul-impoverished places, sending out one Emperor-class titan was already difficult. Where would he get the power to send an entire titan legion? This was still the result of him, a minor daemon prince, exerting his full power. His Malbaz's ability, might, perhaps, probably be similar to Magnus, who awakened his warp essence. Non-existent things cannot be compared. The Sons of Malice had constructed multiple defensive lines, ring by ring, along the high volcano. They were originally one of the 20 Adeptus Astartes chapters guarding the Eye of Terror, so they were highly skilled in constructing defensive positions. Asmodee's tank came under intense fire. The Tech Marine diligently blessed the ancient tank, but the appearance of a daemon prince rendered all his efforts futile. Malbaz, like a buzzing fly, always showed up to kick the Dark Angels when they were in a tough fight, impossible to shake off. He tore open the Land Raider's tracks and transmission system from the side, causing the tank's left side to lose power. It could only turn sideways and stop in the position of the Sons of Malice's third defensive line. Asmodee furiously charged out. Malbaz again tried to fly into the air for a diving strike. The one functional las cannon on the Land Raider immediately reoriented, firing successive shots at the Daemon Prince, thwarting his attack. Asmodee grabbed the bolter pistol hanging inside the Land Raider and fired several shots at Malbaz's slightly mocking Caliban beast head. A bolter round successfully embedded itself in his cheek. A mysterious light of witchcraft flashed, and the beast's skin merely showed a small indentation. Seeing this, a Deathwing Terminators angrily raised a destroyer-pattern heavy meltagun. You can take a bolter to the face, try taking a meltagun blast. Malbaz suddenly ceased his attack, flapped his wings, and flew far, far away. The auger array screamed, an annihilation round is incoming. Before he could curse, the Tech Marine was dragged into the Sons of Malice's underground fortifications. Everyone entered the tunnels at top speed. There were still several Sons of Malice here. You even bombard your own people, that's ruthless. The squad lost all its iron-clad Terminators. The 3 slow-moving warriors and 6 Sons of Malice vanished together, leaving only 3 adamantium skeletons standing in place. No one witnessed this scene. Asmodee felt a lump in his throat. He fought his way through the passages. The narrow, dark environment was the Terminators' domain. The Sons of Malice's inner defensive bunkers were destroyed one after another. During this, they also encountered a squad from the Angels of Absolution chapter, a new generation heavy armor squad. After all, the not-so-harmonious successor chapters weren't wealthy. A first company composed entirely of Terminators was difficult, so they mixed in a large number of heavy armor and aggressor pattern Mark the 10th armors. After the two forces merged, calculating their military strength, they had a total of 3 melta bombs, 2 grav bombs, and 1 antimatter bomb. The battle strategy was simple: the other bombs would tear open the Emperor-class Titan's armor, covering the antimatter bomb to detonate in its thigh. Finally, warriors entering this area of black smoke surpassed the smoke's diffusion speed. A warrior from the motorcycle squad reached communication range and reported the situation to the fleet in space. The unconscious librarian was trapped on the back seat of his assault bike. After leaving the warp-corrupted area, the librarian gradually regained consciousness. The strike cruiser finally knew what it had to do. The machine spirit of the superweapon to annihilate the Titan was being awakened, and various missile carriers were preparing for deployment. The newly awakened librarian used his last ounce of strength to send a message to the fleet. Prepare for air-to-ground lance strikes, trust Asmodee. Asmodee fought his way out of the tunnel, fighting so fiercely he lost all sense of direction, leaving shattered corpses everywhere, and demons dispersed. The furious chaplain cautiously poked his head out of the tunnel entrance. This was already the 9th defensive line. Sons of Malice warriors were rarely seen now, replaced by a daemon army. After a precious Sons of Malice Terminators warrior dealt with an inner circle warrior using a daemon flamer, Asmodee never saw another chaos warrior. His fury surged. He knew that as long as he kept advancing, Malbaz would have to appear to stop him. The corpse of a battle sisters hung upside down above. Asmodee saw it and immediately fired a shot. The daemon hunter that dropped from the corpse's abdomen was torn apart in midair, leaving only a messy chaos graffiti on the ground. At the 10th defensive line, only a few warriors remained with Asmodee. Asmodee held the blade of reason in one hand and constantly switched weapons with the other. Each switch indicated that a brother had been incapacitated. The last bolter also ran out of ammunition. The entire squad had only 2 plasma pistols as usable ranged weapons. The exhilarating close quarters hacking deepened the cracks in their armor. Filling foam was exhausted, and combat stimulants were depleted. Asmodee killed in silence. In this battle alone, he had slain enough enemies for a squad leader to be promoted to company commander. Slicing through the last daemon, the blade of reason remained clean and bright, seemingly the only white in this dark environment. Asmodee sliced open the door, gripped the doorknob, and pushed the crude metal door out of the passage, using it as a shield. This time, there were finally no endless demons and psychic bombardment. Asmodee quickly poked his head out. Malbaz's large face was right in front of his, and he bit down. A chunk was bitten out of the large iron door. The Dark Angel's most powerful interrogator chaplain, after smashing his opponent's teeth with the shield, abandoned all defense. He stood before the only Daemon Prince among the fallen angels. Chapter 416 In the Name of Terror Wing. One by one, Death Wing Terminators and heavily armored warriors, covered in dust, emerged from behind. Malbaz smiled, his opponent only had 2 plasma pistols left. If he flew up, the Dark Angels below would only be able to jump around in frustration. Asmodee stood firm, his power sword pointed directly at Malbaz's enormous head, his left hand slightly turned and placed behind his back. His battle brothers understood, stepping forward to stand in front of Asmodee, quietly slipping a plasma pistol into his left hand. You go destroy the Chaos Titan, Malbaz is mine to deal with. Asmodee didn't lower his voice, these words were spoken clearly and distinctly, causing Malbaz to chuckle. This is too disrespectful to me. I'll go. The vanguard squad, composed of several heavily armored warriors, immediately began to move. Malbaz didn't know if they intended to circle behind him or break through the defenses, but he had to stop them. This was an overt strategy. A new horde of demons surged from the altar, leaving a dark abyss in their wake. On the intensely dark ground, ghostly hands would emerge at any moment to grasp your ankles. The hands below were not vengeful spirits, but the hand rippers under Marius, a collective term for a class of lesser demons. They formed a vast army, lacking the individual strength to breach the veil of reality and arrive here. When the demons outside surged, the hands reaching out from below could grab powerful demons, forcibly pulling them from the warp into the real world to participate in the war. They clung to the legs of greater demons, pouring out of the passage together. Several Primaris warriors gripped their blades, shielding the vital explosives behind them. With a horde of demons ahead and Malbaz rapidly descending behind them, they charged into the demon horde without hesitation. Malbaz had to defend the Emperor-class Titan, this was Marius's direct order. The Ancient Legion power armor mockingly exposed its back to the new generation of Dark Angels. The ancient and sacred markings on the power armor twisted into the face of a demon, emitting a silent taunt. Boom. Malbaz's back was blasted by Asmodee's plasma pistol. The Daemon Prince was unconcerned, shaking his wings. Asmodee still had a second before, a long sword pierced his body. The blade of reason precisely plunged into his back. Malbaz's body stiffened for a moment, then Asmodee appeared behind him, one hand reaching for the blade of reason's hilt, the other fist cocked, his eyes locked on Malbaz's occiput. The Caliban beast's luxuriant mane, like a lion's, which had been loosely draped over the Daemon Prince's neck and back, suddenly gathered to form a ferocious face. Asmodee glanced at it, and his iron fist instinctively slammed into that hairy face. He grasped the hilt of the blade of reason, twisting it slightly within Malbaz's body, but when his iron fist struck the hairy face, it didn't feel like hitting fur, instead, it was like punching a drum. A deafening psychic boom exploded, almost knocking Asmodee's soul out of his body. Subsequently, several times the force of impact rebounded into his fist. The interrogator chaplain was flung away as if by a slingshot, crashing into the wall behind him. Blood trickled from the corner of Asmodee's mouth, his hand still tightly gripping the blade of reason. Malbaz's head unnaturally lifted, then twisted to his back, his limbs bent backward, his back becoming his belly, his chest becoming his back, his wings passing through his waist and pressing against his body. His body twisted and transformed into a four-legged Caliban beast. A beast Asmodee had only seen in ancient texts. The Deathwing Grand Master must be carrying a Caliban Beast Slayer sword. Asmodee took a heartbeat to recall the confrontation between Caliban Beasts and Beast Slayer swords in the ancient texts, then raised the short blade of reason, holding it horizontally across his chest. His hatred for the fallen angels began to fade. Asmodee didn't know why, but he kept intensifying his hatred for the enemy, the flames of rage flowing through every vein. Yet, the more he tried, the less hatred he felt. He could feel every inch of muscle tensing in his body, the sound of blood thundering in his ears, rushing like an endless river. Asmodee's soul wavered for a moment. The roar of blood transformed into the roar of a Caliban beast. The volcanic base, a landscape of steel and wreckage, began to change. Lush trees rose up, the scorching heat of the flames replaced by the damp air of the forest, and gentle light filtered through the swaying leaves, casting dappled shadows on Asmodee's power armor. He looked down to see himself clad only in the simplest, most form-fitting and traditional battlesuit. It was so ancient, yet brand new. A beastly roar came from ahead, jolting Asmodee's mind. His spirit tensed, the giant beast was right in front, charging towards him. Thick fur couldn't conceal its sharply defined muscles. Its powerful limbs instantly snapped the ancient roots of a 1,000-year-old tree. The beast held its head high, like the king of the forest, its eyes contemptuously looking down at the small figure, as if saying, "It is your honor to become my lunch." Asmodee felt a sense of bewilderment, something the Astartes called fear, but due to physiological modifications, Astartes do not experience fear. Instead, the bewilderment of not knowing how to defeat the monster before him would replace fear, becoming the emotion most despised by an Astartes. The aged interrogator chaplain hadn't recalled this feeling in countless years. Such fear coursed through his entire body. He didn't understand why he couldn't move, why his limbs were so stiff, his body as weak as a newborn's. Behind him, a majestic voice spoke. "Face your enemy. This is the first step of a knight." Asmodee's soul instantly wept. The voice was so majestic, so kind, so young. He would never forget this voice in his life. "Father." His voice trembled, almost beyond his control. He wanted to turn his head, to see the source of that voice, his gene father, Lionel Johnson. "Defeat it. Complete your vengeance." The Caliban beast pounced. Asmodee fully dodged the fatal blow, and his blade left a deep gash on the Caliban beast's shoulder. The beast roared, enraged. It was furious that, despite its immense power, it felt as though it was being toyed with today. Its massive paw was raised above Asmodee's head, its exposed sharp claws appearing exceptionally keen in the sunlight. Asmodee roared, his soul screaming in fury. No one can stop me from seeing Lionel Johnson. Lord Lionel Johnson. He fought the giant beast with his life on the line. The Primarch's voice seemed to be everywhere. In the tense battle, he exerted all his strength to find the Primarch's trace, but the only reward was that sacred cloak. A heavy blow from the giant paw struck his head. He felt his ocular enhancement organs fail, and blood-red liquid obscured part of his vision. The enemy became blurry, and this body swayed but remained standing. He judged the enemy's position by the foul, bloody stench emanating from between the beast's teeth, dodged attacks by sensing the fierce wind generated by its claws, and used the ground's tremors and the sound of the savage beast's body crashing through trees as his criteria. Striking, dodging, rolling, stabbing. Asmodee fought the enemy in a near-dark state, barely able to make out the beast's silhouette. Both sides were bleeding. Asmodee even began to bite the beast, his blade carving off large chunks of flesh and bringing them to his mouth. The Emperor's angel's body was rapidly healing, and in the endless combat, his vision was gradually returning. His blade frantically plunged into the Caliban beast's vital points, each one gushed blood. Asmodee finally straddled the beast, gripping his power sword with both hands, and forcefully stabbed it into its eye. The beast fell, and an Astartes also tumbled from its body. The wounds sustained fighting the beast were draining the life from this superhuman physique. Asmodee strained to lift his head, searching for the figure that haunted his dreams. A large shadow blocked him, light and shadow danced on his eyes. After thousands of years of service, Asmodee once again felt a distinct alternation of light and dark. He forced his eyes open, cursing inwardly why his superhuman eyes, which should see night as day, could not now clearly perceive the majestic figure before him. Light fell upon his face, and the shadow that filled most of his vision spoke only one sentence. You are qualified, Red Loss. All his senses were violently bombarded as if by thunder, and he instantly lost perception. Asmodee exhaled a turbid breath. The familiar arena, the familiar enemy. A Caliban beast was charging towards him. Malbaz, in his current state, wearing ornate Dark Angel's power armor, appeared both ridiculous and blasphemous. Asmodee seemed like a changed man, gripping his power sword's hilt and holding it before him. A smile played on his lips. He never imagined that after over a millennium of service, he could still trigger the ancient memories within his gene seed. To access combat experience from the gene seed, being in a similar battlefield is an excellent trigger. No one expected him to be currently facing a Caliban beast that had been extinct for 11 millennia. Asmodee now knew the lineage of his gene seed. Pharos Red Loss. Leader of the Dreadwing, the first Supreme Grand Master, Chapter Master, of the Dark Angels, and a warrior most skilled in total destruction. His blade of reason tore through the murky air, the blade swift and deadly. As the entire blade sank 3 inches into the side of the opponent's neck, his left foot lifted earlier than the beast's claw, stomping down on its foreleg. The beast's mouth gaped wide, Asmodee could clearly see how many teeth were inside. The source of fear from the warp extended an invitation to him. Asmodee watched indifferently. The giant maw could not close even a hair's breadth beyond 3 inches from his head. Malbaz felt an immense force, then the world spun, and an uncomfortable sense of weightlessness enveloped him. Boom. This impact was much louder than the sound of Asmodee hitting the wall. With a brutal display of art, Asmodee delivered a full force over the shoulder throw, slamming Malbaz into the wall behind him. The Daemon Prince fell from the wall, the blade of reason barely moving. The blade remained in place, and as Malbaz fell, his belly was spontaneously torn open with a large gash. Asmodee withdrew his hand, which had been clutching a large amount of mane, and took the plasma pistol from his waist. In the name of Lionel Johnson, I declare your sentence to be eternal imprisonment. The plasma pistol was almost shoved into Malbaz's gaping maw, but Asmodee hadn't anticipated that, just as he pulled the trigger, several lesser demons would leap out of Malbaz's mouth, blocking the plasma shot. A dark wave crashed into Asmodee, and chaotic disorder struck his soul. A heavily armored warrior immediately cut down the source of the attack, but there were too many demons, and with only power swords, they couldn't block all attacks aimed at Asmodee. Wake up, Asmodee, wake up. The voice was faint, and Asmodee's vision was shrouded in darkness. Malbaz struggled to his feet and fiercely lunged at the undying chaplain. Wake up, Asmodee, wake up. Asmodee's body stood motionless. A giant claw descended from above, threatening to tear his head open with a single strike. Whoosh. The screeching friction of claws against power armor was extremely ear-piercing, even without Marius's fear-inducing psychic power, Asmodee's body instinctively recoiled half a step. I shall follow you to burn the entire galaxy. This sentence suddenly escaped Asmodee's lips, making Malbaz wonder if he had defected to the War Master. The blade of reason's counterattack was swift. Asmodee's eyes widened, and 2 trails of bloody tears flowed from them. This sentence wasn't spoken by Horus. This sentence was spoken by the Dreadwing commander to Lionel Johnson after learning that the Astronomicon had been extinguished, believing that Terra had fallen and the Emperor had died. Fighting in the dark? My first Grand Master of the Dark Angels had just taught me. Asmodee's movements were clumsy, his martial skills nascent, yet the enraged Malbaz couldn't harm him in the slightest. I shall stand vigil in the darkness. The Daemon Prince, in his monstrous form, possessed greater strength and speed than in his usual state. Seeing Asmodee attack proactively, he was overjoyed, extending his forelimbs to pin his arms and using his massive maw to bite off Asmodee's head. Asmodee's movements were like the last strike of an exhausted man, stumbling, unable to even hold his blade steady. The distance between them was barely a meter, practically body to body. In the nick of time, the chaplain's left leg seemed to lose its last strength, suddenly bending, and his body rotated with it. With his arm concealed by his body, Asmodee slammed his shoulder heavily into Malbaz's neck. The blade of reason was released and then gripped tight again, spinning in midair. It had rotated 180 degrees, now held in a reverse grip, aimed directly at Malbaz's chin. This strike, entering through the chin, pierced through the upper jawbone, completely sealing the Daemon Prince's massive mouth. The blade tip, emerging from the bridge of his nose, then impaled itself into the metal wall, pinning this wicked fallen angel to the wall. Malbaz writhed, his body transforming back to its original form. Human hands dangled limply, and the grotesque face formed on the ancient Dark Angel's power armor was crushed by a power boot. Asmodee's vision slowly brightened as Marius's sorceress power receded. Seeing this, the Deathwing squad's morale soared, and they furiously hacked at the Daemon horde. 11 demons were driven back repeatedly, and more Terminator's warriors burst from the passage. Their power armor showed extensive damage, but some had the heads of elite veteran warriors from the Sons of Malice Warband impaled on their backs. They were arrogant, they were invincible, this was their due. We are the Dark Angels, the Emperor's First Legion, we are the embodiment of invincibility, we work with destruction. Destruction is nigh. I am destruction. No one could stop the assault of this elite unit anymore, they fought their way to the altar. The altar was located between the legs of the Emperor-class Titan. A large number of indescribable tentacles extended from the altar, then plunged into the earth, wriggled for a distance before emerging, firmly binding the Emperor-class Titan's thighs, and fusing with this weapon of destruction. This terrifying Daemon engine fired incessantly, covered from head to toe with spiked cannons, spinal lances, and destructive death rays. Cultists jumped from the stationary Titan's legs, charging the Deathwing warriors. For the cultists, this was a blood trial, the one who survived to the end would become Marius's chosen one. The altar trembled again. Asmodee stood on Malbaz's chest, expertly tearing apart the massive Daemon Prince's flesh and driving in sacred long poles. These were sacred pillars stripped from the backs of his comrades, the powerful enemy's head that topped them was tossed aside, and the long poles pinned the Daemon Prince to the ground. Suddenly, its flesh completely shattered, and evil tentacles, identical to those writhing on the altar, suddenly burst from the walls and ground. The ground was pierced through by it. Asmodee was sent flying by the drill-like tentacle tips, falling towards the altar, while Malbaz was torn apart, absorbed, his soul banished to the warp, and his condensed body was absorbed by the altar. Frenzied tentacles lashed out wildly, indiscriminately striking Marius's cultists and inner circle warriors. Several tentacles reached out towards Asmodee in the sky, aiming to entangle him in midair. A heavily armored warrior severed them with a power broadsword. This not-so-sacred new master-crafted power broadsword accidentally plunged into the dark interior of the altar. The weapon immediately lost power, and the warrior, despite his full strength, couldn't pull it out. He had no choice but to turn and move his body, attempting to catch Asmodee falling from above. The enemy fought madly, and the sons of Lionel Johnson advanced resolutely. They cannot stop us, all Astartes thought so. The Emperor-class Titan stirred restlessly. It should have lifted its leg here to unleash a war stomp on these ants, but the altar's tentacles held it firmly within this area, within this volcano. Sever the tentacles, and the greater daemon would lose control of this massive titan. Blowing up the altar would have the same effect. Between the Emperor-class Titan and the altar, Asmodee chose the altar. Deploy bombs first, destroy this altar. Antimatter bombs were safely placed amidst the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, and then a powerful annihilation wave tore a bottomless hole in the center of the volcano. The Emperor-class Titan was free, but its life also entered a countdown. The massive layer of black smoke in the sky was dissipating, the moment this planet-sized void shield disappeared would be its demise. The greater daemon felt one gun battery after another losing control. He furiously lifted his massive leg, intending to unleash a true war stomp. The inner circle warriors were not panicked, for they saw the Deathwing Grand Master in the volcanic ash pervading the surroundings. A deflection field had already been deployed. All surviving warriors entered the field. This sacred relic could teleport its wielder away. A tech marine had slightly conducted some research, and now it could teleport everyone within the entire field away. They just didn't know where they would be teleported. Light flared, and with the warp's evil power not yet fully dissipated, their bodies gradually distorted, disappearing from their original location. This wasn't warp teleportation, some warriors even carried anti-psychic devices. This was a teleportation device left over from the Golden Age. Asmodee opened his eyes and was already 1,000 miles away. They fell from the sky, able to see the Emperor-class Titan furiously spewing artillery fire in the volcano from afar. Either it would exhaust itself and collapse, or be struck down by its indiscriminate shelling before that. Asmodee lay on the ground, thinking this. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken, he couldn't even lift an arm. Black smoke drifted. The Emperor protect you all from being killed by the shockwave. A Raven Guard fighter jet plunged into the atmosphere in a suicidal charge. It carried only one bomb, a missile designed to destroy void shields, mixed with the ashes of Sisters of Silences. The pulverizing bombardment dispersed all the black smoke directly above the Emperor-class Titan, and light, long absent, shone through the black smoke hole. Praise the Omnissiah! The fleet commander shouted excitedly, how lucky! The missile successfully exploded directly above the enemy. The holy light grew brighter. Lands to target, lock complete, fire. Asmodee couldn't say what he saw, it was too bright. When he was dug out of the ground 3 days later, he had already lost consciousness. The Angels of Absolution's apothecary used half of his carried medicines to save his life. Put him in a dreadnought. Happy. You're lucky to be alive, the dreadnought slots are full. I'll see if I can save you. Asmodee awoke 10 days later, one arm replaced with a bionic arm, and some internal organs replaced with mechanical devices. Complex tubes were inserted into his body. The apothecary found him awake, but the first to appear was the tech marine. I've installed some interrogation equipment directly into your bionic limb. I think it's a good idea, proud. Asmodee lay in the sickbed, his voice weak. Thank you for what you've done, battle brother. I owe you one. No time to rest now, we're heading to the battlefield. A series of advanced communication panels appeared on the tech marine's body. We're advancing towards an unknown star system of the Ghoul stars. Azrael is in trouble. The rebels won. No, they lost 13 consecutive battles, but, some inner circle battle brothers far from the main force fell into an ambush. Our astropath received their distress signal. The Emperor protect. Chapter 417 Another Underground. While the situation at the bottom of the volcano was being handled, a group of dark angels, muttering prayers to the god Emperor, ran deeper into the Ghoul stars, and the underground on the other side became lively. The unfortunate adamantium warriors didn't make it in time to evacuate and hide underground, and Ivrain's Inari squad also retreated into that underground mine. The adamantium warriors were still unaware of the Eldar's presence. Their captain was focused on how to conceal his squad. A massive spiral staircase led all the way down to the bottom of this mine pit, where there should have been large mineral transport cranes, but instead, statues enslaved by the Eldar stood. Have the brothers searching for the webway returned? Not yet, Captain. This place seems to only serve a ceremonial purpose, which isn't normal. The Drukari/Dark Yildari received sacrifices and just sent them back like this? It's too normal, which makes it seem abnormal. The Drukari/Dark Yildari enslaving an entire alien race instead of immediately slaughtering them for pleasure was abnormal in itself. In human worlds invaded by the Drukari/Dark Yildari, at least a significant portion of the Hive City population would be massacred. Where would you find such statues erected for long-term veneration? Perhaps this is some kind of mine, and they need these aliens to provide substances difficult to find in the webway. The captain circled the statues a few times, finding no anomalies on the surface. That's possible. Let's review everything. At the start of the war, we didn't find anything special about the aliens. During the escape, the seal here was very strong. Judging by the dust, no one has been here for a long time. The alien government authorities really want to cover up this history and erase this humiliating past. The captain placed his hand on a statue, pushed hard, and said in a deep voice, then why didn't they destroy these statues? They just sealed this place up. Under the force of the adamantium armor, the huge statue swayed a few times, and small cracks appeared where he pressed, indicating it wasn't indestructible. Perhaps the Drukari/Dark Yildari's retreat was unusual, and the authorities feared their return and the discovery of rebellion here, so they kept the statues as a precaution. That's a reasonable guess. It's also possible there are some secrets here. The captain wanted to conduct some investigations, but the most important thing now was to hide. Any traps should be stepped on by the pursuing dark angels first. Conceal our tracks, blow away the dust, hide our footprints. Go into the abandoned mine shafts and bury yourselves. Where are the brothers exploring the webway? Why haven't they returned yet? Damn it, they didn't go into the webway on their own, did they? The captain took a battle brother with him and followed the tracks to search for the missing warrior. Only one warrior remained in the hall, moving with professional precision. The dust seemed to have been stirred up by the violent ground tremors from the surface bombardment, then slowly settled. Hiding one's tracks was a mandatory course during recruit training. The warrior stepped aside. Performing such actions in such heavy armor was very strenuous. He took a breath, scanned the area, checking for any missed footprints. Suddenly, in the diffusing dust, he saw a shadow flash by rapidly. The suspended plasma gun hummed, the plasma began to charge, and a faint red glow swept the surroundings. The dust was stirred up evenly, greatly reducing visibility. This stalemate lasted 10 minutes, by which time all the dust had settled. In the not-so-large tunnel, all objects were clearly visible. Did I see wrong? The warrior slowly turned, then took a deep breath, suddenly spun back, one arm raised diagonally upwards, the other suspended gun aimed downwards. Nothing. Maybe I'm being paranoid. He slowly retreated, seemingly on guard, but in reality, he activated his combat recorder to replay, trying to find clues. The dust settled perfectly, thinly covering the old ground. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The warrior focused his gaze around the statues. The cracks pressed into the statue by the captain hadn't been repaired. Did they need repairing? Before this thought could fade from his mind, a loud bang came from behind him. The wooden door exploded, and a powerful shockwave ruined his recent work. The dust was swept into the passage ahead, pushed by the shockwave to continue surging forward. Damn it! The warrior cursed, turning to face the enemy. Behind him was the direction the captain had left, now burning with ion bomb flames. He advanced quickly, noticing traces of Eldar weapons nearby. Eldar and Drukari/Dark Yildari weapons shared a common origin, making it difficult to distinguish them at once. The warrior hurried forward. The Drukari/Dark Yildari wouldn't be returning at a time like this, would they? Did they leave some kind of alarm or distress beacon here with the aliens? There were signs of intense fighting in the passage. As he advanced, the captain was also moving forward. He held an Eldar corpse, torn apart and wedged at his waist. Not that he had any strange habits, but he was very cautious. The Eldar are spooky, even if their bodies die, their souls can still burrow into small stones. I'll stuff you next to my anti-psyker armor for a while, let's see if you can still revive then. Facing the unreasonable anti-psyker adamantium armor, the Inari squad fought and retreated. The howling banshee tried to stop the opponent, her shriek couldn't slow the enemy's movements. Rapidly closing the distance was effective, but in the slightly narrow underground passage, she couldn't evade the overwhelming barrage of fire. The captain was also anxious. Without supply troops, he couldn't waste too much firepower. Engaging enemies like howling banshees, who specialized in countering heavily armored infantry, required extreme caution. On the other side, the Inari were also in a panic. They also had no supplies. Ivrain was still recovering behind them, and they couldn't let the enemy break through. She made a few gestures to the two men behind her. They understood and immediately formed a formation, removing several psyker amulets and installing them into portable spherical devices. Every Eldar Farser has psyker amulets, and Eldar who fight with psychic powers also carry them. These are their guarantee of safety. Every communication with the warp is a dangerous attempt. The amulet's purpose is to immediately sever their connection to the warp and protect them when a daemon attempts to invade by following their psychic energy. The devices in the hands of the Inari were gravity cage generators, equipment that converted psychic energy into a gravity field. Their retreat made the captain uneasy. He didn't know what trick they were up to. In response, he unleashed an even more powerful barrage, making the entire mine shaft tremble precariously, even alerting the Dark Angel's augur array, who were far above and unaware of the precise location, to the energy signatures. The dark passage was completely illuminated by fire. A howling banshee accidentally took a hit, her entire abdomen a bloody mess, blasted with a large hole. She activated her rapid movement device, disappearing after a few warps. The captain was extremely cautious. His second-in-command had been severely wounded in the Eldar ambush. No one expected these Eldar warriors to be so elite, carrying super relics with no recorded information. That power sword almost completely severed the adamantium arm guard, and the ultra-long-range flamer sent flames into the wound, almost incinerating the Primaris warrior. Just that tiny bit of flame from the end of the flamer, entering through the breach, had already cost this warrior most of his combat effectiveness. I can't tell which faction of enemy they belong to. Their weapons and combat styles are too varied and chaotic. Brother, I need you to hold this position, to provide guidance for the brothers coming as reinforcements. Don't let. Watch out. As the captain was speaking, the wounded warrior, with an unknown surge of strength, pushed the captain away. His tactical optics shattered into powder, and brain matter splattered out of the broken opening, splashing onto the captain's face. Damn it, when did he get behind me? The captain turned, and before he could see the enemy, several short bursts were fired. The enemy immediately warped away. Dire Avengers, enemies proficient in short-range warp jumps. But at this moment, this close combat maniac, skilled at leaping through crowds and using an energy blade to cut down prey like vegetables, was now wielding a heavy anti-tank sniper rifle typically used by the Black Reaper. Its ammunition could penetrate the side armor of a land raider and kill enemies inside, a terrifying warrior usually seen on the front lines. The opponent kept warping, flickering a few times before retreating to a blind spot in the firing range. Rage consumed the captain. The heavy adamantium armor almost broke into a run. He knew it was impossible to hide his movements from the Eldar enemy, so in the corridor, which had been silent for 100 years, roars clashed with the air, and shouts shattered the silence. Footsteps drew near. The Eldar men exchanged glances, clutching the spheres in their hands, continuously injecting psychic energy into them. Then, a massive collapse of rocks and crumbling earth was heard. A terrible rock slide occurred above the captain's passage, with the gravity field applied above him. A landslide successfully buried the warrior completely. This should stop him, right? Eldar language. The two Eldar men sighed in relief. Ivrain's body needed time to recover, and they had to act quickly to find something useful before the enemy's main force arrived, at least some food. Whoosh. One Eldar stood up, peering out slightly. This was actually useless, as his towering war helmet decoration had already poked out before his head. Outside, a large mound of earth had formed. The rock wall above, unaffected by the gravity field, was arched. This area looked like a giant burial mound, crammed into a lavish, arched cathedral. His ear twitched slightly. The Eldar sensed someone else approaching. Quick, more enemies. They immediately continued to inject psychic energy into the gravity spheres. Rumble rumble. Footsteps quickly approached. He seemed to be climbing the fallen mound of earth. Ashrad, hurry. There was no time to observe. The gravity field immediately triangulated and reset, but with the very last step, the psyker amulet suddenly broke. That Eldar spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly weak, unable even to stand. Quick, something's coming. This referred to enemies from the warp. Soon, another warrior's amulet also broke. All the Eldar had to immediately sever their connection with the warp. A powerful daemon seemed to be roaming the corresponding warp area. Retreat. They supported their exhausted Ildari comrades, heading towards the webway gate. Only the dire Avenger lay on the ground, setting up his sniper rifle and aiming at the large mound ahead. Swish swish. It sounded like digging. These foolish, low-level animals wouldn't be trying to dig out their own brothers, would they? The disintegration field touched the rock, making a sizzling sound. Using a power broadsword as a shovel? The Ildari were patient. After digging for a while, they finally saw the dirt mound loosen. A small sword tip emerged from the mud and gravel, beginning to slide. The soil, compressed by the gravity field, was quite dense. The dire Avenger's finger caressed the trigger, success or failure hung in the balance. Soon, the dirt cracked. A corner of adamantium was exposed. The captain withdrew his combat blade, stepped back a few paces, shielded his eyes with his elbow, then charged forward, smashing through the last dirt wall. Bang! Boom! These two sounds occurred almost simultaneously. The sniper round exploded on the adamantium armor, while a melta bomb exploded next to the hole the captain had burst through. The dirt mound on the other side instantly vanished. The warrior covering the rear angrily fired at the dire Avenger. The bolter shots were precise and deadly. Do you know how much effort I put into spreading the dust? Do you know how much effort I put into digging out the captain? Do you think I'm some kind of construction worker? The anti-psyker bolter rounds came extremely fast. The dire Avenger's reaction speed only allowed him to initiate a warp jump after the bolter rounds were close. This time, however, the opening for the warp jump was very small, even smaller than usual. Bang! The bolter round exploded, hitting one of the enemy's thighs. The dire Avenger successfully escaped, sacrificing a leg to squeeze into the narrow warp rift. Having lost a portion of his warp jump protection, the exposed thigh wound immediately attracted the demons lurking nearby. Roar! His scream was chilling. Ivrain had just caught her breath when suddenly, half of the dire Avenger appeared in front of her, falling into her arms. She had intended to catch her injured comrade, but her beautiful eyes narrowed. Tentacles grew eerily from half of the dire Avenger's body, burrowing into his intact muscle, a posture of self-consumption. She nimbly twisted her body. The extreme movement once again compressed her damaged internal organs, allowing her to dodge the monstrous mass, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. The few remaining guards quickly moved to block, slicing it into fragments with the fastest speed. The fragments writhed, each like an egg, incubating new life. It was like maggots burrowing into flesh. The Inari, without a word, grabbed their weapons and unleashed their full might upon the pile of fragments, throwing everything they had, almost even Ivrain herself. After a few seconds, it had become a brand new deep pit. By then, the adamantium warriors, following the sound of their gunfire, had already fought their way to the entrance of the passage. Passing through this gate, a pile of Ildari lay scattered on the ground. The few who were barely standing had weapons that were either reloading or overheating. What a godsend! The captain raised his weapon, ready to spray bullets. Ivrain, enduring, and a few guards formed a psyker shield. The effect was poor. Anti-psyker bolter rounds pierced through, hitting the stone, and the exploding fragments embedded themselves in various Ildari garments. It's you! An Ildari lying on the ground suddenly shrieked, supporting himself with both hands, wriggling and crawling as if trying to get away from death. What's wrong, orphan of Qamarak? The poor fellow who had escaped from Qamarak to join the Inari could barely speak. Every time he tried to, his mouth opened only to gasp in terror, and the surrounding Ildari could only hear meaningless roars. Friends of the Imperium of Man, we are allies. Your Lord Regent Robot Guilliman signed a treaty with us. The two adamantium warriors didn't care about any of that. What Robot Guilliman? We listen to Yi Feng. Xenos, don't even think about deceiving us. The captain quickly exhausted all his ammunition, then rushed out with his combat blade. The warrior covering the rear had finished a round of firing and was about to use the weapon on his chest to buy time for reloading, but then he heard intense gunfire from behind him. The adamantium warriors who had been ordered to bury themselves heard the commotion and came to investigate. They ran head-on into the pursuing Dark Angels' forces. A small number of Dark Angels, accompanied by Battle Sisters and a Psyker squad, fired fiercely at them. He steeled himself, looking at the webway gate before him. Captain, should we charge into the webway? United, we liberate the entire galaxy. The captain was dancing with several Ildari. The combat was indeed elegant, but the elite Ildari squad could only blast anti-psyker armor with the blessings of death. Ivrain felt bitter, her connection to death had grown weaker over the years, and she wondered if she could still summon an incarn avatar. She saw more adamantium warriors emerging from the passage, joining the melee. Large psyker spells and the glow of power broadswords flashed alternately. Ivrain could not bear to see her century-old comrades die before her while she could only maintain this damn shield. She threw a psyker amulet to a comrade who had lost both legs. They only had a few of these amulets left. It's up to you. Protect the wounded. Ivrain, enduring the pain of torn internal organs, leaped out of the shield. With a flick of her wrist, the legends of the Qamarak arena seemed to return. Her movements were light and deadly, every move could be a dance performed on the most magnificent stage. The wounded behind her watched in awe. Her slender legs cut perfect arcs in the air, her beautifully flowing muscle lines displayed before everyone. Her speed was extremely fast. As the adamantium warrior turned his head, she danced with her long blade, precisely severing several important connecting straps of his weapon vest. The captain's connection to the weapon on his back was completely severed, leaving only his fists usable. He was like a clumsy gorilla, struggling to catch the beautiful, fluttering butterfly. She cursed the adamantium warriors in human language for not upholding their alliance. And the adamantium warriors, using clumsy Ildari language, squeezed out words that had drifted across this galaxy for 65 million years, the darkness is coming. Prepare for your demise. This sentence was so eerie that Ivrain mistakenly thought it was a prophecy poured into her mind at that moment. All her muscles trembled, pain flowing through her veins. Whether it was her previous injuries or the anti-psyker armor wrapped around her thigh, she felt her strength rapidly draining. The captain was furious at the Xenos climbing all over him. While shielding his ocular lens, his only vital point, with his arm, he swung his body, crashing heavily into the wall behind him. Where were the dark lances? The antimatter? The singularity weapons? These Ildari seemed not to have carried these powerful heavy weapons, but the pursuing Dark Angels had. After a while of fierce fighting, the Dark Angels in Mark the 10th power armor charged into the battlefield with extreme speed, leaving the Battle Sisters behind. They used unconventional weapons to directly blast through the large dirt mound. A Ravenwing combat bike actually appeared here, mounted with a turret we had never seen before. Upon meeting, an adamantium warrior turned to strike. At extremely close range, a terrifying shockwave appeared, instantly pulverizing the flesh inside the adamantium armor. No one had expected them to mount melee weapons on a combat bike. They were utterly insane. Insane? Who's insane? Krieg cavalry can charge with their demolition lances. Is there a problem with me using the speed of a motorcycle to get close to you and deliver a fierce melee attack? The Ravenwing warrior charged into this small, spherical space with an annihilating posture. The battlefield became even more chaotic. The Ildari were forced to retreat back into the webway gate. Now, Ivrain could only pray that the pursuers at the gate weren't blocking the entrance. Otherwise, given the current situation, should I try to lure these Astartes into the webway and fight them there? Inside the webway was no better than outside. This was a grand resource struggle, seemingly for. It's them. They did it. These Astartes in red adamantium destroyed Kamarak. The Drukari/Dark Ildari, after 77 times of deep breaths that almost choked him to death, finally shrieked. Among the adamantium squad, less than half understood Ildari. The captain's momentum surged, and he shouted at Ivrain, I will pursue you to the ends of the galaxy. Ivrain almost laughed in anger. Do you know why I'm so severely injured? It's all you. It's all of you, all your fault. You scumbags, you fired a shot and ran. Do you know how badly you messed us up? The huge hole blasted in Kamarak is still raining demons. If it weren't for fighting over materials to repair the webway, would I be so severely injured? The webway gate on that side might still be fighting. Ivrain was seething. You go fight the demons inside. Chaos traders and Imperial warriors might team up to beat Xenos when facing an overwhelming Xenos army. Ildari and the Imperium might team up to beat Chaos. Now, the Ildari, Dark Angels, and Red Tide were fighting together, which was very chaotic. Ivrain wanted to make it even more chaotic by dragging Chaos into it. She rallied the remaining forces of the Inari and jumped back into the webway. The vengeful captain, thinking the Ildari who had humiliated him was trying to escape, immediately pursued her. By the time he realized it, more than half of his body had already stepped into the webway. The Dark Angels recalled their chapter records. Isn't it just the webway? I've annihilated one. The Dark Angels had destroyed a webway pocket dimension. The leading pursuit force also jumped in. By the time the Battle Sisters arrived, there was only a pile of corpses in the glowing webway gate. Chapter 418, Deep-Rooted Red River Tradition. The battle within the webway was nearing its end. The main objective of this large-scale Daemon invasion was not the Eldar, but they didn't mind doing it as an afterthought. The webway behind this webway gate was not a main thoroughfare, it was not large enough for warships to pass through, but it was more than sufficient for super-heavy vehicles. Ivrain had a unit of Inari with her at the time. When they were ambushed, the unit split into three, one broke through to request rescue, one acted as a decoy to attract the main Daemon force, and the last protected Ivrain as she fled first. When Ivrain re-entered the webway, most of the demons had gone after the decoy unit, but some slower enemies still spotted them. There was actually a webway gate here that hadn't been noticed during the chaos of the battle. This gate was well hidden, with the Eldar even using a hyperdimensional curtain, but now, with the Adamantium warriors' violent dismantling, that concealment no longer existed. At this point, the largest decoy unit was still fighting in the webway when they suddenly detected Ivrain's life signal reappear within the webway. All Eldar who worshipped the Eldar god of death could enter the same communication platform with the help of the god of death. The leader of the decoy unit focused his mind and inquired Ivrain on the platform of intertwined souls. Upon learning that she was in a predicament, the leader gritted his teeth, unable to wait for the Craftworld's reinforcements. Warriors of the warrior path, follow me back to battle. This unit chose to risk total annihilation, using the labyrinthine webway structure to lead the demons behind them in a circle before returning to this webway gate. The captain of the Adamantium warriors wielded his combat blade clumsily. His movements were incredibly slow in the eyes of the Eldar, but no one had time to bother him. Warriors with only plasma series ranged weapons posed little threat, especially since the plasma was in cooldown. After several more Adamantium warriors rushed in, Ravenwing attack bikes also flew in. The motorcycles didn't brake at all, darting past from behind. They wanted to deliver another shock to the Adamantium warriors, but their distance wasn't adjusted properly, and the momentary dizziness upon entering the webway caused the attack bikes to carve an arc on the ground. The Astartes who rushed in behind seemed calmer, looking at the Eldar and demons, then at us. Colluding with Xenos? No, that's not right. The Adamantium warriors and Dark Angels slowly retreated in two directions. The Dark Angels knew they didn't have enough super weapons to slay these defiant Centurions, and the adamantium warriors, facing a severe shortage of ranged ammunition, had no desire to fight the Dark Angels. The two sides implicitly reached an agreement. Our warriors shouted, "Cleanse the Emperor's side, execute the national traitors." The Dark Angels shouted, "For the Lion, for the Emperor." They fiercely began to hammer the demons and sneak attack the Eldar. The overt competition between the two Astartes factions turned into covert rivalry, with each tripping the other up. The captain's footsteps were steady, and with each step, a war cry boomed from his voxcaster, echoing through this webway tunnel. There was not much he could do but try his best to draw demons to him. With ranged ammunition exhausted, he had discarded all weapons except his plasma gun and his weapon vest. The warriors took down the suspended weapons from his back and formed an anti-enemy formation with practiced ease. Originally, a powerful adamantium phalanx should consist of a leader, 2 ensnares wielding graviton blades, 4 destroyers, 2 siege breakers, and 2 close combat specialists. By this point in the battle, everyone had drawn their emergency combat blades and engaged in close quarters combat. The Eldar warriors tried to seize the Dark Angels' motorcycles. Compared to the large number of daemon engines dripping with warp slime ahead, these Astartes vehicles were more reliable. The Dark Angels saw through their actions. The attack bikes sharply turned to dodge their psychic shockwaves and drove towards the rear of the formation, clearly treating this sole vehicle as their attack core. The warriors' deployment revolved entirely around this vehicle. After the battle sisters outside the webway had sealed off the area, the canoness also led 2 penitent sisters and a large number of flagellant servitors into the webway. Upon entering this battlefield, the large quantities of stimulants and pain blockers in the flagellant servitors' bodies took effect. They became impervious to pain, possessed immense strength, and their hands were transformed into multiple mechanical whips, which they used to charge at the enemy. However, for their frenzied minds, any enemy of the God Emperor must suffer divine retribution. A significant number of flagellant servitors charged towards the adamantium warriors' phalanx. The 2 penitent sisters, clad in only rags, attacked the daemon horde, with insufficient cover from the servitors. One of them was inscribed with sacred markings and runes, while the other had nothing on her, her smooth skin concealing muscles with explosive power. They had almost reached the peak of unaugmented mortal ability. The Dark Angels commander saw the predicament of both sides and drove his combat motorcycle to reposition his unit, ensuring that the flagellant servitors' first sight was him, blocking their view of the adamantium warriors, and providing some fire support for the sisters. For this, the adamantium warriors moved deeper into the webway to avoid a sudden ambush from the Dark Angels. Before their departure, the master had said, "Do not trust the Dark Angels. These guys are so ruthless they'll even cut down their own. Cooperating with traitors in battle?" Afterwards, there would definitely be a full reckoning, a physical erasure of this history. The lion's cubs were truly insidious when they struck from the shadows. The adamantium phalanx moved further and further away from human forces, meaning a wider contact area with the demons, but even though the captain's throat had not rested for 30 minutes, the daemon's assault here remained lukewarm. Leaving delicious and juicy Eldar and mindless, fresh blood, flagellant servitors, untouched, to come and fight you? I must be sick. For minor demons, these adamantium warriors were like scorching lava, even a touch risked burns. For powerful demons, these guys were like excrement in a dry toilet, loathed by all in the warp. Kern's big fools might charge at you, but we, the wise and intelligent demons of the God of Fate, would absolutely not do that. A large portion of the demons were under Tsianch. They saw the adamantium warriors' slow movement and lack of ammunition as weaknesses and hurled sorcery from afar. Their rush into the webway breach was a secondary mission to disrupt the Eldar's repairs. Their primary goal was to find the Black Library hidden deep within the webway. The Inari were no longer Slaanish's jelly. Killing them would actually be helping Slaanish. Eliminate the Inari faction, then breach the Black Library and take down the Laughing Gods faction. All Eldar would then be manipulated like puppets by the Lord of Pleasure. With everything benefiting the Lord of Desire, Tsianch's invasion of the webway proceeded smoothly. The main greater demons wandered deeper into the webway, engaging the Harlequins. Ivrain looked at the dwindling number of demons over there, gritted her teeth, and told the Eldar wounded to run behind the adamantium warriors. They don't have bolters that can break a psychic barrier anymore. Ivrain grabbed 2 warriors of the Path of the Seer. Protect the wounded, and keep some distance from them. The 2 Eldar warriors, shields raised, ran with the wounded behind the adamantium warriors, essentially using us as a meat shield by retreating when the enemy advanced and advancing when the enemy retreated, keeping dozens of meters away from us. The adamantium captain cursed the demons, then the Eldar, then the ecclesiarchy, but no one paid him much attention. The Dark Angels unit constantly moved, separating the battle sisters and the adamantium warriors. While seemingly doing good, they were actually firmly isolating the adamantium unit from the webway gate, keeping the entire gate area under their and the battle sisters' control. The captain looked back at the limbless Eldar sitting comfortably behind him, and his anger flared. Warriors of the Red Tide. Follow me, break through the demons, and plunge deep into the enemy lines. The captain realized that the Eldar behind them were not putting in effort, and his own battle was entirely covering the Dark Angel's flank. This was a passage, a ceaseless flow of demons, and we were all on this side. We need to get to the other side. Once on the other side, the daemon's impact on us would definitely be greater than on the Dark Angels. Not only would the demons help us breach the defenses of the webway gate, but it would also force the Eldar to fully join the battle. There were no greater demons here, so there was no need to fear daemon sorcery. The adamantium warriors' sudden push forward stunned all factions present. Are you guys having the black rage like the Blood Angels? Why are you pushing forward? The warriors advanced step by step, the daemons' assault growing increasingly frenzied. Arcane hounds organized a clustered charge, their bodies covered in rushing sorceress power impacting the warriors. Above, a constantly shifting projection vaguely appeared. One moment it was a blue octopus, the next it transformed into a book made of tree bark, then into an Eldar-looking vampire, making it impossible to tell if it was an illusion caused by corruption or a real sky projection, and the walls of the webway were equally elusive and incomprehensible. As the warriors continued to advance, bolder demons began to appear behind them. The Eldar wounded were attacked and had to raise their weapons to resist, their shuriken catapults and splinter rifles firing their last few rounds. Arcane hounds pounced on the poor wounded, tearing at their delicious flesh. As the battle continued, more and more warriors fell, collapsing in this webway. We lost a battle brother, he fell right in the middle of the daemon tide. Now, his body lay like an island in the middle of the surging tide, and the demons themselves couldn't understand why they should clear him out. Gene seed? No. For that little bit of flesh, endure the anti-psychic field to tear open adamantium. I must be sick. Terminator's armor was a coveted treasure for every Chaos Warrior, but Chaos Warriors couldn't wear it. The small adamantium phalanx successfully reached the other side, and the excellent clustered combat skills and the powerful suppressive force of their adamantium armor against demons taught the Dark Angels a lesson. That side had become a sea of sorcery, with countless spells being hurled at them. The warriors, like the Death Guard of old, endured endless torment, awaiting the opportune moment for victory. Ivrain was still dancing, her wrists could no longer withstand the recoil from clashing with demons. She cut open her combat blade and tied it into a long rope, securing it to the hilt of her exquisite monomolecular blade, swinging it to block the demons' attacks. One Astartes warrior after another collapsed from exhaustion. Using psychic powers in front of demons was practically an insult to them. As the war progressed, the Astartes had lost almost all their wounded. The Inaries' morale was also on the verge of collapse, when support arrived, sudden and without warning. An Eldar Mundarak shuttle emerged from deep within the webway. On its elegant and streamlined hull, the position of the sails had been replaced by more powerful cutting wings. The destructive beams from the Astartes prism laser cannons easily incinerated several demons in front, while the Drukhari/Dark Yildari flamer cannons mounted on the sides cleared a long path of fire through the webway. The surviving Astartes were excited, but after a few seconds, their joyful expressions vanished. The shuttle was covered in demons of all sizes. The cursed flamethrowers were mounted too far back, allowing demons jumping onto the front to easily shatter the precious Wraithbone armor. The Inari warriors fought on the upper deck against their opponents, some one-armed warriors even appeared on the outer battlefield, which could only mean the losses were already very severe. Ivrain's heart bled. Comrades who had fought alongside her were vanishing one by one. The Astartes' millennia-long lives were meaningless in close-quarters combat. Here, there was only wailing, pain, and death. Behind the shuttle, there was a large formation of Astartes vehicles. They advanced along the fiery path, collecting the bodies of their comrades along the way. Behind them was an even larger demon main force, including a great demon shaped like a whale. The Red Tide warriors saw the Eldar Mundarak shuttle, which was still a chapter tradition. I need to find a way to get one. This haphazardly modified shuttle had a large number of Drukhari/Dark Yildari vehicle-mounted graviton blades installed on its front, making it look very formidable. Taking hits with adamantium bodies was not a solution. The captain fired his plasma gun a few times at the demon constantly casting sorcery, briefly forcing it to busy itself with repositioning. Contract the formation. Captain, this is an opportunity. Don't be impatient. Contract the formation with all your might. It's best to make the enemy ignore us. The demons would not let the Astartes leave easily. A demon suddenly used a giant-sized sorcery, its body almost blocking the entire webway, and laboriously pressed down on the Eldar Mundarak shuttle. The prism cannon's laser burned through the demon's body, creating a large hole. This demon was not banished immediately but was howling, attacking the shuttle with psychic sound waves. Many demons climbed onto the upper edge of the huge hole. Taking advantage of the Astartes on board being momentarily disoriented, they leaped down from above the hole, landing on the upper deck as the shuttle passed through the demon's body. Seeing the situation was precarious, Ivrain used her weapon as a grappling hook, accurately throwing the blade to strike a demon's spine on the ship. She leaped through the gaps of several graviton blades, not only landing on the shuttle but also flinging the demon off the vessel. As soon as Ivrain returned to the vessel, she felt a familiar power. The psychic pistol, the Wrath of Begatien, one of the Eldar relics, was on the ship. It is an honor to fight alongside you. A one-armed warrior nearby said to Ivrain in as noble and elegant a tone as possible, while piercing a demon's head with his slender rapier. However, his current appearance was anything but elegant. The Wrath of Begatien returned to her hand. Facing her confusion, the surviving warrior could only look at her with regret and placed a soul stone in her hand. Support is coming soon, a voice came through the Inaries communication. An enraged Ivrain did not reply, making the other party seem somewhat flustered. I hope we're not too late. Accelerate, quickly. Static came from that side. The battle between the Great Demon and the Avatar of Qing was too intense, making the support forces advance very difficult. The Astartes decoy forces arrived one after another, surrounding the webway gate. The Astartes had an overwhelming numerical advantage, exceeding the combined numbers of the Dark Angels, Battle Sisters, and Adamantium Warriors. The change in the situation made the Adamantium Warriors resume their attempt to cross the Demon Tide and rendezvous with the Dark Angels. The situation changed so rapidly that the Adamantium Warriors' slow speed couldn't keep up. The captain's decision was difficult. The surrounding warriors all advocated fighting to the last, just as the red tide's characteristic eruption in countless desperate situations, beginning to calculate the value of death rather than survival. The captain was still planning to survive. He knew that returning alive to the chapter meant he could kill far more Xenos in the future than now, but he was already struggling to hold back the battle brothers around him. For the Emperor's grace. The Scion of Dorn shouted this war cry, not only earning the unanimous disdain of the Battle Sisters and Dark Angels but also disrupting the battle formation. The captain kept telling himself to stay calm. His blade slashed up and down, he could no longer feel the soreness in his muscles. The servo system's response was becoming sluggish, the temperature inside his adamantium armor was rising sharply, and the cerebrospinal fluid was constantly evaporating, expanding the rubber-like separating material like a balloon, along with other equipment and wires. Darkness, ahead was darkness. The Dark Angels were certainly not the way out. He only as usual. Brothers, we need to find a way to seize an Astartes vessel. There's a gene seed lock. We must seize one that is currently moving, brothers. We have no choice. Trust me, I can pilot it. The captain said this, though in reality, he had only heard a few words from the tech marine after he had assimilated the homunculus's memories. A powerful sorcery blast exploded around them. An adamantium warrior lost mobility. The battle between the great demon and the avatar of Qing was gradually drawing closer. The warriors could see a new Astartes fleet appearing in the distance, advancing with overwhelming force. The solar ion storm was like a truly glorious sun, annihilating all darkness. The incapacitated adamantium warrior had an idea. His hand gripped the captain, not letting go. Hold on, brother, we'll find a way to get you a ship. Captain, I have an idea, huff huff he gasped, the Astartes support fleet. When they arrive, they'll need a place to dock. These cowardly demons won't dare to be around us. Stretch out the front, provide a docking place for their fleet. The adamantium unit had just reached the very center of the demon tide, with the decoy unit stubbornly resisting on one end and the support fleet on the other. They're too far from us, they can't see us. No, let me lie with Brother Zunka's body. That will work, they can see us. The warrior was already determined to die. A lifetime of campaigning was but a fleeting cloud. 2 dead adamantium armors could create a significant island, enough to attract the enemy's attention. More clear ground carved out by the warriors could provide the Astartes fleet with a docking spot. Brother, we can't take you with us that way. I'll lie here, brothers. Everything is up to you. Take care. No, there's no need. We can still fight, the captain kept pondering countermeasures. The Astartes support ships were already close. The hand draped over the captain's body dropped. The warrior fell to the ground, alongside his brother. Tear open their lines, the captain roared. The lesser demons, chased by the suddenly maddened adamantium warriors, were somewhat bewildered. The god of fate could not predict the actions of the adamantium warriors. The captain shouted to Ivrain, the regent has a message for you. Ivrain was leaning against the entrance of the Eldar Munday-Rak shuttle, barely able to gather her psychic energy to shoot, looking uniquely captivating. Hearing Gilliman's message, she wanted to go, but the prolonged battle had already worn down her body. In the Inaries psychic communication, she called out to the support fleet on the other end. Bring him over, she said weakly. At the forefront of the support fleet was a small gunboat, prized for its speed. Seeing the large clear area torn open by the adamantium warriors, it slowed down slightly and moved closer. Then, the vessel sank. 5 adamantium warriors, one for each position, simultaneously leaped and grabbed the anti-gravity gunboat in mid-flight. The imbalance of gravity on both sides caused the gunboat to tilt, and the Astartes warriors almost lost their footing. Taking advantage of the gunboat's tilt, the captain swung with force, throwing one of his legs onto the gunboat. Seeing this, the Astartes warrior drew his saber and slashed down, producing a loud metallic clang against the pure adamantium. The captain's roll almost completely flattened him. The Astartes warrior shrieked. The warrior controlling the dark lance above rotated the weapon, only to find he couldn't aim at his own deck, anxiously fumbling to dismantle the dark lance. The adamantium warrior who appeared behind him pressed one hand onto his head. Brain matter merged with the ship's back wall. Once inside the gunboat, the fighting became boring. Only the weapons mounted on the gunboat could effectively harm him, but now, he was on the gunboat. He merely pressed towards the cockpit. The crackling gunfire and the hacking sounds of swords, axes, and halberds completely faded in a final embrace. The Inari behind them noticed the anomaly and began to turn their cannons to fire at them. Questions directed at Ivrain echoed through the Inari communication. The gunboat performed a maneuverable flip. Thanks to the captain's inexperienced piloting, the gunboat crashed into a demon, then flew over Ivrain upside down. The regent says, kill the Xenos, you bastards. Chapter 419, Cypher, such a big pot. The captured gunboat performed an Armstrong U-turn, a grand pilgrimage-style maneuver, in the narrow confines of the webway, kicking hard at Mole's lame leg before speeding away over Ivrain's head. The bizarre and unpredictable trajectory of the gunboat completely baffled the Ildari gunners, who couldn't anticipate its next move. The small gunboat weaved erratically through the passage, some demons attempting to board missed, while those chanting sorcery from a distance were struck directly. The captain's multi-track mind was furiously learning the controls, but his mouth didn't stop, borged. Get out there and cut down the demons ahead. A warrior charged out, highly excited, the white scars were now brimming with battle lust. Magnetic locks were ineffective against the wraithbone outer hull, so he braced himself and the gun turret together, then, enduring the terrifying acceleration, swung his blade. This was even crazier than racing a fighter jet in space. His power broadsword swished twice, and then he found his face getting closer and closer to the ground. His adamantium helmet ground along the surface for tens of meters, seemingly crushing a disgusting clump of chaos spawn along the way, before the gunboat shot upwards from the ground, turning into a webway main thoroughfare with a skyward ascent. The warrior had just wiped the blood from his face when he realized there were no enemies around him, the scattered demons nearby, some flying, initially charged when they saw them but immediately gained altitude and moved away upon approach. The poor White Scars warrior, holding onto a support pillar with one hand and wielding his power broadsword with the other, stretched desperately but couldn't reach the distant demons. "Captain, get closer. I can't reach them," the warrior shouted anxiously. The captain didn't reply, and he instinctively looked back. He saw a blurry shadow stealthily approaching the command room. The previously invisible sorcery flickered constantly under the impact of anti-Qing forces, like a handful of lake water draped over a body. The White Scars warrior had nothing on him but his combat blade. He had even taken off his weapon vest. In a moment of urgency, he ripped off his helmet and hurled it at the daemon. The daemon flinched, seeing a spherical object wrapped in a small amount of anti-Qing energy flying towards it from behind. "Daemon, die!" With a roar, the daemon saw an adamantium warrior grit his teeth and kick, directly breaking the gun turret's support pillar beneath his feet, his massive adamantium armor lunging towards it. It shrieked, its body splitting in two, and a figure instantly appeared several paces to the side, with only a few threads connecting the two daemon shadows. The daemon chanted in the language of chaos, watching the adamantium warrior pounce on its doppelganger. The gunboat shuddered, making a sharp turn. The daemon felt something touch its back, and the next moment, an extremely powerful thrust pushed its body directly beside the White Scars warrior. A fist the size of a sandbag punched a hole through its body. The captain had finally gained control of the gunboat. Everything was normal, except he didn't know where the brakes were. "Captain, where are we heading? How should I know? We don't have a map. Damn it, we should have kept an Ildari, at least they could navigate." The battle was too urgent just now, and the warriors hadn't had time to bite the corpses. Now they were finally out of danger, but the Ildari corpses had passed their expiration date, their brains all shaken up. Or, should we go back and fight again? Our chances of surviving by fighting our way back are lower than the chances of parking here and waiting for the Master's relief forces to break into the webway. Let me think, how do you get to Kamarak? How did we get out back then? Upon hearing this, the other warriors were surprised. "Captain, you participated in the campaign against Kamarak." The gunboat drifted aimlessly through the webway. The White Scars, with astonishing learning speed, had mastered the gunboat. Now the captain and the other warriors gathered, trying to recall any clues from the Kamarak battle. "I still don't remember how we got out of Kamarak." "Hey. Judging by where the demons appeared, we should go against their direction of travel to find the warp rift." Several warriors deflated, realizing that if they went in the opposite direction, weren't they heading in the direction the Ildari fled? They had offended the Drukari/Dark Ildari, and now they had offended the Ildari. What now? Find an Ildari stronghold to hide in and charge in when they open the webway? The captain noticed his comrades' low morale and thought this wouldn't do. He took an Ildari corpse and began to gnaw on it, muttering as he ate, "If only we had some wine. Why are you all looking at me? Eat, all of you. We'll talk after we're full." Borjicht held a slender severed hand, using it to trick the gene seed lock, and took a bite of a thigh. "Captain, what do we do next? What do we do?" To quote a favorite saying of the master, "The tides of attack and defense have turned, where the bandits can go, so can I. Think about it yourselves, what do the Ildari usually do? They act like pirates, burning, killing, looting, and then hiding in the webway. Where are we now? Inside the webway. Captain, you mean? Now, we are the webway Red Corsairs. Listen up, all of you, now we find Ildari webway strongholds and plunder them. Come over here, I'll tell you the story of how Chapter Master William, after being swept into the warp alone, roamed the seas and became a famous a leader of a brand new regional base. These adamantium warriors fully embodied the excellent traditions of self-reliance and persistent struggle. Outside, a battle sisters retreated beyond the webway, explained the situation to an astropath, and sent a distress signal to the first expeditionary fleet. This signal was first received by Asmodee's fleet, but almost no warrior believed they should support them now. Asmodee merely ordered the astropath to relay the signal, allowing more of the expeditionary force to receive the news. Their fleet headed directly for the ambush area. At this time, warriors from various sub-chapters, totaling more than 2 companies, had hidden in the deepest part of this moon, where they were enduring the most severe trials of war. This was on a moon of an Earth-like planet far from its star, where cold glaciers covered the entire world. The temperature was so low that if anyone among them dared to remove their helmet while walking on the planet's surface, they would quickly lose combat effectiveness due to hypothermia. It was colder here than Fenris, only specialized mining machines could operate. The Dark Angels were cautious here, their initial reconnaissance units were puzzled as to why Cypher would appear in such a place. On this planet lay a Red Tide frigate, heavily damaged by the Dark Angels, which had crashed onto this world. It was no longer spewing flames, the entire vessel had become a wreck, appearing to be the same flaming ship from which Cypher had emerged. The Dark Angels' confusion was quickly resolved. After discovering a warehouse of Blackstone and Adeptus Mechanicus guards, they became convinced of the situation. Yi Feng had a map of Blackstone, which became more complete after interfacing with Call. Most of the locations were uninhabited dead planets, where untouched black stone veins might still exist. The Red Tide had not deployed any warships. This time, the flagship itself acted. The small alert forces scattered at the far reaches of space, numbering only 3 or 4, could be handled by just 2 shadow drone fighters. Under the flagship's powerful scanning instruments, no one could escape detection. The Dark Angels moved very quickly, committing most of their forces to launch a devastating strike against the Adeptus Mechanicus forces here. The trap laid here was so insidious, Yi Feng only needed to defeat their warships, without needing to descend, to completely kill these guys. There was no life here. The only way for the Dark Angels to survive was to eat their comrades' corpses, live a few more days, and then starve to death. The Adamantium warriors boarded their warship. The battle was without suspense. The flagship appeared directly and destroyed their void shields, rendering the ancient and mysterious weapons on board useless. Facing such a disparity in power, the warship was quickly captured by us. The main Dark Angels force below lay dormant in the frozen world. Yi Feng was unwilling to spend too much time waiting for these guys to freeze to death. After his personal action plan was unequivocally rejected by all high-ranking officials, the Tianxiong army undertook this mission. As Valas's honor guard, and one of the earliest established guard units, they were renowned for their military discipline. Under the leadership of Political Commissar Valas, they had been forged into a powerful army that absolutely obeyed orders without complaint. Upon landing, this unit immediately headed to the area where the fake cipher had appeared. The dark warehouse there had been emptied, and the Adeptus Mechanicus corpses had been completely cleared. The inner circle warriors had been very thorough, leaving no trace behind. The Tianxiong army knew that the enemy was below, and they had set up all their weapons as traps, waiting for them. Valas expressed deep concern about this decision. Send another message to the flagship. The memories stored within these Dark Angels' gene seeds could have a negative impact on the warriors. Please confirm again whether they should be captured. Order confirmed. These are the purest Dark Angels' gene seeds, no different from those of the 30K era, and are targets that must be recovered. Squads 1, 6, 7, and 8, begin advance. Bombs exploded, clearing piled debris and announcing our arrival. The Dark Angels made no rash moves. This was a long-planned ambush. Gravity weapons and specialized capture nets from various feral worlds were in place, and numerous sunken traps had been deployed. In such confined spaces, once trapped, rescue would be difficult. The battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Feng's casualty reports grew thicker and thicker. The power unleashed by the First Legion's most elite units at this time was terrifying. Over 60 warriors alone suffered severe brain damage from being hit by stasis bombs. Yi Feng's orders remained unchanged. All units were to prepare for support and retrieve their gene seeds at all costs. The turning point of this battle did not come from the Dark Angels, nor from the Adamantium warriors, but from the corruption of the last organized Sons of Vengeance. The hundreds of millions of people who had allegedly seen the Vashtor demon during the Battle of Atres had suffered over 90% casualties in this war with the Dark Angels. In the last intact legion, a company of warriors was corrupted and merged with a tank, becoming a biological furnace tank, causing minor internal damage to some ships. The battle commander considered this a great disgrace and requested to land on the planet of this operation as a final atonement. Yi Feng did not want to continue fighting. The atonement-level mortal armies were depleted, and the veterans who had participated in battles against demons had all died in the Ghoul Stars. If the fighting continued, the mortal armies would suffer a severe generational gap. The only large transport ship in this war was deployed, and the officers repeatedly warned inside the ship. Everyone, within 20 seconds of the transport hatch opening, you must rush into the mine shaft ahead, or you will all be frozen solid. Even so, 4% of the warriors still lost their lives immediately after exiting. The Tianxiong army received support, or rather, a trial and error cost. Valas also fell silent. He wrote in his records, Captain Rogel's strategic approach is correct. The Honor Guard Wolf Guard need to address their slow movement speed and lack of ability to scout or tie down enemies. They use wolf packs, but we only have the people, and the people are paving the way for us with their blood, which goes against the consistent philosophy of our chapter. In the subsequent battle, Valas handed over command. He wanted to lead the people, but the slender humans could squeeze into deeper places through smaller passages. Their heroic deeds were buried beneath the ice and snow, buried in this vortex of destruction. Days later, Asmodee's fleet arrived, only to find a severely broken mining base. Everything below was buried by a mining collapse, and no useful information could be found on the planet. The only consolation was that they found over 40 sets of adamantium armor and bodies in the charred frigate wreckage. Yi Feng was constantly looking for opportunities to give adamantium armor to the Dark Angels, which would be very important in the later Soul System defense battle. However, the bodies of the Tianxiong army were also placed in the armor as a deceptive measure, which was opposed by many warriors. Asmodee also found some broken weapons and traces of the lion sword slashes. A sword of this size was very rare. He was almost certain it was the lion sword, but nothing else was found nearby. An enraged Asmodee quickly found Azrael, who was advancing triumphantly, and demanded to know what was going on. Azrael, equally enraged, recounted the appearance of Cypher and the defiance of these Inner Circle warriors to the few Inner Circle members present. Too few Deathwing were brought back by Asmodee. The Emperor-class Titan and the Marius demon hordes had killed too many Inner Circle elites, reducing the number of Inner Circle high-ranking officers in all successor chapters to an unacceptably low level. The blood debt for the disappearance of 2.5 companies of elites was ultimately laid at Cypher's feet. During the argument, Asmodee received a stern warning from Azrael. The warning was read in full by Asmodee himself at the Inner Circle meeting, condemning the warriors who had launched a private attack for disobeying military orders, and making everyone remaining swear an oath to the Emperor to obey the chapter master's commands. After the reorganization, the first expeditionary fleet restored order and began pursuing the retreating Red Tide warships. In the next star system, the first expeditionary fleet had just completed its warp jump when the communication channels filled with static. Yi Feng recorded a very audacious laugh of his own and broadcast it on a loop throughout the star system. With each pursuit and each battle, the Red Tide's damaged forces dwindled, from over 300 capital ships down to about 100. Over a dozen battle victories made the first expeditionary fleet feel this was perfectly normal, but when Azrael looked at the data again, he felt a chill down his spine. Where are these ships now? Behind you. The scattered fleeing fleet secretly reassembled and appeared directly behind them. They began to advance towards where the first expeditionary fleet had departed. The speed was very fast. Azrael's order for the entire fleet to turn around was undeniably swift, but when he returned to the previous star system, he could only see the wreckage of supply ships and a heavy frigate group consisting of dozens of warships. Full speed to the next star system. The next star system was the same. Yi Feng followed their pursuit route, avoided their main force, and fought his way back. During this time, he detached 18 small fleets to engage the enemy's pursuit forces in guerrilla warfare, while the main fleet blasted its way back along the broken star lanes. Along the way, they rendezvoused with numerous forces including Rogier, Kazanov, Sisyphus, and Li Enjun. The main force grew larger and larger during the war, until finally, even the guards couldn't believe so many rebel warships would appear here. The star fort was breached, and the recently deployed defensive strongholds were bombarded until they were no longer combat effective. More seriously, the first expeditionary fleet rarely received supplies, and their ship's firepower was severely lacking. Azrael could feel that if the enemy's main fleet turned around now and engaged their fleet in a head-on confrontation, even if the first expeditionary fleet still had a numerical advantage, the Grand Master believed the outcome was uncertain. Why were they so fast? Their retreating fleet clearly made an emergency warp jump, so why could they quickly reassemble? Why was their fleet's cruising speed faster than ours? These doubts swirled in his mind, making him somewhat miss the Primarch lying in the rock fortress. If Lionel Johnson were standing here, what would he do? All the routes the first expeditionary fleet took since pursuing Yi Feng after the engagement in the Segmentum Obscurus were now retraced by the Red Tide. The characteristics were consistent: warships that blotted out the sky crushed the defenders with firepower, then left. The first expeditionary fleet, following behind, did not spend any time on the broken defenses. Everything the Imperium had established in the Ghoul Stars to date was reduced to ruins. Yi Feng believed, before 40K, human colonies in the Ghoul Stars suffered devastating blows, with only Deathwatch observation outposts remaining. Building fortresses deep in the star system now was no different from provoking the Necrons, which was inviting unnecessary enemies. The fleet charged out of the Ghoul Stars in one go, while the first expeditionary fleet, after fighting an unexpected Xenos force, lost its combat power. Their macro-cannon shells were depleted, food was scarce, and ammunition could only arm anti-boarding parties. In fact, a head-on confrontation was already difficult. Throughout the entire battle, Azrael's decisions began to become mediocre the moment the Red Tide launched its counterattack, and this decade-long battle came to an end. In 42K867, killing Astartes was no longer cost-effective, their gene seeds could not be transformed into top-tier combat power at the start of an operation. After wandering around his cabin, Yi Feng found the Angels of Dawn painting. We have essentially achieved our strategic objective. Now it's time to declare our victory to the entire Galaxy/Milky Way. This will cause panic. The First Legion cannot fail. The Angels of Dawn were hesitant, they always proclaimed that dawn was coming, and night would pass, and the resurrected Sanguinius and the reawakened Emperor would lead them again. Now that dawn was truly approaching, they seemed very hesitant. I hope this matter spreads quickly within the Adeptus Astartes chapters. Angels of Dawn, this is what you are best at now. At the time you are most needed, it has been added to your task list. For the Emperor, for Sanguinius, begin. The Galaxy/Milky Way's big mouths returned after 100 years of being out of contact. They moved swiftly, providing combat support to multiple expeditionary forces. They claimed to have witnessed the failure of the First Legion, and that the scale of the rebels was enormous. Ragnar Blackmane was the first chapter master of a first founding chapter to declare disbelief in this, because he learned that Azrael had admitted the failure of the Dark Angels, which was absolutely impossible. At most, their attitude was not to deny it. The Wolf Lord didn't believe a word of claims that the rebel forces numbered 2 legions and that the Alpha Legion was not involved. He knew his opponent too well. Then, he received a highly expletive-laden voice message from Azrael. It was essentially Azrael scolding him for not being able to control his own cubs and asking how there could be such a large group of traitorous wolf cubs when he prided himself on eternal loyalty to the Emperor. Hey? You explain it to me. Ragnar Blackmane gladly accepted the message and replied, Explain? Explain my ass, Hitui. The situation reached this point. After several days on Terra, Guilliman, in the Emperor's name, announced the immediate recall of 6 expeditionary forces, including the Salamanders, Blood Angels, Imperial Fists, Ultramarines, and Iron Hands, to defend Terra and prepare to meet the rebels head-on. The Space Wolves were to hold the area near the Eye of Terror, blocking paths for Chaos enemies to support the Red Tide. And sent instructions to the Dark Angels. The first expeditionary fleet was to restore its strength on sight, await support from the White Scars and Raven Guard, and prepare to encircle the rebels from behind. The language used was so strong that many departments, accustomed to political pleasantries, expressed complete incomprehension. And they expressed doubt as to whether the Red Tide had the ability or the audacity to attack the Sol system. Guilliman's response to this was that everything was the Emperor's will. Do you not believe the Emperor's prophecy? Chapter 420, Attack Route. The subsequent actions of the Red Tide seemed to mirror the Primarch's prophecy. Their operational route wasn't based on conquering territory, but rather took a radical approach, carving out a narrow path, seemingly abandoning supply lines entirely, heading straight for Terra. Typical pirate behavior, plunder wherever they land. The army's first battle was on an agricultural planet. How backward was it? It had almost no space-age technology, including communication methods capable of traversing this subsector and planetary void shields. The barbaric natives here accumulated sufficient livestock each year, turning them into special hams, and paid a tithe once every 5 years. The 5-year-aged special hams were excellent delicacies, and after proper cooking, could grace the banquets of the rich and powerful. But once they exceeded 6 years, they became tough and dry, difficult to swallow. The tribe that submitted the most food each time became the ruler of this planet, enjoying the right to rule granted by the Imperium. Normally, this was useless. If other tribes didn't submit, did you expect the Imperium to send the Astra Militarum to beat you up? Ultimately, it still came down to who had the stronger fist. When the Red Tide's warships arrived, a fierce tribal skirmish was underway below. The reason for the fight seemed simple enough, whether or not fruit should be added to Herrick's pies. Who cares? It was just an excuse anyway. Information here was so isolated that not only did they not know what Astartes were, they didn't even recognize a bolter. When the Primaris warriors emerged from their drop pods, the people engaged in battle actually started whispering and mocking these steel giants carrying short cannons. So big, yet so slow? Aren't they just targets for artillery? Their armor isn't as thick as a tank's, their cannons aren't as big as a tank's, and they don't move as fast as a tank. What's the point of them? Minutes later, they discovered that all their methods could not harm an Emperor's angel, and they finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The meeting of the command echelons was slow and quick. The Imperium's gunships helped them bypass the slow communication speed, forcing the two leaders face to face within an hour. The leaders of the 5 large tribes on this planet were also physically brought here. The chaotic situation of 5 grains abundant, 5 dogs frantically struggling was forcibly interrupted. The Primaris warrior glanced at the people around him, cleared his throat, and slammed his bolter onto the table. He first introduced what Astartes were, letting these fellows know that they were in the presence of beings they could never hope to aspire to in this lifetime. Then came the most important matter: we are collecting your taxes, 10 years' worth, all at once. But, Lord, that would cause a large number of young livestock to not reach market-ready standards, and our sustainable development ecological strategy would be severely damaged, leading to many people starving in the future. The Astartes looked at the scruffy bearded leader. The battlefield below you is scorched earth, and you still dare to talk to me about ecological sustainable development? That leader, like a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger, despite the fact that you knocked down all my guards and tied me up here in 3 minutes, I am still not convinced. Starving people? Give me a number, and I'll just take the surplus population with me, won't I? Wearing anti-psyker power armor, it was a soul-crushing suppression for mortals. Taking off the power armor, it was the suppression of even stronger psychic beings. Everyone muttered to themselves that a big ruffian had come to their home today, stealing both people and grain. The Astartes' tone shifted. We won't just take from you for free. For the next 40 years, you won't need to pay the tithe. We'll give you a note and talk to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Also, you can tell us what you want. The warrior silently calculated. This was a slave-owning society. By our standards, all these slave owners should die. But there was no time to truly begin reclamation. Reclaiming one world after another, where would they find the time? It was best to let the Imperium cleanse it themselves. For worlds plundered by rebels, as long as there were no traces of chaos and the arriving chapter wasn't the executioners, silver skulls, flesh tearers, or similar, a major cleansing generally occurred. Just as lower hive dwellers aren't considered people, generally only parts of the upper hive and mid-hive personnel are cleared out. If everyone is killed, who will do the work for you? So how do you distinguish between those who need cleansing and those who don't? Of course, it's based on the products we provide. Come, pick anything you want from the items we seized from the first expeditionary fleet. Look at this Chimera armored vehicle, which is everywhere. Kinetic bullets can't even penetrate it. Chimeras might seem to be everywhere, but that's relative to combat zones. This planet doesn't even have organized planetary defense forces. A chimera is a precious machine on the level of a tribal leader's personal vehicle. The tribal leaders looked at each other. After so many years of conflict, a glance between the old fellows was enough to know what the other was thinking. With these powerful weapons, wouldn't suppressing rebellions caused by food shortages be a simple matter? Their own tribe might have suffered a bit, but if every tribe suffered, it was as if no one suffered. But my strength has increased, and the power gap between me and those slaves who are always trying to ruin my livelihood has widened. Isn't this a guaranteed profitable business? With bolters pointed at their heads, the leaders quickly reached an agreement. They wanted to host a banquet for the Astartes, but it was politely declined. Afterward, under supervision and the incentive of materials, the livestock were gathered within several hours, and transport shuttles were continuously busy for several days. The output of this agricultural world was solely for the meat supply of several hive cities, and the quantity was quite immense, enough to support a hive city's flagship for several years, provided they didn't eat meat as their staple. The Red Tide left. Seemingly, nothing had changed. The lives of the slaves became even more brutal, food rations decreased, some people were converted into low-level servitors, and suffering pressed deeper and deeper onto their shoulders. Most people didn't realize that salvation was coming. The ecclesiarchy priest, as always, preached the scriptures. Today, the Imperium's relic display cabinet held the clothes once worn by the imperial Saint Drusus. Worshippers coming to pilgrimage had already waited early in front of the temple. Every year, these mortals living like indentured servants would have a few hours of holiday to come and pilgrimage. They would also donate the money saved from a year's work to the priest, receiving the emperor's blessing for their various wishes for the next year. The bishop of the Holy World had just woken up from the best silk bed in the entire star system. Today was another ordinary day, leading the faithful in prayer, approving decades of unchanging official documents. Oh, and he also had to organize a pilgrimage parade. A squad of battle sisters was scheduled to arrive today. They looked beautiful in the communication images from before. The bishop rose, attended by dozens of maidservants, his movements so precise they were almost mechanical, as if each action was a pilgrimage ritual. In fact, most servants treated Astartes the same way. They were completely unaware that the 10th Company's recruits were already hidden in the low-level residential areas of the Holy World, and the magnificent Gothic cathedral was under close surveillance by the invading forces. Just as the bishop donned his splendid robe, inlaid with jewels and gold thread, the alarm at Mandeville Point sounded for a few seconds, then disappeared. The vigilant priest in orbit around the planet was startled and requested a system-wide auger array scan. It was said that the front lines were not doing well, and it was a precarious time. The God Emperor protect them, may nothing go wrong. The first auger array scan showed over 400 bright highlights. The vigilant priest called a priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus to appease the auger array's machine spirit. The second scan revealed over 600 highlights, and some frigates and small gunships were also illuminated. The enemy is approaching. Alert! The battle sisters were the fastest responding unit. They quickly boarded their warship, wearing their power armor, and checked their weapons. This was a wealthy holy world. All battle sisters had power armor, not even counting those still under repair. The bishop had falsely reported a large amount of equipment, believing that the ecclesiarchy must have its own combat strength. The limit on the number of sisters was circumvented with equipment, and in wartime, a large number of reserve sisters were also armed and urgently joined the battle. The Holy World's reaction was swift, but the Astartes' speed was even faster. Due to the extensive bureaucratic red tape of multi-departmental communication, by the time the battle barge, Gate of Radiance, arrived at the spaceport of the 6th moon, the port director was still preparing a grand choir welcoming ceremony. It wasn't that they hadn't been attacked in so many years, but they had never seen an attack of this scale. Moreover, they claimed to be the first expeditionary fleet, and the keel codes of the warships in front were perfectly correct, being half-repaired ships spat out from Anos's belly. Those ships behind, referred to as captives, suddenly accelerated, launching an attack on all planets, moons, and even airborne outposts of the entire Holy World. This was a successful battle. One could say that half a legion's strength simultaneously infiltrated all defensive nodes. The sheer density of meteors falling from the sky truly made ordinary faithful mistake it for an astronomical disaster. Of course, the faithful were the easiest to deceive. Soon, chaos elements lurking on the Holy World began to preach that this was the day of revelation, that everyone would die, offering their lives to please the Lord of mankind, and that only by sacrificing the lives of their loved ones to the Golden Throne could they cleanse their sins. These beliefs emerged in places scorned by the ecclesiarchy priests, and were quickly and completely annihilated. The Astartes' objective was clear: raid warehouses, kill the bishop, and destroy the ecclesiarchy's rule. Yi Feng sat idly in the command chair, his fingers constantly dancing across the control panel. The actions of every warship were precisely under his control, just as he had said at the beginning, "I'm good at strategy games." As soon as the Astartes landed on the sacred soil of the Holy World, loudspeakers declared the bishop's disloyalty and the priest's betrayal of the emperor. The imperial truth was recited over and over, even though they themselves didn't believe in it. The emperor says, humanity is the most suitable form to rule this galaxy, all Xenos are our enemies. The emperor says, knowledge can defeat humanity's fear of the unknown, the universe is rational, believe in science. Warriors in power armor once conquered this place with their immense strength, and now Astartes in adamantium armor once again walk this land. Most of the faithful hurriedly ran home to pray before an emperor's statue, while fanatics were organized by priests of the ecclesiarchy who rushed out from various states. Sinful traitors have invaded this holy world. As children of the emperor, we must take up arms and bravely resist. A priest of the ecclesiarchy climbed to the top of a bell tower in the plaza, shouting his appeal, and the surrounding faithful gathered below the tower. However, his sleeping boxers were occasionally visible beneath his sacred priest's robes. This did not significantly affect the priest's appeal, as most of the faithful below him were in a similar state. But where would the weapons come from? The morale of the faithful was unquestionable, but the issue of weapons troubled most of the factories. The moment the Holy World was invaded, before the Astartes could even capture key areas, factories and transport departments were fiercely assaulted by the faithful. Large cranes, transport trucks, excavators, basically any operational machinery originally used to produce emperor's statues and transport various relics were driven out, filled with faithful. Atop them sat priests holding various ornate scepters or chain swords decorated with gems and skulls. Low-grade servitors poured out from underground facilities everywhere, brandishing neural whips, and under the influence of stimulants, were tearing apart everything in their path. Adamantium warriors were ambushed and surrounded by heavy machinery in the alleys, with servitor interference and the precise sniping of battle sisters. Although the Astartes casualty rate was low enough to send shivers down the spines of anyone who survived this war, it still hindered the advance of the adamantium warriors. Many high-ranking ecclesiarchy figures saved their lives by hiding in underground shelters and activating unknown sacred objects. Among them, those who fled to shelters were easily killed by our treasure hunting teams, and relics could only be used when our warriors were seen from afar, especially shield generators. If one strike didn't kill, another would follow, and they couldn't hold up for long. A supporting Astra Militarum force was an obscure army, at least Yi Feng had never heard of them. They excelled in close-quarters combat. In addition to conventional weapons, they were equipped with long blades that concealed 2 bullets in their hilts, allowing for unexpected sneak attacks in melee. The Lemon Rust tank support group of the Astra Militarum regiment was quickly routed by super heavy assault tanks, and the adamantium warriors entered complex urban warfare. This holy world, cultivated for many years, had intricate passages. The clusters of cities built along the roads connecting the various hive cities alone could make a mortal forever lost within them, unable to find a way out. Completely occupying this place would take years, even decades, but Yi Feng's order was only to launch a fierce assault on key areas. Yi Feng still underestimated the shamelessness of the ecclesiarchy priests. Most of the collective warehouses contained old, outdated goods and were severely depleted. After this battle, they could easily shift all losses onto us, assuming they were still alive. The private warehouses, however, were quite well stocked. Xiao Lan's 10th company initially found few small caches. They launched their attack with the mindset that even a mosquito's leg is meat, resulting in unexpectedly heavy losses but surprisingly abundant gains. Warriors in scout armor suffered unacceptably high casualties after being hit by a round from a top-tier defensive system. They quickly called for rapid support from the byway army. When they finally blew open the warehouse, they discovered a hidden world within. Every warehouse had a secret door, and they were true and false, one stacked upon another. In the deepest part, some forbidden evidence of heresy was even discovered. These were genuine proofs that certain priests had betrayed, and although these traitors constituted less than 1/10,000th, they could very effectively strike at the morale of the entire world. Yi Feng had no doubt that powerful chaos artifacts would appear here. The ecclesiarchy is an independent organization. If they found an incredibly powerful chaos relic, they certainly wouldn't give it to the Inquisition. They might even organize the faithful to bless it themselves. The Wolf Guard received orders to destroy the power generator located deep within the city. The planetary void shield was secondary to this, as the Astartes had already landed on the world before it could be fully activated. The Wolf Guard's wolf pack was subjected to a mixed assault of intense odors. The Holy World had experienced incidents where, during the use of incense, fully enclosed churches led to the release of substances from the incense, causing mass fainting and death due to excessive concentration. Thus, the priests learned that this type of incense, originating from a processing world, possessed the characteristics of a gas weapon. When a battle sisters discovered a giant wolf following behind the adamantium warriors, she risked her life to relay the message to her sisters. This round of attacks severely damaged the sense of smell of most Atres wolves and pseudo-Fenris wolves, who rolled on the ground, covering their noses with their front paws. The Wolf Guard furiously fired towards the source of the smell. These inert, toxic gases could suppress flames, significantly reducing the range of flamethrowers. Bolter rounds pierced through the thin curtain, and the servitors placing the incense were shot dead in a hail of gunfire. At this moment, the sisters launched an attack from another direction. The Sister Superior pulled the trigger of her sacred plasma gun. She watched as the ion bolt flew towards the Wolf Guard warrior, a blue sphere of explosive energy, which he grasped in his adamantium hand. Blistering plasma streamed and exploded between his fingers, melting the red paint to reveal the gleaming adamantium beneath. His power armor gauntlet became scorching hot, and the air in contact with it absorbed heat and expanded, making the space around him appear distorted from a distance. The cooling system activated, and the minor burns on the Wolf brother's hand quickly healed. He turned his head indifferently, as if looking at dead men. The distance between the two sides closed. The closer the sisters got, the more immense the enemy before them seemed, as if they were charging into pure darkness. Die, apostles of darkness, false angels! The Sister Superior of the Order of the Bloody Rose shrieked, bolstering her courage. These people were not the Emperor's angels at all. The Emperor is so warm, his power brings genuine happiness and contentment, but you only bring misfortune. The anti-psyker pain inflicted on mortals also affected the sisters. The sisters of the Archangel Squad charged the fastest, they were the most volatile girls, wanting only to see these heretics completely vanish from the world. They were also the first warriors to die. Only the sisters of the Wind Angel Squad briefly paused. This squad of sisters was composed of madwomen who seemed mentally unstable due to an overly deep connection with the Emperor. The Battle Sisterhood's assessment of contact with the Emperor seemed flawed, some were genuinely mad. They walked with elegant steps towards us, knelt on the ground, held up their combat blades with both hands, and then, self-destructed. Some briefly regained their sanity. The Emperor's will is not something mortals can bear, an overdose of psychic energy destroyed their reason. Now, in a moment of lucidity, their consciousness briefly returned. Several sisters of the Wind Angels knelt on the ground, tears in their eyes, silent, then drew their swords and committed suicide. The Sister Superior attributed all these anomalies to the corruption of the Dark Apostles. She charged at the Wolf Guard warrior, leading the way. The lack of black carapace, the force feedback armor requiring exquisite skill to wield, and the adamantium armor requiring immense strength to lift, all contributed to the comical scene of chicken pecking that made Rogier guzzle colon wine whenever he recalled it. By the Emperor's grace, she charged in front of a wolf brother, then took a direct missile hit to the face and fell, unmoving. This wolf guard felt insulted. His prior hesitation completely vanished, and his attacks on the battle sisters became both fierce and frenzied. Kurosel shouted in the comms channel, "Capture these force feedback armors and give some benefits to the political commissars of the infantry regiments." Rogier's savage voice interrupted him, "Don't overthink it, kill them." For Russ. The old wolf charged to the very front, his adamantium armor pressing down on the enemy's face like a mountain. There was no sense of clumsiness, instead, an unstoppable momentum surged. He ignored all interceptions and, in one breath, cut his way to the position marked by the recruit scouts. A priest of the ecclesiarchy stood at the warehouse entrance, utterly fearless, cursing Rogier's rebellious acts. He raised his chainsword, leaped high, and then brought it down, only to be casually swatted into a meat patty by the old wolf. The wolf guard successfully captured the area, but extraction became a problem. It was too deep, and the complex city clusters prevented transport units from entering because every street intersection was filled with organized mortals. They blocked the intersections with heavy trucks, each person armed with the most basic weapons, and led by various priests, prepared to use excavators and road rollers to counter the slow-moving super warriors. The Astartes looked down, feeling a tingling in their scalp, as if they were attempting to invade Atres. "Relf, so how much longer do we have to build fortresses?" The transport unit captain was not an Iron Warriors, he was an Imperial Fists. A scion of the Imperial Fists, skilled in offense. "Don't ask, our supply transport units have always advocated destroying enemy strongholds first to reduce ammunition consumption for frontline units." He lifted the positron particle cannon by himself and fired an overloaded shot at the faithful gathered below. The immense power of this strike instantly killed dozens of people, and over 100 suffered severe particle impact, their lives entering a countdown. They were not wrong, humanity chose to believe in the Emperor as the path to continued survival in the galaxy. Lost souls will grasp at the nearest straw, and the Imperium is no different. Any human facing such a situation will become short-sighted. Horace Lupercal. Chapter 421. This route, who could have guessed it? The will of the faithful is just as vulnerable in the face of absolute power. The current situation is, just like Lorgar back then, the gods you believe in will not respond to you, and you will never be able to defeat transcendent warriors who possess countless years of scientific advancement. Courage is humanity's anthem. This statement is not wrong, but it is always used in the wrong place, because human history is not written with anthems. Humanity has persisted in the vast galaxy for tens of thousands of years. Their history is recorded in one bloody tome after another, studied by generations of scholars for half their lives. The Xenos traversing the galaxy are not lacking in so-called courage. Mechanical life forms don't even know what courage is, merely precisely executing every command. Humanity has no advantage compared to them. Humanity's advantage lies in inheritance and exploration. The former was perfectly inherited by generations of Adeptus Mechanicus sages, while the latter, after the great explorer Land Raider, seemed to only be continued by rogue traders, until Belisarius' call emerged, and this tide, etched into humanity's genes, was once again stirred. The ecclesiarchy makes the faithful, educated only in the Emperor's hymns, rise to fight, believing that such ignorant bravery can overwhelm the enemy. This is nothing short of a fool's dream. The transport fleet's gunships didn't take long to drop a series of incendiary bombs on the severely incapacitated faithful. The anti-aircraft fire was decent, but under the full assault of the Astartes, even those that could fire would be destroyed within minutes. The pilot sneered, "I hear your ecclesiarchy is skilled at quickly converting the faithful into flagellant servitors, forming powerful cluster combat units, but do you have the time?" The transport aircraft passed through the violently destroyed Spire Bridge, and amidst the shouts of several Wolf Guard, barely squeezed through a blasted hole and landed in a hall. The Wolf Guard guarding the landing zone killed the battle sisters as falling from the sky with precise single shots. Some warriors even felt it was unnecessary to open fire, as jumping from such a height would likely be fatal. One by one, the ecclesiarchy's secret treasures were loaded onto the vehicles. Many treasures began to shatter when anti-psyker forces approached. Whether it was the Emperor-blessed psychic power or the hidden relics of chaos, the Wolf Guard looked at the fragments with disdain. Some boisterous fellows even took a copy of an edict personally promulgated by the Emperor during the Council of Nicaea. This edict has always been upheld by the Space Wolves. What? You ask what a rune priest is? As you've heard, a rune priest is a rune priest, and has nothing to do with a librarian. Ah? You want to ask further? Someone, tell the Fenrischen Kraken that there's meat to eat today. The psychic power of the ecclesiarchy was not weak. True psychers would be taken away by the Black Ship, but, if my faithful awaken psychic powers, that falls under special identities like saint candidates. Who can say he won't be the next saint? The ecclesiarchy used this reason to allow many faithful psychers to continue living in this world, and they played a significant role at this time. Their psychic powers were difficult to resist for adamantium warriors, but they were sufficient to cause obstacles in the intricate urban network. Toppling tall buildings, moving important landmarks, destroying passages in the adamantium warriors' path, causing the collapse of several floors. They were using every method to hinder the actions of these heretics. Bones formed tall buildings, flesh turned to rubble. The faithful were protecting their homes with their lives, while the despicable traitors were slaughtering this prosperous world. 10 hours passed. Below, there was no longer an intact hive city to be seen. Warriors from several chapters, in conjunction with a large number of fighter jets, had plowed the entire planetary surface. Even during the glorious Great Crusade, no Xenos race had ever received such treatment. Yi Feng tapped the table with his knuckles, and finally, the information he wanted came through on the command table. First, the Imperium of Man's de facto 10th Expeditionary Force. Several expeditionary forces of the Black Templars chapter responded to the Holy World's plea for help, and they were rushing towards it. According to intelligence intercepted by the astropaths, if the Emperor didn't intervene, they would arrive in about 6 days. Yi Feng wasn't waiting for that news. It was the second piece. There were a large number of rapid support forces near the Ecclesiarchy world. Due to the deployment of the expeditionary force, there were not many ships left here. Only one looked somewhat decent. The Imperial Icon, in a semi-retired state. This was a Mars-class battleship, its characteristic being, it could do everything, but wasn't particularly good at anything. Carrier-based aircraft, long-range bombardment, ship-to-ship close-quarters combat, planetary suppression. It could perform almost all types of tasks in naval combat regulations, it just wasn't particularly excellent in any single aspect. The reason it was patrolling next to a holy world was because it was once the flagship of the Imperial Saint, Solar Lord Makarivs. The Imperial Icon was severely damaged in the Battle of Charaxids and subsequently withdrew from the historical stage. The Adeptus Mechanicus's attitude towards this ship had always been to dismantle it and use its parts to supplement other battleships, because it was too severely damaged, almost a wreck. However, the Ecclesiarchy consistently insisted and funded its repairs, ultimately bringing it to an incomplete, semi-retired state. It patrolled outside this holy world. The bishop had intended to convert it into a pilgrimage vessel, but as everyone knows, compared to shipbuilding, the bishop's tenure was simply too short. This old ship, having assembled a few cruisers and frigates, headed towards here. Anos quietly drifted outwards, to a place where there were few people. The Imperial Icon appeared at the distant Mandeville Point. They quickly dispatched Cobra-class reconnaissance vessels to investigate the star system's situation. The main fleet and the Mandeville Point maintained their distance, remaining in deep space, ready to initiate warp jump withdrawal at any time. The problem was, Anos had already quietly drifted behind it. As is well known, Imperial warships do not have weapon arrays installed at the rear. The sudden appearance of the People's Light and the shield-breaking fluctuations completely suppressed this dilapidated fleet in a short amount of time. Note, the division commander's attack order was once again jointly rejected by various high-ranking officials. Kazanov, having held back until now, received the mission to quickly capture this ship. He was truly angry. Bals had been comforting him. Kazanov hated hesitant combat, he preferred to clarify friend or foe before fighting. Terminator squads were designated to launch an occupying strike against the enemy, seizing important positions. In fact, when its captain learned that dozens of Terminators had boarded the ship, he had already resigned himself to dying there. When the number reached 100, he shot himself without hesitation. And then, Kazanov, as he wished, began his crusade against the Chaos Cult. The faith in the lower decks was incredibly diverse, the Ecclesiarchy was completely in the dark. After capturing this fleet, when the flagship returned to orbit above the Holy World, all other planetary mines, space stations, pilgrimage sites, and sky memorial areas in this star system, except for the main planet, had been occupied. Yi Feng issued a retreat order, telling the Astartes forces to withdraw from the muddy battlefield. The upcoming war would only prolong our time. If we don't plunder fast enough, we lose money. Previously, 1 ton of ammunition spent could seize 2 tons of Ecclesiarchy treasures, but now it can only seize 1 ton. Rounding up, we'd be losing our pants. This mysterious army once again disappeared into the Mandeville Point, leaving behind ruins. Bodies burned fiercely in the flames. Steadfast faith did not allow chaos to take advantage, but the surviving battle sisters and Ecclesiarchy priests swore to make the enemy pay a blood price. Days later, the Black Templars fleet arrived. The remaining military forces of the Holy World spontaneously gathered, and most of the Astra Militarum guarding the world were engaged in disaster relief, but battle sisters and priests joined the expeditionary force, launching a pursuit and punitive expedition against the Red Tide. But, the Red Tide fleet was gone. They searched several subsectors up, down, left, right, and front and back along the warp routes, but found no trace of the opponent. We don't travel through the warp. The Overlord-class battleship, with the TO engine, traversed through physical space towards the next world. The interior of the flagship, due to carrying too many damaged warships, could not accommodate conventional warships like the Lunar class or Ambition class. So, it simply made a surprise return, heading back to the previous agricultural world. At this time, the first expeditionary fleet was conducting a purge of this world, and as planned, they quickly discovered the Chimera armored vehicles gifted by Yi Feng and systematically massacred the nobles based on the list of factions possessing these armored vehicles. This massacre had largely completed the cleansing of the nobility, and they were about to begin screening the vast number of slaves. At this moment, some Red Tide ships reappeared in the star system. This vanguard immediately recalled the Astartes on the planet and formed a battle array. The Red Tide was still the same, those familiar enemy battle barges at the front, with Ambition class and other warships providing fire support from the rear. This battle was, once again, an unquestionable victory for the Dark Angels. The Imperial newspapers, at least, reported it as such, a great victory, heavily damaging the enemy fleet, and capturing a large amount of supplies and several ships. In fact, those were originally their strike cruisers, and it was only right that they were taken back. Anos was half repaired, barely operable. Because he was in a hurry to load his own warships, he directly spewed them out. Yi Feng ordered a large number of adamantium armor to be placed in the warehouse, and a large quantity of captured Dark Angels gene seed to be placed in the apothecary's room. Rogier said that the memories of those fanatical individuals might be inherited by the next generation of recruits at inexplicable times, causing a lot of trouble. The division commander returned the gene seed in a relatively reasonable manner. After Azrael received multiple apothecary inspection reports on these seeds, he confirmed and ordered them to be used for recruit modification. The defeated army, rooted army, of the traitors was lost. Yi Feng had been very careful, but having ships follow the People's Light through the warp was still quite difficult. 3 Ambition-class cruisers were confirmed lost, because the fleet was not using conventional warp routes, but rather using the flagship's positioning to travel to key attack areas. The Overlord-class battleship fleet was responsible for attacking agricultural worlds and processing worlds along the way. In short, worlds that provided basic materials but had little strategic value and were too poor to have planetary void shields, moving alternately between real space and the warp, with unpredictable routes. The flagship, with its proper warships, approached the area where the Alpha Legion was rumored to be active, heading towards Forge Worlds and Paradise Worlds. The original target was a Forge World, but the next stop was a Paradise World. This was merely a convenient detour. This world did not exist on star charts, but those with wealth and power knew about it, such as the ecclesiarchy's bishops. Many former political figures lived here, now enjoying their golden years. Time had left too many marks on them, the Imperium's best beauticians could not erase the wrinkles on their faces, and nobles over 300 years old were considered young here. This was a paradise for pleasure, and also a good place for fencing stolen goods. Not for the nobles and merchants preparing to live out their remaining years, but for trading with the owner of this paradise world. To make money, when nobles come here to spend, someone always has to earn. The owners of paradise worlds have strong backing, there's no business they wouldn't dare to do in the entire galaxy. Dealing in xenos, illegally using biotechnologies to create beautiful beastmen attendants, and preparing some Slaanesh-like activities were all commonplace. Luxurious decorations were basic. In terms of luxury, could anything compare to the ecclesiarchy? Freshly stripped from a church, 99.9% new, do you want it? Rare gems were abundant, a handful with every touch. At this moment, Nian Sijin's guidance was very professional, arranging the fleet in formation at a hidden location on the outermost edge of the star system, then dispatching a small ship to notify the world below. After the other party confirmed that this fleet could obliterate them without a trace, the planetary governor, in the midst of his busy schedule, urgently made time, citing that his parents had been executed with their entire clan but he himself was spared. The conference room was the same conference room. Yi Feng took a sip of tea and sat at the furthest end. Can you imagine a conference table a full 190 meters long? Librarians and veterans not wearing anti-psyker armor sat on the side, forming 2 rows. Who wouldn't tremble upon entering the conference room and seeing such a scene? The planetary governor did not. He maintained his composure, his body trembling slightly, as he looked at the nearly a company of Emperor's angels sitting upright, his calves involuntarily shaking. He tried his best to straighten his back, the deliberate posture making his solemn ceremonial attire taut, his buttons trembling with his body, with an amplitude so small that only Astartes could observe it. The bad news was that everyone here was an Astartes. Nian Sijin sat beside him, giving him a cold glance, and said, "Sit down. Do you want me to pull out a chair for you?" I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." The governor elegantly sat in the main seat at the other end, glanced at Yi Feng, then lowered his head. "Respected Emperor's angels, I wonder about your chapter's purpose on this trip. Trade, private trade. We have what those rich people want, and I know you can give me what I want." At the same moment, across the 190-meter-long table, the Astartes, seated in full, uniformly pulled out a pink burlap sack from beneath the exquisite silk tablecloth. The contents of the sacks were poured onto the tablecloth. The governor's head buzzed, a smile still on his face, his mind completely blank at this moment. Anyone seeing this scene would be stunned. "May I ask, noble Astartes, the origin of these treasures is?" "Firstly, you can call us rebels. Of course, you can also call us followers of Chapter Master Maximus of the Imperial Fists." Cold sweat ran down the governor's back. He didn't know who Maximus was, but anyone could understand the word rebels. "You jest. In such a sacred place, with the Aquila emblem hanging high, under the gaze of the Emperor, and I sitting here with the Emperor's angels, how could there be rebels?" The planetary governor instinctively reached into his pocket, wanting to pull out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Nian Sijin suddenly extended both hands and grabbed the governor's outstretched palm, a kindred spirit. Truly an elite who oversees a planet's affairs. "Why didn't we meet you sooner? Why don't those rabble understand? We take the Imperial Fists, a first founding chapter, as our idol." Before the governor could react, Nian Sijin rattled off a torrent of words. "We are both sons of Dorn. What's wrong with admiring our parent chapter? What's wrong with emulating the glorious history of our parent chapter? Isn't this how it should be? It should be, it should be." Ha! The governor's wrist was pinched painfully, but he dared not complain, gritting his teeth and enduring. "Tell me, what's wrong with us emulating our parent chapter, acting to execute Van Korich and eliminate Van Dyer? There's nothing wrong at all. We advance at the Emperor's call, and we are bound to be unstoppable, sweeping all before us." After a long time, the governor's hand was nearly deformed, bruised, and purplish, finally withdrawn from Nian Sijin's large hand. "You are all pillars of the Imperium. If there's anything you need from a humble man like me, just ask. I will help you at all costs." Now, the governor dared not ask about the origin of the treasures again. If Nian Sijin were to give him another lecture, he would lose his hand. We won't ask you to do anything you can't. What we need is intelligence. You understand? The paradise world below, with countless high-ranking officials and famous generals, their unconscious ramblings, the whispers by their pillows don't tell me you have no records at all. Yi Feng was still tapping the table with his knuckles, one tap after another, perfectly synchronized with the governor's heartbeat, exerting immense pressure on the governor. Even the governor, who had seen countless grand spectacles, now flushed red and whispered, "Those are all core secrets. We dare not keep them. Any maid who knew died the next day. If you say that, then they exist. I want these, where the armories are, where hidden treasures are, where those big shots get their funds from. I want all this intelligence, no matter how small the detail." Yi Feng's rhythm suddenly changed, his knuckle tap missed a beat, and the planetary governor almost died on the spot, clutching his heart as his body involuntarily convulsed. "Go, look at these treasures. They are all top tier. Keep them well. What if someone tries to steal so many precious treasures? Don't worry, I will give you the best bodyguards." Yi Feng clapped his hands, and several doorways suddenly appeared in the left wall, from which emerged clean and tidy Ogren guards. "Hey, these guards are dull-witted, you can use these." Yi Feng clapped his hands again, and several doorways opened in the right wall, from which emerged fully equipped Skitarii guards. The planetary governor was thus escorted by a group of super bodyguards, dragged back to his shuttle. Over the next month, the flagship acted swiftly. The surrounding star system suffered unprecedentedly precise strikes. Some worlds merely announced they were attacked by space pirates because the lost materials never existed, while others loudly declared the appearance of chaos traders, their armories robbed, and incidentally embezzled several times the amount of red tide stolen materials, counting them all into the stolen share. The first expeditionary fleet's pursuit forces were utterly bewildered. This erratic, hit-and-run fighting style left them confused. A great crusade-sized force engaging in plunder, and more importantly, where did their supplies come from? The cunning Dark Angels quickly deployed monitoring teams at warplanes in various forge worlds. These traders, having plundered so many resources, must surely find a place to convert them into armaments. Including the forge world Yi Feng had targeted. All information about this world came from Nian Sijin's first trade fleet. After Nian Sijin presented a list of technologies that would make even Yi Feng drool, this forge world completely refused the trade and also made no move to ambush our fleet. Everything indicated that the secrets of this forge world were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Although the red tide forces moved very discreetly through the warp, they still triggered the Dark Angels' alarm. Numerous low-level worlds were falling, and critical hive worlds and forge worlds absolutely could not be lost, or this star system would be completely ruined. Azrael immediately organized a fleet, drawing 200 ships from the intact warships to form an encirclement force. The remaining forces continued to consolidate the Imperium's defense against Xeno's counterattacks in the Ghoul stars. These forces were led by the Deathwing Grand Master. Azrael's original intention was, these men, wearing Terminator's armor, were stronger than recruits in adamantium armor, so there was no need to kill them, let Victor decide. This was a review of the chapter's surviving backbone before the Custodes, signaling that it was enough, they couldn't truly wipe out the First Legion. The Forge world chosen by Yi Feng disagreed. When dozens of capital warships entered the Mandeville Point, in the Forge world below, servitors were not in factories, vast plantations were deserted, and the hellish mining fields were utterly silent. Most of the people gathered before communication terminals, a large television displaying a bishop's impassioned speech, a gene stealer cult's speech. The day of ascension is nigh. Today, the preparations for the ascension altar are complete, brethren. The many-armed God calls us. Now I declare, the construction of the ascension altar officially begins. As the ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded, a dense crowd of gene stealer cult workers immediately appeared on the massive base behind, throwing themselves into their work with fervent enthusiasm. This was a huge psyker summoning device, capable of amplifying the gathered psychic energy of believers many times over, reaching beyond the galaxy. Chapter 422 Priest Number 9. When Yi Feng chose a special forge world from a dozen or so available ones, you can trust that his master, whose life's work was to trick the Adeptus Mechanicus, would not make a mistake. And even if he did, he wouldn't admit it. Yi Feng sat in the command room, carefully observing Nian Sijin. This noble warrior, once known as the Selfless One, had completely concealed his aura. If he stood among recruits, aside from his slightly larger physique, there would be no discernible difference. How terrifying. Imagine, what's the difference between this and the dean of students wearing a school uniform and wandering around campus? The key is that you wouldn't even recognize him as the dean of students. Nian Sijin. The situation now is, what attitude should we adopt towards this forge world? Should we focus on subjugation, or on comprehensive plundering? Comprehensive plundering, master, just like your strategy. Nian Sijin never forgot Yi Feng's side mission, to bring manufacturing technology and power under government control, not under the forge worlds. Shaking some agricultural worlds is inconsequential, but disturbing a forge world will lead to a surrounding star system entering a state of equipment scarcity. Our goal is to achieve the strategic objective of acquiring a large amount of weaponry, while simultaneously maintaining the basic state of the surrounding region as much as possible. This is a complex task. Do you have any suggestions? Give me a unit, and I'll go. Nian Sijin's attitude was simple. First, go as the first trade fleet to probe the situation. If a forge world wasn't interested in the technology he listed back then, it either thought he was a charlatan, or it had something more important to do, requiring all its strength. In the last meeting, it was power-armored warriors who attended, this time, it was adamantium warriors directly. Nian Ci Jin boarded his flagship. After trading for so long, his flagship had been replaced with a battle barge, acquired from who knows which chapter. The trading fleet was wealthy enough to undertake the task of reselling spoils for certain chapters. Nian Ci Jin held who knows how many chapters' dark secrets. If someone heard he had rebelled, they might throw that information into the basket of false rumors. After assembling a mixed fleet, they advanced towards the Forge World, with other warships hidden in the outermost asteroid belt of a nearby night world. The Forge World's defenses were ample and complete. The surrounding alert fortresses formed a very tight space blockade. To this day, these massive war machines were still perfectly in service. The battle barge and over 30 warships sailed into the spaceport, causing high tension for the Adeptus Mechanicus. 20 frigates and gunboats were no problem, but over a dozen capital warships were too powerful. The other party still refused to let us land at the spaceport, only dispatching some units to meet with us. Nian Ci Jin was fully prepared this time. Anti-psyker armor and a hidden librarian could attempt to discern if it was a chaos invasion. Several Kroot were brought along in cages, they used to assist the TO in assessing gene stealer infection, and now they could assist humanity just as well. The Tech Marine was ready. Any appearance of Yildari or Drukari/Dark Yildari related weapons would trigger their alarm. If it weren't too dangerous, Yi Feng might even have brought Cypher to see if there were any traces of fallen angels. When the priest arrived, he received an unprecedented welcome. "Hello, what should I call you?" "You can just call me Priest 9. After a brief inquiry with Nian Ci Jin, the Mechanicus representative noticed several adamantium warriors approaching. "What kind of power armor is this? I have no records of it." "You don't? The Imperium's information transmission is truly slow. Don't worry, this is manufactured strictly according to procedure. Are you interested? I believe the qualifications to manufacture this power armor would be fiercely contested among Forge worlds. Since your world has encountered us by chance, isn't it the Emperor guiding you to secure the manufacturing rights for this power armor? From what you're saying, this fleet now possesses the technology to manufacture this power armor." "Wait, don't come closer, what is that?" This tech priest's system suddenly went haywire. A large number of mechanical arms abnormally extended, and the indicator lights, which were originally continuously lit, flickered erratically. "Omnissiah above, what are you doing?" Nian Ci Jin looked at him helplessly. How unlucky, to run into such an oddball at such a critical moment. Among human life extension surgeries, there are technologies related to psychers. This fellow probably used something that completely broke down when our power armor got close. The entire person instantly became incapacitated, all psyker equipment was malfunctioning. After a long time, the priest seemed to have completely reformatted and restarted. Emergency power equipment completed the override of the original system, but this wouldn't last long, he needed to return immediately. His creaking body seemed to have aged 1,000 years in an instant. The priest's body, which was originally almost silent, now sounded like an old steam train, not only roaring loudly but also emitting unknown gases from his red robes. "Priest, if you're going to die, don't die on my warship." Nian Ci Jin's face hardened, looking very angry. "Omnissiah above, emergency. My report for personnel replacement has been sent. Someone will interface with you." The tech priest said this and left without looking back. Nian Ci Jin waved his hand, "Priest, take some gifts. You can't come empty-handed." "No, no need, I must go back immediately." The priest had just finished speaking when he saw Nian Ci Jin press a button, and the door abruptly closed, almost crushing the priest's foot. "I said, take some gifts with you, do you not understand?" Several warriors pulled a large box containing a Roscoe ground sweeper tank. The warriors redundantly placed this tank in a large box, then on a giant forklift. 2 walked in front, and 2 drove the tow truck. Nian Ci Jin shut down external communications, letting the tech priest's binary mixed with low Gothic expressions continue. Anyway, time was on his side. The priest had no choice, for his own life, he agreed to accept the gift. As the battle barge's door opened, the priest rushed back to his laboratory at the fastest speed, and the forklift behind him also sped to its maximum. Several Astartes had to run to keep up with the tow truck. As he walked, it was the tech priest who first felt something was wrong. The surrounding environment always revealed a hint of strangeness. At first, he thought it was due to the emergency device not being activated for too long, causing a large amount of emotional garble. The self-disinfection program ran continuously, but the situation did not improve in the slightest. The servitors around him looked at him differently, hidden beneath their respectful demeanor was killing intent. The priest's physical body was in a state of panic. He truly felt there was something wrong with his surroundings. With all psyker equipment failing, he ran while scanning the forklift chasing him with a scanning instrument. No problems at all. Until a group of people stopped him, clearly shouting in his ear, "Omnissiah above, present your identification." When this was said, the surrounding servitors had already raised their weapons, the encirclement was complete, and the super heavy doors had already fallen. The Gene Stealer cult's minions surrounded the area with incredibly efficiency, and activated ground and air-based cannons, rapidly bombarding our warships. Imperial combat regulations: regardless of the situation, a warship's void shield must remain active. Normal Navy vessels entering a dock would keep their void shield at 20% to 50%, but Nian Ci Jin was here to fight and wished he could operate at overload. The battle quickly began. The long-prepared adamantium warriors directly smashed into the enemy's space station. A few small vessels, while docked, suddenly forcefully started their engines and crashed towards us. Who are you? You are not followers of the Omnissiah. The priest shrieked, his sharp steam whistle mixing with his voice. The servitors raised their muzzles, but before they could fire, they were dealt with by the Astartes bolters. Priest 9, the Gene Stealer cult has invaded this forge world. It's regrettable that we only discovered this now. The words were light and airy, while the battlefield was ablaze with electricity. The Astartes were long accustomed to such scenes, quickly counterattacking with fierce assaults. The servitors rushing forward fell one by one. They weren't even hybrids, just normal people fooled by psyker abilities, disguised as servitors. The priest was incredulous at the rebellion unfolding before him. He shouted, bombarding the door with his personal weapon. No matter what, he had to get on a shuttle and return to his laboratory, he had to survive. Priest, retreat with us. The huge box broke open. We never said there wasn't a driver in the tank. The Roscoe ground sweeper tank possessed unparalleled combat power in this environment. Its ironclad Terminator-style shield allowed laser and low-power bolter attacks to be ignored. Its main cannon blasted open the closed metal door, melting it into a mass of scalding molten metal. Warning, warning, replacement must be completed within 921 minutes, warning. The priest needed to go back, but now the entire space station was engulfed in war. The hybrids had arrived, and pure strain gene stealers, hidden deep within the forge world, were also stirring. Priest 9. Our warship has a complete set of life support systems. Trust us, our technology can absolutely save your life. Do you still expect the Gene Stealer not to tamper with your laboratory? That last sentence ignited the priest's fury. He leaped onto the roof of the Roscoe ground sweeper tank at top speed, loudly praising the Omnissiah. After so many years, finally, the sacred hymns of the Omnissiah once again resounded in this world. The group, aided by the super heavy assault tank, fought their way back to the connection point with the battle barge. By then, several adamantium warriors guarded the area, surrounded by enemy corpses. The passage to the battle barge was twisted and distorted by the impact of several suicidal ships, but for these transcendent beings, it was still passable. The tank turned around and cooperated with the adamantium warriors. The priest was dragged and pulled into the battle barge. Nian Siijin breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent, the best possible outcome. The enemy must be completely annihilated, go all out, no need to hold back. We also rescued a priest, and although his rank is low, with a massive influx of knowledge, you will be the last legitimate authority of this forge world, you will be the next tech priest Archmagos. Warriors, assault. In the Emperor's name, purge the heretics, slaughter the Xenos. The Gene Stealer Archpriest was presiding over the construction of the Ascension platform. The warship fleet in the sky made him uneasy. His powerful psyker abilities tried to glimpse a corner of the future, but there was no response. He was already the strongest psyker beneath the pure strain Gene Stealer Patriarch, overseeing all psychic communication among his brethren. At this moment, wails of death came from the spaceport. The hybrids, with their extremely poor eyesight, were taken out by a single bolter shot before they could even see the enemy. The enemy's shooting was extremely precise, and their firepower exceptionally fierce. This was normal, the damned Astartes had arrived unexpectedly, hindering their great ascension plan. They just didn't know that if the Tyranid swarm were truly summoned, Yi Feng could probably even bring over the Necrons. Zendrek was currently still fighting the Tyranids/Tyranid tendrils that were inexplicably charging towards Stormlord's territory. The Archpriest's psyker abilities swiftly awakened a large number of dormant pure strain Gene Stealer, whose craving for fresh flesh and blood caused them to devour the surrounding Gene Stealer cult followers upon awakening, to compensate for the long period of dormancy. They stood at the top of tall spires, clung to the walls of smoking factory chimneys, and hung upside down from the high spherical dome of the Omnissiah's temple. They saw Thunderhawk shuttling between cities, drop pods smashing through the upper levels of factories and landing deep within the workshops. The warship's artillery and the anti-aircraft guns on the ground exchanged fire, each shot capable of tearing apart a Titan. This magnificent battlefield was soon to change, as the massive fleet tore through their painstakingly established defensive ring. As the battle began, the giant cannons on the defensive ring laboriously started to turn. They spent a considerable amount of time aiming the massive guns inwards towards the battle barge, and then a hive city from outside shattered their defenses. The 8-barreled ground-based cannons were still as reliable as ever. Enk gave the order to fire while considering whether to install 2 more. The shield-breaking wave was emitted only after the cannon fire. As the 8 terrifying shells approached the void shield suddenly failed, and this section of the defensive ring was completely torn apart. The Red Tide fleet surged in with the most brutal force. If not for the first expeditionary fleet in pursuit, this time all worlds connected to this forge world would have been thoroughly investigated. More shells and drop pods landed on the forge world. The Adeptus Mechanicus's gunships seemed so powerless in the face of the enemy's massive fleet. The ships in the shipyard that were still under repair were the first areas to be thoroughly cleared. They had to be completely cleared before being taken over. Otherwise, what do you think would happen if Victor found Gene Stealer inside the People's Light? How many lumps would appear on the division commander's head? The large geocentric shipyard of the Forge World, known as the Eye of Hubert, quickly fell. Thousands of Astartes concentrated their landing in this area, causing devastating damage. The Gene Stealers' boasted numbers seemed like moths to a flame in the face of the absurdly high firepower density. Crucially, they were using local resources, moving bolter from the Gene Stealer's bolter factory warehouses to bombard the Gene Stealer. The Forge World was awakening, and the powerful intervention of anti-psyker forces caused more and more Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests, who had been deluded by psyker abilities, to awaken. Some of them were killed by their servitor if they hesitated, while others, with the help of adamantium warriors, went on a killing spree in their own laboratories, burning away evidence of their past betrayal of the Omnissiah. Priest number 9, after several hours of rescue, emerged refreshed and grumbling from the Tech Marines factory, finding Nian Ci Jin. I have memories. They are building something great, what they call great, it's in factory number 98. The workshop there has been hollowed out, and you can see a giant circular base from the sky. Immediately access the space monitors. Excellent, our current orbital position allows us to see it. The factory priest number 9 mentioned was long gone, replaced by an unformed spire. The Gene Stealer's work efficiency was exceptionally high, in just a few days, they had advanced the project by tens of meters. At this moment, a large number of Gene Stealer were gathered there, still building under the cover of artillery fire. I suggest immediately taking a unit down there. I will lead the team. I can guarantee we can completely destroy it and uncover their secrets. Priest number 9's movements were comical now. One bionic arm was stiff and straight, as if swearing to the heavens, while the other rotated 360 degrees, the priest trying hard to make it stop. The Tech Marine, regarding the priest's messy life extension modifications, simply violently dismantled them all. Isn't it just about staying alive and then installing memory placement modules? I'm familiar with that. Priest number 9 had just walked through the gates of hell and back, only to wake up and discover, when did I acquire so much knowledge? When the priest lay in the sickbed, he looked at the operating Tech Marine as if he saw the Omnissiah. Father, dearer than his own father. Nian Ci Jin understood his current state and ordered that when this space station turned, a lance would directly destroy that area. The archpriest's face was covered in blood. He used all his psyker power to maintain the void shield, covering his brethren as they continued to build the ascension platform. Once this massive psyker device was activated, the god of many arms would hear their heartfelt calls. On the day of God's arrival, what Astartes, what Imperium of Man, all would be but ashes on the path to ascension. Just as he thought this, the planetary void shield suddenly burst, and the majestic hull of the People's Light appeared on the other side of the planet. The archpriest could sense the panic of the other pure strain Gene Stealer, a fear never experienced in so many years, a fear in the face of the irresistible. God was descending. The followers of the Omnissiah bowed and knelt. They were already overwhelmed by the sight of the Gloriana and willing to abandon their stands to serve the giant ship, let alone this colossal warship the size of a hive city. Just as the archpriest's head was throbbing from the cries of countless brethren, the spaceport in the sky, having lost control, slightly flipped over, revealing its dock. At the same time, the muzzles of the battle barge's cannons were also revealed. The lance fell directly, a pillar shattering the sky. The hybrids beneath the void shield felt the sky shattering, and an unbearable light was slowly seeping in. The void shield shook, and small, centimeter-sized holes appeared randomly. Pillars of light, only 1 centimeter in diameter, rained down from the sky. Unprepared hybrids were cut open by the sudden scorching beams, and their wails formed a fierce psyker shockwave that poured into the archpriest's head. His mind was exceptionally clear at this moment. He spat out a mouthful of blood, gathered a large amount of psyker power in his hands, and raised his hands to the sky, unleashing a terrifying psyker shield to strengthen the void shield's defense. Flesh brethren, evil enemies have descended upon our world. They are slowly eroding our faith, the Gene Stealer cult is collapsing, brethren. We must unite as one, drive the enemy from this sacred land, lend me your strength, for the god of many arms. He felt a powerful force approaching. The Patriarch had arrived. The Patriarch connected all the Gene Stealer on the entire planet with his psychic whispers. The half-built ascension platform only possessed rudimentary psyker calling abilities and could not specifically call their associated Tyrannid/Tyrannid tendrils, but the Patriarch directed all psyker power to gather on the ascension platform. The concentrated power could pierce the heavens. High energy alert, numerous psyker alerts. The battle barge could no longer detect how powerful the force below was. Nian Ci Jin leaped from the command console, jumped to the warship's specific control area, and pulled down the alert lever. Afterburners 1 to 6, all activated. Political Commissar, our connection to the spaceport hasn't been severed yet. Execute the order. Pull away with full power. Void shield module at full operational capacity. Nian Ci Jin shouted these words. In an instant, a powerful psyker impact slammed into the spaceport. The hundreds of kilometers long spaceport was falling. Flames and steel, stretching across the entire sky, reflected like a world-ending hell in the sky, reflected on everyone's faces. The adamantium warriors evacuated at the fastest speed. There were no warriors around the ascension platform initially, otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to directly bombard it with a warship. The surrounding warriors immediately boarded Thunderhawk and retreated. The space station was too massive, its gravity-locking device ensured it would fall to its corresponding position. The Gene Stealer were fleeing wildly. The archpriest didn't understand the Patriarch's forceful counterattack, but soon, as the debris approached, anti-aircraft fire tore a gap in the sky, and a huge spherical armored shield rose, obscuring the ascension platform. The enemy will not search for us in the debris. They believe we are certainly dead, certainly. Even Nian Ci Jin believed that the area below, covered by the spaceport debris, no longer held any exploratory value. More accurately, it held no value for quick looting. Below was a sea of fire and debris, it was impossible for any valuable equipment to have survived. Only orcs would happily rush in to search for useful things. Adamantium Squad report, how many warriors are trapped on the spaceport? Report, it happened suddenly, 8 squads have been confirmed missing. Wait, it's 7. Send rescue ships, search for them. Our warriors don't die that easily. The earth trembled, with an intensity exceeding any recorded earthquake. The patriarch's smiling face vibrated at a high frequency, and acceleration continuously distorted his loose skin. Even the gene stealer couldn't understand his current expression. Brethren, seize the opportunity. Quickly build the ascension platform. Chapter 423 ANS, Face Pain. The gene stealer plan was very successful. The Crimson Torrent chapter's forces merely sent Thunderhawks to fly low, searching for survivors, and did not realize that what was burning below was a protective shield, not spaceport wreckage. In contrast, some spires caught the attention of the search teams. These spires were so hard that they even pierced through the spaceport's wreckage, standing tall and unyielding in this epic disaster. The Thunderhawk found a warrior on the side of a spire who had successfully decelerated by sticking his power broadsword into the wall. He was the only survivor of his squad. The warriors on the Thunderhawk began searching for the remains of other squad members among the surrounding wreckage, which took a considerable amount of time. They expected Gene Stealer to appear and snatch the bodies, but none did. Everything was bleak, sparse, and unusually calm. That was because all the Gene Stealer were gathered in the usable deep underground passages, frantically transporting supplies towards the ascension platform, with only pure strain Gene Stealer squads engaged in combat. Warriors who had landed on the ground via drop pods easily cleared out one warehouse after another. They were still, as they had been hundreds of times before, holding fast to the warehouses, awaiting the arrival of transport ships. However, one unit was different. ANS walked at the very end of the line. Among a wolf guard, the strong wolf that walks at the very back, seemingly falling behind, is actually the leader of the wolf guard. As the current captain of the 6th Company, he roamed through the ruins of the battlefield, constantly gathering injured wolf brothers. The claws of the Gene Stealer were a mysterious thing. Sometimes they couldn't even cut through a deactivated power sword, which was just adamantium, but other times they could pierce the defenses of custodian guards or might and wound them. The Gene Stealer on Terra haven't been fully purged yet. ANS gathered a few wolf brothers and limped along. Somehow, he smelled a strange odor and led the injured into a workshop. Inside was a spaceship, and the fallen tech priest, who had undergone some unknown modification, emitted an unusually foul smell from his corpse. ANS told the injured to board the ship first to see if they could gain piloting access, while he circled the area. There were large meltagun holes blasted open by the wolf brothers everywhere, but he still found a hidden area behind a false wall. There was a very large gap between the two walls. ANS didn't know if there was any mechanism, so he activated his wolf guard style thinking. Punch it. Could a power demolition hammer disguised as a siege breaker really be stopped by you? With one punch, the wall collapsed, revealing pairs of lively eyes inside. The pure strain Gene Stealers, who were preparing to ambush the wolf brothers, and ANS stared at each other. What a coincidence, have some of my big missiles. Several direct-fire missiles poured densely into the passage through the small opening. Their power wasn't immense, but it was enough to shatter the pure strain Gene Stealers. The Gene Stealer reacted quickly. A larger Gene Stealer used its claws to slash forcefully, splitting the incoming missile in mid-air. The problem was that the missile, exploding in mid-air, directly shattered the tip of its claw, and a painful shriek echoed in the confined space. ANS quickly fired all his missiles. An adamantium warrior limped over to provide support, shoving a flamer into the breach and spraying out all the promethium in one go. They weren't hiding here from the start, there must be a secret passage. ANS looked at his brother, pushed him back. Go, you retreat first. I'll go down and check the situation. Give me your remaining ammunition. Captain, isn't that unwise? Wouldn't it be better to wait for reinforcements to arrive? What if they blow up the entire tunnel? It would be very difficult for you to escape, Captain. ANS thought for a moment and said, then you all retreat first. I'll guard here and have the flagship immediately send reinforcements. The squad, as the first team not to wait for a transport ship, but to find a gunship on their own and fly back, received commendation and was reprimanded for nearly being shot down by friendly fighters due to not having IFF coverage. It's just that. ANS didn't wait for reinforcements at all. After the injured warriors left, he shouted into the comms channel, left a coordinate, and began to explore downwards. He carefully peeled back walls and blasted through floors. After walking for dozens of meters along a winding path, he reached a brutally breached wall. The Gene Stealer's sharp claws had torn through here weeks ago. ANS touched the metal skin, which had been ripped and folded outwards by the claws. This was one of the Gene Stealer internal passages. ANS poked his head into the pipe. The path below was narrow. He released a mechanical auger array he had acquired from the White Scars chapter. This bird, by regulation, should not have been in the hands of the Wolf Guard. Given the presence of a Wolf Guard, such mechanical auger array were specifically for providing combat intelligence to warriors of other gene seed. But he won a wrestling match against a byway army warrior, didn't he? The mechanical auger array's flight was silent, its wing flapping airflow completely concealed by clever design. The auger array flew downward, and this passage was very long, leading directly underground. It looked like a modified pipe. Finally, just as it was about to reach the remote control limit, the mechanical auger array landed in front of a mesh-like wire window. The video, transmitted to N's helmet, flickered violently and was somewhat blurry due to the heavy radiation and macro-level energy, but he could still see hybrids transporting large amounts of supplies. ANS initially didn't realize that tasks like rapidly constructing an ascension platform were underway. he simply thought the enemy was relocating important supplies. So he called the fire department. The current fire department is a pilot unit. After acquiring the Ecclesiarchy's power feedback armor, Yi Feng is attempting to establish an elite mortal force, comparable to the former Solar Auxilia, to form a special force capable of supporting Adamantium Warriors' operations. The current fire department, under the command of several Terminators recruits and power armor veterans, is composed of a mixed force including mortals with half of the power feedback armor, demolition teams, Kriegsbeast special auxiliary forces, and Kriegsbeast transport convoys. This unit rapidly responded to N's call, arriving at the battlefield almost simultaneously with the Wolf brothers ANS had called earlier. The Kriegsbeast jumped down through the hangar door opened by the Adeptus Mechanicus spaceship's departure, and the floor seemed to tremble. The fire department brought specialized auger arrays. The fire department selected the smallest mortal, dressed in power feedback armor, carrying an auger array, and rappelled down to the mechanical auger array's position. Then, he activated the auger array to detect the specific passages below. No one dared to use magnetic clamps, their activation and deactivation sounds were too loud and would alert the pure strain gene stealers, who had acute hearing. The political commissar, wearing power feedback armor, felt very uncomfortable next to the adamantium armor. He only recovered after rappelling down for a while and moving away from ANS. The surroundings were pitch black, only the helmet's external detectors presented everything in the mortal's field of vision as data. This political commissar was still a bit unaccustomed, especially when wearing the women's armor, where the chest was empty. If the armor could be quickly disassembled, hiding 2 grenades would be a good option. The waist is so tight, why can't the damned engineering department modify it faster? He thought. The auger array was attached to his stomach. To reduce noise, the fire department temporarily welded the auger array completely to his abdomen, which effectively reduced external noise, but the internal vibrations caused by nausea were assaulting his brain. The mechanical auger array's signal was very close. The political commissar activated the auger array, and information was continuously transmitted upwards. The passages below were far deeper and wider than the warriors had imagined. The passages below could support several main battle tanks passing side by side, it was practically an underground great wall. At this moment, the auger array detected intense firefights and collapses occurring in the far distance. A little further down, just a bit more, and it would soon be detectable. The auger array's signals were emitted in waves, triggering an alert signal from a mechanical sage below. Enemy. Angels of the 10,000 arms, we have enemy scouts. This shout sent a cold sweat down the political commissar's spine. A great rustling sound came from below, and ANS also knew the situation was urgent. He activated the rigid signal, locking the entire device. The political commissar directly shut down all systems of the power feedback armor, and the entire passage maintained complete silence. A piece of metal sheeting below was torn open. Gene Stealer have very poor eyesight, hearing and smell are their sharpest tools. The power feedback armor was completely isolated from the outside, making it difficult for the enemy to detect when deactivated. A pure strain Gene Stealer burrowed its way into the passage below. The political commissar could see pale skin flash by below, it was an alien arm. Thump. The sharp claw followed the sound, instantly splitting its prey. Fragments of the mechanical auger array scattered everywhere. The Gene Stealer walked away in disgust, it wasn't meat, a waste of time. The political commissar's body began to tremble. In a completely sealed state, shutting down all systems also meant the breathing circulation disappeared. He endured by sheer willpower. The Gene Stealer swung its tail below, sniffing around, then slowly crawled away. Just above and to its side, a power feedback armor hung suspended, like a corpse hanging upside down on the nightfall. The auger array's detected signal was important evidence, this was enough to be considered a primary attack direction. After there was no more movement below, ANS ordered the warrior to be pulled up at the fastest speed. That warrior had already lost consciousness and fallen into an anoxic shock state. At the same time, the fire department used its authority to call in the termite pattern assault drill, which had not been used for a long time. This was a daunting task. Although the enemy's position was located, the Adeptus Mechanicus had built too many steel passages. Breaking through such layers of obstacles was extremely dangerous, it was highly possible to drill through some explosive gases during the drilling process, causing a huge explosion. Reports of some teams completing strategic missions and retreating were already appearing in the comms channel. ANS estimated that Yi Feng would give them at most another 24 hours, so he had the squad personally activate the termite pattern assault drill, calling for more Wolf brothers to enter. Only after the front was completely cleared would the fire department be allowed to enter. This provoked strong opposition from the fire department. They were already a pilot team, assembled to a combat strength capable of cooperating with adamantium warriors. Now, to ask them to retreat was impossible. However, he couldn't refuse ANS, who held the rank of company commander. This wasn't just any small company commander, this was the official company commander of the 6th Company of the Crimson Torrent chapter. ANS fully displayed the characteristics of the Wolf brothers, resorting to wrestling if orders were disobeyed. As for the objections of the mortal political commissar, he simply gave him a bear hug, and the anti-psyker force almost made the mortal convulse all over. The termite pattern assault drill started, experiencing several explosions and 2 large-scale pure strain Gene Stealer assaults before completing its drilling mission an hour later. At this time, the shocked mortal warrior slowly awoke, his head feeling groggy as if hit by an embodiment of Mork. He woke up at just the right time, following the tail end of the troops as they advanced downwards. Along the way, he saw thoroughly drilled through passages, with Gene Stealer pouring out from both sides. Several adamantium warriors held firm on either side of the passages, pushing back the assaults wave after wave. Several times, he wanted to grip his weapon and rush to the side of the Emperor's angels, but duty compelled him to continue downwards. They don't treat us as useless, this is good. I am participating in a core attack mission, this is good. We are equals. The political commissar continuously washed his swollen and aching brain with these thoughts. By the time he realized he had gone a long way, the surrounding battlefield had already become intense. Laser bolts flew over his head. The termite pattern assault drill lay across the center of the passage as cover. Surrounding hybrids constantly organized suicide charges and heavy transport vehicle ramming attempts, trying to eliminate this adamantium force. Deep behind enemy lines, the warriors' firepower density was insufficient. Facing the massive transport vehicles of the Adeptus Mechanicus, even the missiles carried by the adamantium warriors seemed somewhat powerless. The termite pattern assault drill slowly turned, its shield system blocking all the Gene Stealer imprecise shots. It faced the enemy's charge head-on, responding to their courage with 2 heavy melta-guns. The mortal political commissar was about to crouch down and shoot at the enemy. The enemy's infantry followed behind the heavy transport vehicles, an excellent example of infantry-tank coordination. ANS grabbed his arm with the fastest speed, then swung the mortal around and threw him behind the termite pattern assault drill. Whump! Boom! The massive explosion almost destroyed the entire passage. Only a small part of the flames was blocked by the shield, more debris penetrated after the shield weakened, causing several casualties among the fire brigade's mortals. ANS would never doubt the madness of the Gene Stealer cult. This was not an infantry tank coordinated attack, this was a suicide attack. The heavy transport vehicle contained a large amount of explosive energy materials, and the infantry behind were merely meant to confuse their judgment. ANS noticed the anomaly from the enemy transport vehicle's acceleration and movement tracks. To be honest, he felt he had some talent to be a tech marine. Forget it, the tech marine still wanted to chop him every day. He used to secretly drink the tech marine's military alcohol, and now the Wolfguard Brothers prohibited sign at his door still hasn't been torn down. Yes, he'd find a time to secretly tear it off for him. After An's thoughts jumped a few times, he began to laugh and charge towards the enemy. Yifeng's quotations. Halt! This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave your toll. After saying that, ANS sighed, lamenting that it was so good that Bals the librarian wasn't around, no one was controlling him anymore. Charge! The Grand Patriarch felt a piercing pain. A large number of pure strain Gene Stealers were perishing, and the construction of the ascension platform was stalled. Several underground passages had been raided and blocked by the enemy. Grand Patriarch, lead the aberrants to deal with the enemy. The Patriarch's command was simultaneously issued to the minds of all Gene Stealer. His powerful psychic mind gradually altered the psychic energy emitted by the entire pure strain Gene Stealer, along with the illusions emitted by the Gene Stealer cult. In the eyes of the corrupted, the adamantium warriors were the enemies of the many-armed emperor, those vile heretics. All believers united to protect the holy image. A powerful force was gathering towards the ascension platform. This almost utilized all reserve forces. ANS felt the pressure surge. Even with their own small transport train entering through the passage opened by the driller, supplies still felt somewhat inadequate. The battle had continued until now, and ANS felt that a huge conspiracy must be hidden here. Kurosal, how many Wolfguard can be deployed? I've caught a big fish. Big fish was still An's habitual term from his days as a fisherman. Coordinates. Kurosal's reply was concise. Wolf howls sounded from very close by. The Wolfguard were unwilling to use the wolf pack. Continuous combat had caused heavy casualties among the wolf pack, and their effectiveness against Gene Stealer was not very good. Kurosal at this moment quickly deployed all reserve wolf packs to An's location. The galloping wolf pack made little sound. The special fur on the Atre's wolf's paws allowed them to advance stealthily. ANS quickly began to assault. Although he looked like a single person charging into the enemy, the turning of the termite pattern assault drill behind him caused the pure strain Gene Stealers preparing to encircle him to hesitate. For the Emperor. The Fire Brigade's power feedback armored political commissars quickly responded to An's charge, bolstering his flanks. The Gene Stealer wanted to retreat and flank, but the arrival of the Grand Patriarch brought a strong psychic command. All Gene Stealer charged forward stubbornly. The wolf pack appeared from the corner of the passage, moving extremely fast. In just 1 second, more than 20 wolves appeared in view. They pounced on the Gene Stealer front line almost at the same time as the mortals. ANS fired a few more shots, then a Gene Stealer, flying like a cannonball, severed his mechanical backpack. ANS backhanded it with a hammer, smashing it into a bloody pulp. This wasn't the point. The sharp eyes of the Astartes looked in the direction the enemy had flown from. Aberrants were approaching with heavy footsteps, carrying 4-meter-long, thick spiked clubs. They were the Gene Stealer cult's Ogren, with strength comparable to Primaris warriors. ANS shook his arm, and his siege power hammer met the swinging spiked club, a powerful punch breaking the entire alloy club. The aberrant turned its fist into a palm and chopped towards An's chest. ANS swayed his body sideways, letting its palm strike his thick shoulder armor. The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. An's body sank, and he immediately felt insulted, throwing a full-strength punch at the opponent. The power of this punch was so great that it directly pierced through the opponent's chest, creating a bloody passage through its thick body. In a flash of lightning, ANS suddenly found something grabbing his hand, followed by a surge of immense force. Behind this aberrant, there was another aberrant. He watched as the back of his kin suddenly exploded, and an adamantium fist extended out. Dark blood flowed from the ancient crimson iron fist. He too could not control his rage, grabbing the fist, intending to execute an over-the-shoulder throw. He wanted to throw his kin's corpse along with ANS. How heavy was adamantium armor? ANS felt his balance waver, so he also twisted his body. Both sides, using an arm as a medium, engaged in a tug-of-war where they couldn't see each other. The loyal political commissar rushed past ANS, cursing that the lady's armor's crotch was truly unfriendly, while raising his meltagun and delivering a harsh blow to the aberrant behind. My 8-pack ABS are almost squeezed into one. Damn Xenos. Aberrant? Abba Abba. The brave mortal received the exact same reward as before. ANS grabbed his shoulder and then threw him back with one arm. Sharp gene stealer claws scraped across the chest of the power feedback armor, embedding themselves in the residual corpse of the aberrant. ANS, with fluid combat skills, tore this attacker in half as well. Why do you always want to rush to the front of us? An's furious roar boomed through the mortal's comms. We want to fight alongside the Astartes, to prove ourselves. You never need to prove yourselves, you are yourselves. The Wolf brothers' words carried a hint of anger, whether towards the political commissar or the gene stealer. Complete your mission, and you are the best version of yourselves. Humans and Astartes are not in competition. Each performs their duties, cooperating fully. In this quagmire, neither can afford to hold the other back. The Imperium of Man's Departamento Munitorum always fears a recurrence of the Horus heresy, constantly holding back Adeptus Astartes chapters. Chapters that are frequently undermined by the Imperium are more prone to having more traitors, and more traitors make them less trusted by the Departamento Munitorum. A vicious cycle. The political commissar stubbornly said, "We will always believe in you, Astartes, but please, believe in us too." ANS took a deep breath. Indeed, I should give them some orders. 10 o'clock direction, full attack. Coordinate with us to form crossfire points and push forward. The mortals gladly accepted the command, gathering around the few Terminator's warriors. Before ANS could catch his breath, the Grand Patriarch of the Gene Stealer cult set his sights on him. The Grand Patriarch's psychic power was so strong that it could penetrate anti-psyker defenses, injecting the whispers of the Gene Stealer cult into An's mind. The warp projection of the Great Devourer's hive mind, if it merely flickered in the minds of psychers, would cause their brains to explode directly. The many-armed Emperor, in the Grand Patriarch's eyes, entered An's mind after multiple weakenings, only making the Wolf brother feel disgusted. This mass of deathly shadow isn't as imposing as what our flagship brings. What are you, representing devouring? Representing death? You ask Anos, do we eat uncleanly? Can Xenos live where Yifeng has passed? Retreat. Yifeng's command came through the all-COMM channel. ANS, my face hurts a little. Commander, you're slapping me in the face with that big mouth of yours. Chapter 424, Fighting Chicken Thieves Everywhere. ANS yelled in the comms channel. The situation before us is strange. The enemy's defensive forces are making suicidal charges. We must be close to the core facilities. Yifeng's order remained the same, retreat. Are you kidding? The first expeditionary fleet is right behind us. When it comes to gathering resources, we're on par with the Dark Angels, but when it comes to dealing with Xenos, the Dark Angels are not only thorough but also faster than us. So why bother? Remember to grab a ship for Tech Priest 9, okay? Remember, the priest went out on an exploration mission, and when he returned, his forge world was occupied by Gene Stealer. Everyone understand? ANS gritted his teeth, watching the surging psychic waves around him. He didn't know where the enemy's powerful psychers were hiding. No, this was a forge world, so perhaps some absurd psychic weapon had started operating. Retreat, covering each other. Those Terminators, switch to anti-psyker bolters. No sooner had ANS finished speaking than a bolt of lightning struck, a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket blasting the heavy adamantium armor away. To an onlooker, it would have seemed like a lance strike. Only 30% of the anti-psyker power was insufficient to rapidly absorb such vast psychic energy. The strike completely melted the crimson paint on the front of An's armor. Under the searing power, even the adamantium showed signs of melting. The force penetrating the armor bypassed the servo system's second line of defense and acted directly on An's body along the connection between the black carapace and the armor. ANS immediately collapsed to the ground. The crimson paint, representing his veteran status, due to cost saving, the new batch of armor would only have insignia painted, not nano coating, was gone. An's entire body was charred black, his flesh twitching abnormally. And most importantly, the thick fur characteristic of the Wolf brothers, was now all burned off. ANS struggled to writhe on the ground. The adamantium armor system had crashed after the powerful electric shock, and he didn't know if it could be restarted. His other Wolf brothers first heard the retreat order, then saw ANS fall. They immediately propped up their injured captain, one on each side, and quickly retreated towards the termite-class drill. The fire teams, under the cover of crossfire, boarded the captured enemy supply vehicles and began to withdraw. The fire teams didn't hold back at all. After a quick search, they found special energy tubes on several transport vehicles. They didn't know what they were, but according to the first law of the Omnissiah, their detonation power would definitely be greater than their normal use. After a quick look, the technical personnel confirmed that this was a type of ion plasma energy, so they tied a delayed grenade to one and threw it to the ground. On the moving transport vehicle, several small heads in power feedback armor popped out, continuously firing laser bolts. Behind them, a group of Genestealer rapidly pursued, about to catch up, when suddenly a thick, round cylinder fell from the vehicle, bounced a few times on the ground, and then stopped. The Genestealer ignored it, thinking it was just cargo falling off due to bumps. Then, a plasma pool over 10 meters in diameter appeared out of thin air, blocking the path of all the Genestealer. The retreating warriors breathed a sigh of relief. The technical personnel were now red-faced, as excited as if they had discovered a new continent. Mortal Mechanicu's apprentices and a tech priest were also part of the fire teams, but they were generally not responsible for combat, primarily for identifying the types of materials at hand, and were lightly armed. ANS retreated to the surface, swaying. The surrounding environment had been destroyed by countless exhaust fumes and chemical leaks. The adamantium warriors tried to remove his helmet, but only he knew how to take it off. It was a process that wasn't complicated but required precision. ANS awoke. His visor was covered in cracks, and a faint airflow passed through, slightly cooling his charred body. He opened his mouth, telling the warriors not to remove his armor and to wait until they returned to the flagship, then completely passed out. Days later, ANS awoke, briefly turning into a Luna wolf. He would have to live with a bald head until his fur grew back. The Red Tide forces had once again completed a mission with strict strategic execution, of course, leaving a small gift for the Genestealer. The next day, the Dark Angel's army precisely warped to this world, discovering several huge arrows made of wreckage in the flames, pointing to the ascension platform and the entrance tunnels. Moreover, the color of the flames was different. After a large amount of special elements were mixed in, the flames appeared a faint green, not strong, but difficult to clear and extinguish. It could be seen clearly from low orbit. This obvious strangeness led Azrael to order troops to descend. Hey? Something's not right, and you're still going down? Nonsense, Astartes are here to solve the strange. If I don't go, who will? And so, a large part of the Dark Angel's forces were left here. Asmodee supported an exterminatus, but Azrael could be said to have absolute power here. He believed that this location was geographically important, and human worlds needed this world, so this world had to be reclaimed. The Imperial Navy's forces gradually took a leading role in the pursuing fleet. Azrael's order was for them to constantly report the Red Tide's movements. The other expeditionary forces had already departed, blockading the area around this rebel force, awaiting encirclement before launching a full assault. Agricultural worlds, paradise worlds, holy worlds, forge worlds. It seemed the People's Light had only led the fleet to raid 4-star systems, but the Overlord-class battleships dispatched had already spread this large-scale rebellion to several sectors. Yi Feng was still commanding the fleet to approach the area where the Alpha Legion had last been reported. He wanted to see what these guys were up to. Something out of the ordinary must be afoot. Anyway, everyone's a rebel. I've got the Dark Angels on my tail. If you cause trouble, we'll have a big free-for-all. I'll show you what it means for the Omegagon to beat the Sons of Omegan. During the 10 years of rebellion here, 2 Glorianas were also repaired for 10 years. As the Iron Hands would say, many pieces of equipment needed to be reblessed. To speed up the process, they directly smeared the blood of loyalists on the warship. This method, while seemingly chaotic, was actually very common within the Imperium. For example, in the manufacturing process of the Grey Knight's psychic bolter, there is a step that requires the blood of a righteous person, who is then killed unknowingly for the blessing one life for one bolter. The number of lives consumed by warships daily was an unacceptable figure. Of course, Yi Feng always believed that these Iron Hands must have discovered some of the technology we installed during the initial repairs, and thinking there was a problem, they removed it all. This large-scale dismantling and blessing, almost like demolition, largely served to confiscate heretical equipment. The fleet approached an Imperial Fortress world. After bypassing it, there was a prosperous Hive City world, a sector capital level prosperous world. Yi Feng ordered the fleet to assume an aggressive stance, charging the Imperial Fortress, pretending to break through the fortress to capture the Hive City world. In reality, the reconnaissance forces suddenly turned, exploring a narrow warp route. According to records, it led directly to a distant galactic point and was discovered by a powerful rogue trader fleet. If all went well, after arriving and traveling 2-star systems in real space, they would be able to bypass to the vicinity of the Alpha Legion. Large-scale flanking maneuvers in the galaxy were incredibly complex, with countless warp routes and real space routes overlapping, outdated information, and constantly moving pursuers. Finding a way to fight all the way to the Sol system was simply too mentally taxing. Yi Feng wanted to leave this armor, to leave this suffocating anti-psyker power. These tasks should be handed over to the librarians, the people with the fastest minds. The winds of Kogaris could not reach his face, and the starlight enveloping the galaxy could not find Yi Feng's shadow. Only loneliness and solitude would accompany him forever. In this world, only 2 people still remembered the vitality of the 3K era, him and the Emperor. His thoughts drifted further and further. Anos vibrated slightly. In the ecological transformation device below, the devices for creating oceans and mountains were successfully repaired and resumed operation. This news was sent directly to Yi Feng by the Custodes tech priest, pulling his thoughts back to reality. If we operate at full capacity now, how long would it take to transform a world into a Gaia world, the most suitable world for life? Taking Terra's size as an example, about 1 year. After the Custodes answered this, he cut off communication. Yi Feng perked up. It was almost successful, almost there. Guillemon was holed up on Terra, fulfilling his duties as regent, commanding the expeditionary forces from all corners of the galaxy from humanity's birthplace, at least, that's what the records said. As for the truth, Lady Uden was now suffering severe hair loss, the Ultramarines librarians were already bald, and the Psyker advisors and mortal advisory teams were swamped. My wise, valiant, infallible, unparalleled, discerning, meticulous, diligent, people-loving, bath-loving, always leading the charge Gene-Sire Robert Guillemon, had charged again. The Gene-Stealer on Terra had not been eradicated by the Custodes, so Guillemon personally donned his armor in secret and set out, selecting an elite Victrix guard to form a hunting squad, delving deep into the Hive City, traversing the intricate depths of Terra's urban clusters. Terra's security had to be ensured. All merchant ships entering Terra were closely monitored, even requiring an Inquisitor to personally search the lower decks and confirm everyone's loyalty before allowing passage. Not many Gene-Stealer were caught, but many mutants were killed. After preventing external invasions, Guillemon began to focus on annihilating the Gene-Stealer on Terra. The Primarch found traces of the enemy in the lowest subhive of the dried-up Pacific region. Their speed was incredibly fast, the Ultramarines only saw blurry shadows before the enemy vanished into the passage. The Victrix Guard had no doubt, this must be the enemy. Anything faster than their century-old veteran senses was something even the elite of the Officio Assassin Orm couldn't fully grasp. Titus was hesitant to let the Primarch venture into such an area. Guillemon essentially had two routes, one was to crawl through a narrow, official cargo passage, breaking down any obstructing equipment along the way, the other was to enter through the foul-smelling, large sewer drainage system. And it was a descent from above, with the residents' wastewater pouring down onto the Primarch's head. It was literally a shitstorm raining down. Especially since, a few minutes prior, Guillemon had maniacally suggested entering the area without his armor to improve combat efficiency in such confined spaces. Alfarius was completely unconcerned, this was one of the areas he was most adept at fighting in. However, with Titus by his side, it was rather inconvenient. He needed to find a way to separate from the Primarch's guard. Titus, we'll enter through the pipes. Archmagos calls repair of the armor of hope is excellent, and the wings of despair can fully retract. This environment is paradise compared to the death worlds we once fought on. Alfarius silently thought of Mortarion in his heart. Titus accepted the suggestion and prepared to act, but Guillemon stopped him. We need a diversionary force. The Custodes are converging on the other side. I want you to lead all of the Victrix Guard down from the upper passages to draw the enemy's attention. Father, protecting your safety is our primary duty. The Victrix Guard tried to dissuade their Gene-Father. The Primarch was about to sternly reprimand Titus, but looking at the axe in his hand, he couldn't help but recall Heal, a descendant he had been very fond of back then. Alfarius also didn't know why he softened for a moment and decided to bring Titus along. Perhaps it was the Emperor's hint, he thought. That Xenos still existed on Terra was simply unacceptable. The other members of the Victrix Guard still expressed dissatisfaction. As things stood, if the Primarch wished, what need for feints or support attacks? He could summon an Astartes army for a full-scale assault at any moment. One of the Inquisition representatives, a candidate, requested to join the Primarch's operation. That ancient entity of the Inquisition was a controlled Alpha plus Psyker, a true pillar of the Imperium. Some suspected they possessed secret methods for advancing Psykers, or that the most ancient Inquisitor was an immortal, continually leading the Inquisition under different aliases, otherwise why were almost all successive Inquisition leaders controlled Alpha plus Psykers? This candidate who applied to join was an Alpha-level Psyker, the only high-ranking official aware of the Gene-Stealer presence here. His apprentice had died during reconnaissance against the Gene-Stealer. Guillemon agreed to his plan. This three-person team barely satisfied the Victrix Guard. Titus took a teleport homer, keeping a Terminator's squad on standby for support. Both the Primarch and Titus wore their armor, moving effortlessly through the waterways. The Inquisitor conjured a psychic barrier, intending to envelop the Primarch as well. Stop your actions, Inquisitor Besk. That will easily alert the enemy. Do not underestimate the enemy. Guillemon grabbed a foul-smelling mass of silk, which might have once been a noble gown but was now just a pile of trash. The Primarch wrapped himself in garbage, with rotten leather and silk tied to his body. Titus did the same. Under the Primarch's will and strong desire for revenge, Inquisitor Besk gritted his teeth and directly dissolved the psychic shield. He acted even more decisively and ruthlessly, using flesh psychometry to shatter his own body, disguising himself as a rotting corpse, drifting with the current. The trio had passed the frequently maintained areas. The maintenance path in the sewer below gradually narrowed, with rusted and broken iron paths visible everywhere, eventually becoming a few protruding iron rods embedded in the pipe wall. Downwards they went, after experiencing violent undulations that would have drowned an ordinary person 1,000 times over. It was really just the Inquisitor bobbing up and down. The current gradually slowed, and they entered a damp, dark, wide area. The Gene-Stealer were deeper below. Their sense of smell was keen, so they chose to nest as far away from the sewage outlets as possible. Titus climbed ashore. That ancient path was also severely corroded, the weight of an Astartes left a footprint when he stepped on it. Guillemon swam further, retrieving the Inquisitor's corpse. He died very, unwillingly. Guillemon even had a momentary doubt as to whether he was truly dead. The body held by the Primarch's hands squirmed. The highly corrosive liquid had severely damaged the Inquisitor's clothing. At this moment, the Inquisitor's body was completely restored, and after a few squirming movements of flesh, it was as good as new. Only his pale buttocks were exposed, completely out of place in the murky sewer. Inquisitor Besk made a gesture, remember me, and then his body began to undergo unimaginable changes. His weight grew heavier and heavier, his spine protruded, new arms extended from his body, he transformed into a pure strain Gene-Stealer, with only a few deliberately left minor differences to ensure the Primarch and Titus remembered he was an ally. Just as Titus was about to marvel at the power of an alpha-level flesh psyker, the Inquisitor's body emitted the unique scent of a gene stealer. He had studied these hated enemies too much, the flesh psychometrist's simulation of biological elements was absolute. Except for being unable to connect to the gene stealer's psychic communication network, everything else could be perfectly simulated. The power of a flesh psyker was not limited to this. The Inquisitor grabbed a rodent. It struggled, its internal organs shifted, and all its organs grew wildly. Soon, the animal transformed into his flesh reconnaissance puppet. The Inquisitor was not a telepath, he couldn't control the animal's mind. However, he generated a type of bioweapon organ within its body. Upon achieving its set purpose, such as encountering an extremely large creature causing extreme fear, it would release poison, forcing it to seek out the Inquisitor. The chances of such small rodents escaping from Gene Stealer were very low, so the Inquisitor kept catching them as he went. Guilliman's expression was normal, still thinking about how to get rid of these two. Titus silently marveled at the unreasonable power of psychic abilities. The Inquisitor's psychic abilities couldn't detect the surrounding environment but could sense the heart rate, breathing, and blood flow of surrounding creatures, so he could always detect the unfortunate small rodents in advance. After walking for a while, the path ahead widened. The Inquisitor communicated in sign language, there should have been many mutants here. Signs of life existed a long time ago, but now they've all disappeared. Gene Stealer truly aren't picky eaters. These foul-smelling sewage waters were likely the only source of sustenance for these mutants. If this were any other normal hive city, this sewer exit would be covered by tattered nets, controlled by gangs of mutants or exiled servants, who might even fight over the right to collect here. Now, there was nothing here. The darkness was boundless. Gradually, dim lights appeared ahead. A type of mushroom grew on the putrid soil. It was a resilient food, one of the few cultivable foods in this sewer world. Judging by the level of dereliction here, it had been uninhabited for several decades. They only moved here recently. The Custode's previous encirclement was effective, or rather, letting a few survivors escape is a disgrace to the 10,000. There are 3 exits here. Guilliman interrupted the Inquisitor. The Primarch's vision was stronger, he had already seen the fork in the road ahead, which presented a good opportunity. We'll split into 3 paths. I'll take the largest one. This suggestion quickly met with Titus's firm opposition. He refused to let the Primarch go alone. Alfarius somewhat wanted to kick him into the sewage ditch. Guilliman was pleased but patiently persuaded Titus. The Inquisitor looked troubled. The situation was more complex than he had imagined. The passages in Terra's lowest hive were so chaotic. This area should have been simple, full of unexcavated passages and new construction in progress. After the Gene Stealer killed a large number of underhive gangs, they constructed their own special fortifications. If the 3 of them could reach the enemy's heart before the diversionary force engaged in large-scale combat, there would be no time for arguing here. My heart tells me the answer. Proceed in the direction guided by the divine. I consulted a diviner Inquisitor before departing, everything follows the will of the Regent. Because of that sentence, the Inquisitor found himself with Titus's drawn power sword at his throat. Of course, he wasn't afraid. As long as his brain didn't explode, he was immortal. Even if his neck were made into stew, he could grow it back. Calm down, monk. The Inquisitor's psychic energy actually flowed directly into Titus, calming his furiously beating heart. Do not get too close to flesh psychers, they can control your body at any time. The Primarch grasped Titus's sword blade with one hand, slowly lowering it. Do as I say. No time for chatter. Move. The Primarch ran swiftly, his massive body making no sound, not even a slight tremor. The Inquisitor also moved, shaking a small notch on the Gene Stealer's head, signaling Titus, don't accidentally kill me, okay? Hey, you can't kill me anyway. Titus glared fiercely at the Inquisitor, then looked in Guilliman's direction, but the Primarch was already gone. Whether Guilliman wanted a guard was entirely up to him, a Primaris warrior simply couldn't keep up with the Primarch's pace. Alfarius ran, disassembling and discarding superfluous equipment. An assassin didn't need so many useless, flashy parts, Call's personal little interests served no purpose for the mission. Assassinate the largest Gene Stealer. Chapter 425 Alfarius, Guilliman, you go down, change the number, I will fight. The Gene Stealer hybrids, first and second generation hybrids that didn't resemble humans, were excavating in the lower hive. After barely escaping the Custodes, they moved away from human civilization above, focusing on building intricate tunnels underground. The hybrid cultists, third and fourth generation hybrids that closely resembled humans, were active in areas where they interacted with humans, coordinating with the Biophagus's actions. Although the title Biophagus sounded like a Nurgle apostle, they were Gene Stealer patriarchs within the Gene Stealer species, usually disguised as medical personnel, injecting Xenos genes into humans to infect more followers. Following closely were the Primus, who were the Gene Stealer cult's priests, proclaiming that the great devourer god would come to purify their souls. Guilliman's infiltration was undoubtedly a direct strike at the hybrid's feet, while the Victrix Guard infiltrated from above. The Victrix Guard sat in several enclosed common supply vehicles, observing their surroundings with periscopes. Nobles were difficult to corrupt. On Terra, every noble had a confirmed lineage. If one was infected and discovered, the main family could hardly escape misfortune. However, rich men couldn't resist picking wild flowers. These illegitimate children were often not acknowledged by noble families, exiled or killed. In the area between the lower hive and the lower hive, such a group of people gathered. A gene stealer that escaped after a massacre still maintained the identity of a noble's bastard, then became a barefoot doctor. That is, a biophagus. It was incredibly rare to be able to treat injuries in a poverty-stricken place like the lower hive at extremely low prices, or even through bartering. Moreover, the biophagus's miraculous medical skills not only cured most illnesses but also resulted in the patients growing into strong, golden-handed individuals. The barefoot doctor was quickly taken by gangs. Members severely injured in gang shootouts urgently needed a doctor's treatment. In this way, the gangs were taken over by the gene stealer cult, and then the barefoot doctor was snatched by the next gang. These gangs had no legitimate industry. Terra was a political world, and the only way for those exiled to the lower hive to survive was to search for useful supplies in the upper hive's garbage dumps. For them, the Victrix Guard's supply vehicles had not been seen for a long time, and they immediately treated them as rare garbage trucks. Most garbage came down through garbage chutes. What needed to be transported by garbage trucks were very dangerous but illicit waste products. It could be extremely rare metal products, or slightly leaking nuclear devices. Regardless, great risk and great profit coexisted. The gangs constantly watched this garbage truck, and the gene stealer cult's followers, gathered in human settlements, were all stirring. The battle-hardened mortals, of course, noticed the abnormality around them. He sneered, "Do they know who I'm carrying in the back? All who surround us will be corpses." As the transport vehicle delved deeper into the gene stealer cult's territory, the gang's task evolved from waiting for them to unload goods and leave, to completely stopping the convoy. The population was thinning, and the convoy was still moving downwards. The gene stealer cult had to act. The opponent was about to enter the hybrid's residential area, where humans had been cleared out. The vehicle's engine rumbled. After turning a corner, the driver found the road to the next level of the hive city was blocked. Originally, he wanted to reveal the true form of this transport vehicle, but after a brief assessment, he found that even with the troop carrier's performance, it would not be able to break through the obstruction ahead. "The front is completely blocked, my lord." "Then this will be it." "You've done very well." The Victrix Guard in the rear were ready. A mere few hundred hybrids around them would struggle to encircle and annihilate even one Astartes, let alone with the iron-clad Terminators we have behind us. The battle began after a Terminator's warrior kicked open the rear door of the vehicle. The aggressor pattern Mark the 10th power armor provided the Primaris warrior with solid protection and sufficient energy to wield their powerful twin-linked aggressor pattern bolters. As soon as the battle began, it swept through with overwhelming force. The Victrix Guard's combat attracted a large number of enemy attention. The Gene Stealer hybrids stirred, rushing out from the lower areas to engage the Astartes. The Broodlord knew everything. It was clear that it had been exposed, so it ordered most of the pure strain Gene Stealers to rush upwards, while it led its Gene Stealer honor guard to retreat, heading towards Australia through the complex tunnels it had cultivated for so long. The pure strain Gene Stealers' reinforcement troops were intercepted by a Custodes squad that appeared from nowhere. The Custodes deployed Aquilon Terminators with ample firepower to counter the overwhelming Xenos attack. The Broodlord's mind was clear, getting more Custodes blood would be the best outcome, but these strongest blocker of the Ascension were no ordinary foes. With its current strength, it was not confident in defeating a Custodes squad. The Custodes squad responsible for the decapitation had also learned their lesson and brought Sisters of Silences. Self-proclaimed invincible in the real world, they had suffered greatly from the Broodlord's powerful psychic abilities last time and were now well prepared. Unfortunately, due to the Sisters' physical condition not matching that of the Custodes, this squad's advance was not fast, at least not as fast as the Broodlord's. The cult's patriarch intercepted that squad. This was the last message the Broodlord received. It moved through the complex tunnels, with the Aberrant Master by its side. Although this largest Aberrant was not very intelligent, it had been injected with the Broodlord's primal genes, giving it strength even greater than a Primaris warrior. "I want to tear." "Tear whom, boss? What should I tear?" The Aberrant Master charged forward effortlessly, the large amount of Gene Stealer cult assets on its back seemingly non-existent. "Move this rock." "Okay. Broodlord." The Aberrant Master happily ran to the large rock, opening its arms to embrace the target. With a heave, "Hey!" The large rock didn't move, and its own legs sank into the soft floor. The Broodlord's mouth twitched. It personally took action, using 2 prosthetic limbs to help move the rock, revealing the hidden passage behind it. The floor here was much harder. The Broodlord's expression was not good. "Get in quickly, and move the rock back into place." The Aberrant Master entered the passage, almost smashing its foot with the rock. It gripped the rock seam and rotated it a few times, sealing the passage tightly. "This must be secure." The Aberrant Master charged a few more steps, catching up with the Broodlord. This road was very long. Initially, the Gene Stealer cult wanted to lay a track here, but the engineering work was terrifyingly vast, so they eventually gave up. Soon, the road gradually became desolate, as if it hadn't been fully excavated. Finally, they reached another stone wall. The Broodlord skillfully inserted one of its arms into a hole, passing through a Gene Stealer lock. The side of the rock wall opened, and they entered the next section of the path, a completely constructed passage. It seriously doubted whether the severely rusted floor beneath its feet could support the Aberrant Master's heavy body. The Broodlord pondered as it walked, wondering which area it should run to for further development. In short, it had to go beyond the explored range. As they walked, another boulder blocked the way. The Broodlord waved a hand, and the Aberrant Master, familiar with the task, stepped forward and began to move the rock. "Broodlord, I can't move it." The Aberrant Master exerted immense strength, but simply couldn't budge the rock. The Broodlord was angry. He stepped forward, intending to help. Suddenly, a powerful psychic warning arose. The Broodlord unleashed psychic energy to help the aberrant master move the boulder. The master then made a strange sound. Broodlord. The rock opened its eyes. A blade pierced the master's heart, swiftly slicing horizontally to sever another vital organ, then the sword tip lifted, emerging from the center of the aberrant master's half-head. A searing pain drilled into the Broodlord's mind. It was the psychic weakening brought by the death of a close kin, one of its major psychic supports. Alfarius burst through the rock skin and the aberrant master's corpse, delivering a powerful blow. This strike pushed the power sword to its limit, completely cleaving the aberrant master. He rushed towards the Broodlord like lightning. After his initial attack was blocked by psychic energy, he vanished like a shadow. This Astartes before him made the Broodlord feel a psychic tremor, an insurmountable sensation. In this narrow passage, it used all its senses but still could not find the enemy's figure. Guilliman's solo fight, what does it have to do with me, Alfarius? Alfarius shed all his armor, returning to his original, small form, wearing only a helmet. He had a trump card. Belisarius calls research, though violating the Emperor's decrees, was undeniably the work of a genius archmagos. The armor of Hope's helmet, originally capable of controlling every laser-firing levitating feather of the wings of despair, could now, in sync with the Primarch's thoughts, control the armor of Hope's electronic muscle fibers. The adjacent rock wall suddenly exploded. The hollow armor fired ammunition rapidly at the Broodlord. Its arms stiffly lifted, and the suspended bolters continuously fired. Electronic muscle fibers weren't enough to drive the armor, but Alfarius could shrink. After his body returned to its original size, he retracted his head, extended an arm from where his head should be, and took off the armor himself. Now that it was empty inside, why bother with protection? He removed the heavy shoulder pads and additional armor, allowing the electronic muscle fibers to barely drive the armor. The Broodlord was startled, condensing a psychic barrier. It hadn't detected him because it was an inanimate object. Soon, it noticed the armor's stiff movement and charged towards the pile of parts, intending to tear it apart first. I ask you, where are the Wings of Despair? The Wings of Despair fired laser cannons from all directions. They posed little threat to the enemy, but their momentum was astonishing. The Broodlord had to raise an all-around shield to protect itself, while also remaining vigilant against the powerful assassin. Alfarius's movements were silent and swift, moving within the Broodlord's sensory blind spots. He seemed to exist beyond powerful psychic perception. Even when the Broodlord spread its psychic energy throughout the passage, it couldn't detect the Primarch's shadow. Never mind, I'll tear that armor apart first, then retreat. It furiously charged towards the inert armor. Without a controller, the armor's arms moved slowly, completely unable to keep up with the Broodlord's speed. It moved left and right, quickly reaching the armor's side. At this moment, the armor of Hope, due to its constant twisting and aiming, had contorted into a bizarre big character shape. Even the Broodlord couldn't help but laugh. It looked like a crude Adeptus Mechanicus toy. It reigned in its psychic power. Although the Wings of Despair had consumed a large amount of its psychic output, the telekinetic crushing Witchcraft T couldn't pulverize this hard power armor. However, it could use flesh psychic power. Fourfold punch. It used psychic power to enhance its strength. Its already incomparably sharp claws were imbued with 4 times the fleshly power. This punch irresistibly struck the front of the power armor. The headless power armor seemed as if it would be shattered the next moment. Then, the Broodlord's peripheral vision caught the big-shaped power armor transforming into a 2-character shape. Why was the tactical helmet between its legs? Alfarius, watch me nutmeg. I nutmeg myself. The Primarch was hiding directly behind the power armor. The most dangerous place was the safest. In combat, the Broodlord's psychic probes barely extended to the few tens of centimeters behind this power armor. With its vision obscured, the Broodlord had always assumed this power armor was pressed against the wall behind it. The naked Primarch emerged from beneath the empty power armor's crotch, plunging a power sword into the Broodlord's abdomen. The Broodlord, worthy of being a powerful psyker, immediately used its psychic power to reinforce the pierced flesh, suppress the injury, and unleash a screeching sonic wave. The furious shriek, imbued with Witchcraft T power, exploded in the Primarch's mind. For a moment, an intense sensation of weightlessness enveloped Alfarius. That was the illusion of the brain losing perception of the body. The Primarch remained calm. The tactical helmet had a certain suppressive effect on psychic power. What was out of control was the body, not the brain. Enduring this disorienting sensation, he manipulated the feathers of the Wings of Despair to stab directly into the Broodlord's back, creating a pincer attack with the power sword. This offensive immediately interrupted the Broodlord's injury-for-life attack, especially when the feathers of the Wings of Despair glowed with a one-time disintegration field light, tearing through the psychic shield. The Broodlord retreated repeatedly, increasing its psychic density to block the Wings of Despair. After the blade was pulled from its body, it quickly used psychic power to heal its wounds. After the Primarch's body slammed to the ground, he regained consciousness. This was Terra. Beside the golden throne. How dare you run wild in front of me, the Emperor's chosen one. The Emperor clearly didn't consider it important, barely bestowing any blessings upon Alfarius. The Primarch was already in close combat. Now was the time for a brutal fight. Alfarius used agile footwork to dodge the sharp claws, severing one of his opponent's arms. After a few more exchanges, he saw that the severed arm had already regrown by half. Realizing the situation was dire, a prolonged battle was not his strong suit. Twirling the blade, he leaped forward and upward, piercing the opponent's skin and lodging the blade between two sections of bone. The Brood Lord tried to use psychic power to lift the Primarch, but the Primarch continued to struggle free with sheer brute force. As the blade sank deeper and deeper, it couldn't concentrate its psychic power to throw the Primarch away. Psychic power, no matter how potent, required immense mental strength to control. Its kin were being slaughtered by the Custodes and Victrix Guard, and its connection to the brood mind was weakening. The longer this went on, the lower its chances of victory. It wanted to retreat. Alfarius, with unwavering will, seized control of his body, using the Primarch's astonishing brute force to drive the slowly withdrawing combat blade even deeper. The Brood Lord shrieked, and a storm of nearly psychic self-detonation swept over the Primarch. Alfarius was violently blown to the ground, bounced once, and then went back through the crotch of the armor of hope, slamming into the wall behind him. Shattered shell and flesh were scattered everywhere, not the Primarch's, but the Brood Lord's. The psychic spell known as shedding was so bloody, most of the bones in the Brood Lord's massive body were blasted into sharp bone splinters, which, aided by the explosion's force, embedded themselves in the Primarch's body. With vital organs dangling, it seized an opening to escape, driven by a powerful will to survive. Alfarius was not flustered. He slowly stood up, pulling out the bone splinters from his body. When he stretched his neck, the wounds on his body had stopped bleeding, and healing had already begun. He licked his lips, now he truly looked like the Great Devourer. A normal Primarch, like all living beings, could repair wounds with a large amount of energy from eating. He watched the fleeing Brood Lord as if watching prey. The Brood Lord was fleeing, but unfortunately, it ran in the wrong direction. The now ascended Abominant Master, I just securely placed the blocking stone. The Brood Lord stumbled away, its psychic power trembling, blood dripping to the ground. Its blurry eyes saw a large stone ahead, completely blocking the path. A surge of hatred spread from its heart. Why must I die here? The Golden Warriors called Custodes didn't kill me, and now I'm to be killed by a naked, strange Primaris warrior? I refuse. In a daze, it condensed all its psychic power into its mouth. Unconsciously, this ball of psychic light had become incredibly massive, shimmering with the darkness of death. The Brood Lord unleashed its psychic power with full force. The immense psychic blast shattered the boulder, tearing open the passage behind it. Scattered stones struck its broken flesh, embedding themselves in its remaining muscles, but at this moment, a strange power surged forth. It saw hope of escape, a unit of its offspring was approaching. If I were Conrad, I would slowly chase you, but unfortunately, there are no ifs. The voice was like a death curse, echoing between the stone walls of the passage, producing rumbling reverberations that made it impossible to determine his exact location. A sword tip pierced the Brood Lord's remaining body. The Brood Lord hesitated, its body freezing in place. Its life force dissipated. The original Gene Stealer cult suddenly collapsed, falling into complete internal chaos. Lower-ranking members gathered around higher-ranking creatures, only to be annihilated by the Emperor's angels from behind as they fled. This time, not a single one would be allowed to escape. The Primarch frowned, sensing familiar footsteps, and immediately hid. Ahead, the unit supporting the Brood Lord was the Gene Stealer Warboss. If the demagogue was Lorgar, then he was Horus. The Warboss sensed the Brood Lord's danger and quickly led his troops closer, but he was a step too late. The Brood Lord was already dead, making him the leader of the entire brood. The cult patriarch high priest had already been slain by a Custodes squad and Sisters of Silences. The Warboss was essentially a third-generation hybrid, the offspring with the most talent for war leadership. After all, he wasn't a pure strain, his status was granted by the Brood Lord. After the Brood Lord's death, his position was very unstable. He hesitated, then heard footsteps. A familiar large blue foot stepped out from the rubble ahead. Titus, hearing the fierce fighting, rushed to provide support. Along the way, he saw scattered fragments of the armor of hope. He was now flustered, searching everywhere for the Primarch. Stepping around the corner, his call pattern bolter pistol fired several bang-bang-bang shots. Several Gene Stealer fell to the ground. The Warboss howled. He wasn't his father, he could only connect with his own offspring. Rather than a greenskin-style hive psychic network, Gene Stealer had a bloodline psychic network. The more offspring one had, the stronger one's psychic power. The Warboss notified all his offspring. Just one enemy. Kill him. The pure strain Gene Stealers and hybrids gathered around him surged forward. At the end of the passage, shadows of Gene Stealer also appeared. Titus stood at the T-shaped intersection, with Gene Stealer on both left and right, and his path of entry behind him. He had no intention of retreating. Bolter pistol in his left hand, relic axe in his right, he fought with exhilarating fury. With a combination of blasting and hacking, several enemies on his left fell, and enemies on his right also approached. Titus swung his blade in a sweeping horizontal slash, mercilessly striking his opponent. The Gene Stealer on the right leaped into the air, flying over the warrior's head. Titus heard a voice as faint as a mosquito. I knew this would happen. After the Inquisitor landed, the spikes on his body seemed coated with an extermination poison. His movements were as fast as a spinning hedgehog. Whatever the spikes touched, the entire Gene Stealer's body was consumed by flesh witchcraft tea, exploding directly. The Warboss was in a panic. Brother, what are you doing? Different brood psychic networks couldn't connect. After the Brood Lord died, his first-generation offspring split into several broods. This guy in front of him wasn't in his network at all, but it also seemed like he didn't have this brother. The Warboss was still bewildered. The pheromones and roars emanating from the opponent clearly indicated. Leader, get out here. One-on-one. This baffled the war boss. Big brother. A god of war like Astartes is hacking away behind you. You want to fight me one-on-one? Before he could react, the Inquisitor had already leaped onto his head, flesh witchcraft teeth flickering, multiple times the strength condensed in his claws. Boom. This strike was terrifying. The war boss barely managed to jump back a step. The Inquisitor's strike missed, hitting the ground. The entire passage's ground in a straight line collapsed as if an earth dragon had turned over. The war boss nearly broke down. What kind of monstrous strength was this? The Inquisitor's skin changed from pale to rosy, then deep red. He drove his hormones to completely enhance his body, twisting his form to an incredible degree, and then launched himself forward. This strike shredded all the close combat guards around the war boss. Their judgment of the enemy's distance failed, those spikes actually extended on their own. The war boss's terror was forever etched on his face as his entire head was severed by Titus. He had been too focused on fighting the Inquisitor. In a short time, Titus had already killed all the Xenos he had sent to intercept and had charged to his side. The death of the war boss caused the remaining Xenos to completely collapse, fleeing back the way they came. A few minutes later, they encountered another wave of fleeing creatures. At this moment, Arulfarius, fully dressed and hungry, had reverted to Guilliman's appearance. The massive expenditure of energy made him look as emaciated as if he had been drained by Fulgrim. Chapter 426 The Troublemaker of the Galaxy. Guilliman was not in good shape at the moment, his strength was faltering, and he barely managed to gather the armor of hope, scattered during the fierce battle, into one place. Some parts had been damaged by psychic energy, and the servo systems couldn't transmit power there. The Primarch was using his own strength to drag a portion of the armor. The wings of despair were mostly folded, and many of the micro-power systems in the wings had overloaded and detonated due to psychic energy. Guilliman wanted to find a bag to collect the fragments, he didn't want anyone to know the details of his battle. Ultimately, he chose a very Lemon Russ-like method. The Primarch infiltrated a battlefield where fighting had ended. He dragged away the headless corpse of a pure strain gene stealer, cut off its head, scooped out its internal organs, and piled them with other corpses. Then, he threw the collected weapon fragments into the skin bag made from the corpse. Titus searched for the Primarch's whereabouts while fighting. He and the Inquisitor fought their way through the retreating gene stealer, linking up with the custodian guard squad, but still found no trace of the Primarch. The path was littered with gene stealer corpses. The entire gene stealer cult was tightly encircled, and the follow-up forces of the Victrix Guard arrived at the previous sewage discharge area, which was where the Primarch, Inquisitor, and Titus had landed. This unit discovered the Primarch, looking utterly exhausted, elegantly raising a stemmed glass and drinking heartily. A stemmed glass, the kind attached to a thigh. Guilliman was at that moment holding a pure strain gene stealer thigh, drinking an unknown amount of purple gene stealer blood, then tearing off a piece of meat, searing it with the wings of despair's laser, and eating a rare gene stealer steak. The Primarch's physique was so robust that the abundant parasites and genetic viruses within the gene stealer were no different from popcorn to Guilliman. The Victrix Guard responsible for the encirclement were dumbfounded. How could their gene father be? Guilliman waved at them, this is their patriarch. Go, don't let a single enemy escape. I'll hold this passage. Victrix Guard, are you also the Great Devourer? You eat one for everyone that comes? However, the corpses scattered behind the Primarch and his gaunt face quickly filled these battle-hardened veterans with shame. They had arrived late, allowing their gene father to fall into a bitter struggle, and now he was recuperating after being injured. The accompanying apothecary wanted to examine the Primarch, but Guilliman waved him off. That's enough, he seemed to say. From 30K until now, which apothecary hasn't been scratching their head and overwhelmed when examining a Primarch's body? The final glory of this battle was attributed to the custodian guard squad, because the Great Regent was working day and night in the palace, handling imperial affairs, and had not appeared there at all. The outcome was interesting. Titus requested a transfer from his position as Victrix Guard captain due to dereliction of duty, while Guilliman simultaneously commended his courageous fighting and his strict adherence to the Primarch's orders. He also threw Titus's transfer request into the trash can. Guilliman wanted a few more days off, but Lady Euden's urgent battle report pulled him back into the beautifully decorated administrative hall. Lady Euden was very old, this body was not crafted in a youthful state. She was born in the form of a middle-aged woman, and now she could only rely on life extension surgeries and mechanical prosthetics to support her activities. In contrast, the Primarch remained valiant and extraordinary, sitting high on the regent's chair. My lord, an urgent report from the Raven Guard chapter master. Guilliman took the secret report. It contained the same message. The Raven Guard had learned of the Crimson Torrent's movements through their intelligence network and requested immediate reinforcement, to form a pincer with the 1st Expeditionary Fleet. Azrael needs to be reminded that the rebel forces are stronger than them. These were the exact words of the Raven Guard chapter master. This used a definitive statement, not something like Azrael imagined, the librarian estimated, or similar phrases. They have 2 Gloriana-class battleships and 1 Hive City-class warship. I must remind the Regent of this again, lest you categorize this seemingly outlandish intelligence as false. When the Crimson Torrent captured the Nightfall and the Omegagon, Raven Guard scouts were indeed present. Guilliman wrote a letter to reassure them, essentially saying that everything was under his control, that they should continue their mission, and that it was not yet time for them to return. The Raven Guard had lost their Gloriana-class battleship 11 millennia ago. Their warriors did not underestimate such powerful warships, on the contrary, when teaching recruits, they excessively praised these mighty vessels, slightly overestimating their combat power. The Primarch rested briefly, reviewing the Crimson Torrent's battle reports was the only time he could relax, because no matter which side won, he was quite happy. Among so many clandestine missions, theirs was the only one proceeding most smoothly. The regent rejoiced too soon. After the main forces of the Crimson Torrent fiercely attacked the Imperial Fortress world, they suddenly retreated according to plan, heading in an absurd direction, leaving the first expeditionary fleet, which was closing in from both sides, empty-handed. At least no one in the Imperium of Man expected the rebels to suddenly take that treacherous and obscure warp passage, traveling to the far reaches of the Milky Way galaxy, away from the main battlefield, to deal with rogue traitors. The great Lord of Change, the eternal God of Wisdom, the unfathomable trickster of fate, the master of guile and conspiracy, the Daemon Prince Tsianch, believed this to be a very plausible path. He detected the scent of conspiracy in the minds of the Imperial Fortress's defenders, and his interest in the Crimson Torrent unit was growing daily. However, Overlord-class battleships generally do not travel through the warp, so he targeted ships that did. The burgeoning loyalty trials saved those traveling ships. Crew members were eager to approach the Adamantium warriors, sometimes just to salute, but it effectively prevented corruption, especially with the Adamantium warriors' surveillance of the lower decks. Dozens of Tsianch followers were executed before they were fully corrupted. In the real world, a mortal might take a month to be fully corrupted, but in the warp, a single Geller field flicker could corrupt many. The loss of a large number of crew members was merely a prelude to Tsianch's plan. The Crimson Torrent had to find a way to replenish their crew, which would lead to interaction between ships, giving him the opportunity to send followers into the People's Light. After 3 months of fleet travel, the fleet emerged from the warp. This was a long journey, and the fleet needed to replenish resources. Reconnaissance units went to search for signs of rogue traitors. This was a very powerful rogue traitor dynasty. They had over 10 prosperous worlds as their settlements, which stemmed from a very, very ancient agreement, so ancient that it was signed by their ancestors and the Emperor. For every 20 worlds explored, they could have full authority over one world. Over such a long period, their contributions to the Imperium of Man were enormous. Although half of the worlds they explored had been reduced to fragments under exterminatus, it did not diminish their exalted status. When the scouts, in the guise of the First Trade Fleet, entered the worlds under their dominion, they warmly welcomed us. Trade, just listen to that word, full of richness and profit, like the most wonderful phrase in the world. The rogue traders had long heard of the reputation of this trading fleet. Unlike Forge worlds, their business was selling slaves and animals, xenos, as well as various specialties obtained from heretical worlds, and we had almost no business competition. This also made their welcome of our arrival reach its peak. They mobilized a large number of professional handmaidens and ecclesiarchy choirs, organizing a grand welcoming ceremony. The exotic welcome and the diplomatic tactic of immediately presenting specialties deeply pleased me, referring, of course, to the latter part. Nian Xiaijin walked out of the warship, subtly observing his surroundings. The other party's enthusiasm did not dissipate the political commissar's vigilance. He seemed to be assessing whether this rogue traitor dynasty had a reason to survive. Upon seeing the Emperor's angels step out first, the choir's voices became even more solemn and sacred, and the leading rogue traitor heir also put away his smile, performing the Aquila salute to the Emperor's angels. The heir judged that this rogue traitor was very formidable. Although he himself maintained friendly relations with multiple Adeptus Astartes chapters, friendly enough that a single summons could bring them over, the other party actually had Adeptus Astartes as escorts. Not simple, truly not simple. At this time, the unfortunate fellow we had initially put forward had already died of old age, and his son, Soth, had inherited the family business. He too was now very old. There was no other way. His father was destitute before encountering the Crimson Torrent, married early, and had him in his early 30s. Now that his father had died of old age at 345, he himself was over 300 years old, not far from the throne. He emerged in a mechanical wheelchair, at the very back of the procession. Normally, everyone would surely assume the old man was a mortal high official, and the Adeptus Astartes were in charge, but to the other party, the Adeptus Astartes walking in front seemed to have a bodyguard-like air. It was like before a gang boss appeared, a large group of subordinates in black suits would line up, forming a formation, and then the boss would slowly walk out to the sound of music. The heir politely greeted everyone, followed by a series of welcoming banquets and trade meetings. At least 30 meeting halls were filled with trade meeting schedules, and hundreds of professional mortals participated in negotiations. Nian Xiaijin generally still felt that this rogue trader dynasty was fine, at least the goods were all animals and abhuman, mutant slaves. We ordered canned vegetables and some shellfish seafood. A local dryland mollusk that could survive for a long time without contact with water or food, making it an excellent fresh meat storage for long-distance voyages. Normally, you just had to throw it in the warehouse, it couldn't grow legs and run away. We did the same, dumping a large pile of shells in the warehouse. No one noticed that one shell moved, wriggling to a hidden spot. After several days of large-scale resource exchange, our fleet departed. Spies and agents had already been deployed to the surroundings, and information was continuously flowing in from here. Xiao Lan and her team wanted to conduct a second wave of reconnaissance. The trading fleet returned to the vicinity of the flagship, and a new fleet set sail. The mortal political commissar happily linked up with the trading fleet. Today was a great day. Normally, alcohol was forbidden for the military, with exceptions for victory celebrations, ceremonies, and send-off gatherings. These celebrations could be postponed. The previous feigned attack on the Forge world was very successful, and due to immediately jumping into the warp, the victory celebration had been postponed until now. The trading fleet brought new ingredients. Today there would be brand new snacks to go with the Colon wine. The two political commissars chatted happily. The political commissar of the trading fleet recounted what new good things he had acquired today, while the other clamored for his squadron to be assigned to the next mission. Political commissar, a muffled voice broke the harmonious conversation. The third warehouse for land walking meat clams doesn't match the records, one is missing. Go, recheck it. Brother, we'll talk later. I'll supervise it personally. The political commissar waved goodbye, shook his political commissar's greatcoat, and stood the collar up. This was a default posture indicating he was on a mission, and most people wouldn't impede his actions. He entered the warehouse with a servant, rechecked everything, and confirmed one was missing. Record, contact chapter, number 183. The rogue trader dynasty's trade is short wait. Suggest another probe. No sooner had the political commissar finished speaking than the servant behind him failed to react. He turned to look, and a faint blue light engulfed him. Everything's normal, brother. That damned adjutant secretly hid one, wanting it for a late-night snack. He's already been sent to the brig. The two political commissars met again. The political commissar on the People's Light looked very serious. With all due respect, this is a matter of principle. It is essentially the private appropriation of collective wealth, a serious act of theft. Your subordinate needs ideological education. Believe me, I will handle this properly. I will never tolerate such behavior. I will report this to the chapter political commissar. The political commissar walked into the People's Light, his collar still standing. As the two political commissars passed each other, he cleverly took the other's sidearm. That political commissar was also very alert, feeling his holster lighten, and opened it to check with a puzzled expression. The gun was there. It was fine. A small part was casually tossed into a corner. Without this part, the laser pistol would explode the next time the trigger was pulled. He, or rather, it, walked quickly through the corridor, with steady but urgent steps, its soul curious and ethereal. Passing through the corridor, it walked all the way into the factory area, and after entering the restroom, it emerged looking like a worker. It then threw an important production and construction document into the fuel supply pipe of a steel-making furnace, and tampered with the electrical system to make it prone to unstable power supply. Its transformation encountered a slight hindrance, stemming from the People's Light's constantly active warp stealth mode. Its power was like moving through a sticky pus, not walking fast, but this level of difficulty could not stop a great daemon. The Changeling, one of Xianzhe's favorite demons, became even more unrestrained in its actions after being elevated to a great daemon. It excelled at instigating disasters across the Milky Way galaxy and was also adept at transforming and imitating any creature. According to legend, it once transformed into the likeness of a custodian and patrolled the imperial palace alongside a squad of custodians. The truth of this matter is unknown. If it could walk in the imperial palace, it was probably not an infiltration, but rather as Xianzhe's messenger, speaking something to the emperor. Leaving the factory, he transformed into an industrial sentinel robot. Its massive body walked step by step towards the industrial zone, and no one stopped it. Walking all the way to the core alert zone, its movements became more cautious and careful, but its soul grew more excited. Anti-psyker armor constantly patrolled. This was too thrilling. This was more like a heavily guarded place. The Changeling immediately discovered something interesting. In the core area of the People's Light, there were many chapters and warriors of different gene seeds. He immediately transformed into a passing Lamenter's warrior. He walked with a swagger. In their usual stance, Astartes wore loose robes. With a glance, it noticed two wolf brothers lurking stealthily to the side, as quiet as dormant hunters. It smiled knowingly, suddenly jumped up, and slammed the ceiling. The ceiling was shattered by its immense power, and a bottle of vintage Colon wine fell from above. It pretended to be excited and ran backward. The two wolf brothers were dumbfounded and gritted their teeth as they chased. Both sides were very fast. It moved through the People's Light, instinctively avoiding adamantium warriors due to its aversion to anti-psyker forces, and reached the resting room of an Angels of Dawn warrior. That warrior was not in his room. Upon entering, in addition to the Astartes personal armory, there were also many artworks he had painted in paints. The Changeling opened the Colon wine, splashing half a bottle onto a finished portrait of Sanguinius's return, and pouring the other half into the paints. When the Angels of Dawn warrior returned, he found two wolf brothers standing at his room door, clutching their heads in anger. The portrait inside was completely destroyed, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. At this time, the Changeling had transformed into an Adeptus Mechanicus priest and ordered the safety valves to be released. The two giant warships floating in the shipyard were locked by safety restraints. If one side were to be unlocked, it was highly likely that it would collide with the other warship in a vacuum, causing a major accident. The guard objected, demanding proof from a higher authority and the input of a biological password. Its forgery ability was of a high level. It opened a white screen, directly forming an illusion of seeing a superior's order in the guard's mind, and then inserted one of its arms into the instrument. The Changeling was finally detected by Anos. The Changeling was not proficient in the power of electronic demons. After a powerful machine spirit force intervened, the entire machine directly exploded. It sheepishly escaped the accident, which did not discourage it but rather made it even more interested. The Lord of Change was extremely fond of this daemon. Its speed of movement within the People's Light far exceeded any invading daemon. It transformed into a warrior of the Alert Squad, following behind a team of hurrying warriors, and left the area. Then, it prepared to make a big move. It transformed into the likeness of Horus and swaggered into the area where the Blood Angels were stationed. Most of the angels were rational. Half of the particularly old warriors greeted him warmly, calling him champion, and kindly asked, Kazanov, have you grown taller again? The other half hurried away, seriously suspecting they had fallen into the black rage, to seek out the chapter chaplain. The changeling finally knew what the problem was. The Crimson Torrent chapter's robes were too ordinary. Horus, no, the War Master should wear the armor he wore when he confronted the Emperor. It grew tall. The colossal Terminator armor, forged by General Cobb Howell, walked majestically through the flagship's corridors. Each step it took crushed the ground, leaving massive cracks. The Lamenters came to investigate. They quickly fell into a frenzy, charging towards him, regardless of whether he was Horus. Yi Feng, sitting in the command room, was dumbfounded. What the hell? There's a War Master strolling around in my flagship. Do you think this is the vengeful spirit? After watching the monitoring footage of that large group of Sanguinius's descendants wrestling with the chaplains, Yi Feng quickly determined this was an invasion. All hands to alert. Get William here. All warriors into alert stance. All Primaris warriors don their armor. Primaris warriors in adamantium armor quickly arrived, suppressing the frenzied lamenters who were only wearing robes. Some warriors caught a glimpse of Horus's shadow. In the adamantium warrior's vision, it was a faint blue thing that vanished in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng was very nervous. Horus was the greatest taboo. He quickly searched for clues related to the War Master, first ruling out the possibility of Chaos enemies teleporting a replica Horus to his descendants via the Luna Wolf's gene seed. The flagship's warp protection had not failed. William, be careful. Set the target as an ethereal illusion. Also, be cautious, it might be the forces of Fabius Bile of the Emperor's Children Legion. Thinking carefully, only the old Chinese doctor, no, Fabius, that biochemical genius, a powerful individual capable of cloning Primarchs, could do this. But how did he get in? As he pondered, the changeling began to stir up trouble again. It decided it was time to meet the leader of this warship. After observing for a while, it discovered that this chapter revered Chapter Master Daika. It mashed together Daika's stone statue and the Emperor's appearance, making it sacred and mighty, as if a Daika champion blessed by the Emperor had descended upon an area. It was as if this esteemed Astartes, after his soul returned to the throne, became a living saint, reshaping his body and descending to this place. The changeling liked to do this. It especially liked to transform into the Emperor's likeness on intense battlefields to encourage the Astra Militarum to launch a counterattack, only to disappear once those naive grunts charged out of their trenches in cover. The Emperor has abandoned us. It shouted, transformed into a regular Astra Militarum soldier. The morale of the entire army would plummet. At this moment, its golden, shimmering appearance attracted the attention of many political commissars, especially in this location the chapter's historical hall, open to mortals. The changeling resolved to disappear before the heavy adamantium armor arrived, transforming into a political commissar and hiding to observe. The person in charge would surely come out. The person in charge arrived. Silently. It wasn't Yi Feng. Victor emerged from the shadows, looking at it coldly. Chapter 427 Who wants to touch my 300-year-old girl? The Greater Daemon was still performing vigorously, and Victor had already called other custodians in Ina. We did want to form our own Sisters of Silence units, but until now, their numbers remained few, even after Victor's arrival. The light emitted by the changeling illuminated the entire hall, and the political commissars instinctively felt something was wrong, but under the distortion of psychic perception, they couldn't pinpoint what was amiss. They acted according to the regulations deeply ingrained in their subconscious. This area is sealed, only personnel with level 3 clearance and above can enter. Most political commissars made this decision, and the entire history museum was completely sealed off. The fires of Syrixus glowed with a faint, eerie light, and Victor advanced silently. In the brightly lit hall, darkness cowered, using its last vestiges to conceal the custodian's movements. The black robe of the eyes of the Emperor completely covered Victor's body. The soul-crushing pressure imparted by the fires of Syrixus was slowly grinding down Victor's soul, while the changeling delivered an impassioned speech, injecting the will of the Lord of Change into the subconscious of these mortal elites. The oppressive feeling from INA's approach gradually became clear, the warm imperial holy light became distorted, scorching hot as if to char the skin of the mortals. The changeling moved slightly, a very subtle change, which the custodian keenly noticed. Victor, quick as lightning, leaped out from behind Daika's statue's neck. The Bloodchild battleaxe activated at this moment, its promethium engine fueled by the eerie flames of the fires of Syrixus, and the chain axe roared ferociously. Fukin's wrath burned, and the ancient relic now emitted a different light. The machine spirit of the Bloodchild battleaxe was fully awakened, with the legacies of 2 Primarchs converging in one person's hands. Victor put all his strength into a leaping strike, a mountain-splitting, sea-cleaving force whistling as it cleaved towards the changeling's head. The changeling detected the dangerous attack coming from behind, but Victor's speed was faster than it had imagined. The battleaxe cleaved through a mass of sacred light, and living Saint Daika vanished on the spot. The changeling disliked combat, although it was a greater daemon, its essence mischief made it extremely averse to fighting. It moved through the crowd, sometimes transforming into a mortal political commissar, sometimes into a servitor. When a custodian's strike came, it would transform into a fly or mosquito, instantly leaving the attack range. Victor's assault was frenzied and violent, completely disregardful of the surrounding mortals. His opponent was clearly a daemon, all mortals here had to die. The mortals couldn't even perceive the custodian's speed, they only saw a flash of golden light extinguish instantly, and then people in front of them fell one by one, dying in extremely gruesome ways. Some exploded directly, flesh and blood splattering everywhere, while others were instantly cut in half, their upper bodies still looking around trying to figure out what happened, their lower bodies already severed. An unspoken fear permeated the hall. The mortal elites here didn't know who their opponent was. They all drew their personal combat knives and las pistols, nervously watching the people around them. Boom, the door was kicked open. The fastest to respond was always the tech priest. No one knew what he had transformed the people's light into. It seemed he intended for the custodians to take full control of this warship once it returned to Terra. The tech priest's prism beam emitter couldn't find the enemy for a moment, but the mortal political commissars were shocked to see the resplendent golden custodian. They didn't know this was a custodian. Such a tall and slender figure, apart from the legendary Yi Feng, who was rarely seen, it must be the champion Khazanov. The mortals wanted to approach the golden warrior, but what awaited them was equally merciless slaughter. The prism ray swept in a circle, instantly incinerating the mortals standing on the ground. The surrounding hall walls were cut open, and the Dika stone statue had its legs melted off, toppling downwards. The changeling transformed into an Eldar, dodging and weaving in the air, attempting to use speed to escape the suddenly appearing Victor. Why transform into an Eldar of all things? Upon seeing those pointed ears, Victor immediately entered a state of rage. In the records of the People's Light's core invasion, the Eldar were the most perilous. Victor's speed grew faster and faster, the previous chase seemed like a warm-up. Muscle patterns not found in humans became increasingly clear, blood surged like an unending river, and the black robe lifted a corner in his rapid flight, revealing powerful muscles and the aura of death. A chill ran down the changeling's spine, and a deep gash was cleaved into its back. The Eldar's perfect back curves were brutally severed, with only blood visible. After one strike, Victor retreated smoothly, flipping in midair. He kicked off the falling Dika statue, his body launching like a cannonball. The Bloodchild Battleaxe's bloodthirsty desire was like a fierce hound, baring its fangs and pouncing on its prey at its master's command. The greater daemon of Xianch was angry. Seeing no way to escape, it decided to fight. Its transformations were very special, just as it would have clothes when transforming into a human, it now chose to become an elderly man with withered arms and legs, and incidentally put on slightly harder clothes. An extremely bright light shone in the hall. A Reaver-class Titan appeared on the battlefield. The Bloodchild Battleaxe tore off large sections of its armor, but for the entire Titan, it was a drop in the ocean. The dark muzzles flashed with accumulating light, and high-energy alarms immediately spread throughout the flagship. This Titan's attack power was entirely dependent on the daemon's sorceress strength. Anos immediately reinforced the warp shielding in this area, and command signals sped wildly through the main information network, but this blast was even faster. The Titan fired a shot at its feet, completely shattering the warp shielding deployed in this area. Now it was in a position where it could advance or retreat. Its combat power had returned to normal real-world levels, and even banishment wouldn't be a major issue. The Titan's turning speed was extraordinary. Victor was forced to dodge its spinning attack, the armor fragments on its back were strangely healing, but it was merely the manifestation of psychic power. Just treat it as piloting a daemon engine. The changeling couldn't help but recall when it disguised itself as a World Eater's hell brute, charging into the Emperor's Children's Art Gallery and utterly destroying all their proud flesh art. In the Emperor's Children's rage, it then ran to Nurgle's territory, transforming into a plague marine guarding the garden to delay their withdrawal, ultimately leading to a large-scale battle between the Emperor's children and the plague marines. Several main weapons on the Titan were firing, shattering the surrounding beams and pillars. The entire hall was cracking and collapsing. It stood on the fallen Dika statue, looking quite formidable. The tech priest was also rapidly dodging the opponent's attacks. The Titan looked intimidating, but in essence, it was just a powerful psyker wrapped in a pile of defensive sorcery, releasing offensive sorcery from fixed positions. The prism ray could no longer solve the problem. He threw a null bomb, then ordered the nearest adamantium warrior's guards to switch to anti-psyker bolters and quickly provide support. Adamantium armor was indeed slow, but let me introduce you to something. Inside the warship, there was a fast mode of transport called the overburdened anti-gravity motorcycle. Although it could fly, once the adamantium warriors sat on it, it stubbornly became a ground-hugging wheeled vehicle. Ankh, seeing that this wasn't fast enough, waved his hand and added 2 extra training wheels. A large group of adamantium warriors had already reached the main entrance. Aina jumped from the shoulders of the foremost warrior to a third-floor window, attempting a stealthy infiltration, but to the changeling, the Sisters of Silence's movements could not be hidden, that sickening intuition couldn't be wrong. Aina had no idea of the situation inside. Just as she grabbed the window, 2 adamantium warriors on motorcycles rushed in. As they were about to go around to the side, a laser beam shot over. The light column shattered the wall beneath the window. The untouchable greatly weakened the attack's power, but the terrifying heat and flying debris from the wall still caused her considerable injuries. She fell from the third-floor windowsill. Seeing this, the adamantium warriors behind her turned their motorcycles and crashed into the wall, but the warriors' posture was to face the wall directly, using a tragic impact to stop their forward momentum, then spreading their arms to catch Aina. On the Sisters' vow armor, the invisible power dissipated, a greater daemon's psychic assault was not so easily blocked. Aina coughed twice, and after injecting a medical stimulant, her body gradually recovered. She was old, no longer able to fight a greater daemon with the same confidence and composure as in her youth. Time had stripped her of her physical strength, leaving her only with rich experience. Several servitor sisters also came to her side. The Red Tide's own sister squad began to act, they surrounded the hall. The adamantium warrior holding Aina said worriedly, "Aina, you should command the battle from the rear. The situation isn't that urgent right now. Ina's sign language was frantic, she insisted on getting up to fight. The adamantium warrior had no choice, so he reported to his superior. What? Ina is injured. What? The group's favorite was hit by a Titan's cannon. What? The sister squad was heavily damaged by the Titan, and Ina is critically ill. What? Ina is dying. Down each level, the group's favorite's injuries were exaggerated, and by the time Yi Feng heard about the injury, it was already a severe and incurable condition. Fighting the group's favorite on my turf? Yi Feng stood up. This time, not even the 1,000-armed Guanyin could hold him back. Baiwei army, where is my silver throne? Bring it to me. Commander, leave it to us. Several Baiwei army soldiers turned to activate the silver throne, while the remaining few blocked the doorway. The enemy has attacked my home, and you're still blocking my door? What? Afraid the enemy won't find me, so you're deliberately blocking me from going out. The Baiwei army shook their heads. Commander, Lord Victor has already gone. It's fine, don't worry. Why don't you count how many times Victor has acted, and which time it didn't involve me? Ha, that time with Atres doesn't count, I was on the planet. Ah, this. The Baiwei army was a bit troubled. Indeed, the purpose of the silver throne was for Yi Feng to escape. The Baiwei army thought for a moment, then cleared the way. Commander, I'll drive. Hehe, once in the vehicle, can you snatch the steering wheel from me? Yi Feng finally issued frantic orders from the command platform, which the Baiwei army believed was their division commander coordinating before his departure, but in reality, Yi Feng, protected by the honor guard, sat on the silver throne. The warrior started the engine, locking the energy conduits. Yi Feng secretly prayed to Anos, asking him to let little Fengzi, who had worked so hard, have some fun. I finally understand why people perform rituals to please the machine spirit, this is the feeling. Anos toyed with Yi Feng for a moment, and the energy in the main energy conduit flowed rapidly, carrying the silver throne away. Seconds later, it reached a bend in the main energy conduit. The Baiwei army warrior initially felt everything was normal, but suddenly, the energy reversed, ascending along the wall track, then flowing onto the ceiling, speeding rapidly towards the rear. The silver throne, locked onto this energy, whooshed onto the ceiling and hurtled towards Ina. Seeing that the time was right, Yi Feng lunged at the Baiwei army warrior. Clad in normal adamantium armor, the Baiwei army warrior was not as agile as Yi Feng. In a surprise attack, his arms were locked, and Yi Feng pressed his entire body against him, using his division commander authority to override the Baiwei army warrior's control. I'm telling you, Ina was raised by me. If anything happens to her, I'll chop you up and eat you with sauce. With a great enemy before us, and me carrying a dozen untouchable skeletons, you still want me to avoid battle? Damn it, I haven't fought in so long, I'll remind you how good I am. Yi Feng used a move like an old woman flinging a rotten egg, smearing it over the Baiwei army warrior's eyes, and with sheer strength, pinned down his arms. Then, with a move like Widow Wong burrowing into a quilt, he lifted the Baiwei army warrior's legs, preventing him from reaching the brakes. A pig-like shriek emanated from the vehicle, echoing throughout half of the flagship as the silver throne sped rapidly. It was a case of the sound arriving before the person was seen. And then, a mighty roar was heard. "Nu, division commander!" It came from afar, entering the battlefield, its echoes rumbling like thunder churning above the clouds. Everyone was startled, listening intently, but the sound gradually faded, eventually becoming inaudible. In an instant, the most elite warriors seemed to realize something. They shouted, covered each other, fired their bolters fiercely at the enemy, and retreated to both sides, clearing the entrance to the statue hall. The changeling thought this was a good opportunity, but it couldn't truly leave. The warp shield outside hadn't been destroyed, and this warship had reinforced its defenses. Destroying the area ahead would require too much psychic power. That would leave it powerless to resist despicable ambushers. Custodes, 2 custodes. Ha 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 ha, of course, there should be custodes guarding here. When Kern demons boarded the phalanx, they only found Astartes, which led chaos to misjudge the arrogance of the custodes. These guys only obey the Emperor, and the one on the golden throne favors this warship. He looked around, his gaze locking onto Victor. It seemed he was the leader. Kill him first. The Titan's volcanic lance swept through the hall, forcing back the tech priest and killing several adamantium warriors. This was no longer a place where mortals could survive, merely the exhaust from the Titan's muzzles could kill a political commissar without a gas mask. Everything around became dilapidated, witchcraft power fluctuated, and the light around Ina twisted. The power of the god of destiny had begun to spread. Several young sisters of silences still wanted to launch an assault, but Victor kicked them back. The cost was that Victor was a step slow in dodging an enemy attack, and the black robe on his back was burned to shreds. Watch out for the macro cannon. The comms channel was chaotic, veterans desperately pulled away newcomers, which even confused the changeling. What's going on? Are you charging in or running away? The Titan was not holding back. A powerful, charged plasma blast was ready to fire. It locked onto Victor's position. The powerful eyes of the Emperor seemed to be stunned, staring at the changeling with interest, unmoving. The tremor underfoot arrived almost simultaneously with a white shadow. The silver throne's speed surpassed the speed of sound, tearing terrifying air currents through the atmosphere. Its outer material, reinforced by the tech priest, crashed in with a decisive posture. The greater daemon initially paid no mind. How big could it be? Even something the size of a Nova cannon, I could banish it into the warp. It glanced at Ina's position, then unleashed psychic power, creating a warp rift before its eyes. It was only when it realized the opponent also contained the power of silence that it was too late. The changeling thought that such a large sphere, at most, would have a psychic intensity similar to an anti-psyker bolter. It never expected the intensity to be on a completely different level from its estimation. The giant silver sphere shot into the statue hall, directly hitting the Titan, instantly making the changeling unable to control its psychic power. The blessings of the Chaos God seemed to riot, shooting everywhere. Countless objects floated, shattered, and spontaneously generated, interspersed with innumerable storms, lightning, and fireballs. Only around the silver throne was there no change whatsoever. Yi Feng was also struggling, going from supersonic speed to a standstill sometimes made him envy the Necron's bodies. The changeling felt a huge stone pressing on its chest, making it gasp for breath. The psychic power it could control was minimal, leaving it feeling powerless. The silver throne suddenly opened a door, and Yi Feng, clutching Key of Helic, climbed out. You dare to board my warship, hey? Today I'll let you know what it means to be a stone in an outhouse stinky and hard. For a greater daemon, it truly was like that. As Yi Feng emerged from the silver throne, he instinctively shielded his face with his arm. Victor leaped forward in an arrow-like motion, striking while the iron was hot. The blood-child battleaxe grazed past Yi Feng's head, the division commander's sharp eyes even caught sight of the flames of the fires of Syrixus. With one axe swing, the opponent's body rapidly shrunk, dodging the attack. The axe struck empty air. The huge titan continued to shrink, constantly abandoning its form with Victor's series of consecutive strikes, eventually transforming into an Eldar Wraith Knight, leaping from the ground. It wasn't that it didn't want to become larger, but Yi Feng's arrival made the reality barrier in this area incredibly thick, making it difficult for it to maintain its form. After Yi Feng climbed out of the device, he launched an offensive from the lower left, while Victor firmly occupied the airspace above. After shedding his golden adamantium armor, he jumped higher and faster. Such a long battle had enraged him. The battleaxe drew a perfect circle in the air. This heavy blow suppressed the opponent's movement path and forced the changeling to endure Yi Feng's attack head-on. Key of Helic sliced into its thigh. This strike broke through all psychic defenses, directly severely wounding its essence. With the military deployment I have here, you, a single greater daemon, dare to act so presumptuously? The fires of trickery were fading. The changeling tried to become smaller, but Yi Feng's approach greatly extended its transformation time. The custode's fierce assault constantly forced it to stop transforming, compelling it to endure the combined attacks of two custodes and Yi Feng in its Wraith Knight form. The changeling counted 9 in its mind. It heard what it wanted to hear. Horus! You ruined it. Ruined everything we cherished. A group of Blood Angel's offspring ran incredibly fast, naked, carrying only a power sword. Behind them, a chaplain and several wolf brothers, who had no wine, were frantically chasing them. If they wore adamantium armor, they couldn't catch them. If they didn't wear it, even if they caught them, they might not be able to defeat them. The warriors' gravity guns were practically smoking, yet they couldn't catch the sons of Sanguinius in their black rage. These individuals, by the instinct of their souls, locked onto the recent Horus, which was the changeling. The greater daemon withstood a blow from a custodes. Its wraithbone armor vanished like snowflakes, drifting to the ground, and upon contact, caused intense corruption, turning into scorching lava. Yi Feng flattened these anomalies with a kick, snorted coldly, and swung his long blade left and right. But the opponent showed no desire to fight, taking advantage of the Black Rage warriors to disrupt the battlefield, seeking a direction to break through. Of all directions, it chose to go above Ina. This squad of Sisters of Silence's vow armor had no flight equipment. It deftly performed a front flip, attempting to pass over the Sisters of Silence squad. All the newly initiated Sisters of Silences didn't react, only Ina. The moment the opponent took its first step towards them, she retreated several steps, falling back more than 10 meters in an almost rolling motion. The Wraith Knight, landing steadily on its feet, stood before Ina. The effects of Ina's combat stimulants were gradually wearing off. The pain from internal organ damage and broken bones was reasserting dominance. Her hands gripped her execution greatsword tightly, adopting a sword stance. Beneath her exquisite armor, her delicate body was drenched in sweat. Facing a Sisters of Silence at her wit's end, the greater daemon stomped down, intending to kill her in the most brutal way. The foot came closer and closer. Ina could see the surging material beneath its soul receding, but the speed of recession was too slow, and a large amount of disgusting power was also flowing into this body to stabilize the material. Her body stiffened, her muscles refused to obey. Her brain told her to dodge immediately, but her body's muscles tensed in place, making no movement, only gathering strength. She finally decided to go all out, counter-attacking from the front with the most aggressive two-handed sword thrust of this stance. Stab its foot. Ina was amused by her own thought. Then, die with me, you bastard. Crunch. The large foot hovered in the air, not descending. Ina's full force thrust, failing to reach the opponent, caused her to fall to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her perception of her body faded, objects before her blurred, the pain from her wounds turned to coldness. Only in her ears, a loud shout resonated. What do you think you're doing to my 300-year-old girl? Chapter 428 It's time for us to unite our forces. Yi Feng appeared behind the changeling as if teleporting, grabbing one of the Spirit Knight's arms in a bizarre posture, stretching it to its deformation limit, and dragging it firmly to the ground. Alright, let's go back 1 second. The commander rushed towards the enemy, but his speed was clearly insufficient. Victor was too far from Ina and couldn't reach her in time. He then cast his gaze towards Yifeng's large rear. You see, the Bloodchild battle-axe is a short-handled, one-handed axe. But when you attach the fires of Xerxes' little stick to it, doesn't the handle become very long? Look again. The front of this axe is incredibly sharp, capable of splitting mountains and cutting water, but the side, this axe face, it's quite large, isn't it? Look. When this side is combined with the shaft, doesn't it resemble a golf club? As Yifeng was simply running and jumping, Victor swung a full circle, using the most standard technique, and delivered a powerful blow to Yifeng's rear. The commander's backside suffered an unspeakable blow, sending him flying. While in the air, he saw the Spirit Knight's right arm swing back, its right leg raised high, about to stomp down on Ina. Two golden palms, like iron pincers, firmly gripped the arm that had swung back. With a low stance and some skill, he forcibly pulled the changeling backward. A centurion pulling a Spirit Knight? The problem was, this changeling had only learned a superficial amount, he didn't even have a holographic field, appearing in front of Yifeng in his true form. Weakened by the powerful anti-psyker energy, the greater daemon of Xianzhe's body became even more fragile. The tech priest seized this rare opportunity, grabbing everything around him and throwing it at the enemy. A prism ray gun, before it could even cool down after one shot, was violently thrown to the ground by the custodian. Several anti-psyker bolter rounds and plasma bombs then smashed into the enemy, prioritizing not fearing collateral damage. Victor also charged while catching the prism ray gun thrown by the tech priest. By the time the ray gun had cooled down, Victor had already rushed close to the enemy, Yifeng's adamantium armor within reach. Yifeng clung to the changeling like a plaster, constantly stabbing its vitals with his cross-bladed sword. The Eldar Wraith Knight's characteristic lay here, though agile, it was very fragile. The changeling was extremely irritated. Too much anti-psyker energy had gathered here. It forcibly transformed, enduring attacks to change its body. Its upper half became a scorpion-like creature, smashing at Yifeng with its large scorpion pincers, but the transformation of its lower half was exceptionally slow, making its changing body difficult to move. Yifeng sneered. In the real world, he was a white scars, a super warrior with speed, attack, and adamantium protection. But in the warp, he was pure defense. I'm tough, you won't take another step forward. With the commander's full force delay, the Byway army, who had just been battling him in the Silver Throne, launched a frontal strike. Victor pressed the ray gun against the enemy's body, and after a powerful ray, the changeling's body crumbled, emitting black smoke. The Bloodchild battle-axe delivered another blow, and Yifeng, that schemer, was still poking its vitals. The changeling's combat ability was inferior even to Kairos Fate Weavers, let alone comparable to the likes of Kierkram. Its body weakened, the greater daemon knew it couldn't continue like this. It tilted its entire body backward, its enormous demonic form pressing down on Yifeng, and then, like a pilot emergency ejecting, a falcon spread its wings and flew out of the wraith construct. The changeling had changed too many times, it understood all changes in the world, but it had forgotten what it originally looked like. This was Xianzhe's curse to it. The tattered wraith construct gradually disappeared, and the falcon, trapped in the statue hall, was like a prisoner in a cage. The two custodians had no intention of leaving anyone alive. With a light leap, they swiftly moved along the walls to the sky. As the greater daemon escaped into a passage, the battlefield fell silent. Yifeng was not worried, because he had received a signal from the reliquary. The third custodian had not arrived because he had first gone to the reliquary to retrieve the Sisters of Silence's bone shield. The three parties had formed a pincer movement. The crushing weight on his body gradually dissipated. After the psychic energy dispersed, only widespread ruin remained. The Byway army rushed furiously towards Yifeng, who easily dodged them, then slowly walked to Ina's side and sat down. Even as her consciousness gradually blurred, Ina's sign language was still simple and clear. Ina, I'm not 300 years old. Yifeng softly said, please don't try to hide your age by setting the first day you met the chapter as your birthday. Ina's fingers moved with difficulty. Yifeng didn't recognize this gesture, Ina had never used it before. She was carried away, and Yifeng was also carried away. One was carried on a stretcher, the other on the Byway army's head. Yifeng wanted to say something, like asking Eng to directly install a disintegration field on the Silver Throne, but ultimately didn't speak up. Too busy, everyone was too busy. Things were never ending, wars were never ending. The Calixis sector had fallen again. After the Imperium took over those 10 chapter homeworlds, the talented Calixis sector was quickly overwhelmed by Xenos and chaos corruption. The Alpha Legion had hijacked an Imperial pilgrim ship and formed special units, attempting to infiltrate Imperial internal organizations. The Legion itself was already chaotic, no one knew whether the other party was loyal or a renegade. Traitors from the 20th Legion also continuously infiltrated the Legion. It was now in a state of chaotic unity, everyone moving towards Terra, but in different ways. Therefore, the actions of this Legion were so complex that they were difficult to comprehend. The analysis department of the People's Light was now in a predicament. The fleet of warships hovered outside the rogue traitors' territory, and Yifeng had not issued any orders. A special criticism meeting was held within the chapter specifically for Yifeng's violations of the regulations he himself had set. The meeting, chaired by William, began with a judgment of Yifeng's dereliction of duty for constantly abandoning the command position to William and rushing out to fight himself. At the meeting, the impassioned speeches of the byway army and the successive howls of Lemon Russ's sons pushed the atmosphere to a climax. This was a decisive meeting, representing the Red Tide's complete transformation from a half-chapter organization into a clearly defined, fully functional power. What president charges to the front lines of a battlefield? That's what generals should do. Yi Feng's rebuttal was weak and powerless, even Matthew Rio appeared to express regret at his actions. Anyway, it's still not good for you to ram our boys with a macro cannon. Although the priest dodged it, who knows what might get hit next time. After Yi Feng was escorted back to the command room, he remained in a state of confusion, so much so that Xiao Lan, who came to submit his resignation report for the 421st time, excitedly discovered that Yi Feng almost picked up the approval stamp to stamp it. Commander, was your brain damaged when you were acting as a macro cannon? No, I've just been in this adamantium armor for too long. Fighting demons can alleviate this state, though it's even better to return to Wolf's Lair periodically. However, a huge strategic map lit up on Yi Feng's command console. After Lian Lai Luo's forces successfully took over the territory captured by Imperial forces returning to Terra from the Taiping Star region, the Red Tide's actual territory could already be called a galactic power. Yi Feng drew a line from Lian Lai Luo's territory and another line from his current position, connecting them. This thick line, after only a few jumps, reached the gateway to the Soul System. We don't have time to return to Wolf's Lair. Now, immediately advance in this direction and rendezvous with Lian Lai Luo's forces. He is far more capable than I imagined. After the battle with the Dark Angels, his progress has been astonishing. In terms of military organization, his warriors are even more disciplined than ours. Xiao Lan hesitated, looking at Yi Feng suspiciously. How about sending a stealth ship to take you back for a trip? Ask the custodian if there's a way. Victor quietly appeared behind Xiao Lan, who didn't notice him at all. Yi Feng cleared his throat and said righteously, all our endeavors prioritize humanity. How can I bring risk to the entire chapter because of my personal reasons? How can such a small matter trouble the custodian? Situare. The commander's brain is broken. He just finished being a macro cannon, and now he says he can't bring risk to the chapter because of himself. Yi Feng put his arm around Xiao Lan, not speaking, just staring at him, making him uneasy. Xiao Lan simultaneously felt killing intent rising from both front and back directions and muttered softly, if you don't approve, then don't approve. I'll just continue being the 10th company commander. With a graceful turn, Xiao Lan swore he moved at the fastest speed of his life, barely catching sight of the papers blown away by the strong wind Victor generated as he moved. One word, leave. Xiao Lan fled from here as if escaping. The byway army also sensibly walked out the door. Only Victor and Yi Feng remained in the small room. Solved. Yi Feng spoke first. In the Emperor's name, it has been banished, Victor replied nonchalantly. Although it sounded serious, having spent a long time with him, Yi Feng could detect some clues. 3 people chasing one severely wounded demon? Is that even a big deal? Victor circled Yi Feng, as if looking for an attack angle, but for some reason, he abandoned his idea. You've indeed been here too long. It's fine, it's very dry here, no mold. Yi Feng realized now that he was completely just a straight man in a comedy duo. No matter what he said, Victor would state his demands himself. Next, I will leave. A brother will take over my mission. It was then that Yi Feng realized Victor didn't mean that Yi Feng had always stayed in the command room, but Victor himself. He had to protect Yi Feng. Yi Feng's immobility meant he couldn't go far either. After a lack of combat, Victor realized that his combat ability seemed to have decreased ever so slightly. Aina had arrived, yet he still hadn't managed to banish the enemy, having to wait for Yi Feng's arrival. Who knows what kind of bloody storm will be stirred up outside. Victor's journey to recover his strength will inevitably be accompanied by a terrifying number of fallen enemies. May the Emperor protect you. Victor swaggered out of the command room this time, slowly walking down the corridor in front of all the byway army soldiers until he disappeared. After entering the tech priest's secret passage, he found a random spot to sit down, caressing the fires of Sirixis. Yi Feng had never used this powerful weapon forged by Fukin, the cost of using it was incredibly high. Victor was old. This was a spiritual aging, even if his body remained in peak condition, the sluggishness of his soul would prevent him from fully utilizing his physical strength. He knew it clearly, everything, and he accepted it, but he would not allow himself to become incapable of completing tasks he once could. He needed to find another way to become stronger. This was incredibly difficult for a being at the pinnacle of the real world, and he only had 20 years. One day later, the fleet completed all supply missions. Apart from some members of the flagship, no one knew about the Greater Daemon invasion. However, the strategy changed. They made a U-turn, returning to an Imperial Fortress world and launching a second attack campaign. This time, the chapter's strategy changed from attracting Imperial attention to forcibly breaking through a node via the enemy's interception. After destroying the air-based macro cannons that could damage the ships, the fleet rushed into the next world. The same happened to that wealthy Imperial Hive City world. While being bombarded by several of our suppression ships, the massive fleet in distant star system orbit did not stop for a moment, directly jumping into the next world. Fighting like this, completely disregarding the logistical supply lines, they pushed directly towards the Soul System at all costs. The supplies produced around the Duchian world and Langzhou were used to arm the local worlds. The more than 10 new Phantom Dragon-class battleships produced in Stone City also did not join our expeditionary force, merely patrolling the local worlds. This allowed the local worlds to develop rapidly, quickly filling the combat power gap after the chapter's departure. Azrael's performance regarding the Red Tide's actions was rather mediocre, but the Imperium also had many capable individuals. Among them, an outstanding Inquisitor bypassed the first expeditionary fleet. Using his authority and various pretexts, he fabricated a local rebellion and Xenos invasion, requesting support that gathered a large number of combat forces. His actions gained the support of the radical Imperial Navy and Ecclesiarchy. After extensive combat research, the Inquisitor discovered that the Red Tide had a characteristic fondness for plundering supplies. Thus, he assembled a massive supply fleet, even bringing in empty ships to make up the numbers. A large-scale decoy fleet, filled with suicide ships and special forces, was used by the Inquisitor to ambush the Red Tide in this extreme manner. To put it simply, as long as this force remained undissolved, the Imperium's losses would be in the trillions. These ships sitting idle here were losing money. His plan was very successful. He had already captured 6 Overlord-class battleships. He even aggressively believed that these battleships were only part of the reconnaissance vanguard, and the enemy's main force was yet to come. Whether it was madness or genius, according to previous strategies, we would indeed have taken this fleet, although the process would have begun with them discovering the massive flagship. I'm not pretending anymore. The flagship has already been discovered by the Greater Daemon, so why pretend with chaos? Yi Feng ignored this massive supply fleet. After most of the forces regrouped, they surged towards the Sol system. Even worlds with the most advanced planetary shields, after a single shield-breaking pulse from the flagship, had their active shields completely overloaded on the spot. After a few casual bombardments from the warship, neutralizing the ground-based macro cannons capable of destroying capital warships, the fleet simply moved past. In this way, the planet below suffered minimal damage, and its defensive capabilities could be quickly restored by replacing spare void shield modules or waiting for the overload to end. During their rapid transit, William, full of worry, approached Yi Feng and proposed a hypothesis. What if the Legio Custodes, allied with the Imperium, truly intended to strangle the Red Tide at the edge of the Sol system? We are advancing so recklessly without regard for supplies. What if, when we arrive, our own supplies are exhausted, and the Imperium suddenly reneges and tries to exterminate us? The Imperium might not do this, but people corrupted by chaos are unpredictable. What if there's another mysterious warp storm, cutting off communications, and then high-ranking Imperial officers are corrupted, leading directly to war? The main thing is, some Adeptus Astartes chapters might not listen to Guilliman. What if they go crazy? So we need to stay away from where the Iron Hands are stationed and try to advance towards the areas defended by the Ultramarines. The Adeptus Mechanicus is the least trustworthy. 2 Gloriana-class battleships are with the Iron Hands, and it's hard to guarantee they won't have the idea of seizing all of them while the Red Tide doesn't have a Gloriana. As for the supply issue, you don't need to worry. Lien Lai Luo will handle it. Lien Lai Luo's army did not have the People's Light, but his forces always developed quickly. He heavily relied on several Luna Wolves' descendants as senior leaders. In decision-making, he leaned towards sacrificing future development to increase combat power. He had campaigned in the dark and chaotic hell for too long, which led him to develop a strategic model, that these developments were not very useful. If you couldn't immediately gather military power capable of crushing all enemies, then your development would become the spoils of victory for future enemies. The proportion of soldiers conscripted on the worlds he reclaimed far exceeded that of other worlds. A large number of young people were conscripted, forming a massive force. Under Lien Lai Luo's direct leadership, this force advanced along the Imperial Expeditionary Force's retreat route, eventually stopping at the famous Alo's Curtain defensive belt. That area was composed of several prosperous star system clusters, forming a dense star system, the foundation of the Expeditionary Force. The light here shone so brightly, blooming into a magnificent flower of civilization in the dark Taiping star region. After several defensive belts beyond this star system lay Novaterra. Novaterra, you see, was when, after the Horus Heresy and during the power vacuum of the Age of Apostasy, the Taiping star region declared independence, ruled by Novaterra. The funny thing is, they successfully remained independent for 900 years, and then they were pacified by the Dark Angels for harboring fallen angels. However, after repairs, Novaterra remains a prosperous world today. Its geographical location is simply too good. Lien Lai Luo's keen sense of war was etched into his bones. His forces infiltrated at an extremely fast pace, posing as the rearguard of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, with some blending into the defensive lines. Although the enemy quickly discovered them, by then, the Astartes had already shut down most of the anti-air defenses, allowing the fleet to jump out from there and then quickly transition into another warp lane. Just as the Imperial forces on the ground thought the enemy was merely passing through, the follow-up forces arrived. Lien Lai Luo's troops seemed endless, attacking from the rear. He had even less mercy for the Imperial humans. His warship violently occupied the world. The reason for this was to create a false impression for the astropaths to send to the forces ahead, that the enemy was still on this outermost defensive line. By the time the Expeditionary Force received the astropath's distress call, our vanguard raiding forces might have already reached their doorstep. Trailing behind were always the dilly-dallying Imperial Navy, constantly hampered by various reasons. The Departmentum Unitorum's tasks and the Inquisitor's requests always clashed, interspersed with all sorts of chaotic intelligence. The captain at the very back was invited to a ribbon-cutting ceremony. Honestly, he truly wished the ribbon he was cutting was a high-voltage wire, just to electrocute him. You fools don't understand the consistent truth that retreating so slowly that you'll have to go back and fight, is just stupid. General, urgent military intelligence. Alo's Curtain, first star system, planet 32, is under attack by an unknown number of enemy ships. Contact has been lost. The general fiercely cut the ribbon, then said with a smile, Gentlemen, all loyal citizens of the Imperium, I need not say more. My command, everyone present is hereby urgently conscripted into the Gloriana Eternal Battleship. No, I am a noble. You do not have the authority. Circumstances demand it. According to the supplementary text of Article 36, subparagraph 8 of the Departmentum Unitorum Regulations, I have the authority to mobilize everyone present. All right, I'll say it again, congratulations, you have been conscripted by us. Fight bravely for the Emperor, gentlemen. As for his adjutant, he was extremely excited at the moment. He was a warmonger, and it was only because of the recently concluded Great Crusade that he was promoted to this position. Death? Isn't that just everyday life? At this moment, his actions were swift and decisive. He called the military police and dragged everyone present away. Noble protests? Son of the sector governor? I don't care about you. The general considered himself to be moving at the fastest possible speed, but when the armored vehicle reached the space elevator, the fleet appearing in the sky made him feel a very bad premonition. Quick! Space elevator, ascend faster! Shouting was useless, the elevator still operated methodically. He could only curse the communication system that had lost its signal. Creak! The elevator opened. A simple welcoming ceremony. Blood-stained Astartes warriors looked at him coldly. Bolter muzzles still emitted wisps of smoke, the fresh blood on the ground hadn't congealed, and blood gushed from the corpses. Lien Lai Luo strode forward, walking up to him. Hello, General. Your ship, we are requisitioning it. For the Emperor, fight bravely, gentlemen. Chapter 429, Praise Change. Lien Lai Luo didn't waste words, those unwilling to join the purge the court were slain and replaced with puppets. He had no time to waste here. The doubts of the Navy's middle-ranking officers were quickly drowned by the Sea of Astartes. Those warriors were also largely relieved, they finally didn't have to be squeezed together. Lien Lai Luo came from the 2nd Temporary Taiping Star region, from our old home, and of course, from Atres. He brought along Relf's Iron Warriors. When they arrived, Relf was not only leading his warriors in maintaining a rapid growth in numbers but was also governing the environmental issues of Atres. The iron-plated kind. Scorched earth was covered in steel, and anti-psyker warriors walked across the land repeatedly like steamrollers. Especially in the areas where they fought Vashtor's demons, ruined lands where metal flowers bloomed, the adamantium warriors suppressed them with the most ruthless offensive. The surroundings gradually became passable, and the people of Atres could step out of the hive cities, though the continuous polar ice fields and ancient primitive forests of their memories had all vanished. There were continuous fortresses rising above the surface, they were not only important defensive bastions but also wind-breaking structures. On completely flat ground, a simple gust of wind could blow a person away, so there had to be constant obstructions. Previously, it was towering mountains and continuous forests, now, it was fortresses and bastions that stretched as far as the eye could see. If Perturabo came to this place, he would be happy for a long time, and then find a way to trick a wave of Imperial fists into coming over for a fight. When Lien Lai Luo and Relf met, the Iron Warriors were enthusiastically researching the technology of the giant steel vessel provided by that big treasure from beyond the galaxy, preparing to pilot Atres to support Yi Feng. Iron Warriors were drafted onto the ships one after another. The numbers were greater than Lien Lai Luo had imagined, so many that every ordinary warship had Astartes stationed on it. The Iron Warriors didn't hesitate either, they not only brought along the half-transformed recruits but also the trial takers. Finally, they had obtained a large navy warship and could clear some space, at least they didn't have to keep sleeping in common bunks. These warriors had no combat experience. Relying solely on close quarters training wouldn't do, Lien Lai Luo was very worried about their combat effectiveness. However, these worries vanished after the multiple attacks they encountered later. A greater daemon of Qing encountered custodes and Sisters of Silence on the People's Light. What did that mean? The Great Red Tide Rebellion wasn't a rebellion, it was indeed the Emperor's will. Why did the Emperor suddenly decide to purge the ecclesiarchy? Let me cast a divination. Divination my foot, it's not like your unit is the only one moving. Plenty of rebels were moving upon hearing the news. Those alphas were still wandering the stars, and the blood angels in the Eye of Terror were restless. Couldn't I just find a unit without custodes? And so, he set his sights on Lien Lai Luo's forces. Could these guys withstand corruption? Xianch identified the Red Tide as a legion supervised by custodes during the Great Heresy, while viewing Lien Lai Luo's forces as a unit where the custodes squad had not yet arrived. Although they didn't have the scale of those Imperial expeditionary forces, Lien Lai Luo's troops, as the vanguard of the surprise attack, could completely open up the situation for the Chaos Host. The Eye of Terror. Abaddon didn't seem to have plans for the next Black Crusade, but the overall size of the Black Legion had grown so massive that it required constant fighting to maintain itself. Abaddon's reputation for 100 victories was no fluke, every crusade made his forces even larger. What did it matter to him if it was insignificant to the Empire? The Black Legion had actually become an existence like the Cabal of the Black Heart on Kumarak. Xianch sent Kairos to tempt Abaddon into launching an offensive from the front lines. The Space Wolves expeditionary force gathered at the gate of the Eye of Terror would surely be unable to withstand a direct assault from the Blackstone Fortress. Taking advantage of the opportunity while the Imperial expeditionary forces all headed to the Sol system, they could quickly capture Second Terra, Ultramar. Taking the 500 worlds of Ultramar into their grasp would surely boost morale, seize half of the Empire's territory, and even completely sever the connection between the Ultima Segmentum and Terra. While Kairos was busy, the corruption of Lian Liluo did not stop either. The power of anti-psyker armor to restrain chaos corruption was too obvious, and Yi Feng had issued an order for all warriors to wear adamantium armor while navigating the warp, so Xianzhi found it hard to find an opportunity. But now, due to the massive Iron Warriors force under Ralph, there wasn't enough adamantium armor, so a considerable portion of the recruits were not wearing anti-psyker armor. In the past, corrupting recruits wearing scout armor would have been completely unnecessary. It would be better to pile up hundreds of thousands of mortals for a sacrificial altar, but now there was no choice. Just based on the number of Astartes in these warships, the entire vessel should have been impossible to invade. Xianzhi tried to corrupt a warship during warp travel. It was a frigate. The Geller field flickered under the impact of a warp tide, and demons invaded the warship. Sorcery flowed toward the Geller device, and the air was filled with the scent of magic. Do you know what the result was? The Geller field core area and the astropath area were under the strict protection of adamantium warriors. 15 sets of adamantium armor held 7 or 8 vital zones. The demons tried to corrupt the remaining 5 recruits, but those recruits were notoriously stubborn. Damn it, it's the gene seed of the Iron Warriors. These guys hadn't been immersed in the warp for 11 millennia, succumbing to corruption step by step. They were brand new warriors. The recruits withstood the first round of demonic assault and slew a large number of mortals suspected of being corrupted. By the time the warship rejoined the other ships, it was barely in a navigable state, with the crew count reduced by 67%. The indifference buried in the gene seed of the Iron Warriors made this unavoidable. They were war machines. To maintain operation, it was necessary to maintain parts. Similarly, they showed no mercy toward suspected broken parts. A single decision meant the lives of thousands. Xianzhi saw their determination, but Yi Feng had also issued a military order. In non-combat states, adamantium warriors must not wear the armor for too long, as it would affect the recruit's growth and development, preventing the coral pituitary from secreting more strength hormones. This was an opportunity. Xianzhi tried to sneak in some chaos relics to corrupt these resting warriors through contact. This time, he chose a heavy cruiser as the target. It took him a month to find a gap below and plan the layout during the intervals between Astartes patrols. The Navy's heavy cruiser was now packed with over half a company of Iron Warriors. These warriors had nothing to do, and since they were idle anyway, they wandered the ship, strengthening the vessel's internal defenses and anti-boarding capabilities. The lower decks were an area that would never be forgotten. Although very chaotic, under the slight arrogance of the recruits, a squad of Iron Warriors wandering during their rest time arrived at the lower decks. The environment was sweltering. This was where the exhaust from the cooling system was processed, making it very dangerous for mortals. The person in charge who received them was a round, fat man. The Iron Warriors subconsciously cast contemptuous glances at him. The Empire's aesthetic was barbaric, strength was the mainstream, especially on the most important war machines. This director was no ordinary person. He was meticulous and quick-thinking, having helped the ship prepare for rainy days many times. The sudden whim of the Iron Warriors was the meaning of his life. His task was to help the ship find vulnerabilities. Exhausting his mind and body, he gradually became worn out under the high-load work, even though this workload was something he took on himself, driven by a sense of responsibility. He often drank. In his small dormitory, after falling into a drunken sleep, he would still mutter in his dreams, "Where is the breakthrough?" Coincidentally, Xianzhi's demons thought the same thing, and coincidentally, during the warp journey, a daemon sensed him. Such a small probability became easily attainable before such a massive fleet. 8th Xianzhi daemon found him, guiding him in his dreams, making him paranoid and suspicious, chasing answers in a dark world. The daemon proposed a trap area that seemed to strengthen defense, exposing a hidden flaw to the daemon's vision. This plan was still under review, but he was already impatient to start construction. The Iron Warriors squad took a deep breath, not to enjoy the stinging sensation the metal vapor brought to their lungs, but to judge the flow and gas content of the surrounding air. "My lords, I have a plan currently under review. I must show it to you. Those damn bureaucrats move too slowly. If this were a war, the orders they issue would only be stuffed into our corpses." The Iron Warriors were somewhat surprised and looked at each other. It was completely incomprehensible that Lian Liluo's forces would receive such a evaluation. The lights flickered, and the power system briefly disconnected. "Forgive my disrespect, my lords, but this is how it is. The quality of the parts provided by those bastards cannot be guaranteed at all. It's a power outage today or a water cut-off tomorrow." Several Iron Warriors were a bit angry but also somewhat excited. This meant they could do a great job and fully exercise the wonderful ideas in their heads. But they still had to maintain some restraint. "Show us your work progress. We need to understand the current situation, as well as the plan you just mentioned." "Of course, my lords. It is my duty." The round, fat man led those loyal warriors toward the distance. Although the angel's eyes could see clearly in the dark, the fat man could not. He walked somewhat slowly. One Iron Warrior couldn't help but speak, "You can install a bionic eye to enhance your vision in the dark. That way, you won't have to worry about situations like this." "Same passive as the Iron Hands, sir. Interested in mechanical ascension." In the next sentence, he was about to start promoting his bionic eye, but the person in charge said to him, "An angel has already gifted me an enhanced eyepiece. I just fixed it, it's in the office ahead. Please be patient, I'll go get it right away." After walking a few steps and passing through a metal door, they entered a 10-meter-long corridor. Many exquisite statues were placed around, yet an air of eeriness permeated everything. A sphinx was missing an ear. On a colorful glazed jar decorated with coiled dragons, 9 dragons were entwined, obscuring each other so that only 9 dragon claws were visible. The colorful curtains smelled of blood, the pigments in the paintings were mixed with blood, and bright red chalcedony seeped from the white jade statues. Everything was filled with a macabre beauty. Explain yourself, manager. What is the point of these useless statues? The warriors assumed combat stances, scanning their surroundings warily. The manager smiled and said, these are camouflages for hidden weapon ports. A single statue wouldn't be as effective. Of course, you shouldn't stare at the statues. The densely packed, eerie statues in this small passage drew too much of the warriors' attention, causing them to overlook the electromagnetic net directly above them. The manager maintained a humble posture. The warriors praised the manager's design, but felt that dedicating so much space just to build statues for distraction was far too wasteful. Passing through this corridor led to the formal office area. The schedule the manager mentioned and his tactical visor were on the desk. Several warriors began to study his plans. One warrior left to check for electrical issues, while the most defiant one picked up the manager's visor. He wanted to see exactly which warrior had snatched the opportunity to showcase his talent on the front line. Are you some kind of descendant of Anos? After monitoring the external structure, he looked into the visor. In an instant, endless changes were reflected in his eyes. Colors twisted and writhed, the most wonderful changes and dramatic battle developments ever known appeared before the warrior's eyes, followed by endless forbidden technologies. He saw a corner of the forbidden library, a corner of Xianqi's crystal labyrinth. Infinite corrosive power spewed out, and the coral pituitary went berserk. There was no precedent for a Primaris warrior being corrupted, but the Lord of Change was always happy to try. The Iron Warrior's entire body went into spasms. His muscles writhed like carnivorous worms implanted in his flesh in an incomprehensible way. The hormones secreted by the coral pituitary were dangerous, very dangerous. Coral pituitary, keep going, hold on a bit longer, I'll be able to eradicate the chaos corruption soon. Iron Warrior, I can't withstand these hormones, I'm going to die. Coral pituitary, I know it's simple, but sorry, either you or the corruption must die. He finally let out a roar, his parched throat straining to make a sound to alert his brothers to the anomaly. The visor was like a living creature, firmly stuck to his face, and it suddenly exerted force. Having just managed a roar, he felt a greasy substance block his throat, rendering him completely unable to make a sound. A battle brother walked over to him and asked with concern, what's wrong? Did you find some interesting architecture? Concerned about the technology. At that moment, the door opened, and the Primaris warrior who had gone to repair the power stumbled in, shouting loudly, war is upon us. Call for backup. The power control center was littered with corpses. Chaos had invaded a corner of this place. Upon discovery, the warrior quickly destroyed the array formed by the corpses and then returned to call for support. The portable communicator was filled with nothing but static. Outside, those eerie statues suddenly began to move. They opened their mouths unnaturally and spewed out smoke, completely blocking all information transmission. The warriors fell into a brief state of chaos. The Iron Warrior whose face was gripped by the tactical visor slammed his head against the floor with all his might. Then, both eyeballs fell out along with the chaos artifact. His eyes became 2 complete black holes, his body still twitching as the corruption within had not been fully purged. The enraged Iron Warrior seized the rotund mortal, loudly demanding to know what he knew. The fat man spoke in a panic, judging by his lip movements, he was saying, my lords, I know nothing, I swear. But the voice the Iron Warriors heard was, GGGG, let me see what poor soul is putting up a useless resistance. Haha, so it's a bunch of traitors. With a surge of strength, the Iron Warrior snapped his neck, but the voice continued, becoming hollow and ethereal. Your predecessors breached Terra. Guess what you are going to do now? Breach Terra as well, ha ha ha. The Iron Warrior smiled. He tore open the mortal's clothing, and a large slit opened on that round belly, opening and closing as if it were a mouth mocking these angels. The Iron Warrior did not panic. We are Iron Warriors. Iron Warriors. His mechanical prosthesis roared, and a punch smashed the opponent to pieces. While they weren't as obsessed as the Iron Hands, their preference for heavy firepower was incurable. It was terminal. Terminal. You think this is a prosthesis? This is a bolter installed inside the prosthesis. The Iron Warriors in robes still possessed considerable combat capability. They rushed out and smashed those statues with anything they could lift. After all the statues were shattered, a hidden mechanism activated. An incomprehensible barrier formed around them, separating them. Flying power helmets smashed toward their faces, with demons hidden within them. If I can't corrupt you, then I'll control your corpse. A headless corpse fitted with a head disguised as a daemon. As long as we're careful, we should be fine, right? Probably. The Iron Warriors resisted with all their might. Hidden bolters and bombs emerged from various cybernetic modifications. Their modifications weren't many, but they were certainly packed with destructive weaponry. Hours later, 3 warriors emerged wearing power helmets. They quickly searched for various mechanical equipment, gathered the machinery below, and using a bit of sorceress power and a great deal of professional skill, they crafted crude mechanical limbs. It only needed to look the part, after all, they were corpses. Using a large amount of machinery to patch up the corpses, they barely managed to get all the people standing. The one with the most severe mechanization had almost no skin visible. They donned Mark the 10th power armor. Next, they had to constantly stay away from anti-psyker armor, as it would disgust the demons and make their control over the corpses so poor they couldn't even dodge a mortal's attack. Of course, around the adamantium warriors, mortals didn't have much strength anyway. This squad of iron warriors, under the guise of reinforcing the defenses below, stayed down there for a long time, repairing the power and erasing traces of corruption, fixing everything as if nothing had happened. The adamantium warriors who came down on patrol saw that everything was normal. Seeing the iron warriors' partial bodies from a distance as they worked in the cramped space, they didn't suspect anything. If a brother from the space wolves were here, his nose would surely feel uncomfortable, but unfortunately, none were deployed on this heavy cruiser. After all, it wasn't a strike cruiser. The demons couldn't exert the full strength of the Primaris warriors. For them, planning a large-scale corruption was the priority. This group of recruits had disappeared for several days. Although they maintained communication, it still aroused the suspicion of several veterans. Their phrasing and habits in conversation weren't quite right. The Qing demons were using the habits of the 4th Legion, which were different from the Red River's way of speaking. After all, in battle, some warriors' brains had literally exploded and their souls shattered, making it impossible to steal their memories. A 3-man anti-psyker squad came down. This lineup showed they were taking the matter very seriously. The warriors descended to the lower decks. Everything was perfectly normal, bright lights, cover that could be used at any time, hidden melta bombs. Was this configuration a bit too high? The veterans looked at each other. Wasn't this a bit excessive? Was there a need for such high-spec defenses? But the recruits' efforts were still worth commending. The veterans contacted the recruits. They were deep in the conduits, welding some hidden power lines so that these anti-boarding weapons would have independent generators, preventing the weapon arrays here from failing if the ion engines were destroyed. Everything was normal, except that no matter how they were called, they wouldn't come out. Boys, want to play a blood game? We'll attack your defensive facilities. Don't hold back, struggle your hardest. The veteran laughed as he used to, but the 3 warriors confirmed with their eyes, something was definitely wrong. After saying this, with every step they took, the surrounding passages rumbled and vibrated. How many supplies did the engineering department approve for them? Not many, at least not enough to do something on this scale. The entire passage cracked open, revealing countless intersecting and rotating strangler wheels below. Just as a meltaport was about to spew a nuclear stream, a veteran punched the muzzle aside, causing the defensive weapon to blast a large hole in the wall. The walls on both sides began to compress inward. A veteran smashed the wall with a power fist, only to find another wall behind it. It was as if the entire area was starting to shrink, squeezing everything into this small space. I've fought plenty of mortal traitors, but this is the first time I've seen Primaris warriors colluding with them. Careful, Pant. Pant, this doesn't look like a simple ambush. One veteran gouged a hole in the wall large enough to fit himself, while another used a melta to blast a hole directly. The 10 demons hadn't spent all this time just to deal with 3 adamantium warriors. They had secretly corrupted many people on the lower decks. These people were on business trips or seconded whenever the adamantium warriors patrolled, until their numbers reached a critical mass that would arouse suspicion. Praise change large numbers of mortals, under the beguilement of the Lord of Change, surrounded this solid wall. Chapter 430, The Iron Curse. The apostles of the Lord of Change were not particularly lethal against adamantium armor, instead, they ended up blasting open the walls that were meant to trap the adamantium warriors. For Qing Daemon, confronting adamantium warriors was clearly the worst possible move. The plan of the 10 demons was simple: banish these adamantium warriors, then control the mortals within the fleet, completely transforming this massive fleet into the forces of the God of Wisdom. There are many ways to banish someone, such as the Guillemon method, being beaten by Lorgar until one is left floating in space. There is also the method of trapping enemies in a specific section of the warship and then simply jettisoning it. Right now, this group of demons was only here to experiment with attack methods. Qing had not yet launched a full-scale offensive. The corpse controller Daemon manipulated the bodies of dead Primaris warriors, hiding among crowds of mortal followers to participate in exploratory raids. The battle was intense, or rather, it feigned intensity. The demons ordered all their followers to swarm forward, creating a short-term illusion that the chaos cultists had completely corrupted and submerged all the mortals. Aren't you calling for reinforcements, adamantium warriors? No. The sons of Perturabo would never admit to their own incompetence. The stubbornness of the Iron Warriors was on par with that of the Imperial Fists. These 3 warriors slaughtered the enemy frantically, refusing to call for reinforcements until they were on the brink of death. Instead, their military intelligence had long since been delivered to the hands of a half-company of warriors on the upper levels. Those warriors performed their duties, quickening their patrol pace, especially around the crew members. After sealing off the lower decks, their first priority was to confirm whether other crew members had been corrupted and if the armory had been looted. The will of the Dark Gods was corrupting them at every moment. Every ship in the warp was dangerous. This incident pushed the decision-making of the High Command to its threshold. They decided to jump out of the warp and regroup on the nearest planet. Logically, this was the retreat route for the Imperial Army, and there should have been no enemies in this area. However, a brand new Psionic signal suddenly appeared at this location. It was actually a chaos world that had been dragged out. Qing's plan this time was to force a large number of adamantium warriors to land on the planet, taking the opportunity to let chaos cultists and demons seize control of the fleet. Whether to bombard the planet or leave would then be up to him. This idea quickly turned into a contest between Exterminatus weapons and Qing before Lien Lai Luo's steadfast principle of saving time. Lien Lai Luo and Relf agreed to drop the Exterminatus directly. Qing was not to be outdone, increasing the intensity of corruption so that the Exterminatus became corrupted and unusable as soon as it was deployed. On one side, viscous highly concentrated cerebral fluid was used, on the other, the chaos blessings were thick. In short, Lian Liluo did not intend to waste any time here. Yi Feng could do without a supply line, but he absolutely needed one. This place could not quickly become safe, and since it sat on the supply line, it had to be eradicated immediately. A heavy bomber designed specifically for Astartes' use, invented by Relf himself, was put into service. Let's just put it this way. In the confrontation between the Red Tide and Xianch, the ones who suffered the most were the Tio. After one round of assault by the Chaos cultists, their corpses blocked the corridors, briefly halting the offensive. Reinforcements for the Adamantium warriors did not arrive as expected. Instead, the enemy conducted a rigorous lockdown and was about to find the location of the bombs. Sigh. With so many bombs, blowing a section of the lower deck directly off the hull just to banish 3 Adamantium warriors is too much of a loss. It would be better to just detonate them directly on them, the shockwaves alone could kill them. The 10 demons had a headache, and there were also errors in the power armor helmets they had manifested. There weren't that many power armor veterans on the entire warship. Manifest an Adamantium warrior helmet? We can't simulate the antishinic fluctuations, that can't be faked. Manifest a Terminator, manifest my foot, there aren't even any of those Primaris failures here. The dead bodies were writhing. The Adamantium warriors used brute force to push an entire corridor's worth of corpses, saving their flamethrowers specifically for clearing out the traitors. As the war progressed to this point, the Iron Warriors used their most rigorous and methodical tactics to force the Xianch demons into a dilemma. A daemon shrieked, and the 10 demons scattered to retreat, specifically seeking out narrow conduits that the Adamantium warriors could not squeeze into. Elite mortal soldiers blocked all passages leading to the middle decks, using bombs to seal them. Unless you had the ability to directly corrupt both the people and the bombs, you would certainly be exposed. The veteran was soon freed, there were no more enemies behind the corpses. With his first step forward, the countless scanning devices on his body all activated, colorful and flashing like a disco. The external detection equipment of all 3 men was placed on him, and he soon found some clues. A humanoid creature is moving rapidly in conduit A890. Speed is faster than existing mortal records but slower than a Primaris warrior. Blow it open. The 2 warriors behind him carried the last of the armaments. Their bolter ammunition was mostly spent, but the powerful missiles in the classic Iron Warriors' shoulder-mounted missile pods had not yet been used. At the beginning, the warriors were still quite restrained, after all, it was their own ship. Now, in purging traitors, there was no need for restraint. A missile whooshed out of the missile pod, and several missiles struck different sections of the conduit. Segments of the conduit made strained noises and fell to the floor. In that conduit, laser-guided. A missile ducked into the breach, causing a violent explosion. The legs of the exposed flesh were blown to pieces. The daemon shrieked as it tried to resist, stumbling out of the conduit only to be met by the disruption field flowing on a siege-breaker power hammer. The veteran couldn't help but complain about the current perverted appearance of these guys. The naked bodies were patched up with machinery, and vital parts were completely uncovered. Even wearing a robe would be better. The key was, you're wearing a power armor helmet. Setting aside why you're pretending to be a veteran here, you're like a little girl who found herself being watched while bathing. Between covering the top and covering the bottom, you chose to cover your face. The main point is that everything except the face is the same. With a hammer blow, the siege breaker hammer did not deliver the expected impact. The daemon was like a solid rubber ball. Upon being hit, it absorbed most of the momentum and disruption field energy, then suddenly expanded. The flesh below tore completely, and the thin lines inserted into the corpses also expanded, bursting the flesh. The strings of the marionette had turned into hemp ropes. The daemon still wanted to counterattack, swinging the hemp ropes to whip the adamantium armor. After one strike, the large head had already fled several meters, abandoning all those tentacles in a tail-cutting survival move. The round head was like a balloon with a small hole poked in it, a large amount of smoke sprayed from the breach, and it was about to fly away with a whoosh. How could the adamantium warriors let it go? After several rounds of concentrated fire, a plasma shot successfully hit the target. The daemon drifted down in flames, leaving behind the words, "You are the prey," before being banished back to the warp. The warriors did not relax, they slowly retreated to the junction of the 2 deck areas, waiting for the arrival of ammunition resupply. The sensors locked onto another enemy, as well as a suspected bomb location. A minute later, 3 warriors from the resupply unit arrived before them and patted their shoulders. Finish the cleanup mission quickly, there's a daemon world below to deal with. These veterans grew excited. Having stayed on Atres for too long, their cannons were starting to rust, now there was finally a major operation. An elite mortal squad arrived to support them with sensors. They were responsible for spreading the detection range to find the enemy, while the Iron Warriors would blow the enemy to bits. One daemon guarded the location of the bombs. Demons were not afraid of death, it was merely a matter of being reshaped in the warp. They were ready. And then, an EMP jammer and an antishinic bolter shell exploded in front of it simultaneously. What kind of advanced bomb did you expect to make in this trashy lower deck? The Iron Warriors' tech marine was no slouch. In one breath, several types of anti-bomb explosion interference lit up simultaneously. Under the seemingly scattered bombardment, the entire area had been precisely cut by explosions. The daemon shrieked. Damn it, if I had known it would be a suicide attack, I should have left a manual detonator. Why was I always worried about not getting enough souls? The daemon spent a second in regret, and then that semi-steel body disappeared in the flames. In their second encounter with this type of daemon, the Primaris warriors appeared much more professional, using a grav gun to suppress the opponent and a point-blank laser to banish them. The battle lasted for 2 hours. The Adamantium squad successfully banished 9 demons, but the body of the 10th recruit was never found. Was it blown to pieces during the initial resistance against the demons? Mind yourself and do your duty. The Iron Warriors were not at all distracted by the unknown situation, conducting a comprehensive screening of the entire lower deck bit by bit. They found some bomb-like abominations, but there was no sign of the enemy. At this point, everyone began to be on guard. Could the target have changed, and one of us been corrupted? The warriors gathered together. Everyone was in adamantium armor, it shouldn't be possible. One by one, they took off their helmets, but no abnormalities were found. The warriors in the sealed areas above also had nothing to report. Search again. I want to see a person if they're alive, or a corpse if they're dead. Even if they've been burnt to a crisp, find me the spot where they burned. At this time, the daemon had already passed through the trash disposal outlet and flown directly to the outside of the warship. I'm controlling a corpse, do you think I'm afraid of the lack of air in outer space? It gripped the outer armor of the ship, moving continuously until it reached the location of one of the largest macro cannons. Just then, a fighter jet on routine patrol discovered it. A corpse of an Astartes not wearing armor? The pilot couldn't see clearly. The areas where the daemon had performed mechanization were quite crude, looking almost no different from the ship's outer armor. The pilot thought for a moment. Could it be that during some boarding action, a warp boarding attempt got stuck in the wall, or stuck outside the gun barrel? What a bizarre way to die. Regarding the issue of exposed skin on that corpse, most chaos traders are like that. Having fought in the warp for so long, the flesh can be repaired by the warp, but the armor, unless you are illuminated by the fires of Vashtor's soul forge, where your armor will kindly grow on its own, repairing itself as before, and eating you in the process. The warrior called for support, and soon, the adamantium warriors inside received the message. Just as the Qing daemon was looking for a barrel to load itself into, a laser cannon shot came through. It gave a start and, like an eel, slipped into the macro cannon. The macro cannon crew didn't dare fire, who knew what that thing was doing inside. If it caused a backfire, the entire battery array would be gone. The warriors advanced step by step, initiating the boarding from the outer perimeter. At this time, the daemon world below began to coordinate, continuously firing various powerful streams of psychic energy. From the look of it, they should be corrupted anti-aircraft cannons, but the corruption was so deep that it was impossible to tell what they were before. These streams had a significant impact on the warship. The remaining duration of the void shield immediately entered a countdown. There wasn't much time left for the Astartes walking on the hull of the warship to execute their mission. The veterans began to run, leaping between one giant barrel and another, changing direction by stepping on the casings of point defense cannons, like unseen guardian deities under the night sky. Several warriors quickly reached that macro cannon mouth. A warrior used a detector to scan, showing a corpse below. The firing circuit of the barrel has been cut, the shell won't be fired. Hard to say. What if it gets detonated directly? Leave it to me. A veteran jumped in directly, carrying a boxy machine. His technical expertise had reached a level of perfection, he fired directly downward. The corpse remained motionless, allowing the precise attacks to tear it to shreds. Soon, the veteran reached the bottom. The corpse had completely turned into charred bone, its head long gone. Where was the daemon? The veteran pressed his armor against the shell. If a daemon had entered the shell, there would surely be a path of corruption, but the shell was completely normal. Every inch of the surface met the standard, with no sign of the porous, fragile interior that results from being drained by anti-psychic forces after corruption, looking like a dried sponge. Could it be in the barrel wall? He began to circle the macro cannon barrel wall again. The wall was too large, more warriors came down, and it would take considerable time to complete a full search here. Where did the daemon go? Back to the warp, of course. Having stayed in the real world for too long, it was bounced back by the reality barrier. Why would it do that? Take a longer view. This warship is fine for now, but what about the others? What about the daemon world below? The afterburner of one warship was suddenly invaded and illegally started manually, with the direct thrust bringing 2 ships to an unacceptably close distance. The crew of that ship also reacted quickly, promptly halting the momentum and allowing the 2 ships to graze past each other. Xianzhe's plan failed, so another was set in motion. The emergency evasion of the 2 ships forced that warship to roll toward the planet's side. A massive stream hit the ship directly. The stream was so vast that looking through the macro cannon mouth gave one the sensation of staring into an abyss. Stay sharp, you green recruits. The void shields can withstand this wave of assault, the veteran roared, though those outside were not recruits. Anyone familiar with him knew that he would subconsciously call others green recruits when he was nervous. There's no time left, we won't be able to return to the interior of the warship before the impact arrives. Requesting entry into the turret, to enter from inside the barrel. It's useless. If the void shields can't hold it off, even if we crawl into the barrel, the entire macro cannon array won't survive the explosion. The warriors argued for a moment, but their actions didn't slow down at all. The warriors outside ran frantically back to the emergency maintenance hatches, while those inside had already begun studying the macro cannon loading reverse space defects. A large number of blue-purple energy waves slammed into the warship, the light rippling on the void shield both blurred and pure. The warriors breathed a sigh of relief as they ran. The void shields held. Those insidious bastards, I'll make them pay. After a few seconds, that blue-purple light still hadn't disappeared. Is that a ground-based lance? Why is the duration so long? By the Emperor. The Iron Warriors cried out in alarm as a pointed tip protruded into the void shield. It was a space torpedo fired from the planet below. Humans could not manage to have a lance cover a torpedo's flight. But this heavily corrupted sorceress torpedo, following the sorceress stream to strike the space warship, was like entering a fast lane. Here, the reality barrier was negligible, it advanced completely ignoring the laws of physics, quickly reaching the void shield and eerily slowing to a speed that could pass through it. The warship had only one chance, to fire the macro cannon batteries and gamble that a shell might happen to hit the torpedo and detonate it. But now the adamantium warriors were blocking the muzzles, and the warriors returning to the ship's interior were scattered across the area, making the entire battery array hesitate to act. If the shell hadn't even left the muzzle before hitting an adamantium warrior and exploding, what then? The weapons on this side would be completely destroyed. The scheme provided by the Lord of Change caused even the Iron Warriors commander, who usually adhered strictly to plans, to fall into a brief moment of hesitation. What to do? Take a gamble at the cost of an arm, or let the torpedo heavily damage the warship and bet that the opponent's explosive power wasn't enough. When darkness falls upon the world, the brave are always the first to stand forth. The difference between Perturabo and Guilliman is precisely that one always believes his micromanagement is the invincible weapon, where soldiers only need to be robots that obey orders absolutely, while Guilliman always trusts his soldiers. No orders, no information, no time to think. The fighter pilot steered his craft into the collision without hesitation. As the cruise fighter that had discovered the corpse stuck in the barrel outside, it had been lingering on that side, providing long-range vision for the Emperor's angels. Though I am but one, I can stand against 10,000, what does it matter if I am ground to dust? Humans always love to praise heroes, children always long for that moment when they will be the one standing before everyone. The Emperor stood, Malkador stood, Makarov stood, Yerek stood, one hero after another stood there. The heroic pilot stared at that completely corrupted sorceress torpedo, his expression gradually becoming frenzied. Xianqi's corruption pierced his brain in an instant, but his arms pressed the control stick down firmly. The final resistance of a human, together with the masterpiece of the Omnissiah, blocked this fatal torpedo. The torpedo exploded near the warship, and sorceress Stardust, soft as a cloud, slowly expanded. The veteran on the outermost edge began to howl as pain sufficient to make him faint and an incredibly clear consciousness churned within his body. His pain was so real that his screams could even form a spiritual resonance within the communication channel, allowing more warriors to feel this soul-crushing agony. This time, the Iron Warriors did not choose silence. The battle cry of the 4th Legion appeared in the communication channel. Iron within, iron without. The first line was the commander's voice, and gradually, more warriors responded, until all the warriors on the communication channel throughout the ship were roaring. Uniform and thunderous, like a mountain tsunami. The rumbling battle cry hammered against the eardrums of the warriors outside, followed by the creed. From iron cometh strength. From strength cometh will. From will cometh faith. From faith cometh honor. From honor cometh iron. Brother, you are not fighting alone, we are behind you. This tide-like chorus of battle cries continued until the sorceress power completely dissipated. The Iron Warriors were incredibly united at this moment, except, a certain recruit weakly raised his hand. I remember, didn't the division commander change the battle cry? It seemed to become armor on body, heart like iron. Fine, don't worry about those details. The Iron Warriors will destroy the 4th Legion. Seriously, weren't those original battle cries told to us by the division commander? This report quickly reached Relf's hands and was casually tossed into the pile of combat reports. There were already far too many such reports. The number of attacks the fleet had suffered during this period had increased exponentially. Every attack became increasingly cunning, with more and more coordinated link-up strikes. Darkness was approaching, Relf felt it, once again. I need to rendezvous with the division commander as soon as possible. I need the help of the 100-cloth robe. Additionally, extend the time the warriors spend wearing the adamantium armor. I know the division commander's orders, but we are now in a state of war, no warrior shall spend more than 3 days with their armor removed. When the scale of the pure Iron Warriors units reached a certain number, the conceptual impact of that traitor legion arrived once again. Relf could perceive that this impact would be extremely violent. Having more warriors wear anti-psychic armor could only briefly avoid this day, doom would eventually arrive. This curse came from Perturabo, from that fallen giant of iron. The Primarch of the 4th Legion awoke in the void. Chaos had reshaped his body. The flesh that Alfarius had shattered had turned into hard iron with a metallic luster. The Primarch's wounds were replaced by infinite machinery. Vashtor had extended an olive branch to him. The Primarch refused. Perturabo refused to associate with the buried warp abominations, even though he had already ascended to daemonhood. Vashtor threw the olive branch into the soul forge. Amidst the wails of countless souls, a new contract was forged from the furnace. Crimson steam swirled in the hands of the dark machine god, finally turning into a seal that floated before Perturabo. The Primarch carefully read the contents of the contract, then grasped the seal and pressed it down hard.